This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Curse Silver Coin. Golden Wheat Ear Island. The sun at noon hangs high in the sky. The dazzling light reflects the sparkling waves on the blue sea. There are large areas of golden wheat ears on the island, blooming in the sunlight like a golden color. Surrounded by the golden wheat ears, a winding country gravel road extends to the side of the wheat field. It was an ordinary stone house unique to the island, surrounded by a low wooden wall, and a tall tree could be seen growing inside the wooden wall, through the wooden window of the stone house. Looking inside, a figure was squatting next to the bed near the window. This young male figure was squatting next to the wooden bed in his room, bending his head to look under his bed. He had short black hair, and his face looked a little immature, but he already had a slightly handsome appearance. In the dim light, with the sunlight shining into the room through the window, he saw that the cloth bag at the bottom of the bed was bulging, and it seemed to contain something. Seeing this, he smiled, and this was what he was looking for. The treasure hunter's tool bag moved up a few steps, reached out his hand to grope in the dark, grasped the edge of the cloth bag, and pulled it out with force. As he pulled, the cloth bag also made a ding-dong sound, indicating that there were some iron objects in the cloth bag. The force from the dragging also meant that the things inside were heavy. After pulling out the bag mouth was not tied, and some things inside were exposed. There was no burning torch, a short-handled shovel, an irregular and slightly curved iron rod, a rope, and an iron grappling hook. He squatted down and poured out all the things in the bag. In addition to the above things, there was also a short-handled mountain knife with a sheath, and something similar to a flint. But what Alka cared about was not these, but a palm-sized booklet on it. The surface of the booklet was wrapped in the leather of some animal, and the paper inside was also yellowed. The booklet was well preserved, and it looked a bit old, but the footer was not curled. On the top of the booklet was written in a strange font, Captain Alka's Treasure Hunting Manual. Alka was himself. He was not a captain, but just a childish self-proclaimed name. He flipped through the pages casually. The words recorded in it were all legends about treasures on the island. Holding the booklet in his hand, Alka stood up again and sat heavily on the bed. His expression became thoughtful. These were all my things. Thinking of his bizarre experience, Alka shook his head. He never thought that he would really travel through time one day. Such a thing in entertainment works. But for him, this was indeed a miracle. Thinking back to that time, I was lying on a hospital bed, suffering from the pain, waiting for death soon. I closed my eyes in the pain, and finally had a good sleep. When I woke up again, I had taken over this body. I also inherited the memory of this body. These memories were slowly restored from far to near within 2 days. It was not until the morning that he knew how the original body died. Died of curse. This body is 16 years old, and his dream is to become a treasure hunter at sea. 9 days ago, he really found the treasure. The first treasure he found in his treasure hunting life also became his last treasure. And the treasure. Alka fumbled under his pillow and took out a dull silver coin. The treasure was this silver coin. The silver coin was a little dull and black, which meant it had a history. There was an S-shaped silver snake engraved on the front, and a 3-petal flower on the back. The scratch on the silver snake's head was very conspicuous. Besides, this is just an ordinary silver coin. A silver snake. A currency in circulation. Although it has value, it is not enough to buy his life. 5 days left. No, 4.5 days left. Alka turned his head and looked at the bright sun hanging in the sky from the window beside the bed, and muttered to himself. Who would have thought that this ordinary silver snake in his hand would have a curse? If he had heard that a silver coin had a curse before, Alka would have just smiled and treated it as a joke. But the sudden death of his previous body forced him to take it seriously. 9 days ago, the previous owner of this body dug up this silver snake, which was then placed in a small iron box. There was also a sentence engraved on the iron box. Return it within 7 days, and you will get treasure. After 7 days, you will die from the curse. A very simple and straightforward sentence. But the original owner at that time did not take it seriously at all. Who would believe in such a thing? There is no supernatural power in the memory. At most the people in this world, the physical constitution is generally much better than in the previous life. Then, 2 days ago, he really died in his sleep. After I took over this body, because the memory is from far to near, I only completely recovered all the memories of the original owner this morning. I had been pretending to be sick, hiding in the house, waiting for the memory to be fully restored before I could judge the current situation. Similarly, the death of the original owner also means that this curse is real, not a joke. I have been traveling for 2.5 days, and there are 4.5 days left to reach the 7-day deadline. His own 7 days. Perhaps the original owner of this curse has already endured it. He just resurrected from this body, and he may not die in another 7 days. But for Alka, who just passed through the journey and resurrected from this corpse, he dared not gamble at all. He didn't want to die yet. The days of waiting for death in his previous life made him despair. Finally, he lived again. How could he just wait to die like this? Even if it was just a possibility, he was unwilling to gamble. He must return this silver coin, whether it was true or not. This is the only thing to do now. Alka took a deep breath and began to analyze the current situation. First, this silver coin was known from memory to be part of the magician Jack's treasure. The original owner also obtained this silver coin through this clue. This is just a small clue before obtaining the final treasure. In other words, as long as the final magician Jack's treasure is found and this silver coin is returned, he can lift the curse and truly survive. Alka began to extract information about magician Jack's treasure from his memory. Magician Jack, whose original name was Jack Monk, was born on Golden Wheat Island more than 200 years ago. He went to sea when he was young. He did not return until he was in his 50s. By then, he had made a name for himself in the surrounding seas. He was a famous treasure hunter with a resounding nickname, Magician. As a famous treasure hunter, he returned to his hometown in his later years, and did not show that he was very rich. The people on the island believed that he had hidden his wealth in his hometown. It is said that he once said in a tavern that he hid his treasure on Golden Wheat Island when he was drunk. However, no one has really found his treasure for more than 200 years. So it naturally became a legend. Most of the residents on the island believe that he squandered most of his wealth outside the island. He returned to his hometown in his later years, waiting for the god of death to take him away. This is very consistent with what a person who has been wandering on the sea for many years would do. Alka looked at the silver snake in his hand. This silver coin and the curse on it were confirming the authenticity of the treasure. He stood up and walked to the painting on the left side of the room. The painting showed an old man wearing a black top hat and formal black clothes. On his right hand on his left shoulder, he wore several rings. This was the portrait of Jack Monk, his mother's ancestors. This house was also the place where the last magician died. This was why Alka got the clue. After all, this is a family member. Thinking of this, Alka opened the manual in his hand. The thin booklet contained information about several treasures, all collected by the original owner from various places. Parker's golden cane, Lucky gold coin, Markdo's shipwreck, and now, Jack's magic treasure. Some of these are treasures from the main island, and some are legends from the neighboring island. They are all popular stories, and no one really thinks they are treasures. At least for now. Except for Alka, who claimed to be a treasure hunter. In fact, Alka himself thought that most of them were fake. The reason why he focused on Jack's treasure. Because this is his family, he has information different from outsiders. Several pages at the back of the booklet are all clues to Jack's treasure. The rest are just simple introductions. At the place where the two pages are connected, a simple map of Golden Wheat Island is drawn with very simple lines. Two key symbols are marked on it with ink dots. This is the only clue left by the original owner. Look at this map. Map detected. Scanning treasure. Scanning completed. Happy treasure hunting. Chapter 2 Treasure Hunting System. The words that appeared out of thin air in front of him made Alka excited, relying on his knowledge of various entertainments in his previous life. This must be the golden finger that he brought with him from his time travel. Take a deep breath and calm down. Alka studied his system. According to the words that just appeared, it shows that his system should exist for treasure hunting. Can it scan treasures? Because he saw the map at the end of the manual, the system was turned on. You need a map to scan the treasure? It makes sense. The simple map drawn by the original owner has changed. This simple map is the Golden Wheat Island under your feet. At this time, 4 circular light spots appeared on the map, emitting a faint glow. 3 of the light spots are white, distributed all over the island. The last light spot is blue. The original map obviously does not have glowing white spots. Somewhere in the dark, there is a kind of enlightenment. I closed my eyes briefly, and then opened them again. The light spots on the map disappeared instantly. It returned to the simple map I had just viewed, without any special features. I closed my eyes again, and then opened them again. The light spots on the map appeared again. The system display was turned on and off, according to the text just displayed. Are these light spots the treasure scanned out? I have played so many games, and I used to understand them with normal thinking, and I could roughly infer some system expressions, unless the design of this system is counterintuitive. Thinking of this, Alka stretched out his finger and clicked on one of the white dots. Ordinary treasure. Difficulty, children. Popularity, 0. Treasure information, unknown. A very brief introduction. So a white dot is the location of a treasure? Alka clicked on another white light dot again, and the information bar changed. Hidden private money. Difficulty, teenager. Popularity, 2. Treasure information. Many years ago, something buried by my father. It was the same white dot, but the introduction of this treasure point was obviously different. First of all, the name is more specific, the difficulty is different, the popularity is not 0, and the treasure information is also displayed. Look carefully to see what is different about this white dot. Is the location of this white dot my home? This map was drawn by the original owner. Although it is simple, it is still a relatively rigorous map. The ports, towns, and cliffs on the island are clearly marked, and of course there is also this house. Private money, my father's. While thinking, the direction is very clear. I started searching in my memory. When I was about 8 or 9 years old, I saw my father burying something in the small yard outside the house. When my father saw me, he made a shushing gesture. So that's it. Since it was the memory of the original body, I was like extracting information from an information database, and I wouldn't forget it. The treasure information showed my understanding of the treasure. Because I had a certain understanding of the treasure, the name would change, directly showing that the treasure was private money. Will the treasure complete the information obtained? It remains to be verified. Because in my memory, there is no clear indication that my father buried private money. Of course, this speculation is questionable. The so-called popularity should be the number of people who know it. The people who know this treasure are myself and my father, so it is 2. Although my father died when I was in my teens. And the difficulty is the most obvious. The first treasure is children, which literally means that even children can find it. The second difficulty is for teenagers. It is self-evident why it is named so. As long as you have a strong shovel, you can dig out the buried treasure. So what about this blue dot? It is a different color from white. Is there anything special about it? Alka reached out and clicked it. Jack's magic treasure. Difficulty, adult. Popularity, 1,325. Treasure information. The legacy and inheritance of the captain of the famous treasure hunting ship. Dream poker. Magician Jack Monk. So that's it. This blue dot is what I need to find. Jack's magic treasure that can keep me alive. After seeing the introduction of this treasure spot, Alka's heart finally relaxed. He felt a sense of security that his life was finally guaranteed. With the comparison of these 3 different treasure spots, all the previous speculations could be confirmed. There were 2 points about the treasure that he didn't know. I didn't know the name of Jack's ship, and I didn't know that the treasure also contained his heritage. This should be the information provided by the system based on the known information. Only the color of the treasure spot was still in doubt. But Alka thinks it should be related to the preciousness of the treasure. This can only be verified by obtaining more treasures. Jack's magic treasure has a reputation of more than 1,000, which is almost the population of the island. In other words, this treasure is only somewhat well known on this island. In any case, first dig a place to see if it is true or not. Practice makes perfect. Do it as soon as you say it. Alka picked up the normal-sized shovel by the door and carried it on his shoulder, pushed open the old wooden door, and walked out. The midday sun shone directly, making Alka raise his hand to cover his eyes. Pushing the door open, you can see patches of golden color in the distance. This is also the characteristic of this island, and the origin of the name of this island. Golden Wheat Island. Alka did not forget his important things, and went directly to the courtyard next to the house. The whole courtyard was surrounded by a low wooden wall formed by wooden stakes, and the height of the wooden wall was about 1 meter. There was a big tree in the corner of the yard. If my memory is correct, the private money is hidden under the tree. At this time, Alka picked up the map in his hand, and the white dot was fixed on the small house. There was no clear mark on where it was. If I didn't know it in my memory, I would definitely think that the treasure was in the house according to logical reasoning. If I want to know the specific burial point, it will definitely take a long time to find it. In other words, the more detailed the map is, the more accurate the location of the treasure point will be. And it will save more time, Alka thought. Picking up the shovel, and coming to the foot of the tree, Alka frowned as he looked around. The question was, where exactly was it? All he remembered was that it was at the foot of the tree. But the circle at the foot of the tree was not small. No matter what, he picked up the shovel and started digging. The sun had begun to set in the west, and it was already afternoon, and the sunlight was slightly dimming. At this time, next to the tree, there were piles of dirt and pits everywhere. Alka, panting, shoveled again. I know exactly where it is at the foot of the tree. And I still spent so much effort. If I only knew it was in this house. I don't know how long it would take, he muttered to himself. It seems that if he wants to find treasure in the future, a detailed map is indispensable. When he dug the soil around with the shovel and prepared to shovel again, Alka's eyes lit up. He had seen something similar to cloth in the pit. It was a cloth bag. This should be what he was looking for, because the outline of the treasure has been revealed in his eyes, and it is emitting a faint light. He threw the shovel aside and started digging with his hands. This is it, the treasure should be found. The small cloth bag stained with mud was dug out. When Alka got it, the light showing the outline also disappeared. After shaking it twice, there was a clattering sound of metal collision, and it was heavy. Alka could not wait to untie the rope at the mouth of the bag, and opened it to take a look. It was full of silver snakes. Chapter 3 First Treasure Harvest. In the bag, the so-called private money had exactly 12 silver snakes. Though I had learned about the surrounding currency system through memory, this was not a huge sum of money, but it was definitely enough. One silver snake can be exchanged for 200 copper swallows on average, which would fluctuate slightly depending on the situation, but generally not more than 10. And 1 kilogram of ordinary bread, the staple food of the islanders, was worth 1 copper swallow. An adult's daily food intake was about the same. An ordinary sailor's long knife on this island costs more than 100 copper swallows. The money a carpenter can earn in a year is about a little more than 5 silver snakes. That is to say, the private money in my hand now is worth 2 years of carpenter's salary. For ordinary families, it is a good choice to let their children become carpenters. The father in my memory is about this level, maybe better but not much better. Private money equivalent to 2 years' salary. Is it really okay? With so much money, did he really not get beaten to death by his mother at that time? Oh God, little Alka, what are you doing? At this time, a woman in a linen shirt and a slightly yellowed apron stood at the gate of the courtyard. After seeing Alka's behavior, she hurried over. She patted the dust off his body, then held his head with both hands and carefully checked it up and down. You just got sick. You should rest well in bed now. There is no treasure for you to dig at home, my little treasure hunter. In response to her, Alka smiled awkwardly. In the past few days, in order to recall all the memories of his original body without revealing himself, Alka has been lying in bed pretending to be sick and trying not to communicate too much with former acquaintances. The person in front of him was his neighbor. She seemed to be very familiar with his mother. They could be considered relatives. She was the one who came most frequently during the period of pretending to be sick. She was the one who cared the most about Alka. He didn't expect to be caught in the act. His brain was working frantically. Alka said directly, Aunt Marcy, I just remembered that my father had left some money for me here. He smiled awkwardly. Okay. Then congratulations. You have found treasure again, Aunt Marcy said perfunctorily. She picked up the bag of gold coins covered with a lot of dirt in his hand, then grabbed Alka's shoulders and pushed him into the room. She kept muttering, but now, you should lie on the bed and have a good rest. She was so strong. Alka was pushed into the room without any resistance. He could only sit on the bed helplessly. Aunt Marcy patted the bag of gold coins in her hand. Almost all the dirt on it was patted off, and nodded with satisfaction after seeing that it was relatively clean. She placed the bag of gold coins on the bedside table. A series of actions, all within Alka's sight. Your father finally did something useful, and left you a good fortune. When she just took the bag of gold coins, she sensed the approximate amount of silver coins in it through the weight and the sound of collision. And the reason why Alka said it directly is because this amount of money is not enough to move people's hearts. There is no need to hide it. Aunt Marcy came to the kitchen on the side of the room. The kitchen of the stone house is open. With this money, you can learn some skills, masonry or carpentry, Hans and Thomas's skills are not bad. Maybe you can go outside the island to learn cooking. The food in the tavern tastes too bad, but going to the outer island. Her voice began to come over, and at the same time, the sound of her cooking came. If you don't like it, just plant the land. We are still planting the 2 plots of land left by your mother. With this money, you can buy 2 more plots of land, and the golden wheat every year will be enough to live. All this is thanks to the protection of the stone mother. Hearing this, Alka, who had been silent, quickly replied, "Thank you for the protection of the stone mother." This is almost an instinct. However, Alka's silence gradually stopped Aunt Marcy's nagging. She was washing vegetables, and turned her head to stare at Alka beside the bed. She said with a little unknown emotion in her tone, "I know your dream has always been to become a treasure hunter on the sea. But you have to know that the sea is too dangerous, especially for the so-called treasure hunters. Pirates, storms, sea monsters, all of these can easily take your life. If you are in danger, your mother's soul will not rest in peace. And your damn father." After she finished speaking, the whole room became quiet. Only the sound of cooking could be heard from time to time. In Alka's memory, his parents disappeared when he was about 10 years old, although no body was found. Not long after, Aunt Marcy said that his parents were dead. Everyone on the island said so. Since then, although he still lived alone at home, Aunt Marcy next door basically became his second mother. In his memory, he was still quite afraid of her. Aunt Marcy was not short in stature, and it was said that a few ordinary men might not be her opponents. Alka, who was used to her gentle mother, could imagine what kind of punishment she would receive for her mischief at that time. However, Alka learned through her memory that Aunt Marcy was a really good person. She was just a little violent. Well, it was really just a little. At dusk, Aunt Marcy brought the prepared food to the table. "Eat quickly. Sigurd will be back soon, and I have to go back to cook for them." After saying that, she wiped her hands on her apron and pushed open the wooden door without waiting for Alka to answer. At this time, he stopped by the wooden door and turned around and said, "Take a good rest tonight. If you feel fine tomorrow, go on your treasure hunt. Okay?" His tone was a little serious. "Yes." Alka nodded quickly. He was very familiar with this tone. Aunt Marcy walked out with satisfaction. After she left, he sat at the table, picked up the bread and dipped it in the stew and started eating. The bread was unexpectedly good, but the stew had no taste, only a little salty. After all kinds of seasonings are expensive in this era. But at least it is edible, and it won't make him feel sick or unacceptable. He turned the treasure hunting manual to the page of the map and began to read it. In his field of vision, the small white dot next to his house on the map has completely stopped glowing and has dimmed. Does this mean that he has found the treasure? He reached out and tried to click it. Hidden private money. Harvest, difficulty, teenager. Popularity, 2. Treasure information. Many years ago, something that my father buried. Treasure harvest, silver snake. X12. It is not much different from before, and there is an additional word, harvest, after the name. An additional entry was added, showing the gains brought by the treasure. At this time, Alka felt an inexplicable impulse. He picked up the feather pen on the table and dipped it, and ticked the white dot on the map. Seeing this tick, Alka smiled. It was an instinctive reaction, and a great satisfaction rose in his heart. Then, he couldn't help but go to the last white dot that he hadn't checked. This white dot was at the end of the island, and it should be on the edge of the cliff by the sea. Chapter 4 Searching for Treasures. Captain Safe. Difficulty, Diver Expert. Popularity, 536. Treasure information, the place where the merchant ship Xiangmashu sank. There is a specific name and treasure information. It means that I know something about this treasure. And this treasure is quite well known. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but recall it in my mind. After roughly flipping through my memory, Alka got the information he wanted. About 30 years ago, a merchant ship sank around the island, and this matter was quite popular at the time. At that time, many sailors or fishermen who were good at swimming had dived at the place where the ship sank, trying to find some valuable items left on the merchant ship. However, they were all ordinary commodities, not of much value. Now, the only ones who still remembered it were some old people or middle-aged people on the island. As a self-proclaimed treasure hunter, I certainly had some knowledge of this information. Alka looked at the name of the treasure. In other words, the sunken merchant ship was not without valuables. But the valuable safe was not found. And the description of the difficulty is also very vivid. Good diver. Directly explains what kind of person is needed to get this treasure. This way, when searching for treasure, you can avoid many dangers. This golden finger is much more useful than I thought. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. The entries of the entire treasure point are conveying valuable information. And information is opportunity, is wealth. Although this body is good at swimming, Alka is not going to take this treasure. I will wait until I get rid of the curse on myself. The most urgent task now is to explore Jack's magic treasure. The most important thing is to get rid of the curse that is like a time bomb on the body. Looking at the sky outside the window, it has become dark. It is too dangerous to explore now. In order to prove whether the golden finger is useful, I wasted too much energy digging pits during the day, and now I am still sore all over. And it is too dangerous to act at night. I will have a good rest for a night to recharge my energy. There are still 3 days left. The difficulty of the blue treasure is for adults. Maybe it is not as difficult as the shipwreck treasure I just checked. Thinking of this, I felt relieved. The level of the treasure does not mean the difficulty of obtaining the treasure. While there was still a little light, I washed up and lay on the bed, ready to rest. At noon the next day, the scorching sun of summer, hanging high in the sky, radiated its amazing heat. Alka carried the treasure hunting tool bag that he had found under the bed on his back. He walked towards the port on the island. Golden Wheat Island is a very typical grain export island. The land on the island can grow a kind of high-grade wheat that is more special than ordinary wheat, golden wheat. This is also the origin of the name of the island. And most of the cultivated land on the island is also planted with this kind of food. According to Alka's memory and map, if he wants to reach the blue treasure point, he needs to walk along the beach at the port and along the beach at the edge to the waist of the island. Is little Alka going to hunt for treasure again? A rough voice sounded from the side. The speaker was an uncle who was selling fish with his upper body exposed. Alka was slightly stunned for a moment. Then he remembered that he was calling him. His name was Alka. He turned his head to look at the rough uncle and nodded, yes. Uncle Chick. I have a feeling that I can dig up a big treasure today. Ha ha ha. Does the big treasure refer to a silver snake? But a silver snake is indeed a big treasure for you. An old man with gray hair passed by, patted Alka on the shoulder, and said with a big laugh. While talking, he did not forget to take a sip of rum. Alka rolled his eyes and slapped his hand on his shoulder. He pretended to be angry and walked forward quickly. After walking a few meters, he turned around and said loudly, "Ha! Wait! This time it must be a big treasure." After that, he quickened his pace again and ran quickly along the main road in the middle of the town towards the port. Behind him came the laughter of the surrounding island residents. This scene would be played every few days. Especially last time, after Alka boasted that he had gained a silver coin, the situation became more and more serious. After walking a distance, Alka slowed down his pace, and the expression on his face changed from slightly angry to calm. He was just acting. Acting, the former Alka. The town was not big, and with just a few steps and a quick run, he had arrived at the port. The port was very small, except for some small fishing boats. There were only 2 slightly larger ships parked at the port. Both were 2-masted sailing ships. Alka did not look at them for long, and prepared to walk down the slope next to them. Alka? At this time, a strong voice sounded in the distance. Who was it? Turning his head, he saw a young man, with a completely naked upper body, extremely strong muscles, and dark skin. After he saw Alka, he hurried over. Looking carefully, many scars of different sizes covered his body. Alka, we are going to send Jinmai to Kekasi Island in a few days. Do you want to come with us? After saying that, he slightly turned sideways and whispered, Mom told me to pull you over. You don't want to make her angry. Do you? And didn't you want to go before? Alka remembered that this young man was Aunt Marsa's son Sigurd Pete. He usually went fishing with his father. When the golden wheat was ripe, he would follow the island's fleet to escort the golden wheat out to sea. After a little thought, Alka nodded. Okay. Let me know in advance when the time comes. Hearing Alka's agreement, he smiled happily, and then turned around and trotted away. He turned around and waved to Alka and said, Okay. I'll tell you when the time comes. And I wish you a happy treasure hunt this time. Ha ha. Watched him leave. Alka turned around and continued walking along the beach, leaning against the cliff next to him. It seemed that the original body was really famous on this island. Almost everyone was familiar with him, and everyone teased him with treasure hunting. It took a long time, and finally arrived at the waist of the island. He threw the bulky treasure hunting tool bag aside. He sat on the stone next to him, took out the treasure hunting manual, and turned to the page of the map. The map was not detailed. Alka took a look, and could only rely on his feeling and memory when he was drawing, and judged that it was probably in this area. Although the map was sloppy, the cliffs surrounding the island were simply outlined. The surrounding beaches were also simply drawn. The blue dot was around the cliff with the beach. If you go further, there will be no beach. It is really the edge of the sea. This treasure is only difficult for adults. The difficulty of the previous excavation was for teenagers. The punctuation point is on this side of the cliff. Alka couldn't help looking at the map and deducing it in his mind. He looked at the surrounding situation. There are probably only two possibilities. Either it is buried in the ground, or it is in a cave somewhere. Thinking of this, he was ready to start looking. He was already prepared. If he couldn't find it today, he would record the surrounding terrain in more detail. Then, he would only draw this area in more detail with the simple techniques in his mind. I hope it will be useful. Chapter 5 Mysterious Corpse. It was already afternoon. Alka was lying on the beach, resting in the shadow of the cliff. Beside him was a short shovel stuck in the sand. There were various holes around. These holes were not dug randomly, but were explored based on the surrounding reference objects that would not change. While resting, Alka flipped through the treasure hunting manual in his hand again. It was all about magic treasure, various information and inferences. Looking at these inferences from a modern perspective, he had to admit that he was indeed a bit talented. If it hadn't been for the death curse of extraordinary power, this body could have really become a real treasure hunter. Alka couldn't help but study it carefully. This information and inferences all indicate that when Jack died, he intentionally left clues to his treasure. Could it be the one he just saw? Thinking of this, Alka stood up immediately. He stepped back a few steps and looked up at the cliff carefully. As expected, under a thick tree that was sticking out of the cliff and growing obliquely, he saw a cave. Could it be there? No matter what, it would be dusk if he dragged it down. So he went up to take a look. If it doesn't work, he can draw a detailed map again. Alka immediately went to the tool bag next to him and took out a thick and long hemp rope from it. And there was also a grappling hook next to it. There was nothing found in this treasure, but the equipment looked quite real. Poor students have too many stationery. Holding one end of the grappling hook, looking at the bent tree that was about 10 meters high. Waving one end of the grappling hook, swinging it hard at the tree. Very smooth. Although it was the first time to swing it, Alka felt it was very smooth. From the remaining memory and body feeling, it seems that he practiced a lot for this. Although it felt very smooth, it was undoubtedly flying off the track. It was at least 2 or 3 meters away from the tree. Ahem. It was the first time. It was normal to miss the target. He walked over, picked up the hook again, and swung it again. After several attempts, he finally tied it to the tree. It must be said that the bodies of the other world are very strong. If the body that used to be on Earth were to try, it would definitely not work. Not to mention that this body was a 16-year-old boy. After wrapping the rope around the tree trunk twice, Alka pulled it down hard twice. It was very stable. He came to the side and put on the tool bag, and put the remaining short rope around his waist, and tied a safety knot with the rope next to it. When working at height, safety facilities must be prepared. Take a deep breath. Hold the rope with both hands. Step on the cliff, and start to climb up slowly. After a while, Alka climbed out of the cave. Look inside through the sunlight. Although it is dark inside, it can be felt that it is not very deep. There is an unknown dull smell in the air, which I felt when I was drilling a cave when I was a child. Sit at the edge of the cave. Untie the knot at the waist, and press the rope with a piece of gravel next to it. Alka is at the entrance of the cave, and takes the torch out of the backpack. Take out the flint and light the torch. With the torch lit, the darkness in the cave was instantly swept away. Stand up and walk inside. The entrance of the cave is about 2 meters and a bit narrow, but the inside is getting wider and wider. After walking a few steps, you can vaguely see the bottom of the cave. Wow! The torch that was originally held vertically shook. Alka was startled and couldn't help but take a step back. Where the torch illuminated, a corpse appeared. Neither the original body nor the former self had ever seen such a scene. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He bravely came to the corpse. He had to check how the man died. The clothes on the corpse were rotten and torn, and the whole body was in a prone position. The whole skeleton had a very obvious fracture at the 6th lumbar vertebra on the back. He looked at the ribs directly opposite him. There were indeed scars there, but they were much smaller than those on the lumbar vertebra. Being attacked from behind? Killed in one blow? It would be good if he was killed by someone. Alka's mood calmed down instead. He was afraid that he would die because of this cave. But it made sense when he thought about it. After all, the difficulty was only for adults. And there were no special requirements. He was just scaring himself. The most urgent thing was to return the silver coin. After groping for a while, he immediately took out the silver coin from his trouser pocket. Click. Click. Fuck. Alka finally couldn't help but swear. The torch in his hand almost fell to the ground. And he quickly took a few steps back. The sudden shock made his heart almost jump out of his throat. And his whole body felt as cold as if he had entered an ice storage. Calm down. Calm down. Is this the adult level? Are the adults in this world so powerful? The corpse that had fallen to the ground stood up. He hurriedly passed the torch to his left hand, crouched down, and took the machete from the bag in his hand. Thinking it was wrong, he immediately changed the machete to a short shovel. The shovel is much longer. Alka had completely retreated to the edge of the cave. Once the skeleton rushed over, he would immediately slide down the rope. However, the corpse did not move at all after it stood up, just staring at him with its empty eyes. Gulp! Swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The whole cave reverberated with Alka's heavy breathing. The right arm of the skeleton slowly raised. "H.A.!" Alka shouted, his body shook, and raised the shovel in front of him to invigorate himself. The skeleton spread out his 5 fingers, and then there was no movement. Suddenly, as if it had no energy, the skeleton collapsed directly, all the bones fell apart, and piled up in a pile. The original silver coin also flew over. Instantly, Alka felt something was wrong with his body. And he felt more comfortable and relaxed. This was something he had never felt since he crossed over. He felt as if his whole body was much healthier. The curse disappeared? Alka thought of something and couldn't help but pick up the torch and started to walk forward again. He came to a place not far from the pile of bones. Picked up a shovel and poked it twice. And after confirming that it was just bones, he bravely came to the side. The pile of bones still didn't move. Alka was still worried. So he picked up a shovel and swept away the entire pile of bones. After making sure there was no movement, he finally felt relieved. He couldn't help but squat down and carefully examine the bones. That was definitely a supernatural power. So this world definitely has supernatural powers. It's not just a curse that can curse you to death. The supernatural power just now really appeared in front of him. And it was visible. Thinking of this, Alka couldn't help but get excited. This is extraordinary power. At this time, I saw the left hand of the corpse in front of me, with a ring on the ring finger. Excuse me, don't take it as a mistake, I will definitely bury you well later. Alka squatted down and took the ring off the finger of the corpse. The ring has turned a little black and yellow. Obviously it is made of silver. The ring is about 1 centimeter wide, blowing off the dust on it. It looks familiar. I took a torch and observed it carefully. There are small words engraved on the inner circle of the ring. To my beloved Lisha Monk Siverslagu. Memories rushed out of my brain crazily. These are the names of my father and mother. Then this corpse. Chapter 6, The True Treasure. Mother. The gentle female figure lingered in my mind. Helping me dress, feeding me. Gentle scolding. Concern when I was sick. Education that was easy to understand. And the grief when she left suddenly. Alka took a deep breath, tried to calm down his emotions as much as possible. The two memories were combined. There were so many similarities. For some reason, the fear in my heart disappeared, and the corpses under my feet were no longer scary. Suddenly thought of something. Alka quickly took the bag not far away, stuck the short and thick machete at his waist, and put the flint in his pocket. He picked up the bones at his feet, and gently put them into the bag one by one. He carefully stacked them, and from time to time he scraped away the dust, tree roots, and rotten leaves on them. A little moisture appeared on the dry bag. Looking at the little moisture, Alka didn't care. It was just the body being affected by the memory. In the process of storing the bones, Alka was more convinced that the wound was on the back. The clothing fragments wrapped around the corpse were not completely rotten, and some colors and textures could be vaguely seen. It was consistent with my memory. The corpse was completely put into the bag, and the bag was bulging. He carefully sealed it and placed it next to the stone wall. Picking up the torch next to him, Alka continued to go deeper inside. He had not forgotten the real purpose of coming here. It was only a few steps away, and it could not be called deep. At the innermost part of the cave, you can see boxes of wooden treasure chests being opened. The place was already empty, with some silver coins scattered around. Sure enough, someone has already gotten there first. Alka was not surprised by the scene. His mother died here, most likely because she was attacked from behind. This showed that someone had arrived here, and the corresponding treasures would not have survived. However, it was obvious that the people who came here were in a hurry, and did not search all the treasures thoroughly. The silver coins left on the ground, as well as the 2 boxes at the innermost, were still flashing with golden light. All of them represent treasures. At least there is still a little soup base left. Alka immediately began to collect them. A golden sail, a golden leaf, 6 silver snakes. In addition to this most intuitive currency, there are 2 red gems about the size of a fingernail. This is the remnant left by the first batch of people. The golden sail is about half the size of a palm, with a sailing ship engraved on it, and a cross mark on the back. Alka has never touched the real thing, even in his memory, and he has never even seen it, but has only heard of the description. I heard that only big merchants would use such currency when making settlements. 1 gold sail is worth about 25 silver snakes. I heard that this exchange method has almost no fluctuations. There is also a gold leaf. This currency is a little smaller than the gold sail, and much thinner than the gold sail. It really looks like a leaf. Alka has seen this kind of gold leaf, and their family once had it. As an intermediate currency between the gold sail and the silver snake, the approximate conversion method is 1 gold sail equals 5 gold leaves equals 25 silver snakes. That means that after this trip, 36 silver snakes were harvested. This can be regarded as a fortune. At this moment, Alka can really say that he has made a fortune. Ordinary families can never afford so much wealth. Well, Aunt Mars's family may be able to afford it. Alka suddenly thought of something and was stunned. He quickly took out the manual from the inner pocket of his clothes. Turn to the page of the map, I said. The scene just now affected my emotions, causing my thoughts to go wrong. At this time, the blue light spot where he was on the map did not disappear, nor did it dim. If I had obtained the treasure, the light spot would have dimmed, and different information would have appeared when I clicked on it. But now there is none, which means the treasure is still there. Alka couldn't help thinking, although he didn't know the difference between the blue and white light spots. But according to normal thinking, blue must be stronger than white. At first, he thought that 36 silver snakes plus 2 small gems could be considered a blue treasure. Now it seems that it may not be. Maybe even the first group of people who came here to search for treasure didn't find the real treasure. This is already the bottom of the cave. If there is anything else to hide besides these boxes, it must be a secret compartment. Alka couldn't help but hold the torch and start to carefully check the stone wall. Turn the shovel in his hand upside down and gently slide and knock with the handle. First, check at the height of an adult's chest. He would stomp his feet gently while walking to see if there was a space under his feet. I checked all the way to the bottom of the stone wall in the center of the cave. With the knocking sound, a crisp sound came from this head-sized area. Looking carefully here, you can also find a small rectangular mark on it. Perhaps because of the time, it looks very blurry and inconspicuous. You can't see it at all if you don't look closely. This is the emblem of Jack's treasure hunting team. A plum blossom mark. This is it. Alka's voice was a little excited, and he picked up the shovel and knocked hard. After 2 heavy knocks, several cracks appeared, and then 2 pieces of mud fell off. The dark inside was revealed. After a few more heavy knocks, the secret compartment inside was completely revealed. A square box-shaped outline glow appeared in Alka's eyes. His expression was already excited. The last time I dug up a bag of gold coins, there was also such an outline glow to highlight it, indicating that this thing is the treasure. While thinking, he moved the torch in his hand closer. This is a rectangular iron box, with extremely rough lines on it, with a card engraved on the front, with a tall top hat on it. It represents who its owner is. After confirming that there is no problem, aka reached out and took the box out. It's so heavy. This iron box has an astonishing weight. It doesn't look like a hollow heavy box at all, but a whole solid piece of iron. He pulled it out heavily. It must weigh at least 50 or 60 kilograms. This is not a box at all. It is definitely a solid piece of iron. Because there is no crack on it, it is just a piece of iron specially forged, and there are patterns carved on it. But the outline just now has clearly told Alka, this is the treasure. It is more valuable than the 36 silver snakes and 2 rubies combined. But you can't tell anything from the appearance. Just when Alka was about to open the map to check the harvest. Little Alka. Where are you? Alka? Alka. Chapter 7. The Inheritance of the Magician. Is the voice of Aunt Marcy and the residents of the town. Only after hearing such a shout did Alka turn his head and look outside the cave. The sky outside the cave had been dark for a long time, and the bright stars dotted the black curtain. The full moon hanging high in the sky reflected on the sea, reflecting a softer silver light. Alka's first reaction was that it was bad. He was now in the cantilever cave, and there were his footprints and the rope hanging down below. As long as they are not blind, it is impossible not to discover themselves. Then they may find that they have found the treasure. No, I just found a little residue, which is not enough to make them so jealous. Alka looked down at the coins in his hand, and 2 small pieces of rubies. The total value of 36 silver snakes is the money that a craftsman earns in 7 or 8 years. It will only make them envious. With Aunt Marcy's family protecting them, they will not do irrational things because of this little money. And according to memory, the residents of the island are very united, and a little xenophobic. Not to mention that this is the property left by my mother's ancestors. On the contrary, if I hide it, it will make these people think too much. After thinking this through, Alka immediately took action. He went directly to the entrance of the cave, picked up the torch, and waved it twice outside. I'm here, with the light of the fire. And the voice was transmitted. Look up there. There is a torch. It's the voice of Alka. The brat. Thank God he's fine. I said. How could Alka have any problems every day? He's just a little naughty. Marcy is too anxious. But why is this brat up there? How did he get up there? The townspeople who found Alka gathered around. Aunt Marcy stood below holding a torch, and shouted to Alka, "What are you doing up there? Come down quickly. Do you know how worried I am about you? I'll be down soon. Please make way." An hour later, Alka returned to her home. Aunt Marcy was holding the bag of her mother's bones, and there were clear traces of tears in her eyes. Her husband, Boka, was with her. Sid was holding a 50-pound metal block in his arms, and he placed it directly by the door after entering. Panting, he said, "Why do you have to bring this thing back? It's just a piece of metal, and the quality is not good. Do you want to be a blacksmith?" Hearing his words, Alka just smiled awkwardly. He couldn't say that this was the treasure, although he couldn't see what was special about the treasure. He originally wanted to carry it away by himself, but Aunt Marcy insisted that her son help carry the iron away. Although Sid was reluctant, he half-heartedly took it back when he thought that Alka had just recovered. Aunt Marcy wiped her tears, stretched out her hand, and twisted her son's ear hard. She ignored her son's screams, held the urn in her hand, and gently and solemnly placed it on the table, as if she was afraid that it would be unstable. She took something to cushion it and fixed it. In her hand was the bracelet that represented her mother's identity, and she gently placed it on the table. She wiped her tears again. "Alka, keep your mother's bones well. I will talk to the Pakchi priest tomorrow and prepare for the funeral." After saying that, she came over, hugged Alka in her arms, and patted his shoulder hard. "Don't be sad. It's a good thing that you can find your mother's body. Have a good rest. We can talk tomorrow." After that, she pulled her husband and her son out of the door. Before leaving, Boka turned to Alka and nodded silently. Sigurd obviously wanted to say something to Alka, but facing his mother's toughness, he could only follow her reluctantly. Before leaving, his eyes were full of desire to talk. Alka really found the treasure, although it was just the wreckage that had been taken by others. But for these teenagers and young people, it was a very exciting thing. It was a pity that the treasure had already been taken by someone else. When Aunt Marcy and her family left the courtyard, Alka immediately locked the windows and doors. Only then did Alka bring the oil lamp on the table to the bedside. Leaning against the oil lamp, he opened the manual and turned to the map page. On the ordinary map, there were spots of light. At this time, there were only 2 white spots, and the blue spots on the coast had dimmed and turned into ordinary blue dots. Alka reached out and clicked on it. Jack's Magic Treasure. Harvest, difficulty, adult. Popularity, 1,325. Treasure information. The captain of the famous treasure hunting ship Dream Poker. The legacy of magician Jack Monk. Treasure harvest, 1 gold sail. 1 gold leaf. 6 silver snakes. 2 small gems. Jack Monk's Magician Legacy. The gold coin is still in his pocket. Magician Legacy. It should be the 50-pound metal ingot. Is that thing a legacy? I thought it was some precious metal. Arca immediately took the metal ingot by the door, wiped it clean, and carried it to the bed. It was like a piece of metal ingot that was completely poured together. Then the question is, how to get the legacy? Dripping blood? This was the first method he thought of, and it was also the way that came to his mind in an instant. Related to the power of fantasy, dripping blood is too classic. In addition, if he really counted it, he was indeed a relative of Jack, and he was a distant descendant. Maybe dripping blood will really work. Thinking of this, Alka immediately picked up the knife on the table and gently cut his finger. A small blood mark appeared on the index finger. After squeezing hard, a drop of blood finally appeared and dripped down. Alka stared with wide eyes. However, the blood dripped on the metal ingot, forming a splash, and there was nothing special about it. It was useless. What other ways could it be opened? A spell? A gesture? It can't require special power. Right? Like magic or something. If that was the case, then he was really helpless. He picked up the metal ingot and began to touch and observe the surface carefully, not missing any corner. He was interrupted by the shouting outside when he got it before, and he didn't have time to observe it carefully, except for the pattern on it. I really didn't see anything special. Suddenly, on the cross-section of the metal ingot, he felt a little uneven. He picked up the oil lamp and looked at it carefully. There were sunken lines, which were filled with mud, so it was not clear in the dim room. He used his fingernails to pick out all the mud inside, and blew hard. The lines were revealed. 2 words. Yun Yin. Chapter 8 Spell. Recite. Look at the meaning expressed by the characters. Does it mean there is a spell? It is hard not to think in this direction with such words, after all. It is deliberately carved on the metal ingot. Spell? What could it be? Alka couldn't help but think in his mind, through his familiarity with Jack, began to recall. Poker, Dream Poker Number, Poker Treasure Hunting Group. Isn't it the name of the ship or the name of the treasure hunting group? What else could it be? What is the most likely thing that this Jack would use to start the spell? Suddenly, his eyes couldn't help but look at the portrait on the dining table in the room. The portrait was the former Jack Monk. This portrait had its own name, printed on the bottom of the frame, which was said to be Jack's catchphrase. False truth. As the voice fell, it seemed as if there was magic in this sentence. The solid metal ingot placed on the edge of the bed in front of him began to melt like boiling syrup. The solid metal slid down to both sides, like a highly viscous liquid. It gave people a sense of mercury. The things wrapped in the metal ingot were revealed. It was an extremely ordinary wooden box. You could tell the material of the wood was pretty good, and the workmanship was okay, but it was very plain. After all the liquid had slid off the wooden box, the liquid condensed into a palm-sized metal block under the box, which pushed the box up. Although it was only the size of a palm, its thickness was still the same as before. Is this the real treasure? The scene just now showed Alka how precious this treasure was. This is a treasure hidden by special means. My heart is beating with excitement. Inhale. Exhale. I took a deep breath and brought the box in front of me. I opened it gently. A blue ring, a palm-sized booklet, and 3 cards that were stacked together and slid down slightly. I took them out one by one. The blue ring. Its blue color showed a metallic texture, and it was large enough to fit on an adult's thumb. There was no pattern or gemstone inlay. A very, very plain ring. 3 cards. He took them in his hand and checked them one by one. They were similar to ordinary poker cards, but obviously heavier, and felt like a specially treated smooth paper card. They were a bit like the poker cards in his previous world, but the poker cards in this world were quite rough, unlike these cards, which were very high-end. They felt extraordinary when touched. The patterns on the 3 poker cards were not the suits of poker cards, but strange symbols. The first card has a cross-shaped pattern on it, but the color of the cross-shaped pattern is a fiery orange-red, and the back of the card is a reddish gradient color. The second card has a simple rapier icon printed straight in the center. The color of the icon is metallic silver, and the back of the card is a gradient metallic silver gray. The third card has a circular ring, which looks like a blue ring formed by water, and the back of the card is a gradient light blue. This smooth card surface, this bright color, and the gradient picture. Is it really possible in this era? No. It's not even something from this era. This is something from 200 years ago. Alka suddenly thought that this thing was a legacy left by people 200 years ago, and refuted himself. Whether it was the ring, or the 3 cards, they all revealed their obvious extraordinary qualities. Looking at the final harvest, the manual, it was about the size of an adult's palm, a bit like Alka's treasure hunting manual. However, the surface of the manual felt like some kind of biological leather. It was snow white, had fine textures, and was smooth and soft. There was no text on it, and it was very thin. Opening it, it was densely packed with text, which revealed a sense of coolness, and was also accompanied by some simple hand-painted patterns. After a quick look, the booklet is divided into 3 parts. I turned back to part 1 and read it carefully. The Cross of True Fire. This spell comes from the scepter. Level treasure. The burning melting tree. Originally, the spell needed to be drawn on a material with magical power to achieve the effect. But after my improvement, it can be mixed with magic power by using materials related to fire, and drawn on hard paper made from the bark of the oil reed tree, which can also achieve the effect. The power of the spell produced is related to the material of the drawing. The better the material, the more powerful the spell card produced. I recommend the use of painting materials. Alka looked at the words on the manual, then turned around and looked at the 3 cards. It was a very thin booklet, and it didn't take much time for Alka to finish reading it. The whole booklet is equivalent to a production manual. The content inside is to teach people how to make the 3 cards, and it is written in great detail, including how to draw the spells on it, which kind of drawing materials is more cost-effective. Yes, it is cost-effective. Alka also knew the effects these 3 cards could produce, and how to use them. But the problem was that these 3 cards were consumables, and would be worn out after one use. If you wanted to make them, besides spending money, you would also need a very necessary thing, magic. Alka didn't even have it. This was the first time he knew this thing, and the first time he knew this word. The extraordinary power was right in front of him. But the painful thing was that he didn't have the foundation for it. The so-called magic power should be the foundation of transcendence. I don't know if this thing requires qualifications, or meditation or practice. I couldn't help but worry. I calmed down a little and focused on the ring of unknown origin. What is this thing? What's its use? Looking at the ring in his hand, Alka wanted to wear it, but was a little cautious. What if it needs magic power to work? Or it will forcibly absorb magic power to open? Then it will be troublesome. Who knows if magic power is something that is tied to one's life? Thinking of this, Alka's eyes drifted to the side, turning to the manual on the map page. After thinking for a while, he clicked on the blue dot again. Now that he has unlocked the inheritance, will the information he has gained change? Jack's magic treasure. Difficulty, adult. Popularity, 1,325. Treasure information. The legacy of the captain of the famous treasure hunting ship. Dream poker. Magician Jack Monk. Treasure harvest. 1 gold sail, 1 gold leaf, 6 silver snakes. Magician. Ring, spell card X3, Jack spell interpretation. Changed. Magician. Jack Monk's legacy, divided into 3 specific items. This ring is called Magician. But the size, it seems a bit big when worn on Alka's thumb. After thinking about it, Alka directly inserted it into his thumb. As soon as he put the ring on, the ring seemed to shrink, and immediately fit his thumb, and was worn on it. It's different. A different feeling came. Chapter 9 Ring. A cold touch, a cold thread like a stream of water, passed along the fingers all the way to the brain. The whole person couldn't help but tremble a few times. As this coldness flowed into the brain, the whole brain calmed down in an instant, and a short message also flowed in. Alka closed his eyes quietly, and the room was also silent in the middle of the night. Except for the oil lamp beside the bed, the flame was burning, and the sound of a slight crackling was heard. After a while, he received all the extra information in his brain. This ring is the legacy of a magician. A real magician, this ring is teaching Alka how to become a magician. The information that is instilled into his brain is also some knowledge related to magicians. In addition, the ring will also bring certain physical bonuses to Alka. It improves the flexibility of his fingers, simply improves his memory and memory efficiency, improves the flexibility of his body, improves the overall balance. These are collectively referred to as the basic qualities of a magician. I can feel it quite clearly. Is this the feeling of extraordinary power? I couldn't help but feel a little excited. This is the real experience of magical power. After thinking for a while, I took out a silver snake from my pocket and placed it on the back of my right hand. Relying on the knowledge that just appeared, the silver coin flipped between my fingers and rolled left and right on the back of my hand. It jumped and slid between each finger, finally stopped at the intersection of the index finger and thumb, and flew into the air with a force. I quickly caught it with my right hand, and immediately spread my palm. The silver snake had disappeared. He made a fist and extended his index finger, pointing at the left fist. The left palm opened, and a silver snake was lying in the middle of the palm. A very simple magic trick was performed. The performance just now was not smooth. There was a lot of unfamiliarity. The movements were very stiff, and there was no viewing value. But this was Alka's first time performing magic. The moment this ring is put on, it can make a person who has never been exposed to magic become a magic apprentice. If you practice diligently with the help of the ring, it won't take long for you to become a real magician. Even if you take off the ring. Thinking of this, Alka treasured the ring even more. This is so interesting. Is this the magical supernatural power? Perhaps this power is natural. It should be called supernatural power. My previous life was just an ordinary person. There is no magical power in the world. It only exists in entertainment works. My current body has no such thing in its memory. When I found the magical power, it would cost me my life. Now the magical power is in front of me, and I have it in my hand, and I can use it. This feeling, this excitement, made Alka very excited. Just as he was excited, a chill flashed through his brain, as if telling him to stay calm. Can this thing keep people calm? Thinking carefully, it is true that magicians must always stay calm in order not to be seen through and to give a pleasing performance. Thinking of this, aka took off the ring. The strange feeling disappeared instantly, and the knowledge related to magicians that he could call up in his mind before also disappeared. Only the magic trick he had just performed was still in his mind. And the knowledge related to the skills was still in his mind. He remembered this knowledge, but he would forget it if he didn't practice it. When he picked up the silver coin and wanted to continue the performance, he immediately couldn't do it. Without the finger flexibility brought by the ring, he couldn't even roll the coin on the back of his hand. He needed practice. He picked up the ring and wanted to put it on again. After thinking about it, he put it on the thumb of his left hand. The right hand is the main hand. He has never worn a ring in his 2 lives. It feels weird to wear a ring. It feels much more comfortable to wear it on the little finger of his left hand. It won't affect too much. Pick up all the things on the bed. Put the ring on your hand, and put the card and manual back into the wooden box. This thing is useless now, but it is very precious, so it must be hidden well. After finding a good place to put the things, turn around and look at the remaining metal ingots. This thing doesn't look like ordinary metal at all. After thinking about it, put it next to the table leg and wiped off the dust. Just throw it casually in the corner under the table, like ordinary gravel. All the gold coins and 2 gems were hidden. After hiding them, Alka clapped his hands and nodded with satisfaction. He turned off the oil lamp beside the bed and lay down on the bed. Early the next morning, Aunt Marcy pulled Alka up, holding her mother's body, and walked towards the center of the island. Sight wanted to follow, but was hit twice by his mother, so he had to open his mouth to Alka with his mother's back. Although he didn't say anything, Alka nodded. He said he would go find him when the time came and tell him his treasure hunting story in detail. He walked through the golden wheat fields and came to the center of the island. In the distance, he saw a huge stone about 20 meters high standing there. After walking a few steps forward, he could see several stone buildings around the huge stone. The roofs of these buildings were painted wheat yellow, and various reliefs were carved on the buildings. Next to them were densely packed tombs, and round wooden stakes were inserted into the tombs one after another. There were no tombstones, and there were wheat ears in front of many graves. Alka looked at the surrounding scenes and recalled his memories. This was the cemetery on the island, where most of the island's residents were buried. However, some could be buried, while others could not. At this time, the huge gray-black boulder was completely revealed in front of Alka. Around the boulder, a circle of stone platforms was built, which seemed to be used for some sacrifices. At the bottom of the boulder, there was a gap like a door. At this time, an old man was standing on the stone platform. Aunt Marcy took him over. Then the two stood there. At this time, the old man turned around and slowly came to them. Alka looked at him. Gray and white medium-length hair. Wrinkles, but still visible. Slightly tough face. Gray beard on the chin. Messy. The clothes on his body were not much different from those of ordinary residents, and he looked a little more decent. Watching him coming over, Alka crossed his hands and put his palms on his shoulders. Aunt Marcy also did the same thing. The priest in front of him did the same thing. May the Stone Mother bless you. Then the priest squatted down and picked up the bag of bones. Leisha's bones? He directly told the origin of the bones. Alka was slightly surprised and asked, "How did you know?" Hearing Alka's question, the priest's eyes were a little strange. "Maybe it's because I was looking for you yesterday." After saying that, he walked directly to the stone platform. Alka was slightly embarrassed and laughed. There were too many people looking for him last night. So how could he know? Haha. It was so dark last night. It's normal that you didn't see it. Aunt Marcy smiled and patted Alka's shoulder, easing his embarrassment. The two followed the Pakshi priest all the way. At this time, Alka found that the priest was holding the bones and running straight to the hole under the boulder. It seemed that he wanted to pass through the hole and enter inside. "Why do you want to carry her inside?" he whispered in his aunt's ear. As far as he could remember, Alka had never been inside the cave, nor had he seen anyone else enter it. After all, apart from the annual sacrificial activities and the funeral of his mother, he had never been here. For young people, this place was too boring and old-fashioned. "Bury the body. Let your mother rest in peace," Aunt Marcy said without stopping. Wait, they didn't see their mother's body. Why did they know that their mother was dead and not missing? Chapter 10 Stone Mother. Alka looked at Aunt Marcy, who was leading the way in front of him, and the priest who was already walking towards the entrance of the giant stone cave. When this question came to his mind, he began to think unconsciously. Looking through his memories, he couldn't figure out how they knew. The vigilance and little sense of security when he first came to the alien world made him start to think of the worst, and his pace began to slow down, falling behind his aunt. Should I ask directly? Logically speaking, normal people should be able to think of it, Alka thought. Before he could speak, they had already arrived inside the boulder. Walking in from the hole, it was unusually spacious. Alka looked at the surroundings. There were obvious signs of artificial excavation inside. The size of the space inside was in contrast to the size of the boulder outside. Basically, the middle of the boulder was hollowed out, and some patterns were carved on the top of the boulder wall. However, it was not completely visible due to the torches and other things. It was a bit rough, and it felt a bit like a fairy tale. A small hole was dug through the top of the boulder, about the size of a head. The light from outside passed through this hole, filling into the dim stone cave, and illuminating the environment inside the cave together with the surrounding torches. With this not-so-bright light, Alka was able to check the surrounding environment. Around about 1 meter above the ground, grooves were dug one after another, each of which was connected in a circle. Layer after layer of them were piled up, until they reached a height of about 3 or 4 meters. Alka counted them, and there were about 9 layers in total. In each groove, there was a stone of different shapes. The only thing in common was the material of these stones, which seemed to be exactly the same, with almost no impurities on the surface. At this time, Alka saw the real stone sculpture. In the middle of the whole space was a stone sculpture about 3 meters high. The stone used for carving was exactly the same as the material of the whole boulder. The statue was a faceless woman, with long hair, holding a baby wrapped in a swaddle in her arms, and a circle on her head, which looked like a headband made of wheat ears. There was a child of a few years old beside her legs, pinching her trouser legs, looking at the statue in front of her. It was obviously very rough, and there was no detailed carving on the face. But the sculptor carved out a trace of kind motherhood. It gave people a strange charm. Aunt Marcy stopped about 3 or 4 meters away from the statue, and Alka, who was following behind, also stopped immediately. The priest came to the statue holding his mother's bones. He first raised the bag of bones slightly. Then he slowly crouched down, giving people a solemn feeling, and gently placed the bag of bones on the ground. The sound of bones colliding sounded in the silent environment. He opened the bag, reached in and took out the bones one by one, and piled them in front of the statue. Alka and the others just watched, standing there and waiting quietly. Seeing that his aunt didn't say a word, Alka could only wait quietly by the side. Until the end, he took out the skull and placed it on top of the pile of bones. "Don't interrupt me," the priest's mature, slightly hoarse voice sounded. He stood up straight, crossed his hands on his shoulders, and lowered his head slightly. The sun shone from the cave. "I don't know if it's my illusion, but I feel that the sun is more dazzling now." The statue, the priest, and the mother's bones are bathed in the light. Such a scene suddenly has a hint of holiness. At this time, the priest's voice suddenly sounded. The sharp blade passed through the back, and the blood-stained blade pierced straight out of the chest. Unbelievable. Betrayal. Regret. Silent darkness. Blood connection. The last instinct. When he heard the first sentence, Alka couldn't help frowning, because what he said matched the wound on his mother's body. The second sentence is the emotion at that time? Betrayed. The third sentence may be about the feeling after death. The fourth sentence is completely unknown. The voice stayed here, and the space returned to silence. This is the simple information that Alka can get in a short time. At this time, the priest suddenly opened his eyes. He turned his head and stared at Alka, who was looking at him. Alka was sure that he was not mistaken. The priest's eyes had just turned from dark green to normal pupils. Your mother's soul disappeared last night? You saw her for the last time? Her bones were stained with a curse, but her death had nothing to do with the curse. At this time, Aunt Marcy next to her also turned her head and stared at Alka. Little Alka, what did you experience last night? Seeing this, Alka's brain worked quickly and opened his mouth, quickly organizing his words. I don't know if I was too excited or tired from the treasure hunt last night at that time. My mother's bones stood up. She opened her palm to me. Speaking of this, Alka took out a silver snake from his arms. There was a blade mark on the snake head of the silver coin. Then, the silver coin flew from my hand into my mother's palm. And then she fell apart. I thought it was my hallucination, and the silver coin might have been thrown by me in a panic. Hearing this, the priest took 2 steps forward and stretched out his hand. Show me the silver coin. Where did it come from? Alka handed the silver coin to the priest. He picked up the silver coin, squinted his eyes, and looked at it carefully for a while, and even sniffed it carefully. There is indeed a curse on it, but the smell is very light. He turned his head and stared at Alka and asked, where did this silver snake come from? After asking again, the priest and Aunt Marcy were stunned. The two of them seemed to have thought of the reason. They asked in unison, which treasure did you find first? Some time ago, Alka found a silver coin and made a big fuss about it on the island. The island is so small, and everyone has known each other for generations. As long as they are not ignorant, they basically know something. Seeing that both of them had guessed, Alka nodded. Yes, it is that silver coin. After a pause, he continued, when the silver coin was found, there was a passage engraved on the box. What is it? The priest asked hurriedly. Let me return the silver coin within 7 days. Otherwise I will be cursed. Alka made some deletions and changes, changing the sentence that would lead to death directly to the sentence that would lead to curse directly, and continued, I fell seriously ill on the 7th day after I found it. So I began to look for the treasure seriously and fearfully, wanting to return the silver coin. Hearing this, Aunt Marcy came up and hugged Alka's head, and couldn't help complaining. So you got sick because of this curse those 2 days? Why didn't you tell me? Isn't it because I was afraid that you wouldn't believe it? After all, curses are just like stories. Hearing Alka's words, Aunt Marcy couldn't help but sigh. The priest threw the silver coin to Alka, who caught it. You should thank your mother. Her last spirit dispelled the curse. He looked at Aunt Marcy and nodded to her. Aunt Marcy made a gesture of praise with her hands crossed, nodded, and left the cave. Before leaving, she said to Alka, come to my house for dinner tonight. Sight said you have to follow a merchant ship. After Aunt Marcy left, the priest stared at Alka. Come here, little Alka. Pray for peace for your mother. Hearing this, Alka walked over, looking at the bones piled under the statue. He crossed his hands and lowered his head slightly. The priest's voice rang in his ears. Calm your mind. Praise the Stone Mother in your heart, and pray for her to grant your loved ones peace after death. The Stone Mother's grace is in your heart, and it is as hard as a rock. The priest's voice seemed to have some kind of magic, and it easily calmed Alka's heart. Following the guidance of his voice, praying to the Stone Mother in my heart, reciting silently in my heart, the Stone Mother's grace to my heart is as hard as a rock. Suddenly, there was no sound in my ears, as if I was immersed in a world of silence. Crack. A piece of stone, and the sound of breaking suddenly sounded. Alka opened his eyes suddenly. I didn't know where I was. Chapter 11. The world leading to the other side. It was pitch black, but it seemed to be a strange space with light. Alka looked at this dark space, and then looked at his feet stepping on the silent water. At some point, his shoes had disappeared, and his feet were just stepping on the water bare. It seemed that there was a hint of coldness under his feet. An inexplicable meaning surrounded his heart. It was peaceful and serene, and gentle as the wind. Evidently, he had never been here before, but he didn't care about this place at all, and he wasn't curious about the origin of this place. I just want to stay where I am. Time seems to be unable to pass through my body. Ding dong. A drop. As if the sound of water drops on the water surface. The water surface in front of me ripples. Circles of water waves spread around, until they disappear in the light and darkness. Following the ripples, something is emerging from the water. Alka, who is watching this scene, has no fear or curiosity in his heart. Only calmness remains. A female figure slowly emerges from the water surface, and her eyes are full of love and desire when she looks at him. Her face seemed blurry, but also very clear. This was her mother. She stretched out her hands to Alka and grasped them, and finally let them fall down helplessly. The smile on her face was filled with a hint of reluctance and relief. She wanted to walk over. She wanted to grab her hand. When this thought just came to her mind, one foot had already stepped out. Memories were emerging. Some of Alka's, and some of her own. The face of her mother in front of her gradually became a little blurry. The pace quickened. However, the distance did not change at all. He ran wildly. His feet stepped on the water, and ripples appeared one after another. The distance did not change at all. A canoe appeared next to the mother at some point. It seemed to have always been there. There was a wooden paddle on it, and a small lantern hanging on the bow. The mother stepped gently into the canoe, then sat on it, picked up the paddle, and slid gently on the water. Finally, she turned her head. Her face became clearer, and her eyes were full of reluctance. In the end, Alka only saw his mother's back gradually going away, heading towards the darkness. She sat in a small boat, holding a lantern and heading into the darkness. Who? Only then did he kneel down on the water helplessly, gasping for breath. A certain thought in his heart completely disappeared. It was not his own tears, but they suddenly flowed out of his eyes. Like a rising dam, the water in front of me kept ripples. Although there was no big change, there was a feeling in my mind. I had truly merged into this body, and my memory was no longer unfamiliar and slow. My body felt more relaxed, and my mind felt much brighter. The scene suddenly changed. The light above my head shone down. I suddenly opened my eyes, and found myself back in reality, still maintaining the same posture as before, with my hands crossed on my shoulders. What was that just now? Am I hallucinating? Alka couldn't help but look at the priest in front of him and asked. The priest shook his head. That is the river leading to the world of death. Under the blessing of the Stone Mother, her relatives were able to send her off for the last time. Then he added, don't worry, the Stone Mother will bless her to reach the other side. At this time, Alka saw that the pile of bones placed under the Stone Mother statue had completely dissipated. It turned into a pile of bone powder, and a layer of cloth bags had been placed under the pile of bones. The priest turned around and walked over to pick up the cloth bag, and the bone powder also slid into it. After receiving the cloth bag containing the ashes, Alka bowed again to express his gratitude. Then he asked, Priest Pakchi, why did you conclude that my mother was dead a few years ago when you didn't see her body? I thought you would keep it to yourself, Pakchi said with a smile. Then he led Alka outside, walked to the cemetery next to him, and found the grave of his mother in his memory. It was then that Alka noticed that these cylindrical wood tombstones were a little strange. There was a very obvious circular pit in the middle of the cylindrical wood pile. In all the pits, there was a half-broken stone. There was also one in his mother's tombstone. See these stones? They represent every resident on the island. When they die, the stones will crack. As he said this, the priest picked up a shovel and dug out a pit behind the tombstone. He turned to Alka and said, Come and scatter your mother's ashes. Alka nodded. While doing this, he still asked, What about my father? There was no funeral for him. Is it because his stone was not cracked? No, it's not like that. Your father is not a resident of the island. Outsiders don't have stones. What about me? Do I have any? Of course you do. Your mother is a resident of the island blessed by the Stone Mother. And you were also born on the island. So of course you have your own stone. Hearing this, Alka nodded. Silently, he filled the hole and buried the ashes. After a simple recollection and memorial service, AKA was about to leave when Parchi said, Do you really want to be a treasure hunter? Of course. If it weren't for his system, aka himself would definitely not have any idea about being a treasure hunter. But since he has a system that can help with treasure hunting, and it fits his personality, why not? Not to mention that these treasures hide extraordinary powers, and he has already experienced them. For someone who had been an ordinary person all his life, and died because of the pain of a fragile body, facing the temptation of extraordinary power, how could he not be tempted? While thinking, Alka touched the ring on his left little finger. He was only one step away. Hearing Alka's answer, Parchi nodded. You are a talented child. Yesterday's success proved yourself. But you know too little about this world. It's too dangerous to let you go out on the sea like this. I have some friends outside the island, one of whom is a treasure hunter. Do you want to board his ship? Hearing this, Alka couldn't help frowning and thinking, why did Parchi help him like this? As soon as this thought came to his mind, his memory gave him the answer. There was no reason. It was natural to help each other on this island. As the priest of the Stone Mother, Parchi was the owner of this island. Of course, he was the owner elected by the people or God. This made him a little entangled. If he followed Parchi's arrangement, it might help him understand the world faster. And it might also be safer. But it could be even more dangerous. You've experienced the power of the ring, right? Aren't you curious about the magical powers you've experienced these days? This is a little unlike you. Did what you've experienced these days make you feel fearful? Are you a little hesitant? Pucky looked at Alka's thoughtful face, and couldn't help but teasing him. It was like thunder in his heart. He saw it. Yes, after experiencing all this, it was obvious that this world had magical powers. And this island obviously has this magical power hidden. As a priest who is not sure whether he is a real god, it is not surprising that he has extraordinary power. The hallucination I just entered is obvious. Not normal. My concealment is as obvious as doing something under the teacher's nose on the podium. Even with the help of memory, I was too cautious when I first came to the other world. It can be said that I don't trust anyone at all. This is a good thing, but also a bad thing. Parchi seemed to see Alka's troubles, and said to himself, if you want to obtain this extraordinary power, you can't do it without a channel. And it just so happens that the treasure hunter I recommend to you has such a channel. As long as you show your talent, you will have a chance. Hearing this, Alka no longer hesitated. He nodded and said, no problem. I am willing. Ha ha ha. Others may not be willing even if you are willing. But I will send them a message. They seem to be active in the sea area during this period. After laughing a few times, Parchi patted Alka on the shoulder. Okay. Boy. Go back. I will notify you when they come. Exercise your body well. You can't go on the sea without a good body. Alka nodded. He crossed his hands and bowed to Parchi. May the Stone Mother bless you. Chapter 12 Sailing with the Ship. Knock. 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 A crisp knock on the door came from the wooden door of the house. Sigurd's voice rang out from outside. Arka, are you ready? We're going out to sea today. Right away, I'll be there right away. Arka in the room had just gotten ready, picked up a piece of bread on the table, stuffed it into his mouth, chewed it twice, and rushed out of the house. Looking at the bread in Arka's mouth, Sigurd wanted to ask him if he had breakfast, but he swallowed it back again. I had no choice but to pull him and say, let's go. The ship should be setting sail soon. After that, I took Alka through the small town and came to the port of the island. Facing the salty and humid sea breeze in the morning, and the slightly hot sun, one by one, fishing boats that can only carry 2 or 3 people slowly left the port. Fishing boats on the island usually set out in the early morning, and may not return until the afternoon or even at night. Only the 2 large sailing ships I saw before were still staying at the port. One of the cargo holds had been opened, and many sailors, who had never seen sailors before, were carrying bags of wheat into the hold. There was also a supervisor watching from the side. Hold them well. Don't spill them or get them wet. These are all golden ears of wheat. At this time, there were only a few bags of wheat left on the wooden board not far away, and it would all be transported into the cabin soon. This is Uncle Hals's merchant ship. You know Uncle Hal's, right? Alka nodded. He remembered this person. He is also a resident of the island. He can often be seen in the tavern or at the port. I didn't expect that he worked on a merchant ship. Sigurd looked at the sailboat, patted Alka's shoulder, shook his head, and motioned them to get on. Uncle Hal's often transports goods between the surrounding islands with this ship. Sometimes I will go with him and be a sailor. The two chatted, boarded the ship through the connected wooden planks, and came to the deck. Hurry up. You lazy bastards. Check if the cables and locks are fixed. And you? This middle-aged man, who looked a bit burly and a bit like a reckless man, was scolding the sailors around him. Alka had never seen him before, so he should not be a resident of the island. He was wearing a very ordinary linen short-sleeved shirt and shorts, and a long knife with a sheath on his waist. Suddenly, he saw two people who had no work, blocking him, and was ready to scold them together. It's Sigurd. You're here. He smiled and came over to hug Sigurd. Then he saw Alka next to Sigurd. This is my brother. Alka, Sigurd introduced. Alka also quickly stretched out his hand. Alka Lagu. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Sigurd's brother is my brother. Just call me Tofel. He stretched out his big palm, held Alka's hand, and shook it vigorously twice. He seemed very enthusiastic. Sigurd said beside him, he has just come of age. Bring him to the ship to see the world. Tof nodded in understanding and laughed twice. A man of the sea should become a man in a storm. Ha ha ha. After a few pleasantries, a ding-dong sound like a bell came from the bow. Hearing this sound, Tof hurriedly said, I still have work to do. I'm leaving first. After that, he left. Before Alka had time to turn around, he heard a rough voice. Raise the sail. Sigurd also pulled Alka forward. We are going to sail. It's a bit bumpy. Find something to hold on to and stand firm. As soon as he finished speaking, Alka had not had time to hold the baffle next to him. With a swish, the sail was pulled down. With a push of the wind, the canvas swelled up, pushing the sailboat out of the port. Sigurd saw that Alka didn't hold on to anything to stabilize his body, and he immediately wanted to reach out and grab him. After all, this was Alka's first time on a ship, and if he didn't stand firmly, he would probably fall. The swaying and bumping during sailing, people who are not used to it can easily roll over. However, before he could reach out his hand, he saw Alka's legs firmly nailed to the deck as if there were nails. He didn't stand unsteadily at all with the swaying of the sailboat. Have you been on a boat before? Sigurd said with some surprise. Alka shook his head. He just felt that this little swaying would not make him lose his balance. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but reach out and touch the ring on his left thumb. It seems that the balance and body coordination brought by the ring are really very useful when sailing on the sea. I didn't expect that it would be this attribute that first made Alka feel the strange power. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but walk on the sailboat that had just sailed and had not yet completely recovered its stability. This feeling of moving steadily on a shaking object is really very strange. Sigurd, look at his posture. He is really a natural sailor. Just like an old sailor. Alka looked in the direction of the voice. And a middle-aged man with messy hair, and a well-groomed beard with a few white hairs strode over. The clothes he wore were obviously different from those of the sailors around him. He wore a brown-gray leather coat, and a hat similar to a captain's hat on his head. On his sturdy body, he wore a long sword that looked very simple and ancient. Without waiting for Sight to answer, he came to Alka's side, patted his shoulder, and pinched the muscles on his shoulder. Alka, why don't you come to work on my ship in the future? Treasure hunting may not be suitable for you. Ha ha. This was the captain of the ship, Hals, who was also a resident of the island. Sigurd came over quickly, and said with a rather smug expression and tone, Uncle Hals, you don't know this, but Alka is now a real treasure hunter. He patted Alka's chest proudly, as if he had found the treasure himself. Then he talked about how Alka found the magician's treasure a few days ago, although someone else got there first. Good boy. Not bad. I didn't expect you to find it. I really underestimated you before. Hals looked at him, as if he had just met Alka. Who would have thought that the kid who once loved to play treasure hunting games has become a real treasure hunter? Alka immediately laughed, and said in a boastful tone, No, you really flatter me. It's just a small treasure. Seeing that Alka was still the same as before, Holtz couldn't help but shook his head with amusement, laughed twice, patted him on the shoulder and left. Sieg pulled Alka towards the stern of the ship. After passing some sailors who greeted him, they came to a small warehouse. It was filled with various iron objects, like a tool library. On several wooden racks, long sailor knives were hung steadily. Sigurd walked up and found two short knives that looked good and had scabbards. He took them down and handed one to Alka. This is... Seeing Alka's confusion, Sigurd explained, this is the sea. There are too many dangers. And you can't protect yourself without weapons. After Alka took it, he looked at the sailor knife in his hand. This knife is more like a short knife, probably shorter than an adult's entire arm, with a wider blade in an arc shape, and a D-shaped guard extending to the handle. A weapon that is very good for chopping, with a relatively short blade, can also be used in more complicated situations. Drawing out the scabbard and taking a look, the blade flashed a cold metallic light. But I don't know how to use weapons. It's okay, it's mainly used to give you courage, so if you really encounter danger, at least you will have the confidence. Right? Seat raised his head, and said with a smile, as he adjusted the short knife in his hand. And this kind of knife only needs to be able to cut, not necessarily much experience, and it can cause damage to the enemy by swinging it randomly. Alka nodded. Although he said this, he still liked it in his heart. After all, this is a real weapon, with a blade. He held it in his hand, and compared it, and even made a few poses. Chapter 13 Map. Alka stood on the deck, with a sailor's long knife on his waist. One hand rested on the knife handle, and the other hand was placed on the side of the boat in front of him to face the sea breeze, observing everything on the boat. His eyes were full of curiosity, everything here was full of novelty to him. After all, whether in his previous life or in his current self, it was the first time he boarded such a large sailing ship. The shape of the whole ship was not like what Alka had seen in some movies. It did not look like a galleon, but rather like an earlier carrack. The forecastle and poop of the ship are obviously higher than the middle deck, and present a long concave shape. There are cables as thick as forearms, stretched straight upward, all the way to the fence. Countless cables run above the ship, and there is order in the chaos. On the main mast in the middle of the deck, there are 3 huge horizontal sails of decreasing sizes from bottom to top, which swell with the sea breeze. There is also a secondary mast at the back, which is almost the same except that it is slightly shorter than the main mast, and the sail is slightly smaller. The arrangement of masts and sails, however, is more like the sails of a galleon. It's a bit strange. Looking at the sailors standing on the round watchtower on the main fence several stories high, Alka can already feel the feeling on the watchtower as the ship sways slightly. The sailors around looked at Alka, who seemed to be curious about everything, and couldn't help but shook their heads in amusement. They seemed to see their former selves again. How is it for your first time on board? It's very interesting, isn't it? Sigurd came over, stood next to Alka and said. And the sailor knife he had held before was also pinned on his waist. Alka looked at the white waves breaking through the bow and nodded. It's really novel. I've never been on such a big sailboat before. Hearing this, Seat smiled and patted Alka, then left. Before leaving, he said, it will take 2 or 3 days to reach the destination. When you rest at night, you can go to the room I just took you to. Alka waved and continued to experience the new life on the ship, looking at the endless sea. It's really interesting. Is it still interesting? No. Alka leaned against the stern of the ship and said boredly. On the first day, he was curious about the new life on the ship. The endless sea and blue sky. The fish swimming in the sea. Everything made him curious. On the second day, he was not very interested. There was only the sea and the blue sky. Nothing else. Now it is the third day. I heard that the wind direction is not very good, so it may take a day to reach the destination. He no longer has the novelty of this ship, except for other ships passing by hundreds of meters from time to time. Everything on the vast ocean is unchanged. 1 or 2 days is fine. But if it lasts longer, life on the ship will be too boring. Much more boring than Alka imagined. These entertainment activities among sailors are too boring for Alka, who has experienced modern times. He now spends most of his time practicing magic in his room, and some skills that can be used in battle. Tofa listened to the 2 people's chat, walked over and said with a smile, "Haha, this is the sea. A strong seaman must resist this kind of spiritual training, and the boring world is to prepare for the passion that comes at any time." Alka didn't feel anything when he heard this, but Sight thought of something and said, "Is this sea area unsafe recently?" Tofa nodded, and said seriously, "There are pirates on this route recently, and several members of the homeland died some time ago." Hearing this, Sight's face couldn't help but become serious and nodded. Homeland? After Tofa left, Alka asked hurriedly, "Are there pirates in this sea area?" "Which sea area doesn't have pirates? They are like rats in the sea, everywhere, and you can never clear them out." "What does the term homeland member mean?" Alka was more interested in this question. Hearing this question, Side looked at Alka with a strange look. Then he stretched out his hand and pointed at him, and then pointed at himself and said, "It's us. We are the people of Homeland Island." Hearing this, Alka remembered that Golden Wheat Island would also be called Homeland Island. But why is it called Home Island? It's a strange name. At this time, Sigurd patted Alka on the shoulder and said, "The thing you asked me to help with yesterday has been done. Let's go." "Really, let's go quickly." Hearing this, Alka hurriedly urged. As he said that, the two entered the stern deck, where there was the captain's office, and knocked on the door from outside. "Come in." A rough, full voice came. It was the voice of Captain Halls. The two pushed the door open and walked in. This was Alka's first time entering the captain's room of a sailing ship. It was not as exaggerated as he had imagined. It was just an ordinary room. It was quite spacious. Simple furniture was placed around. A painting was hung on the left wall of the captain's room. Very simple decoration. There were 3 rows of simple bookcases next to it. There was a wooden baffle in the middle of the bookcase, to prevent the books from falling down during bumps. All furniture and supplies were basically fixed. The most eye-catching thing is the large solid wood table in the middle of the house. It looks a bit messy, with various parchment scrolls placed on it, and some navigation tools. Alka only recognizes a compass, and he doesn't know much about other tools. There is also a huge map hanging on the wall behind. These maps are the purpose of his coming here. Alka asked Sigurd yesterday to help him take him to the captain's room to see some detailed maps. He is very interested in maps. This kind of thing, usually only in the captain's room. Holst looked at the visitor, smiled and said to Alka, "The treasure hunter is here. Come on, you can read these maps. If you don't understand anything, just ask me. I can't delay you. Otherwise, Marcy might twist my head off. Ha ha ha. How can it be so exaggerated?" Sigurd said with a sidelong glance at him. Hearing this, Holst came over and patted his shoulder with some sympathy. "You are her son. How could you not know that?" Hearing this, Side had to remain silent. Alka completely ignored the jokes of the two, was already a little impatient, and went directly to the huge map on the wall at the back. "Is this a world map?" Hearing this, Hall hurriedly shook his head and said, "No. No. No, this is the map of the Maharid homeland, also known as the North Homeland Sea. We are here now. This is the Golden Wheat Island. This is our destination." He pointed to a point on the lower right side of the map. The distance between the 2 points on the map was less than 2 or 3 centimeters, almost touching each other. What is the Blood Gold Alliance? The large area they were in on the map was called the Blood Gold Alliance. The Blood Gold Alliance is an alliance of several important islands, and Golden Wheat Island is also a member. Alka nodded in understanding, which means it is equivalent to the government of this area. As for the alliance, a united government? Then, he was not interested in too much information. Of course, he came to see this map to test his golden finger. His treasure hunting system must use maps as a medium. He wanted to know how the golden finger would perform for such a large map with a wide coverage. It is impossible for the dense light spots to fill the entire map. There are 4 light spots on a small Golden Wheat Island. There are countless islands in such a large sea area, not to mention a series of treasures such as shipwrecks in the sea. Thinking of this, Alka looked at the entire huge map, and then blinked. There were obvious changes on the map immediately. But Halls and Sigurd did not notice, nor did they see anything unusual, and they were still chatting with each other. Chapter 14 Big Map. When Alka turned on the system sounded again. Map detected. Scanning. Scan successful. Happy treasure hunting. Hearing this sound, Alka looked back and found that the other two did not notice anything strange. He then turned his attention back. So that's it. If the map meets the system scanning standards, this prompt sound will appear for the first time. The same map may not be needed later. No wonder when I was experimenting at home a few days ago, many maps did not work at all. For example, the map drawn in the sand with a stick, but Alka tried to draw a detailed map of a small area on paper with pen and ink, and light spots appeared. But there was no scanning sound. Now I think, it may be because the detailed regional map is just an extension of the overall summary of Golden Wheat Island. The map of Golden Wheat Island can already clearly scan the treasure. He collected his thoughts. He looked at the map that had been displayed in different ways. He showed curiosity. This large world map was not, as Alka had thought before, a dense mass of light spots. Instead, it flashed slightly different lights according to the different areas. But these lights were slightly different. Dim, light white, light blue, dark blue, and gold. For example, The color of the area of the Blood Gold Alliance where they were now was light blue. Thinking of this, Alka reached out and clicked. Blood Gold Alliance. Amount of treasures, white. Large amount, blue. Small amount. Difficulty of area, easy. Introduction of area. Location of Blood Gold Islands Alliance, Archipelago Alliance power. Completely different from the introduction of the light spot before. However, Alka did not make a rash judgment. There are so many areas on the whole map. Let's take a look first. Then he clicked on a darker white area next to it. Sable La Sea. Number of treasures, white medium. Difficulty of area, difficult. Introduction of area, none. The first entry must be the name of the area. Since the name is written directly on the map, the entry is directly displayed. The second entry should be the color of the treasure, and how many treasures of the corresponding color there are. The difficulty displayed by the third entry is not as clear as when exploring treasures, only a rough summary. The fourth entry is almost the same as the treasure entry, and the corresponding information is added according to one's own understanding. For example, the Blood Gold Alliance knows some information, so it is displayed as the location of the Blood Gold Alliance. As for the Sabora Sea, I only know the name, and I don't know anything else, so there is no information at all. Thinking of this, Alka couldn't help but click on the areas with golden color on the map. The color of gold means that the treasure here has the same color level. Paltaro Dark Realm. Number of treasures, white. Huge amount. Blue. Large amount. Gold. Small amount. Difficulty of the area, dangerous. Introduction of the area, none. A large amount of blue treasures? That is to say, blue treasures are more common here. It is very likely that this is a place where people with magical powers can gallop. Thinking of this, Alka couldn't help but touch the ring on his little finger. Things like this are everywhere. Where is it? Especially gold-level treasures. What would be marked with gold? There is no information provided for this. After all, he didn't even know what the blue treasure represented. The difficulty was also dangerous. Thinking of this, Alka suddenly turned around and asked, "Where is this polder?" The places Alka clicked were the areas closest to their location, so this polder was not too far away from their Blood Gold Alliance. Of course, it was just like that on the map. Hearing Alka's question, Halls walked over and took a look. "You are talking about this. I have never been to this place called Polder, but I have heard about it from some people. There are many ruins in that place. It is a sea area that many treasure hunters go to, because it is dark all year round, and there may only be a short time to see the sun in a day, so it is also called the Dark Realm." Hearing Hall's answer, Alka nodded. "Thank you. Are you worthy of being a treasure hunter? You actually asked about the place related to treasure hunting directly," Hall said jokingly. Alka waved his hand helplessly and said, "I'm just curious. Why is there a dark area marked here? If you are not strong enough, have no friends, and have no treasure hunting team, it is better not to go there. I heard it is very dangerous there. Remember? It is very dangerous." Halls was beside him and warned slightly. Alka nodded. "Don't worry. I'm not that reckless." "That's good." At this time, Alka continued to look at the introduction of this area. Sure enough, the information entry showed new information from nothing. Information, the place where the Waston Empire was destroyed. When the country was destroyed, it used powerful treasures to destroy the enemy and itself. The entire sea area was plunged into darkness for many years due to the spread of power. This information suddenly increased a lot. I just understood some superficial information, and the system supplemented a lot of more detailed information. I believe this information is invaluable. Once again, it shows the power and importance of the system. Waston Empire? I have never heard of it. But forget it, this place is definitely not something I should think about. I will have a chance to learn more about it in the future. The first problem now is to obtain the magical power first. Then he turned around and looked at the more detailed maps on the table. "Can I see these too?" Of course, there is no secret worth hiding. If you just look at it casually, you can buy it everywhere. After hearing this, Alka came to the wooden table. There were many maps on the table, some of which were sea charts, and some of which were more detailed maps of the Blood Gold Alliance. However, most of them were relatively rough, and compared to the world map behind, they were much inferior in both paper and detail. Alka blinked and immediately turned on the system. The scanning sound rang out again. After the scan was completed, several maps had different changes. There was not much difference between the sea chart and the world map. And they were also blocks of different colors. The map of the island was the same as the map of the Golden Wheat Island in Alka's manual. There were light spots. However, there were only 2 white light spots on it. Clicking on them, there was no information to be learned. Only the map of the Blood Gold Alliance was different. On the large character C map of the Blood Gold Alliance, only a few important places were drawn for comparison. These important places were some important islands of the Blood Gold Alliance. Just when Alka wanted to take a closer look. Dang dang dang. The clear and swinging bell sounded from outside. Alka knew that it was the sound from the observation deck on the top of the main mast. The sound from this place indicated that some situation might have occurred around, and was discovered by the lookout. Something is happening. Let's go out and take a look. Chapter 15 Pirates Attack. When Alka and Sigurd walked out of the captain's room, many sailors had gathered on the deck. Seeing the captain coming, they all made way. What happened? As soon as Halls asked, a middle-aged man dressed in leather clothes, well dressed, came over with a serious expression. He gave people a sense of majesty without anger. He was the first mate of this ship. Captain, we found pirates. He pointed at the sea. Several people immediately looked in the direction pointed, and saw a sailboat there, slowly approaching. Due to the light fog on the sea, and the distance was too far, it was not very clear. Halls immediately took out a monocular telescope from his pocket and stretched it out, squinting his eyes, and looked carefully. It's pirates. It should be the group that has been roaming in this sea area recently. It's really unlucky. Then he immediately turned around and shouted to the sailors behind him, "What are you still standing there for? Are you expecting them to let us go?" Hearing the captain shout, everyone started to move. Alka also couldn't help but hold the dagger at his waist. Side looked at Alka and patted him. "Don't panic. Don't you see that these sailors are actually very calm? It is normal to encounter pirates when sailing on the sea. There are too many dangers in the sea. Are you ready to see blood?" He took out the sailor knife in his hand and held it in his hand. "Follow me closely, don't worry." Alka nodded, feeling a little nervous, and then looked at the ring on his thumb. He also pulled out the sailor knife from his waist. He looked at the pirate ship that was already speeding towards them. That ship was obviously smaller than the one he was standing on. It also had 2 masts, but it was smaller and thinner. It seemed that he had the right wind at this time, and it looked like it would rush over in a short while. Then one crossbow cart after another was pushed out from the plywood, and lined up on the side of the ship, facing the direction where the enemy ship was rushing. There was no gunpowder sailing period yet. At this time, Alka remembered what he had not noticed, that is, there were no cannons or gun decks on this ship. Shipborne artillery can be said to be the most effective attack between ships in the sailing age. It is also the most iconic weapon. If there were no artillery, the ships would probably only be able to fight each other by ramming and boarding. Just as Alka was thinking this, Captain Halls raised the long knife at his waist and shouted, "Where is my baby? Pull it up for me." After the words fell, several sailors pushed a heavy object from the cabin to the deck. Artillery? This thing is almost the same as the artillery that Alka had seen in some materials. The exterior has only changed from pure black to black-gray, but it can be seen that it is still made of metal. However, it looks more sophisticated than artillery. The barrel is a cylindrical tube about 3 meters long. There is a bracket under the barrel that can rotate left and right and float up and down. It is equipped with 4 wheels. From this bracket, it can be seen that the barrel is not as heavy as you think, or the technology may be more advanced. But no matter what, it should be a cannon. Sigurd obviously recognized this thing, and couldn't help but cheer. "Uncle Halls, you are really willing to do it. When will you fight?" Halls was obviously a little smug, as if he was showing off his treasure, saying, "It has been a long time, but I rarely have time to use it." "So you don't know?" Then he turned around and said to a skinny man, "Taisai, this thing is given to you to use. Hit it well, and hit it accurately." Taisai rubbed his hands, and made a gesture that it was all right. "Leave it to me, Captain. I will definitely give these pirates a hard time." Hee hee. Then he took a palm-sized cylinder from the captain's hand. It was inlaid with gold edges, and looked very valuable. With the joint efforts of several people, the cannon was pushed to the side of the ship. A sailor holding a wooden barrel put the object in his arms heavily next to the cannon. Tassi commanded the sailors to stuff fist-sized objects into the barrel one by one. It seemed to be ammunition. Nothing was added to it. Just stuff the ammunition directly. And the ammunition stuffed was small, the size of a fist. "So much. Shotgun?" Sigurd moved Alcala aside, about 4 or 5 meters away from the cannon. It's going to be interesting. It won't be too dangerous this time. What is that? Stone-shaking cannon. A very expensive weapon with great power. Do you know what it's made of? I don't know. And not many people know. It seems that Sigurd doesn't know much. Get ready, Taysai said, and the 4 sailors on both sides of the rock-shaking cannon held the cannon. Alka looked into the distance, and the enemy's pirate ship was about 600 meters away from them. At such a distance, can they accurately shoot it? Fire! With a roar, Taysai hit the pillar that the captain had handed to him hard on a palm-sized platform behind the cannon. As he hit it, Alka clearly felt that the ship was slightly shaken. But there was no loud noise like firing a cannon. It was a very dull sound. Watching several fist-sized objects cut through the air, making a sharp sound. They hit the enemy's ship hard, and some even hit the deck directly. Accurate hit. Hit it, hurry up, keep loading. It takes about 30 seconds to fire once. Every time it hits accurately. Alka found that it was not because of Tashi's good skills, but that the hit rate of this cannon was extremely high, and the distance of about 500 meters was almost a straight line. The effective range will only be longer. This is obviously not an ordinary artillery. As the ship approached, the crossbow carts also fired crossbow arrows one by one. However, after firing once, they did not consider installing more. After the cannon fired 4 or 5 rounds, although the enemy's ship was a bit broken, it still sailed to their side. However, it was not aimed at sinking the enemy's ship. Using this kind of shotgun should be to better kill the pirates on it. The enemy is about to board the ship. Take out your weapons, and teach these rats in the gutter a lesson. Toph roared, then drew out the sailor's knife from his waist. One after another, ropes with grappling hooks flew over, either caught on the side of the ship, or wrapped around the cables. Sigurd stood beside Alka, and many sailors were already using their long knives to chop the grappling hooks that flew up. At this time, several arrows flew up, and hit the 2 sailors accurately. As the battle progressed, many pirates came aboard. There were more pirates than they thought. The 2 pirates saw Alka and the other 2, and rushed over waving their sailors' knives. Sigurd immediately rushed over, and kicked one of the pirates to the ground, and blocked the attack of the pirate next to him with his sailor's knife. He swung his short knife hard, and pushed the enemy's blade away, and chopped on the enemy's shoulder. He tripped the enemy with his right foot, and chopped the enemy's neck with the knife in his hand. Blood spurted violently. Sigurd was experienced, and his head turned slightly. The blood did not blur his vision, but only sprayed on his neck and cheeks. He rolled backwards, avoiding the attack of the pirate, who had been kicked down by him, and stood up again. Seeing the blood splattering and the sword fighting, Alka's heart beat faster and faster, and his breathing became heavier. There were screams and extremely angry roars around his ears. A cold touch was transmitted to his brain, reminding him to stay calm. He suddenly saw something, and hurriedly reminded loudly, "Be careful." His body couldn't help but move. Chapter 16 Flying Blade. The archer who had been shooting arrows on the pirate ship before had come to the ship at some point. He aimed at Sigurd and shot an arrow. Somehow, Arka held the sailor's knife in his hand and slashed it directly. When the arrow was about to hit Sigurd, the knife slashed the arrow shaft. Sigurd had already lowered his body at this time, and with a strong kick of his legs, he pushed the sailor's knife directly into the enemy's stomach. He pulled it out violently, and rolled to the side again. Dark red blood flowed out of the wound in the enemy's stomach, and a small section of an unknown organ. At this time, Alka saw the enemy's arrow again. This time it was aimed at him. Alka's action of cutting off his flying arrow with a knife just now made the enemy believe that he was a threat that needed to be dealt with first. He bent down suddenly, on the unstable deck, and dodged the enemy's arrow at a somewhat exaggerated angle. The flexibility of his body was shocking. A broken blade, whose owner it was, fell more than a meter away from him. He turned his body and squatted, reaching out to grab it. He clamped the broken blade between his index and middle fingers like a card. Then he aimed at the distance and threw it at the archer who was on the deck and next to the ship. Swoosh! A cold light flew past. The tip of the blade, which was only the size of a palm, pierced the archer's throat. The bow and arrow that were being drawn fell to the ground. He covered his neck and knelt on the deck with an expression of disbelief. Is it really that accurate? Or is it just a coincidence? Alka looked at his hand and couldn't understand. How could it fly so accurately? although the knowledge transmitted from the bracelet included magic and combat techniques using magic. But after all, there was no actual combat experience, just training alone. When he looked up, he saw Sight looking at him in shock. Then he came to his senses and raised a thumbs up to himself. Beautiful. The current situation did not allow the two to communicate freely, and they continued to fight the enemy. With this actual combat experience, Alka was finally able to stay awake in the battle. After a while, the sailors on the ship had killed all the pirates who climbed up, or held the ancient long knife in his hand, and the bright red blood was still dripping on the blade. Jump on it, you can't run away. As his voice fell, the crossbow cart, which had been loaded at some point, shot out crossbow arrows again, this time with a thick cable tied to the crossbow arrows. Several crossbow arrows were directly inserted into the enemy's ship, and one cable after another was stretched straight. It restricted the enemy's ship and built a path for them. Sailors, one by one, slid down the cable toward the enemy's ship. Sigurd pulled Alka. We are not formal members of this ship, so there is no need to go down to grab the credit. Do you think I can go down? As he said that, Alka showed Sigurd his hand holding the knife, which was still shaking slightly. There was still a trace of blood on the knife, and Alka's face was also stained with a lot of blood. At this time, he was panting, and his heartbeat was already echoing in his ears. In addition to throwing the blade to kill an enemy archer from a distance, Alka just used the sailor knife in his hand to personally kill a pirate under the cover of Sight. Although he didn't feel sick at this time, he was excited and didn't know whether it was fear or excitement. Sight wiped the blood that stuck to his eyes with his sleeve, and smiled with a bloody face. It's okay. This is just the first step of a man. The first step of a man is to kill people? If you want to sail on the sea, then of course, the sea is very dangerous. She stared at Alka seriously. Aunt Marcy asked her son to take Alka on the boat, just to let him experience the danger of the sea. Let him know what the real sea is, and what the real treasure hunters on the sea will face. This is not a treasure hunting game for children, but a robbery of wealth in blood and blades. Let him face the real reality. Alka nodded, took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down. With a cold touch coming from the ring, he calmed himself down faster. Don't worry, I won't change so easily. Uh-huh. That's good, my brother will be a treasure hunter in the future. He put his hand on Alka's shoulder. Not long after, the sailors who slid over had already occupied the enemy's pirate ship, tied up the surrendered pirates, took down the black sails, and rehung the normal white sails. Pirates usually have 2 flags. How can a pirate fly the pirate flag all the time? That would be too inconvenient. Then the 2 ships approached each other, and some sailors boarded the merchant ship with several tied-up pirates. Although the pirate ship had many large holes hit by the crossbows and cannons on the ship in the previous battle, but the overall hull, keel and mast were not damaged. The damaged parts can be repaired by carpenters. It just so happened that both the merchant ship and the pirate ship had wooden boards for repair. The first mate came over and said beside Halls, "These are the carpenters, doctors, and cooks on the pirate ship," looking at the 3 pirates, who were pressed down and kneeling on the deck. At this time, the ship had sailed again. Several ropes were tied from the stern to the bow of the pirate ship, and the 2 ships moved forward one after the other. A sailor looked at the necks, wrists and ankles of these pirates, and then shook his head at the captain. Halls looked at them and asked, "Join us as sailors, or die. Choose one." "I'll join. I'll join. Don't kill me. I'll join too. I'll too." The 3 pirates did not hesitate. Halls nodded, and asked the first mate to take the 3 pirates to sign the contract. At this time, Sigurd, who was next to Alka, explained, "Carpenters are indispensable technical talents on a ship and have high value. The same goes for the chef. Although he may not cook delicious food, he at least knows how to deal with some food that is about to go bad. This is something that cannot be avoided on the ship. As for this pirate doctor, at least he knows a little, which is better than not knowing anything." After hearing this explanation, Alka nodded in understanding. Technical talents. It is reasonable that they are more valuable than ordinary people. Alka looked at the ship behind, and the many pirates tied up on it. What are they going to do? I heard that there is a bounty on these pirates, which can be exchanged for some money, or sold to others for some money. This ship is a big harvest. It looks good. It can be used for decades after repair. It must be worth a lot of money. Hearing this, Alka nodded in understanding. They really squeezed out the value, and for a moment I didn't know who was the pirate. At this time, Hall's voice sounded. Okay. Okay, this is a big victory. Let the kitchen add some hard dishes tonight. Everyone can drink a little. Don't let me catch anyone drinking too much, or it will be hard to live with it. Okay, go back to work. The injured should go to the infirmary for bandages. If you die, I will pay you a pension. As the captain's order was issued, the entire ship started running fast again. Many sailors have begun to wipe the blood on the deck under the command of the boatswain. As for the spoils, they have been looted long ago, and the bodies have all been thrown on the pirate ship. These can also be exchanged for some bounties. The destination is not far away, and it is expected to arrive tomorrow morning. Chapter 17 Arrival at the Destination. The first rays of light in the morning shone on the deck. Alka's room was arranged on the left side of the stern, and the sunlight penetrated into the room through the window. Woke up to the sound of the bell. After getting dressed, went to the deck. Everything is ready, we'll be there soon. Hearing this, Alka leaned against the side of the boat, sticked his head out, and looked forward. A lot of ships could be seen around, big and small. However, due to the white fog on the sea in the early morning, it was not very clear. A vague outline could already be seen in the white fog, which should be the destination. At this time, the ship suddenly slowly began to stop. In the vast white fog, a huge object broke out. A huge warship, which Alka felt was at least 40 meters long, sailed past. The white waves were split and splashed to both sides, and the splashing water seemed to be about to hit their deck. This merchant ship was next to the sailing battleship. Like a child, Alka was shocked, watching the sailing battleship go away. The construction of this battleship was obviously different from the merchant ship under his feet. It abandoned the huge forecastle and poop, and had an extremely beautiful streamlined shape. Unlike the merchant ship, which looked a bit bloated and weird, there were 3 tall and huge masts on the deck, and there was a single-layer gun deck below. There were evenly distributed gun ports on both sides, and these gun ports were deliberately opened, as if to show off military power. The rock-shaking cannons that Hall's had previously revealed themselves one after another, and they were obviously much larger than Hall's. The entire battleship was in red and gold, and the flag on the mast was a bloody flag, and there was a golden coin painted on it. Alka had seen this icon on the map. It was the symbol of the Blood Gold Alliance, a red-bottomed gold coin. Sight had come to Alka's side without knowing when. This is the Blood Gold Flower, a level 4 battleship of the Alliance Navy, 43 meters long, 11 meters wide. It has a single-layer gun deck, equipped with 34 guns, the nightmare of pirates, and looks very cool. Right? Said Sigurd, looking at the warship with shining eyes. Listening to the data revealed by Sigurd, it seems that he really likes this ship. It is indeed very cool. The red golden flower slid by, and behind it was a 3-masted sailing warship of about the same size as the merchant ship. There were only a few rock-shaking cannons on the deck. It stopped next to the merchant ship, and a person dressed in yellow and black boarded the merchant ship and talked to Hall's for a while, then handed him a document and left again. Who are those people? Hearing Alka's words, Sight, who was admiring the warships going away, turned his head and took a look. They are the Navy of the Alliance. They should be pulling a ship behind us to inquire about the situation. After a while, the ship set sail again, slowly heading towards the port of the distant island, Turon Island, one of the important member islands of the Blood Gold Alliance, the base of the Navy's 4th Fleet. It is also a famous large island in the surrounding area, and the most prosperous commercial place in the surrounding area. As the merchant ship and the pirate ship behind it slowly stopped at the berth, the whole port was in full view. There were ships of all sizes parked next to the port. Several mighty warships could be seen parked in a large area not far away. Sight patted Alka and asked, I have to go with Uncle Hall's to trade wheat. Do you want to go with him, or go for a walk by yourself? This place is relatively safe. Just don't cause trouble. Hearing this, Alka looked at the port city in front of him, and various low buildings spread out. I'll go for a walk by myself. Okay, we usually rest at the anchor of the white sailboat. Remember to come find us when the time comes. Just walk around the city. Don't go out. Okay? No problem. Don't worry. Also, don't spend a lot of money on the island. You may get ripped off. We'll go together tomorrow after I'm done with my work. Okay, then I'll leave first. After saying that, Alka left the ship, passed the workers, and walked towards the nearby port city. It was already morning, and residents and merchants were moving around the city. The sea breeze blew from the harbor from time to time. Freshly caught fish. Still fresh. How do I get to the governor's mansion? Join the army. Join the navy. And defend our homeland. Mom, what are we having for lunch today? All kinds of shouting and talking were heard. Alka walked on the main road, looking at the buildings and shops on both sides. The architectural style here is not much different from that of Golden Wheat Island. Perhaps because of the weather here, most people are wearing thin linen shirts. The shops on both sides are all about seafood and various grains. And there are also some taverns. After walking forward, it is obvious that the style here is much different. The buildings are taller and more exquisite, and the exterior walls of each building are painted with various colors. The people shouting on the road can basically no longer be heard. Although it is still noisy, it seems much quieter. The people coming and going are much better dressed than those residents in the harbor. Most of them are cotton clothes. The surrounding shops have become more upscale hotels, clothing stores, some restaurants, bakeries selling bread, etc. When passing by the bakery, Alka looked at the high-end bread next to it, which was all labeled with a flour from Golden Wheat Island. But he was not interested in it. After wandering around for a while, he noticed many interesting shops. Alka saw the shop that interested him the most. A weapons shop connecting two shops. Golden Blade. There were many men choosing weapons inside. Alka hurried in. There was no service staff to greet him. There were various swords hanging on the counter, and the rack behind him. Two-handed giant sword, scimitar, dagger, rapier. The most common is the sailor's short sword, which is a common weapon on the ship. However, none of these weapons is less than 1 silver snake. A normal sailor's scimitar is worth about 100 copper swallows, and 1 silver snake can buy 2. I should have followed Sight earlier, mainly because he couldn't choose these weapons at all, and didn't know which one was good and which one was bad. It seems that I can only look at it today. After walking around for a while, Alka saw something strange and hurriedly walked up. On the counter were short, pistol-like weapons. They looked more like revolvers, and also had a hammer structure at the back. What kind of weapon is this? Upon hearing Alka's question, the salesperson at the counter came up immediately and took out the pistol Alka was looking at with a smile. This is a rock-shocking pistol. A long-range weapon. Rock-shocking? It seems to be based on the same principle as the rock-shocking cannon used on the ship before. The gunpowder structure of another world. What is the effective range? Alka asked casually. Although he didn't know this weapon, he knew the effective range. However, the salesperson still smiled and said, "Sir, the effective range is about 50 meters. Hearing this range, Alka nodded. He didn't know much about guns, and didn't know how 50 meters would work for this kind of pistol. But for him, 50 meters is definitely enough, compared with various melee weapons. He, who comes from the modern era, prefers this kind of long-range weapon. American II. How much is this weapon? It ranges from 3 silver snakes to 8 silver snakes. We don't sell anything more expensive here. It's so expensive. The cheapest one is equivalent to what a normal skilled worker earns in a year." Hearing this, Alka looked at the pistols on the counter. All of them were revolver style, but they had different appearances. The one in the middle had an 8-character label on the bottom. This should be the most expensive one. Would you like to take a look, sir? Without waiting for Alka to answer, he took out the pistol in the middle that was worth 8 silver snakes, and placed it on the counter. He introduced himself. "This is the work of Orlando Teray, a famous gunsmith on our island. The effective range can reach 65 meters. And the ammunition used is also the more powerful number 3 ammunition. Only 8 silver snakes. Which is a very affordable price for a master craftsman. No. How can this person tell that I am someone who can pay so much money?" Chapter 18 Magic Treasure. In the end, Alka didn't buy anything. After all, it cost several silver snakes, which was still a bit expensive. After walking around for a while, Alka just bought a few more detailed maps in a grocery store. It cost him more than 10 copper swallows. Alka asked passers-by and found the white sailing ship Anchor. This is a store located near the port area, covering a large area, a 2-story building. In addition to the wide storefront, there seems to be a warehouse and other rooms in the back. I looked inside, and saw that it was a shop selling all kinds of canvas locks and other boat tools. "Alka? Is that Alka?" A middle-aged man in a short shirt and a bit fat suddenly asked Alka while looking at him in the shop. Hearing someone calling him, Alka turned around and his memories began to roll. "Uncle Obey? Why are you here?" "This is my shop. Of course I'm here. But why are you here? Did you sneak out? Hearing this, he hurried over and looked at Alka. After all, this place is not close to Golden Wheat Island. Haha, don't worry. Obey. You bastard. Little Alka came with me. As the voice came, Holes and Sigurd walked in directly. Looking at the two, Obey touched his forehead. Calculating the time, he roughly knew why they came. This Obey is also a resident of the island. After all, there are so many people on the island, there will always be some who want to develop outside. Several people entered the backyard of the store, and prepared 3 rooms for them on the 2nd floor. Everyone is a resident of the island. So when they come here temporarily, they usually stay in the shop. In Alka and Sigurd's room. Why are you back so soon? This is your first time here. And I thought you would spend a long time here. It's too big. I'm not very familiar with this place. I just walked around for a while and came back. As Alka said this, he took out a few rolled up maps from the small bag behind him. Looking at what Alka was holding, Sigurd couldn't help but complain. Why is it a map again? Do you like maps so much? Alka spread out one of the maps by himself, and said casually, as a treasure hunter, maps are definitely indispensable. Really? Of course. Sigurd didn't quite understand, so he just nodded. But with just a map, can you find the treasure? Then why can't I find it? Which boy didn't dream of finding treasure when he was young? Get rich overnight, and spend it however you want, without being restricted by your parents. Alka looked at the map he had spread out. This map is very detailed. It is the map of this island. Alka already knew which points were on it when he bought it. With a blink of his eyes, 6 white points appeared on the map, and 1 blue point. Alka clicked the white dots one by one. The result was obvious. All of them were ordinary treasures, without any information, except for the difficulty and popularity. But it also allowed Alka to see a new difficulty. Some climbing expert, speed swimming expert, etc. Finally, he clicked on the blue dot. Magic treasure. Difficulty, strongman. Popularity, 7. Treasure information, a Lando to raise manor. Strongman, does he need to have enough strength to get the treasure? Thinking of this, Alka turned his head and looked at sight. Suddenly he said, Sigurd, are you interested in experiencing a real treasure hunt? Hearing Alka's words, Sigurd looked at him, then his eyes widened, and the joy on his face was visible to the naked eye. Of course I thought about it. Did you find the treasure? Alka nodded and then said, please ask the uncle for me, something about Orlando Teray and his manor. No problem, wait for my news. After saying that, Sigurd rushed out of the room. Alka turned his eyes back to the map. The blue dot is located at the upper left edge of the port city. According to the information, it should be the manor of Orlando Teray. The reason why he was able to understand such a little information is that, when he was looking at the weapon in the weapon shop this morning, he heard this name from the clerk. Just knowing a person's name, the system can obtain some information. Then the more information obtained, the system can expand more treasure information that he does not know. In addition to the location mark, Alka felt that this function was the most useful. After a while, Sigurd rushed in and said directly, Orlando is a well-known gunsmith on the island. The guns he made can be sold at a very high price. However, 30 years ago, he died in a sea voyage. As for his manor, it is just outside the city. It has been abandoned for a long time. He has no descendants. I heard that the valuable things in it have been looted long ago. The governor's mansion on the island is waiting for the contract of this manor to disappear automatically, and then be demolished and rebuilt. After saying it in one breath, Sigurd sat down on the bed next to him, panting, and took the water in the cup and poured it into his mouth. That's all? Did you get any information? Alka nodded, then turned around and stared at the map again, looking like he was thinking. Seeing Alka like this, Sigurd just sat beside him and didn't bother him. If he interrupted his train of thought, the treasure would be lost, which would be a pity. At this moment, in front of Alka, was the updated information of the treasure. Orlando Teray's masterpiece. Difficulty, Hercules. Popularity, 7. Treasure information, Orlando Teray's manor, which houses the masterpieces of the owner of this manor during his prime period, which has not been found so far. A masterpiece from his prime period, so it must be a firearm, and it has reached the level of a magic item. Through the name of the blue light spot just now, Alka knew that the name of the blue spot was the magic treasure. After knowing this information, he began to think seriously. The manor is in a deserted state. The valuable things have been stripped away for decades. This means that it is not very dangerous now. It is difficult to obtain it. To obtain the treasure, you must have enough strength. It should be placed in a place where you need to lift heavy objects. Alka thought, and then put the map away. Pulling Sigurd, he walked outside. Come on, I'll take you to find the treasure. Okay, let's go. Sigurd took the two weapons on the table at the door, and handed one of the sailor knives to Alka. After saying hello to Obe, he walked towards the location marked on the map. The reason why Alka brought Sigurd with him. It was mainly because of the difficulty of the Hercules. There is strength in numbers, and he brought Sigurd with him to really dig for treasure. He would definitely talk about this at home when the time comes. It would also comfort Aunt Massey. Chapter 19 The Hidden Person. Is this the manor of Orlando Teray? Seat looked at the rusty gate in front of him, the frame of which had completely fallen off, and the cracked and collapsed wall. He could see inside through the iron gate and the broken wall. Inside was a lawn full of weeds, and there was a stone road in the middle of the lawn, but it was covered with dirt and moss. It seemed that no one had come here for a long time. This stone road stretched straight, a 3-story building covered with ivy and various plants, and some of the walls on the surface had fallen off because no one had maintained them for a long time. If there were no plants, one could still imagine the beauty of this building. But now, it is just a shabby and deserted manor. Looking at the manor in front of him, Sigurd turned his head to look at Alka. He couldn't help asking, "How did you do it? You just walked around the city. And you are sure there is a treasure here? Isn't it too hasty?" Turning his head and glancing at Sigurd, Alka raised his hand and nodded his head. "That's why I'm a treasure hunter. TSK. Sigurd rolled his eyes and turned away. "Why are you showing off?" The location shown on the map is the abandoned manor in front of him. When they first came here, they asked people around them. This manor was indeed the manor of Tulii. "Let's go in directly," Alka said, and walked into the building with Sigurd. Since no one has maintained the stone road for a long time, clear footprints have been left on it. And it is very slippery. It seems to be because it rained yesterday. When he came to the side of the building, Sigurd walked up, reached out his hand, and knocked on the surrounding walls. No problem, it's still very solid. Sigurd took out the torch he had been carrying, and lit it with a flint. Although there were windows, and some fallen walls inside, the view was very dim due to the coverage of plants and vines. Alka walked forward, pulled out the sailor's long knife from his waist, and held it in his hand. Watching Alka's actions, Sigurd also held his hand on the handle of the knife, and frowned and asked, "Is it dangerous?" "Be brave," Alka said. The last time. The difficulty level was for adults. Although Alka felt that it was indeed at this level. The skeleton that suddenly revived at that time did scare him. But later on, if he hadn't gone there himself, his mother's corpse would definitely not have gotten up. From this point of view, it was indeed an ordinary adult who could obtain the treasure. The only difficulty was how to climb to the cave on the cliff. But who knows if there would be any enemies in the Hercules difficulty level. The two entered the manor. The first space they entered should be the hall of the manor. The previous things have been removed. Look at some of the bricks and tiles on the wall. They may have been removed by the residents around. Sight said, as he looked at the dilapidated room. Alka kicked the dust and dead branches and leaves under his feet. It looked like no one had been in this place for several years. The broken furniture on the wall was almost cleared away, and some wooden cabinets embedded in the wall were preserved. There were some small fires around, and some places that looked like people had lived there. After all, there was an abandoned manor here. If someone was in trouble, this would be a good place to rest. Of course, it would probably become a secret base for children. With such a big place, where would the treasure be hidden? And is there really a treasure? Sigurd knocked here and there with his knife handle, and couldn't help asking. "Don't worry." Alka comforted him, and began to walk around the hall. To get the treasure, you need to have enough strength. Find the right place. Let's walk around the manor first. Look at every room, and see if there is any information. No problem. The two held torches, and began to wander around the manor. Alka had a straight wooden stick in his hand. He knocked around with the stick. Do you want to use the knocking sound to see where there is a mezzanine? You can say that. Professional. The two chatted casually. After strolling around the first floor, there really was nothing else to see, because almost everywhere was empty. The two came to the second floor. Most of the rooms here had some wooden beds that had not been completely removed. Either they were used by servants, or they were guest rooms. After walking around here again, Alka couldn't help but say, "This is too empty. These people really don't let go of anything. There was nothing suspicious to see. Creaky. Suddenly a slight sound came from upstairs. The two men immediately put their knives in front of them, and then looked at the ceiling. They turned their heads and looked at each other. Syke made a hollow gesture, and then shook his head. Alka nodded. The two men walked towards the stairs. They had observed briefly before that there was only one staircase in the whole building. They raised the torch and walked quietly. The two men slowly moved upstairs. However, when they arrived upstairs, they only saw a broken door creaking with the breeze. The window of this room was completely broken, and a corner of the wall was missing. The sunlight near dusk came from the room. Ah, it was the wind. I got scared, Alka said, turning around, looking at Sigurd, and then blinking. Sigurd was slightly stunned, and then nodded in understanding. Let's see if there is anything on the third floor, Alka said, and began to walk around the rooms on the third floor. Sigurd followed closely behind, and had already placed the knife in an easy position. The magic literacy brought by the magician's ring. When Alka came up, he noticed something was wrong. The creaking sound heard downstairs could not have come from the door, because the creaking sound of the door was not that loud. Besides, they were right above their heads when they heard the creaking sound, and they were not at the stairs at that time. So how could they see it when they came up? There were indeed people here. There were some very subtle traces around, and there was no time to clean them up. The two of them wandered along the way, and came to a place with a larger room style than the guest room. And there was also a small balcony outside. Arriving at the small balcony, he leaned out and looked out. Alka pointed the long knife in his hand at the edge of the balcony. Come out. I've seen you. In a small pit under the balcony, there was still a puddle left by the rain. The person who was hiding under the balcony was vaguely reflected on it. Sigurd was also immediately beside him, holding a knife and keeping watch. Seeing that no one had come out yet, Alka smiled helplessly and said, Yellow hair. Brown? Okay. You win. The voice appeared. A figure climbed up directly from the bottom of the balcony, grabbed the edge and jumped directly into the balcony. He squatted to stabilize his body. By the way, he also put the hat on his head. Chapter 20. Mechanism. This is a man with wheat-colored hair, wearing a brown vest, with a short-sleeved shirt underneath. The pants are similar to leather trousers, wearing a pair of boots, and he seems to have no weapons except a cowhide bag on his back. Alka and the other man pointed long knives at him, and slowly retreated. Watching the actions of the two men, the young man directly raised his hands, and opened them to show that he had no ill intentions. Don't be so alert, and I should have been the first one to come in. I just didn't want anyone to know, so I hid myself. But I didn't expect you to be so vigilant. The man smiled, spoke in a light tone, and said without any nervousness, What are you doing here? Why are you hiding? Alka pointed a knife at him and asked, After all, if you were just curious, you wouldn't need to hide like this. And being able to hang your whole body under the balcony is obviously not something a normal person can do. The man adjusted his hat. I just heard some of your conversations. You are here to find some valuable things, right? Both of them frowned when they heard this. This means that the man in front of them already knows that they are here to find treasure. Of course, it can't be called treasure. It can also be called to raise relics. Thinking of this, Alka has nothing to hide, and asked directly, Do you have any information? If we don't know it, maybe we can work together. Hearing Alka's words, the man smiled directly, and then bowed slightly. Meet Jason Fowles, the treasure hunter. Then, may I have the honor of knowing your names? Sigurd said directly. Sigurd Berg of Golden Wheat Island. Hearing this, Alka resisted the urge to turn around and ask Sigurd. He could understand the name, but why did he have to tell where he was from? Alka Lagu. Jason nodded as if he had suddenly realized something and said, So you are from Home Island. Then you don't have to be so vigilant. After all, I am just a treasure hunter, not a vicious pirate with no way out. Sigurd put his weapon into the scabbard, and then patted Alka. Put your weapons away. It seems that there are still secrets on this home island that I don't know about. I'll have to ask him later. Thinking of this, Alka also put away his weapons. In this case, I can trust Sigurd's judgment. Since you want to exchange information, then why don't we work together to find this little treasure? Of course, we will divide the things we find equally. The three of us will divide equally. We will get it in order of contribution. Without waiting for Alka and the others to answer, he continued, To show my sincerity, I will tell you what I know first. Alka thought for a moment, and nodded. No problem. I believe there is some information that everyone on the island knows. So I don't need to repeat it. Before Orlando Teray died, he once made his most outstanding work in his residence. For a long time, he didn't go out, and didn't even receive guests. Until one day, he went out to solve the Navy's mission, and help research some things. Since he was willing to come out, it means that his work should have been successful. But no one knows. And no one has found it in his residence. Hearing this information, Alka narrowed his eyes slightly. After knowing this information, there must be more additional information about the treasure. Okay. It's your turn. Hearing this, Sight turned his head and looked at Alka. What he knew was no different from what the people on the island knew. Alka should know more. Looking at Sigurd's eyes. Don't look at me, I know the same as you. He shouted in his heart, but he remained calm on the surface, and then asked, How long have you been searching in this manner? After a slight pause, Jason still answered, A few days, but there is not much gain. Then do you have a structural diagram of the manor? Looking at Jason's expression, Alka immediately said, I may know some places where he hides things, but I am not familiar with this manor. Hearing this, Jason frowned and pursed his lips. After careful consideration for a while, he said, Okay, I got one from the governor's office. As he spoke, he took out a roll of paper from the backpack on his back. He handed it to Alka in front of him. After Alka took it, he immediately spread it out. The paper was 2 layers. A thin piece of paper, covered on a piece of craft paper. It was copied. The drawing showed the manor under his feet, divided into several blocks. And the first floor with the courtyard, and the upper 2 floors of other buildings were drawn respectively. Alka blinked. A blue light spot appeared on the paper. He reached out to touch the paper, and clicked on the light spot. Sure enough, the entry changed. Treasure information. Orlando Teray's manor, where the owner's works from his heyday are stored. Also, there are various failures left behind when he was creating his heyday works, in his secret studio. Looking at this information, looking at the light spot on the drawing. At this moment, the light spot was on the first floor. In a non-existent room on the first floor, the area drawn on the blueprint was a load-bearing column. Such a small area could not possibly be a room. He put the blueprint away directly. Shall we go to the first floor to have a look? This blueprint does not match the area I just visited. Hearing this, Sigurd immediately followed with joy, and by the way, he slightly turned sideways to be alert to Jason. Instead, Jason raised his eyebrows slightly. He is not blind. He can see that. Alka is very young. From some of his actions, he doesn't look like a treasure hunter at all. He looks more like a young man who has just set out to sea. The reason why he is willing to tell the information so generously is because he has actually been looking for several days. He is basically about to give up this place. He thinks that Orlando really didn't succeed, or the work has been taken away by someone who visited here before. Today he just came to take a look casually, and he was a little unwilling. Didn't expect to really get something? Thinking of this, he immediately followed. Everyone went up the stairs to the first floor. Alka stopped at the entrance of the stairs. Looking at the 2 walls next to the corner of the stairs, reached out and knocked with a fist. Watching Alka's actions, Jason reminded him, This is solid, it's just the load-bearing column of this building. Ignoring Jason's words. Looking at the handrails that were close to the wall, the handrails used to climb the stairs. According to common sense, there is usually no handrail on the side close to the wall. But it is built here. I put my hand on the handrail, and then knocked it. I listened to the sound inside with the knocking sound. I couldn't help but smile. I twisted the whole handrail up and down. Finally, I succeeded in turning it in the middle. With a click, a trace of dust fell off the wall next to it. Then, nothing happened. Chapter 21. The treasure finally appears. The air was as silent as death. With a hint of embarrassment. Ahem. Alka coughed, and came to the wall where the noise just came from as if nothing had happened. The dust was vibrating down from this wall. Raising his hand and touching the wall, brushing over it, I could feel a little unevenness. There was a gap, and I slid along the gap. It was a stone door, about 2 meters wide. There is a stone door here, the one I turned before should be the switch, but maybe it's been too long and no one has maintained it. And the mechanism has broken down. Jason had figured it out through Alka's previous actions. He came over and stood beside Alka, and began to knock gently against the wall. The solid, dull sound echoed in his ears. Alka also listened to the echo of his knocking. Only Sigurd looked confused, and could only watch quietly, his eyes full of the desire to learn. Suddenly, his gestures changed, and the way he knocked was slightly different, and the echo changed. He knocked along the stone door, and around the stone door. He raised his head again, and patted the dust on his ears. This should be a push-and-stone door, which is a bit difficult to deal with. Why do you say that? After all, Alka is a treasure hunter who changed his career halfway. There are many things he doesn't know at all, but the one in front of him looks professional. Jason put both hands on the stone door, and pushed it forward with force, but the stone door didn't move at all. Because for this kind of stone door, you have to push the whole boulder in, to find the entrance on both sides or one side. This secret space should have entrances on both sides. If it is a rotating type, you only need to push one side of the stone door hard, and it will rotate a circle, bringing us in, and it takes much less effort. Alka nodded in understanding. No wonder the difficulty is strongman. That is to say, they had to push the entire heavy stone door, to reveal a passage for them to enter. Let's push together, maybe it can work. Sigurd walked up and said, Okay, let's try it. After that, the three of them leaned against the wall, using their shoulders and elbows to push against the stone door in front of them. I'll count to 321, and push together. 3, 2, 1, push! With Alka's order, the three of them began to push towards the stone door with all their strength. As they pushed, several people began to snort, and their faces were a little red. However, their legs began to slide backwards, and the stone door in front of them just shook slightly, and they did not move forward at all. No, not enough strength. Jason relaxed, leaned on his knees, and said with a heavy breath. Alka was also panting, looking at the stone door in front of him. He underestimated the difficulty of Hercules. Of course, if he gave up like this, it would be a pity. If he went to find other people, he might get jealous, cause unnecessary trouble, and might even have to give away an extra share. Naturally, everyone was unwilling. One more person means one less. Alka began to look around, to see if there was anything he could use. He looked at the floor under his feet. He reached out and touched his chin. Let's knock a few dents in the floor, so that we can use it more effectively. Didn't the stone door just shake a little? It means it's still a little short. Okay, let's do it. Sigurd nodded after hearing Alka's opinion. Jason had no choice but to say, okay then. After all, there was no better way to think of now. Then he took out a small hammer as long as his forearm from his bag, and a shovel. Everyone started to work hard. After a while, 3 pits appeared on the ground. Try again. As he said that, Alka stepped his legs into the pits, and used his shoulders to support the wall. The others did the same. 3, 2, 1, push. This time, with the pits to leverage, the three of them used all their strength. Finally, the stone slab in front of them loosened significantly. Ha! Sensing this situation, the 3 people began to roar and push forward. The stone door was slowly pushed forward, and finally 2 side holes were revealed for passage. Huh? Finally done. The 3 of them walked in from the side door impatiently. It was pitch black. Sigurd was about to go outside to get the torch he had just put down. Jason took out a palm-sized lantern from his backpack, turned it around and lit a fire. They turned a corner and came to a small room that was only about 3 meters wide and 6 or 7 meters long. On a large table, various tools that were rusty and completely unusable were placed. There were also some hand-drawn drawings, but they were already dirty and oily, and could not be seen clearly. Alka had already seen the treasure he was looking for in this dim environment, because the outline was already shown on it. Seeing this, Alka suddenly said, according to our agreement just now, the 3 of us will share it equally, and the contribution will determine who will take the spoils first. If you encounter multiple spoils later, the order of selection will be decided by me, Jason, and Sigurd. Alka looked at Jason and said, if you have any objections, let's talk about it now, to avoid disputes later. Jason nodded happily. Of course. Follow the order you said. I have no problem. Then Alka turned his head and looked at Sigurd. Of course, I have no problem with that. Okay, let's do it. Then the 3 of them worked together to find the spoils in this space. Among them was the weapon that Alka saw. In the end, all the items were placed on the table. All of them were rock-shaking guns. For pistols, 2 rock-shaking guns that looked like short blast guns. Both looked at Alka. Alka directly chose the short blast gun that had an outline just now. None of these guns looked the same, but their styles were very different. They all look exquisite and luxurious. They are weapons, but they look more like decorations. So you can't tell anything from the appearance. And it's more logical for Alka to choose a short gun that is obviously different, because it's more expensive. After watching Alka choose, Jason picked up a gun directly from the pistol. Seeing this, Sigurd took the remaining short gun without hesitation. In the end, Jason held 2 pistols, and Alka and Sigurd each had a short gun and a pistol. Then this cooperation ends here. Let's go first. Hearing Alka's words, Jason shrugged, of course. You can do whatever you want. Then, the two of them walked out the way they came without hesitation, taking advantage of the sky that had not yet completely darkened. They walked out of the manor. When they walked out of the manor, they saw Jason waving goodbye to the two of them at the door of the building. It's getting late. Let's hurry up and go back first. The two hid their guns in their clothes and walked through the muddy road. They returned to the port city. Chapter 22 Harvest. What are you two doing so mysteriously? Why did you come back so late? The white sailboat had already closed its doors. After the two of them walked in through the small door on the side, they saw 2 uncles drinking in the hall. At this time, their cheeks were slightly red, and they were a little drunk. I went out for a walk, and drink your wine. C waved his hand and said, and he and Alka went upstairs immediately, and returned to the temporary guest room. Obei's voice came from behind. The dinner has been delivered to your room. It should still be hot. Okay. Got it. After the two returned to the room, they closed and locked the door. Then they took out their weapons, and placed them on the table. Is this treasure hunting? It's so interesting. Perhaps it was the first time to hunt for treasure. Sigurd's face still had a trace of excitement. He played with his pistol. He pulled out the magazine and turned it. Then turned it back, and made the aiming gesture. Have you used it before? Alka asked beside him. Sigurd nodded. I had one before. But my mother paid for it. You know, sailing with a ship can be dangerous sometimes. But then he lowered his voice. But I broke the pistol. And I dare not tell my mother. No wonder I didn't see him use it. But these 2 guns have no bullets. It seems that I have to buy some tomorrow. Besides, it has been so long. And I don't know if this gun can still be used, Sigurd said as he checked the pistol in his hand. From the appearance, there was nothing wrong with it. But there was a lot of dust on it. Alka looked at the 2 guns in front of him. The style of the pistol was very similar to the treasure he had seen in the store before. And he could feel that the wood used for the grip was more comfortable, and it had a frosted texture. Then he focused his attention on the sawed-off double-barreled shotgun, or it could also be called a shotgun. The length was about as long as his forearm. The gun was engraved with gold wire, some beautiful lines, and the trigger and grip were also engraved with relief. It looks like a work of art. And its barrel is obviously made of some kind of metal, which doesn't feel like iron. This is the real treasure. But there is really no problem with the appearance. At this time, Sigurd checked his 2 guns and said, the pistol uses number 3 ammunition, which is really powerful. This kind of double-barreled shotgun. Bullets are not easy to buy. And I don't know if there are any. It seems that Sigurd really knows more about this than him. He still didn't know the difference between the types of ammunition used in pistols. The only thing he knew was that the larger the number, the larger the caliber should be. He took out a stool, sat at the table and spread out the map again. He shook his palm slightly, and a blue crystal block the size of a little finger appeared. He found this thing by accident in the secret room, and he took it directly into his hand on the spot. It should be some kind of material. He waved it, and the crystal block disappeared. Alka turned his attention back to the map, clicked on the blue light spot that has become dim. Orlando Tere's posthumous work. Harvest, difficulty, strongman. Popularity, 6. Treasure information, Orlando Tere's manor, where the owner's works from his prime period are stored. At the same time, there are various failures left behind by him when he was making his most peak works in his secret studio. The only regret is that his most peak work is not his favorite revolver, but a pistol-type shotgun. Treasure harvest, Locker G3 pistol-type shotgun, Jungle Cat 6-shot revolver. As the treasure was obtained, more information was obtained in Orlando's secret room. Another message was added. No wonder Jason chose 2 pistols. Picking up the heavy shotgun in front of him, is it called the locker? Is his special ability related to the name? I don't know what special ability it is, and I don't know how to activate it. I can only buy a certain amount of ammunition and then go back to find a solution. At this time, Sigurd put the gun under the pillow and brought the bread and stew from the cabinet by the door. Another stew, and it's sea fish, can't Obey change it? He can't just make this thing. Handing Alka's portion to him, he was still complaining. Alka shook his head helplessly and said with a smile, "Be content with what you have to eat. Take a rest after eating, and go to the street to buy some things tomorrow." "Okay, I'll go with you tomorrow. These merchants like to rip off people like us from the homeland." Hearing this, Alka asked immediately, "Why? Is there anything different about the people from the homeland?" Sight turned his head, his cheeks still stirring, and looked at Alka with a strange look. "Don't you know?" "How would I know?" "Oh, that's right." Sight scratched his head, and he suddenly remembered Alka's situation. After organizing his words, he answered, "Homeland is a place blessed by God. Each home island is blessed by God. There are special crops, fertile land, and pleasant environment on the island. It can also ensure the safety of the island. The most important thing is that the residents of the island have been protected by God." At this point, Sight's smile became even brighter. All those who hurt the residents of the home island for no reason, especially death, will be cursed. So under normal circumstances, no one would be willing to hurt the residents of the home island. And the residents of the home island would not deliberately offend others. Sight shrugged and bit the bread in his hand hard. After all, if we offend others, I believe they will be happy to beat us up. And this will not be protected. Hearing this, Alka nodded in sudden realization. So is Golden Wheat Island blessed by the Stone Mother? Do the gods in this world really exist? Thinking of this, I was slightly shocked. No. The other world has extraordinary power, and also has real gods, so what's there to be surprised about? Thinking of this, Alka ate his meal quietly. In the darkness, only the moonlight on the sea's surface was still illuminating the world. A canoe with a person on board was moving away from the island. Not far from where it was sailing, there was a ship that was staying in the darkness. The canoe stopped below the boat, and the people in the canoe climbed up the rope ladder with oil lamps. "Jason, you're back. What took you so long?" A rough male voice sounded. Jason patted his clothes, took out the 2 pistols he had obtained during the day from his backpack, and handed them to him. "Stop talking. Help me see. Is there any of these 2 guns with magical properties?" The man took it and looked at it, then shook his head. Seeing this action, Jason slapped his thigh hard. "Damn. Bad luck. You spent so many days, didn't you? Just for these 2 guns? It's not worth it." Jason snatched the 2 pistols from his hands and threw them back into his backpack. He turned his body and walked into the cabin. "Where is the head?" "The head is in the captain's room now. Because I'm in a bad mood waiting for you." I know. I will explain." "Oh, I'm so unlucky," Jason said, and entered the cabin. Then the ship fell into silence again. The sail on the top of the ship suddenly slid down. The whole ship moved slowly in the night breeze. After passing through the light white mist on the sea, it disappeared. Chapter 23 Ammunition, girlfriend. Do you want to buy anything today? Or anything you are interested in? Early in the morning, at the door of the white sailboat anchor, Sigurd's voice came. Alka stretched and said, "First, we have to buy bullets, and then buy some clothes, and then buy some materials and tools. It would be better if there is a more detailed map." Hearing Alka's request, Sigurd nodded and shook his head to the side. "What are you waiting for? Let's go." The 2 walked directly on the cobblestone road, and walked towards the city center, all the way to the weapon store that Alka had been to first. "Would you like to go there? It seems that their products are quite expensive." "Of course not. This is the official weapon store of the Golden Alliance. Of course, it will be more expensive, but it won't be a problem. Let's go to the alley next to it," said Sigurd, with Alka, walked more than 100 meters to the side, and turned into a small alley. In the alley was a shabby-looking store. There was not even a sign. Sigurd walked over and patted the wooden door that seemed to be about to break at any time. "Where's the boss?" "Where did the boss go?" "Buy bullets." "I'm coming." "Why are you rushing me so early in the morning?" A young man who looked a little sloppy walked over. Messy, greasy hair, dirty face, wearing a leather apron. The apron was covered with oil and dirty marks. After walking over, he wiped his face with his dirty hands, which made it even dirtier. "What kind of bullets do you want?" he said, since they had already discussed it on the way. Sigurd said directly, 6 boxes of number 3 pistol ammunition. Do you have any ammunition for this gun? As he said that, he took out the short-barreled shotgun that he got yesterday from his arms. The boss looked up and took a look. Orlando's work? It's actually a pistol-shaped shotgun. How rare. It can't be a replica. Right? Don't ask so many questions. Do you have it? Hearing Sigurd's words, the boss shrugged and said, this kind of bullet is not easy to get. It costs 10 copper swallows each. So expensive? It's robbing money. If you think it's too expensive, go to the big store over there to buy it. Seeing Sigurd's eyes looking at him, Alka said, then give me 20 rounds. Then I want 10 rounds too. Hearing this, the boss smiled. Number 3 pistol bullets, 1 for 2 copper swallows. After deducting the decimals, it's 2 silver snakes and 100 swallows. First the money, then the goods. Sigurd curled his lips, took out 3 silver snakes from his purse, and handed them over. After the boss took them, he weighed them in his hand. He smiled and went to the back. After a while, he came back with 2 bags. Here's your 100 swallows, there are bullets inside. Sigurd picked up the purse, weighed it, heard the rustling sound inside, and put it in his pocket. Then he took the bullet and looked inside. After making sure it was okay, he took it and left. Let's go, I'm going to buy you some clothes now. After going around in circles, it was not until noon that Alka finally bought everything he wanted to buy. Some clothes and boots and hats, and some small tools and materials bought at the tool store. Why did you buy so many tools and materials? Are you going to learn some skills? Side looked at the things in Alka's backpack and couldn't help asking. Thinking of this, Alka stopped, took out a silver snake from his arms, and spread it in his hand. Watch this. The silver snake flew left and right in his hands, as if it was being pulled by an invisible rope. Then Alka suddenly held him in his hand. Where is he now? In your left hand? Of course. Sigurd couldn't help but said with a smile. No. Alka shook his head, then reached out and patted the outside of his pocket. It's here. How is it possible? Sigurd smiled and reached into his pocket, and his smile froze instantly. He took out a silver snake from his pocket. There was an obvious scratch on the snake head. Sigurd's eyes widened. How did you do it? I'm a magician. Come on. I've also seen it at the circus. It's a trick. Right? It's good to know. I won't tell you. Then the two continued to move forward. Sigurd couldn't help but think about it. It's really interesting. When did you become a magician? Inherited. Inherited? Sigurd was a little confused. Okay. Alka turned around and asked. Where are we going now? Oh yes, I have to buy some medicine. Come with me. Sigurd led the way, and the two of them walked around a few streets, and came to the other side of the sea. The entire port city is located in a concave shape. The port is on the right side of the concave, and they are now on the left. Alka looked at the shop in front of him. Charming words? I couldn't help but turn my head and stare at Sigurd next to me. Good boy, look at your thick eyebrows and big eyes. It turns out you like this. Seeing Alka's eyes, Sigurd waved his hand quickly. Don't get me wrong, it's just a pharmacy, I just don't know why it has such a strange name. Seeing Alka's narrowed eyes, it's obvious that he didn't believe what he said. He dragged Alka in quickly. Sigurd? You're here. A beautiful girl with wheat-colored skin, wearing cool clothes, walked over with a smile, and hugged Sigurd and leaned her face against his chest. Seeing this scene, Alka immediately raised his head back. Listen to my explanation. It's not what you think. Jenna, please move aside first. What's wrong? After a long explanation, Alka nodded. It turned out to be Sigurd's girlfriend. When did she have this information? Even this information does not exist in her memory. Hello, you must be Alka. I often heard Sigurd talk about you before. I am Jenna Days. You can just call me Jenna. Jenna generously extended her hand and shook Alka's hand. After Sigurd bought some herbs, he packed them and stuffed them into Alka's arms. Then he patted his shoulder solemnly. He smiled awkwardly and said, My good brother, you go back first. I'll be there tonight. At this point, Jenna next to him pinched his waist. He immediately changed his words and said, Tell Uncle Halls that I will definitely come back before the ship sails tomorrow. Alka looked at Sigurd in front of him. TSK. Okay. I'll go first then. Then he gritted his teeth and said, I wish you a good night. After that, he carried a lot of bags, carried his backpack and various goods on his back, and broke the door and walked out. Only his voice was heard from the door. I hope Aunt Marcy won't have a good grandson so soon. Jenna heard this and covered her mouth with a smile. Looking at the embarrassed Sigurd, he said, "Your brother is really interesting. You should also work hard." Sigurd's face flushed even more. Chapter 24. Inventory of Harvest. Hard leather boots. Stepping on the stone road of the port of Golden Wheat Island. Alka wore a cotton lining, leather trousers, and a pair of short boots. He was carrying a lot of bags, holding the things he bought. Finally back. He couldn't help stretching. This time the return voyage was very smooth. No pirates were encountered. The journey was smooth. It took only a little more than 2 days to arrive. He turned around and said to Halls, who was communicating with people on the shore, "Uncle Halls, we'll leave first." Halls in the distance turned around and nodded at them. He smiled and waved. After saying goodbye, the two walked through the town, exchanged a few words with familiar people, followed the path in the golden wheat field, and returned to the gate of their own courtyard. "Sigurd, I'll go in first." "Well, I have to go back too," Sigurd said, and went around the path to the other side. Alka returned to his hut, sorted out all the big and small bags. After finishing, he sat in front of the table. He put all the real gains of this time on the table. A bag of coins, a pistol, a short gun, a thumb-sized blue crystal block, and a pile of bullets. Then he carefully took out the most important map and placed it next to the table. The remaining money is a total of 20 silver snakes. Looking at the money in the coin bag, Alka thought. This time when he went to sea, he only took the silver snake and the 2 ruby diamonds. The gold sail and gold leaf were of high denomination, so he kept them at home. 2 diamonds were sold for 4 silver snakes, and after dealing with the spoils of killing the pirates, everyone got a share. Alka got 3 silver snakes for killing the archer. It was worth more than half a year's wages. But it was also a desperate job. They were not without casualties. 1 sailor died on the spot, and 2 sailors were too seriously injured. It was said that they died on Tehran Island without treatment. However, buying ammunition, clothes, tools, and materials cost him another 5 silver snakes. In addition to the 2 treasures he had obtained on the main island, he only had 20 silver snakes left. If the gold sail and gold leaf are included, his wealth actually reaches 50 silver snakes. It is an absolute huge sum of money. It is equivalent to the 10-year salary of a carpenter. To be honest, with these 50 silver snakes, he can live on whatever he wants on the island. This money is a sense of security. It also indirectly shows the high profit of treasure hunting. Not to mention the more important gains. Thinking of this, he looked at the 2 guns. Put the pistol aside first and pick up the Locker G3. With his current strength, it is no problem to hold it with one hand. But he does not know what special ability this weapon has. He has no method or technique to distinguish it. Let's try it out. Thinking of this, Alka opened the ammunition box next to him. The box for pistol bullets is a very brittle wooden box. It feels like if you bend it hard, you can break it. Both the workmanship and the materials are extremely cheap. The model and the place of origin are also written in black on the wooden box. Sook Island Military Factory Pistol Number 3. GW 455-6-4 DF. Sook Island. Alka knew that. It was a very important steel manufacturing island in the Alliance. The number after GW should be the date used after the establishment of the Blood Gold Alliance. This year is 456, produced last year. DF is unknown. Pick up the revolver from the table, and eject the revolver to the left. The 6 magazines inside were exposed, and after loading the bullets, put them back in, and rotate the revolver. He picked up the pistol and gestured twice. After having a good time, he took the shotgun ammunition. This box was obviously much thicker, and had a waterproof layer, and was wrapped in oilcloth. It was much better than the pistol ammunition box. After all, the price was several times more expensive. There were 10 ammunition neatly stacked. This ammunition was a cylinder about the size of an index finger, with a very thin layer of unknown object, wrapping the tiny marbles inside. By shaking it slightly, you can feel it. This ammunition is essentially a container filled with tiny marbles. He took the Locker G3, split it apart from the grip and the barrel, and stuffed 2 bullets in. After that, he stuffed the pistol into the holster under his armpit, and put the short gun on the holster on his thigh. He picked up the 2 boxes of bullets, and went to the yard. Alka looked around. He picked up the wooden boards piled in the corner of the wall, and stood a few of them up and placed them far away. Then he retreated to a position about 10 meters away. If you move back any further, you will hit the wall of the house. Pull out the pistol and aim it. Pop! As the trigger is pulled, The marbles fly out with the vibration of the gunshot. The gunshot is not as loud as we knew before, but a dull sound. It is similar to the dull sound made by the vibration hitting the bullet in the barrel. If you move a little further away, you may not be able to hear it clearly. It seems to have a built-in silencer, and its concealment should be much better than the guns in the previous world. With a clear sound, the wooden board was penetrated directly. I don't know if it was because of the magic practice and the sense of control over the body brought by the ring. This shot can be said to be a precise hit. I didn't expect that I was a shooting genius, Alka thought with a smile. Then, he pulled the trigger frantically. After firing 5 shots in a row, he emptied the remaining bullets. Almost all of them hit the target, smashing the wooden board into pieces, and no one missed the target. There is almost no recoil. It's really amazing. The construction method of this pistol is unknown, and the drawings in the secret room have long been stained black and tattered, and it is impossible to see clearly. But I could feel the vibration, but there was not much recoil, which should be related to the name. Vibration stone? It might be some kind of material unique to this world. Put the pistol back into the holster. Reach out from your thigh and lift the short gun. This is the most important thing. Aim. Bang! With a vibration, the recoil lifted the short gun high. This recoil is too obvious, but if you are mentally prepared, you can still control it within a certain range by firing 2 shots with one hand. A wooden board in the distance was shattered directly, still hitting the target perfectly. The steel ball even penetrated the wooden board and nailed to the wooden wall, which was made of solid wooden stakes one after another. The penetrating power was very strong. But there was nothing strange about it. Alka couldn't help but frown. He picked up the gun and examined it carefully. There was a small thumb-sized flying eagle decoration on the upper part of the grip. After firing a shot, it was obvious that it could be moved. After 2 shifts, the obvious rebound feeling indicated that it had 2 different gears. Gently shifted upwards. Alka fired again. This time, the new wooden board was penetrated and broken. But it did not shatter. Sensing something wrong, Alka stuffed 2 more bullets through the shifter. He fired 2 shots. I see. But is this the only function? The up and down movement of the shifter represents the dispersion or condensation of the bullets. But if it was just like this, it would be disappointing. After studying it over and over again, he didn't come up with anything new. Does it require magic to use its true function? The more Alka thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. He could only put the gun back into the holster on his thigh with some frustration. He went back to the room and lay back on the bed. He stared at the ceiling of the cabin. It seems that not all magic items are like the first ring he got, which can produce effects without using magic. I wonder when the treasure hunting group that Priest Pakchi mentioned will come. Alka couldn't help but think. He yearned for that magical power more and more. Chapter 25 Stranger. A sturdy middle-aged man was walking from the port to the town. It was a hot season, but he was wearing a black windbreaker and a cowboy hat on his head. He was walking on the street in brown boots. He was carrying a cloth bag in his hand, which looked a bit heavy. As he walked, he could be heard humming an unknown tune, and he seemed to be in a good mood. The residents coming and going in the town looked at this middle-aged man, who had never appeared in the town, with curious eyes from time to time, until he disappeared in the town. Keep going along the path. The goal is the center of the island. The cemetery on the island and the statue of the Stone Mother are located just at the entrance of the cemetery. Priest Pakchi has been standing there waiting quietly. Looking at the figure walking towards him in the distance, he couldn't help but smile. After a while, the figure came in front of him. It was the strange man who just appeared in the town. Andre, you are here. At this time, the figure raised his head and took off the cowboy hat. He had short, slightly dull silver hair, and his exposed face looked mature and handsome. A conspicuous egg-shaped scar appeared on his left eye, but it did not hurt his eye. He still had a cigarette in his mouth, and habitually spit the cigarette on the ground and stomped it out with his foot. Then he saw Parrish frowning. Okay, the man said helplessly, bent down, picked up the extinguished cigarette, and casually threw it into his pocket. Then he said, tell me, why did you ask me to come here? What can I do for you? Hearing this, Parrish stared at him and said slowly, I want you to help me train a child, and let him join your treasure hunting team. Huh? The man was a little surprised. Did I hear it right, Parrish? You want to send a child to my treasure hunting team? Looking at the surprised face of the man in front of him, Parrish said, Andre, the child is already 16 years old. 16 years old? That's just an adult. According to what you said, He must be a person from home island. You have to know that. My job is not a fun thing. Fighting, death will always be with you. Speaking of this, Andre couldn't help but take out another brand new cigarette from his pocket. I can't take care of him just because of you. After saying that, he put the cigarette in his mouth, rubbed it with his thumb and index finger to light it. He took a deep puff and exhaled a puff of smoke. And the most important thing is, not everyone can join the treasure hunting team. It requires sufficient knowledge and experience. He has certain knowledge and experience and talent. After hearing what Parchi said, Andre looked at him with disdain. He didn't seem to believe it. After all, he is just a 16-year-old child. And a child from home island. He is protected too well. I am not lying. Just a week or two ago, he found the treasure hidden by Jack on the island by himself. Hearing this, oh! Andre made an interested sound. The magician Jack? Yes. Interesting. But the treasure should be enough for him to live a carefree life. Right? Hearing this, Parker shook his head. The treasure was taken first. And he got nothing. After saying this, he was stunned for a moment, and reorganized his words and said, but he should have obtained Jack's inheritance and experienced the magical power. TSK. I think I understand. After listening to Parker's words, Andre smacked his lips and said, a young man who has just reached adulthood is interested in treasure hunting and is able to actually harvest it. And most importantly, he has experienced magical power. Endless wealth and magical power are so tempting. Parker nodded in agreement. Such temptation, for a 16-year-old child, is so tempting. They have been through this before, and clearly know that blocking will only backfire. What's his name? Andre asked with some interest. Arca Lagu. Arca? Hearing that Andre's voice had changed, Pakchi looked at him. Do you know him? It's even more interesting. Okay, no problem, I promise you, I'll take him. As long as he shows the potential he deserves, I'll take him to touch. That's what you want me to take him with, isn't it? There's no one more suitable than me. Okay, don't be so sad, it's a rare gathering, come, let's drink for a while. Okay. Arca, standing in his own yard. Next to the big tree in front of him, a human-shaped target appeared without anyone noticing. It was covered with straw and various markings. As his arm swung, two silver lights, arc-shaped, pierced the target's forehead and neck. These two silver lights turned out to be two pieces of metal foil cards, which flashed with sharp light. A few more silver lights passed by, flying from all angles, pierced the stomach and thighs, and even one used a whirling method to pierce its back. Then, Alka stretched out his right hand and snapped his fingers. A card appeared in his hand again, and he threw it out. The card drew a straight line and stuck into the target's forehead. There was a red heart printed on this card. It was a playing card. Alka saluted like a gentleman and pulled his hat. Excuse me. At this time, Sigurd's voice came from outside the yard. Alka. Hearing this voice, Alka quickly straightened his body, tore off the tie on his collar, and then took off his hat and threw it on the side of the house. As if nothing had happened, he walked towards the target in front of him. Sight pushed open the gate of the yard and rushed in. Looking at Alka's appearance, he was slightly stunned. Aren't you hot? Alka was wearing a white lining, a black vest on the outside, straight and neat pants, and a pair of clean boots. In the chest pocket of the vest, there was a white face towel with a corner exposed. Ahem. Alka coughed without changing his expression. He took the card off the target and put it away, then walked towards Sigurd, and kicked the top hat on the side of the house further. Sigurd looked at the metal card in Alka's hand and said with a smile, How is it? Good workmanship. Right? Very good. I like it very much. Alka had a total of 12 metal cards on him, which he commissioned Sigurd to customize for him when he went to Turan Island later. 12 cards cost him 2 silver snakes. But it was really worth it. It perfectly met his needs. What's the matter with you rushing here? Oh yes. Yes, listen to me. Sigurd came back to his senses and said, There is a new ship at the port. I told you that the ship is very beautiful and looks very expensive. I heard from the uncle that an unknown middle-aged man wearing strange clothes went to the cemetery. How about it? Do you want to go to the port to see the ship? It's really beautiful. Hearing Sight's words, Alka couldn't help but get excited. Strange expensive ship, strange man going to the cemetery. Could it be that the treasure hunting group that Pakchi mentioned has arrived? Just when I thought of this, The voice of Pakshi Priest came from outside the yard. Chapter 26. The treasure hunting team arrives. Arka? Are you home? Arka, who was excited when he heard this voice, jumped up and waved his hand. Yes. Yes, I'm home. Hearing this, Priest Pakshi walked in, with a sturdy man wearing a black windbreaker and a cowboy hat. Priest. Sigurd looked at Pakshi with his hands crossed and saluted. Arka did the same. The priest returned the salute and said, Arka, he is the treasure hunter I was talking about, Andre. The sturdy man named Andre waved his hand to interrupt the priest's words, took off his hat, and looked at Arka in front of him up and down. Boy, my name is Andre Clegane, the leader of the Blue Fist treasure hunting team. What about you? What's your name? Arka first glanced at the middle-aged man in front of him, then said calmly, Arka Lagu. Pakshi has already told me about you. I agree that you can join my treasure hunting team, but if you want to get what you want. Here he took a step forward, slightly stretched his head forward, staring at Arka. He said faintly, then you have to pay a price that is worth my paying. After that, he took out a wrapped paper from somewhere, and stuffed it into Arka's hand. If you agree, sign it. It's still morning now. I will wait until dusk at most. Come here soon if you decide. After that, he turned around without hesitation, pushed open the gate of the yard and walked out. Pakshi didn't stop him, just looked at Arka quietly. He is my friend, his credibility is worth guaranteeing, and his ability is worth recognizing. But you, little Arka, are you really ready? After saying that, he nodded to Arka in sight, and walked out. When he was at the door, he nodded to the person next to him in the same way, and left. At this time, a figure came in from the door. It was Aunt Marcy. There was too much sudden news, which made Arka stand there in a daze, looking at Aunt Marcy, and Sight who was staring at him. For a moment, Arka didn't know what to say, or where to start. Countless thoughts flooded into his mind, making him a little confused. Instead, Aunt Marcy came over, holding his shoulders with both hands, and staring at him. Have you thought it through? Child, do you really want to take this path? Even if it is full of hardships, suffering and death? Hearing this, his thoughts gradually stabilized, and his ideas became more determined. Arka nodded heavily. I have thought it through. Aunt Marcy seemed to have expected this, and nodded with some relief. She held Arka in her arms. Child, since you have decided, then do it bravely. Then she let him go. At this time, Sigurd came up with a smile. Arka, you? Before he finished speaking, Aunt Marcy pulled him out by his ears. Okay. Little brat, come home with me. Arka needs to think for himself now. He needs to be alone. But I still. No buts, go away. Okay. Okay, let go. Mom, my ears are going to fall off. Looking at the two people who had gone far away, and the conversation that came over, Arka couldn't help but smile. He picked up the paper in his hand, and walked directly into the room. He sat on the table, and spread out the paper. There were densely written words on it. Alkasai read it through. This is a contract. A contract between Arka and the Blue Fist Treasure Hunting Group. There is also a seal of the Alliance on it. The general meaning of the contract is, once you sign your name, you will be considered to have joined the Blue Fist Treasure Hunting Group. You must abide by the above terms and conditions. There are 2 levels of contract levels in total. Main team members and secondary team members. Main team members are those who have various indispensable helpers for the treasure hunting team, or have various strengths. They are able to take on some important positions in the team. For example, consultants, doctors, navigators, combat members, decryption members, etc. People with outstanding skills. There are many secondary team members, sailors, gunners, odd jobs, and other unimportant personnel. This also includes trainee members like Arka, a reserve for the main members. This contract is a contract for trainee members. This contract guarantees that Arka does not have to do dirty or tiring work on the ship, but he must do things within his ability. When going to the island to search for treasure, he must follow. Secondary members do not have to do this. At the same time, he is eligible to get some treasure hunting activities he has participated in based on his contribution, but it is definitely less than that of the main members. Secondary members do not have this. And if he stayed on the ship for 2 years and still failed to meet the requirements of the leader Andre Krigan, he would have to be demoted to a normal secondary member or quit the team. At the same time, his salary was 1.5 silver snakes per month. High salary. Looking at the contract in his hand, and the very clear rules and regulations marked on it. It looked very formal at first glance, and it looked like a regular unit. However, Alka had his own interpretation of this contract. According to what was written on it, under normal circumstances, the so-called main members should be people with magical powers. Secondary members are ordinary people, but they should know the existence of magical powers. The so-called training member should be a buffer between the two. It is a bit like a training method for technical personnel in an enterprise. Thinking of this, with Perich's guarantee, Alka did not hesitate too much. This was the only path he could find in a short period of time. If you miss it, you may never have another chance. He picked up the feather pen on the corner of the table, dipped it, and wrote his name on it. He placed the contract on the table. At the same time, he looked out the window at the sky. It was already noon, and there were only a few hours left before dusk. Since the decision had been made, there was no need to hesitate. He took out the wooden suitcase he had bought long ago from the wall. Alka had been preparing for today for a long time. Start packing the items you want to carry. Put the holster and 2 guns on your body, and put the ammunition on the belt around your waist. Then put the 12 cards on the right side of the belt, and buckle it, so that you can take them out at any time. The metal block under the table, the hidden booklet, and your own small manual are all placed in the interlayer of the suitcase. After everything is ready, Alka looked out the window. It was already afternoon. Pick up the suitcase, and put on the backpack. Close the door. Look at the big tree in the yard, and the hole at the foot of the tree that had been filled in long ago, and the scarecrow next to it. Take a deep breath. Push open the gate of the yard, and walk out. Alka. Chapter 27 Blue Fist. Looking at the gate of the yard, Aunt Marcy and Sigurd were waiting for him. As if afraid that his mother would not let him speak again, this time, Sigurd hurriedly took 2 steps forward and came to Alka's side. He handed him the sailor knife in the scabbard in his hand. Alka. Take it. This is my favorite knife. You must use it well. I hope your voyage on the sea will be as smooth as the sea breeze. After taking the sailor knife handed to him by Sigurd, Alka buckled it directly on his waist and back. Well, don't worry. Only then did Aunt Marcy come up and hug Alka again. Child, although I can't say I'm your biological mother, I hope you're safe. Sometimes, some things are not worth fighting for with your life. You must know how to make choices. Your mother will protect you until the end. I hope you will always be healthy and safe. Remember to come back often. You must be the same healthy you when you come back. As she spoke, Aunt Marcy, who had a strong body, couldn't help but shed tears. Wiped away tears. Patted Alka's shoulder. Go. Just like a seagull. Spread your wings and fly. In the storm. Alka nodded heavily. Then he turned around and walked forward along the path. Soon, Sigurd's voice came from behind. Alka, remember to tell me about your treasure hunting experience when you come back. And maybe bring some good treasures if possible. Smelly boy. What are you talking about? Oh, don't hit me. Mom, I know I was wrong. Turning his head to look at the scene at the gate of the courtyard in the distance, Alka couldn't help but smile. The sadness in my heart was dispelled a lot. He turned around and walked forward. On both sides were golden wheat fields, swaying slightly with the refreshing breeze of the afternoon. Alka was not heading towards the port, he was heading towards the center of the island. There were still people who needed to say goodbye. It was approaching dusk. Alka carried a suitcase and a backpack and hurriedly ran towards the ship in the port. At this time, he finally saw the very beautiful ship that Sight mentioned. It was just as he said. This was a 3-masted sailing warship with a similar appearance to a galleon. The length of the ship was estimated to be about 30 meters. At the head of the ship, there was a huge, beast-like, but with a single horn on its head of a beast. The color of the whole ship was blue and white, and there were patterns painted on both sides. You can see that there is a gun deck on the lower level, but the gun port is now covered. From the appearance, it is really good, and it may have a certain concealment effect at sea, although not many. I only saw Andre with his arms folded at the bow, staring at Alka, who was running towards me in a hurry. When he saw Alka looking at him, he tilted his head to the side and motioned him to come up. Under the boat, there was a young man dressed as a sailor, with a blue headscarf waiting. When he saw Alka, he smiled and greeted him. You are Alka. Right? Come on, let's go up quickly, we're waiting for you. As he said, he helped Alka take the luggage in his hand very familiarly, and took him aboard the boat. As soon as he stepped onto the deck, he saw Andre walking towards him. You are a good boy. Very courageous. Alka just smiled and handed him the signed contract from his arms. Andre took it and nodded after taking a look. Then pressed the upper left corner with his thumb. I don't know if it was my illusion, but I seemed to see a little light. Did you see the light just now? Andre suddenly raised his head and looked at Alka and asked. Hearing this question, Alka nodded. I did see it. But it just flashed suddenly. Well, very good. It seems that you have been exposed to magic. Andre nodded. Then he looked at the young sailor who had just brought Alka up and said, Hamo, take Alka to his room. Prepare some personal items for him. And take him to familiarize himself with the place. After saying that, he stared at Alka again. After you have familiarized yourself with the place, come to the captain's room to find me. I will explain to you in more detail what you will do next. I hope you can be mentally prepared. No problem. Alka suddenly got stuck. He suddenly didn't know how to address the person in front of him. Call me Captain. Captain. Or Head. Yes. Captain. Andre nodded, then glanced at Hamo. Hamo came up with Alka's suitcase in his hand, and said with a smile, Let's go. Alka, I'll take you to your resting place first, and put your things away. Alka nodded. Thank you. Hearing this, Hamo reached out and scratched his head and said with a smile, No. We are all partners on the ship in the future. It's my duty. Alka then carefully observed the young sailor in front of him. This is a young man with short brown hair, somewhat curled, and light freckles on his cheeks. He is a little shorter than me. He is wearing a normal cotton short-sleeved shirt, a pair of brown linen pants, a pair of waterproof short boots, and a sailor's knife on his waist. Come, let's go this way, he said, as he led Alka to the back of the ship. There is a single-story stern at the back of the ship. There is a door in the center of the stern, and an ordinary small door on the side. Hamo introduced. The one in the middle is the captain's room, and the door on the left is the emergency medical room. If you are injured, you must go there immediately. Let's go this way. He took Alka and walked through the corridor on the side of the stern. Here you can see that there are doors one after another, arranged in an orderly manner. The first room is the ship's drawing room, and Miss Siadetti's room. Miss? A woman. Alka couldn't help but feel a little confused. After all, on a ship, there are relatively few female fixed members. After all, a voyage on the sea can take at least 10 days, or half a month. At least that's the case among ordinary people. On second thought, this is not an ordinary ship or team. Then he stopped directly at the second door. Hamo opened the handle and pushed the door open, said, This is your room. The main members and trainee members on the ship usually live in the stern. Alka also followed in. The room was a separate space. In the innermost part was a single bed, and there was a wardrobe at the foot of the bed. And near the door, there was a solid wood table and a chair, and an oil lamp hung on the table. There was also a bookcase next to it, but it was empty. Then Alka actually saw a separate toilet. His eyes began to light up. During the time on the merchant ship, going to the toilet had always been a problem for him. It's better not to say. Chapter 28. Boarding the ship for sightseeing. After putting the things away, Hamo took Alka out. Back on the deck again, Alka finally couldn't help asking, Hamo, are you the only two people on the ship now? Since boarding the ship and entering his room, Alka didn't see the second person on the ship except Hamo and Andre. Such a big ship, just to start, may need dozens of people. If it is fully loaded, there may be more than 150 people? But after boarding, he only saw 2 people. This is too strange. Of course it's not just me and the captain, there are 3 more in the cabin below, Hamo said with a smile. Looking at Hamo's expression, Alka was speechless. Is that what I'm asking? Even if you add the 3 people below, there are only 5 people. How can 5 people drive such a big ship? Can it be fully automatic? Hamo really didn't seem to understand what Alka meant, and he took Alka down to the cabin by himself. This floor is the gun deck on the ship. Ammunition and other weapons are stored on this floor. Alka observed the environment on this floor. There were 10 rock-shaking cannons on both sides. Alka had not done much research on this kind of weapon. He only had the most superficial understanding. But judging from the appearance alone, it was definitely better than Hall's treasure. These rock-shaking cannons had obvious differences in appearance alone. They were wrapped in an unknown metal shell, with very beautiful patterns and some reliefs engraved on it. The base below was also wider, and firmly fixed on the deck. Alka even saw a bullet entry port on the right side of the rear half of the barrel. It is more convenient and simpler than the way Halls put the shells into the muzzle. It is obviously a more advanced model. At this time, Hamo also introduced. The Shipbreaker C model rock-shattering cannon is one level higher than the B-type cannon equipped by the Navy of the Blood Gold Alliance. It is a large-caliber No. 6 cannon. Listening to Hamo's introduction, Alka didn't understand it at all. Whether it was him or the original body, it could be said that they had no understanding of these things, not to mention that it was a different set of standards. At most, he now knows more about some guns and their ammunition. Looking at these cannons, there are 10 in total. Even with the minimum manpower, there should be at least 20. Not to mention the people who transport the shells and various other personnel. Even if you use your toes to think about this ship, you know that the number of people is definitely not enough. The head and tail of this deck are the library and snow storage area of the ship, and the kitchen and dining area at the back. As he said this, he took Alka to the front and pushed open a door. Directly entered a bright place, with well-arranged windows, good lighting, and rows of 3-layer bookshelves neatly stacked. There were all kinds of books and materials on them, and each layer of the bookshelf was separated by a wooden bar. Each bookshelf was fixed by some pillars on the ship. There were also reading desks and chairs next to it. Hi, Lapoka. Don't sleep. There's a new person. Hammer patted the front desk next to the door, and saw a woman wearing a white sailor suit and mid-length pants lying on a hammock in the semi-arc front desk. However, the woman named Lapoka lay on the hammock, stretched out her hand on the ground, picked up a blanket and covered herself with it, and waved. Go away. Hamo. Don't bother me. I stayed up too late looking up information for the captain last night. Let me rest for a while. Hamo had no choice but to shrug helplessly at Alka and took him out of the library. As he walked, he said, the one just now is also a junior member of the ship, responsible for managing books and some information queries. She is usually there. Then he came to the dining area at the back. This place is open plan, and there is no door separating the room from the gun deck. It is simply separated by 2 curtains. When you pull open the curtains and walk in, you will see several long dining tables and rows of stools. You can also see the kitchen at the back of the dining area, which is an open-air kitchen. A middle-aged man dressed in a white chef's uniform is preparing ingredients. He looks a bit fat and has a protruding belly, which is very vivid. This image shows that his cooking skills are not bad. Hamo walked over with Alka. This is the ship's cook, Uncle Matt. At this time, the middle-aged man also raised his head, showing a more friendly face. Looking at Alka smiling, he wiped his hands and walked out. Hamo introduced him. This is the new trainee member on the ship, who the captain came to pick up this time. Matt nodded, extended his hand, and shook hands with Alka. Young man, I'm Matt Reeb. Since we just got on board today, if there is any cuisine you want to eat tonight, you can tell me. Alka smiled and said, thank you for your kindness, but I don't have any particular favorite cuisine that I can accept. Uncle Matt, let's talk later. I will take Alka to visit other places, to get familiar with them. Matt smiled and nodded, waved his hand, then went back in. Hamo took Alka out. Uncle Matt is a good cook. Even the captain can't order him to cook. As he said, the 2 came to the place leading to the lower deck. Going further down, we have the resting cabin for the secondary members, and some strange workshops or storage rooms. The 2 of them walked down. This place is divided into 2 areas, connected by corridors on both sides and an aisle in the middle. The area in front is where we rest, and the area in the back is various manufacturing rooms and workshops. At this time, a ding-dong sound came from a room in the back area. Hamo looked at Alka's expression of turning his head away, and immediately explained, that is a key member of the ship. Old man Bobby. But I'd better not disturb him now. Otherwise he will keep nagging. What about the other members? Alka asked directly after hearing this. Other crew members? They are now on the island of Meister, where they are on a mission. He continued to walk forward and came to another entrance to the lower level. Go down further, and you will find the cabin. There are a lot of goods and supplies down there. After saying that, he picked up an oil lamp from the entrance and walked down. This area has completely sunk under the water, so there is no light source, and it can only be illuminated by the oil lamp. After a general tour, he became familiar with the layout and structure of the entire ship. He took Alka and returned to the open deck. Chapter 29 Spells and Conditions. The 2 came to the open deck. At this time, half of the sun had sunk below the sea level, leaving only the beautiful dim afterglow shining on the sea. At this time, Alka suddenly felt the vibration of the ship. Feeling the vibration, Hamer hurriedly said, "It's time to sail." "Huh?" Hearing this, Alka directly revealed a questioning voice. I couldn't help but look up and observe the 3 tall masts and the surrounding cables. There were no sailors on the folded sails and masts, and no one pushed the capstan. "You told me that this is the look of sailing?" Dang dang dang. With a continuous sound of metal collision, the winch in the middle slowly turned, without anyone pushing it. With the sound, the anchor was slowly pulled up from the bottom of the sea. Schwa! Hearing the sound, Alka looked up. At some point, the sail automatically lowered without anyone controlling it. On the blue sail, a pair of crossed fists were engraved. With the sound of clacking, the ship slowly withdrew from the port. The shaking of the ship indicated that he had started sailing on the sea. Alka stood there blankly. He watched the entire ship sailing on its own without anyone controlling it. Really? It's fully automatic. He sighed silently in his heart. Then his eyes sparkled. The magical phenomenon made Alka yearn for the extraordinary world and power even more. Hamo came over and looked at Alka. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Alka, you don't know these yet, do you?" Hearing Hamo's words, Alka came back to his senses and looked at him. Nodding, "I just got started with this. I don't understand a lot of things. I was just an ordinary person before this." Hearing this, Hamo slapped his head. He only now realized the answer that Alka wanted when he asked the question before. "Sorry, I thought you knew about this after all. Most of the trainees on board have a certain understanding." He then started to introduce directly. "This is a spell magic ship. As for which spells are used, I don't know, but with the help of these spells, the entire ship can automatically reef the sails, arrange the cables, raise the anchor, and automatically turn the ship without any human control. However, this can only be used for routes that have been sailed many times. If it is an unfamiliar route, the captain or the helmsman must control it." Hearing Hamer's explanation, Alka was keenly aware of the most important force in this. Spells. His only understanding of spells was Jack's spell analysis. But there were only 3 spells in it, and only some of the descriptions and functions of these 3 spells were written in detail. But there was no mention of what the whole spell was. Alka only knew that it was a magical power, and the spell should be a way of showing some kind of power. After saying that, Hamo thought about it, and thought that Alka might not know much about the spell. He said, "As for the spell, I don't know much after all. I'm not an apprentice crew member, I just know a little bit. The spell is something like an icon text, which can be used through magic or other means to exert magical power." After a simple explanation, Hamo had to shrug helplessly, indicating that he only knew so much. After all, he was just a junior member, just an ordinary person, who had some understanding of these supernatural powers. Then he smiled and patted Alka and said, "You go find the captain first. I have to count some supplies that I just replenished on the island, and I have to calculate the funds." He waved to Alka and walked down through the entrance next to him. Watching Hamer leave, he looked up at the tall mast and the bulging sails. Walked towards the captain's room. Knock. 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 "Come in." Hearing the sound coming from inside, Alka pushed open the door and walked in. Observed the captain's room. The decoration was very bright. Some strange ornaments were placed on the desks around, and some unknown books were in the bookcase next to it. Various documents were piled up next to it. Alka saw many maps piled directly in the corner. Then Alka saw a stone statue on the table. "Stone Mother?" Looking up, Andre was writing something on the desk. Does he also believe in the Stone Mother? Was he once a member of the island? Or, in fact, there are many people in the outside world who believe in the Stone Mother. This is not a belief unique to the island. Andre said without raising his head, "Just sit next to me." After waiting for a while, he seemed to have finished his work, and looked up at Alka. "I have a certain understanding of you from Park Chi, and I know your desire." Then he thought for a while and asked, "Do you know much about this extraordinary world?" "Not at all." Alka shook his head and said. Andre nodded, not seeming surprised. "There are only a limited number of people with extraordinary powers. Without new treasures, the number is fixed. Therefore, every chance to obtain extraordinary powers is very precious. I have a channel, but I can't give it to people who don't know enough or don't have enough potential. This is a waste. Do you understand what I mean?" Alka nodded. In other words, the opportunity to obtain extraordinary powers is limited by the number of people, and it is not something that can be distributed to everyone. Only if you show enough value will Andre be willing to spend such a precious quota for you. Andre then continued, "We are a treasure hunting team, and I owe Park Chi a favor, so I won't ask too much of you. Twice, as long as you can make a significant contribution in the 2 treasure hunting activities, or let me see your talent and potential, I will give you the quota. But the time limit is within 2 years. I can't always be your nanny and keep giving you opportunities. Is there a problem?" Hearing such a request, Alka nodded. Twice. It might be difficult for others, but it is not difficult for Alka at all. Providing information that they don't know, providing more specific locations, is enough to be considered a major contribution. Thinking of this, his heart was slightly relieved, because it is not too difficult for him. After seeing Alka nod, Andre pointed to the bookshelf behind Alka. "On the second layer of the bookshelf behind you, do you see the 3 books with blue covers? Take it out, take it back and read it. Remember not to damage it. It can give you a general, but detailed understanding of the extraordinary world. This time the destination is to Mest Island. At the speed of the sea fist, it will take about 5 days. During this time, you should get to know the world you are about to face." Alka stood up and removed the baffle of the bookshelf, and took out the 3 books that Andre mentioned. Touching the book cover made of unknown animal leather, feeling the coldness on it. Then he nodded to Andre, saluted and said, "Then I will leave first." Okay. Chapter 30 Extraordinary Summary. Night. A bright full moon rises from the sea level. The bright moonlight softly shines on the sea, bringing the only light to the dark night. A 3-masted sailing ship sails on the sea. There are dim lights on the ship. Alka sits at the table in his room, with the help of the oil lamp on the table, looking at the book in his hand. There are 2 other books piled up next to him. These books with blue covers are recorded with dense text and some more vivid pictures. Treasure. Spell. Human Part 2. This is the name of the book. The 3 books with blue covers are a set of 3 volumes, upper, middle and lower. What is recorded above is the unknown side of this world. In the silent room, there was only the rustling sound of Alka turning the pages. I don't know how long it took. Even the flame of the oil lamp beside him became a little dim. Alka closed the book, put the other 2 books on the table on the bookshelf, and installed the baffle. Carrying an oil lamp, he came to his bedside. With the dim light of the oil lamp, Alka lay on the bed, looking up at the ceiling of the room. After reading the 3 books, Alka finally had a general, but not very detailed understanding of the other side of the world. He was no longer an ordinary person, who was confused like a few days ago. The 3 books' treasures, spells, and humans tell the origin of power, and its development from point to surface, and from shallow to deep. It is a bit more like a history book of the extraordinary world, just analyzing the perfection of these extraordinary powers by telling history. Just like the title of his book, the most important one is treasures. The so-called treasures are not precious gold and silver. They are the real source of power. They have extremely strong power, so strong that they can destroy an island in an instant. They can magically take people flying in the sky, swim freely in the water, and let people travel freely between islands. These objects that violate the normal operation of the world are collectively called treasures. Of course, as treasures, they are also divided into different levels. However, Alka does not know the specific criteria for the classification. But from low to high, these treasures are called Holy Grail, Scepter, and Crown. Treasures are the source of all the extraordinary powers of human beings at this stage. All the extraordinary powers used by humans cannot be separated from the help of treasures. Humans have magic in their bodies, which is innate, and will gradually expand with age until it stabilizes in adulthood. It is roughly the stage between 16 and 18 years old. The adult standard of this world is also 16 years old. But the magic power in the human body is dead, and it cannot resonate with the magic power of the outside world. With this kind of silent and solidified magic power, naturally humans cannot mobilize the magic power in their bodies. Just like humans cannot perfectly control themselves. At this time, an external force is needed to dredge the magic power veins in the human body, activate the magic power hidden in the body, and make it active again. And this process, it is called touching. To touch the treasure. Any level can reactivate the magic power in an ordinary person. However, each treasure can activate only a limited number of people according to its level. The specific reason is unknown, and the book does not explain it. When the quota is full, no new people can be activated, unless the quota is vacated. As the magic power begins to become active, the veins are also activated. Just like the nerves that connect and control magic, humans can control their own magic like controlling their hands and feet. The active magic in the human body can make ordinary people's physique stronger, because magic can strengthen the physique. With the control of magic, it can also be used to strengthen some limbs of the body. As the control becomes more and more proficient, it can even temporarily expand the magic through physical contact. Spreading to weapons, the weapons also have more characteristics, or use the extended magic power to perform other operations. But if you want to use more magical power, you can only use magic to control treasures to complete it. With magic, humans can also master treasures more easily. But treasures are too rare, only a small number of people can have them. So what about other people? As time goes by, people who often touch treasures and have strong souls from different treasures, they gain new powers. This is the spell. The spell can be engraved on strong or magical materials for use. It is said that some people also engrave it on their own bodies. It is also possible to draw in the air after mastering it, directly use the magic power in the body through the spell as a medium, to attract the magic power around to produce magical power in effect. Alka still has a certain understanding of this knowledge. After all, Jack's spell explanation clearly describes the use of 3 spells. At the same time, Alka also learned about a scepter level treasure. It was the source of the spell Cross of Righteous Fire. A scepter level treasure that burned the molten tree. As for the other 2 spells that Alka knew, Vortex Water Chain and Silver Blade, he didn't know which treasure they came from. Thinking of this, Alka raised his right hand and waved it casually. The 3 playing cards engraved with different spells appeared in his hand. Of course, he would carry this kind of thing with him. For a magician, you never know what he has hidden on him. He flipped his hand again, and the cards disappeared. Alka stood up and blew out the oil lamp, and fell asleep in the moonlight outside the window. Early in the morning, the cool sea breeze and the rising sun blew away the fog on the sea last night. After washing and dressing, Alka walked down to the cabin. Such a spacious and huge ocean-going sailing ship. But there were only 5 people, including himself. There were only 6 people. It was too empty. It wasn't until I arrived at the dining room on the gun deck that I saw Hamo. He was waving at Alka. Alka, come here. Alka first came to the open kitchen counter and took the breakfast that Uncle Matt handed over with a smile. A golden bread, an omelette, a bacon, and even a glass of milk. Alka sat next to Hamo and looked at the glass of milk. Can milk really be kept on the ship for a long time? I didn't see any cows under the cabin yesterday. The storage room for storing food has a freezing spell. I heard that this can keep the food fresh, but I don't really understand it. Looking at Alka's expression, Hamo on the opposite side shrugged and explained. I see. A magical version of the refrigerator? Enjoying breakfast, which is difficult to enjoy on the ship. However, the entire dining area still had him and Hamo, and Uncle Matt, who was busy in the kitchen. After Hamo quickly finished eating, he took out 3 packed food boxes from Uncle Matt. Alka, you eat first. I have to deliver breakfast to the captain, and Lipoka, and of course, Old Man Bobby. Why are these people unwilling to walk a few more steps even for breakfast? Really? Hamo said coquettishly. When he was about to open the curtain, he suddenly thought of something and turned around to Alka, who was eating breakfast, and said, by the way, according to the current speed, we should be able to reach the destination by noon. After that, he opened the curtain and left. Chapter 31: The Role of Guns and Crystals. It was almost noon. Alka and Hamo stood on the deck, lying on the side of the boat, looking at the destination that could already vaguely appear on the horizon. That's Meister Island, the most beautiful member island of the Blood Gold Alliance. Hamo leaned against the side of the boat, looking at the distance, and said, at this time, many ships were coming and going around. At this time, footsteps were heard on the deck behind them. The 2 turned their heads to look. A somewhat skinny old man came up from the cabin, with messy gray hair, and a pair of goggles on his forehead. He was wearing work clothes and pants full of pockets, which were full of various tools. He covered his eyes with his hands the moment he came up. This sunlight is so dazzling, Danny. Aaron? How long will it take us to get there? Hearing his shout, Hamo shook his head and said weakly, Grandpa Bobby, the 2 of them are still on vacation on the island. You are so young and you know how to take a vacation without much effort, little Hamo. Come and help me massage my back. My back is going to break. Hearing this, Hamo sighed weakly, but still walked over. He stretched out his hand and began to tap his back gently. At this time, Bobby stretched his back and looked at Alka in front of him. "Who are you? Why are you on the ship? Are you a shipwrecked person at sea?" Hamo tapped his back with more force and said, "He is a new trainee member. The one the leader went to pick up this time." Hearing this, Bobby nodded in sudden realization. Alka also said, "Hello. My name is Alka Lagu. Bobby Jeandale. I am a craftsman on the ship. And I can also help you identify some magic items you don't know about. If you have any questions about forging and production in the future, you can come to me. If you are interested in this, it would be great." Arka's eyes lit up when he heard this. As a magician, he must find ways to make and improve various magic props. It seems that in the future, he must have a good relationship with the old man in front of him. Thinking of this, Arka suddenly reached his hand to his thigh, pulled out the locker, and handed it to the old man in front of him. "This is a gun I got before, but I haven't touched it yet, so I don't know what it can do." Bobby took it directly and looked at it over and over again. Then he tilted his head and looked at Alka with a strange look. This should be the work of Orlando Teray. A one-handed shotgun. The paddle at the back can switch between condensation and diffusion modes. At this point, a circle of pale white circular spells appeared on one of his fingers, and he touched the gun. Then he nodded and said, "When you have magic power in the future, you can pour your magic power into it when you shoot. You can add the power of holy flame to the bullet. In fact, if you shoot like this, it will also enhance the power and penetration of the bullet." After the appraisal, he handed the gun to Alka. At this time, Alka took the gun, and the crystal block he had taken in the secret room appeared in his hand again. Bobby glanced at it and said, "A crystal or rich in magic power. Generally used to make some magic items. It is not important." Hearing this, Alka immediately asked, "Can this thing be used to drive this gun? Or other magic props that require magic power to use?" "This gun can't. The others depend on the specific things." At this time, a card appeared in Alka's hand. "This consumable that carries the spell is okay. You just need to slide the crystal over it with force to activate it." Then he took it in his hand and looked at it. "But if you use this crystal like this, it can only be used once. And it is a consumable that you cannot control. The energy of the crystal will be dispersed after using it. It will probably start in 3 seconds." After hearing Bobby answer his question, Alka nodded. "Thank you." Bobby waved his hand, then turned to look at Hammer and asked, "Which island are we going to?" Hammer sighed and said, "Meister Island. I don't like this island. I want to go back to my room to rest. Tell Andre I will guard the ship this time." Then he walked straight to the stern deck. Looking at Bobby leaving, Hamo could only spread his hands. The old man doesn't like noisy environments. He prefers the quiet atmosphere on the ship. The ship was about to enter the port. Andre came out at this time. After Hamo conveyed Bobby's words, Uncle Matt also came up. Matt had changed into his usual clothes at this time, no longer wearing a chef's uniform with an apron. As the ship slowly entered the port, the sails were automatically retracted, and as the capstan turned, the anchor also fell to the bottom of the sea. "Lapoka won't go down?" Alka asked as he followed Hamo off the ship. "You rarely see her outside the library." After getting off the ship, Alka looked at the environment of the island. The harbor was built very finely, and most of the ships parked at the berth were large and exquisite. In addition to the workers, there were many people who had just left the ship or were about to board the ship. Looking at the clothes of these people, most of them are rich or noble, and each of them brought their female companions and family members. This should be an island for tourism. The salty and humid sea breeze blew with a fragrance. There was only a small town in front of the port, but there were carriages of all sizes parked in the town, and a wide carriage road that extended all the way to the depths of the island. Andre led the 3 people and came to a hotel in the town. A woman who was drowsy at the counter smiled immediately after seeing Andre. "Sir, you are here." Andre ignored him and turned to look at Hamo and Matt. "Danny and the others will rest in this hotel. After you meet up with them, you can replenish your supplies and move around freely, waiting for us to come back." Hearing Andre's words, the 2 nodded without surprise. "No problem, Captain. I wish you a successful return this time." Hearing Hamo's words, Andre smiled, then patted Alka on the shoulder and walked out. Alka followed immediately. Hamo's words came from behind. "Good luck for the first time. I hope to see you become a main member soon." Turning around, I saw Hamo waving. Alka waved his hand. He followed Andre and got on a carriage. After getting on, he looked at Alka and asked, "This is your first treasure hunt. You don't need to do too much, just follow us and watch. Listen and learn more. If you have some ideas of your own, you can also speak them out." Hearing Andre's words, Alka nodded. "No problem, Captain." Andre had told him when he was about to disembark. They were going to this island to go on a treasure hunt. Most of the main members were already on board, and he was just passing by to pick up Alka. So he was ready. At this time, Andre took out a palm-sized metal round plate from his pocket and handed it to Alka. Protection round plate. Self-activated. Can block attacks without magic. You carry it with you to ensure your safety. Hearing this, Alka took the round plate, which was engraved with an icon like a shield. Other than that, it was just an ordinary gray iron round plate. This is a consumable item. It can only block once. You have to pay attention. Alka nodded. Chapter 32 Main Members. Alka and Andre sat in the carriage, feeling the sway of the carriage. Seeing Andre on the opposite side, with his arms folded in front of his chest and his eyes closed, Alka had to open the curtain beside him and take a look at the scene outside. At this time, they had already driven along the avenue towards the city in the center of the island. On both sides of the center of the avenue were various plants and flowers trimmed in an unconventional manner, and the fragrance followed the sea breeze and surrounded the nose. There are many carriages parked around the avenue. Many women in luxurious clothes are touring the surrounding gardens. This environment is really good. No wonder it has become a tourist destination. Looking at the surrounding environment, maybe many people will choose this place when they get married. They are all rich or noble people. After all, poor people are not worthy of traveling. Sailing on the sea is enough for them to drink a pot. The city can be seen at the end of the road. It is a beautiful city built with gray-white marble. The white exterior wall, under the blazing sun, is like a holy city. I don't know how many people's fantasies it has satisfied. At this time, Andre's voice came from the carriage. He knocked on the carriage board behind him and said to the driver outside, "Just stop here." "Okay, sir, please wait a moment. I have to park the carriage next to it." The driver controlled the horse to slow down and slowly dragged the carriage to the edge of the road. Andre walked down with Alka and took out a few copper swallows from his pocket and handed them to the driver. "Thank you, generous sir. Have a nice day." Andre nodded politely, adjusted his hat, and left with Alka. They did not follow the main road directly into the city, but went directly into the small garden next to it. They walked away through a small path. Alka followed silently behind them. They walked along the path through the garden, and after passing through a forest again, they came to the countryside. A feeling of sudden enlightenment made Alka turn his head and look behind him. A wooden wall made of trees stretched out neatly, completely blocking the scenery of the countryside. Following the path under his feet, he looked diagonally downward. A small village could already be seen. Andre led Alka into the small village, and then directly pushed open a wooden house and walked in. "Boss, you are here." Hearing this familiar voice, Alka couldn't help but tilt his head to look. The people in the room also looked at Alka behind Andre curiously. "It's you? Why are you here?" The person who spoke inside was Jason, the man he met on Turon Island a few weeks ago, who explored the manor with him. At this time, Alka instinctively turned his head to look at Andre. He found that Andre didn't find it strange that the two knew each other. Jason had already known the details of the last exploration alone. Otherwise, he would not have agreed to Alka joining his team so easily. Jason walked over and looked at Alka and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that the new trainee member the boss was talking about was you." He stretched out his hand and said, "Let's meet formally. I am a trainee member of the team, just like you. But I have passed the test to become a main member." "Passed the test?" That means Jason just hasn't touched yet. Otherwise he would say that he is already a main member. Alka nodded. "Nice to meet you. It seems that we are indeed destined." "Hello. My name is Shadaiti Krigan, and I am a main member of the team." A girl's voice sounded. Alka turned his head and looked. Silver short hair, bright crimson eyes, a face as delicate as a doll. She was wearing a beige sailor suit. The tight clothes showed a lot of ups and downs, and a knee-length skirt. Her white legs were wearing a pair of black short boots. Alka Lagu." Alka introduced himself. Hearing Alka's introduction, Zayaditi smiled at him. His last name was also Krigan, and I don't know what his relationship with Andre is. Father and daughter? After seeing that everyone knew each other, Andre said, "Siadai, where are you now?" Hearing this question, Siadai walked to the wooden table in the middle of the room, flipped through some papers and books on it and said, "Dad, during the 2 weeks you were away, we roughly searched along the clues and explored some information around. After Thad died, his body was buried in their ancestral tomb, so his treasure should not be placed in the tomb." Watching them report the information, Alka was completely confused. He had no idea what they were talking about, but he could roughly hear that. They were probably looking for the treasure of a man named Thad. He was probably the lord of this island a few hundred years ago. He was very rich. It was said that his wealth was inestimable. At this time, Jason said beside him, "Boss, I don't know why the shark biters are here too. And they have connections with some local gangs." Hearing this, Andre frowned. "I'll go to the city first. You can tell Alka about the current situation." Then she took the cowboy hat that had just been placed on the table, put it on her head, pushed open the wooden door, and left the house. At this time, Jason and Siadai turned their heads and stared at Alka. "Sit down." Siadai smiled sweetly and pulled out a chair next to the wooden table. Alka looked at her and nodded. Sitting on the wooden stool, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Then Siadai was seen lying on the wooden table, tilting his head and staring at Alka and asked, "Jason said that the last time he went treasure hunting alone, the most important treasure was taken away by someone else. It must be you." "Don't say that. I just don't have a good eye. And the information is slightly wrong," Jason said beside him. But Siadai ignored him, thinking of the matter of asking Bobby for help in identification on the ship before. Alka nodded without hiding it. He took out the gun on his thigh and put it on the table. "Just luck." Jason looked at the short gun on the table and sighed helplessly. This weapon was once only one step away from him. In response to Alka's answer, Siadai just smiled slightly. She seemed to be just a little curious. "Let me tell you about the activities we are currently carrying out," Jason said beside him. Then he searched through the scattered materials and papers on the table. After pulling out a few pieces of information, a portrait and a map, he placed them in front of Alka. "These are the targets we are looking for this time. You can take a look." Chapter 33 12 Treasure Houses of Thad. After reading the information in his hand, Arkada had a clear understanding of their current goal. Thad, the governor of Mest Island 260 years ago, was also the second son of a once great noble family. He had excellent navigation skills and adventurous spirit. When he was young, he founded a treasure hunting group, searched for a lot of treasures, and used the treasures to expand his separated family. Finally, he successfully built Mest Island and became an important member of the Blood Gold Alliance. It is said that his wealth is inestimable. It is said that his personal wealth is definitely one of the best in the Alliance. In addition, he likes to collect rare treasures. In the countless years after his death, his treasures hidden in various places were often found. According to legend, he had a total of 12 treasure houses during his lifetime. The treasures inside were large and small. There were 3 largest ones, and 2 of them had been searched. What they are looking for now is the remaining largest treasure house. After preliminary exploration, Andre's treasure hunting team believed that the treasure should be on this island. Siadai saw that Alka had seen almost everything, and added, "About a year ago, we found a small treasure house on the island. It is one of the 12 treasure houses. And through this treasure house, it is confirmed that the largest one is also hidden on this island." Hearing this, Alka nodded. After thinking for a while, he suddenly asked, "What is the difficulty we are facing now? We found the key to the treasure house, but we don't know the specific location of the treasure house," Jason answered beside him. Hearing this, Alka placed the map they handed over in front of him. He blinked and brushed his fingers across it, as if he was studying it carefully. On the map at this time, some important places and possible places had been marked by them. With the blink of an eye, light spots appeared one after another on the map. I don't know if it was because it had been searched. Now there were only 2 white dots on it, and 2 blue dots. As usual, he started clicking from the white dots. The first white dot, ordinary treasures do not have any information. After knowing so much information, there is still no treasure with a name, which obviously has nothing to do with their current goal. As the second white dot was clicked, Thad's 12 treasures number 5. Difficulty, Insect Lover. Popularity, 1.8373 million. Treasure information. Thad lost his fertility due to personal reasons when he was young, and clearly knew that none of his offspring were his own. so he never thought of leaving his wealth to his descendants. Due to his adventurous spirit and his love of treasure hunting, he divided his treasure into 12 parts and buried them in different places. Vault number 5, one of the 9 small vaults, which contains various precious specimens and various valuable statues, without any test, with a total value of 50 gold sales. The key is an insect unique to the island, symbolizing adventure and fearlessness. Looking at the introduction of this treasure house, Arka was a little confused. The difficulty is for insect lovers. Combined with the information below, you can know that if you want to decrypt it, you must know something about insects. The second is its popularity. This popularity is simply exaggerated. Nearly 2 million people know the legend of this treasure, which is enough to show how famous this treasure is. And the treasure information below is even more outrageous. With the information in hand, and the supplements from Xiaodai and Jason, almost most of the information is already known. With this information as an expansion, the treasure information given by the system is almost about to put the treasure into Alka's hands. It was almost delivered to him personally. Alka was once again convinced that the goal of treasure hunting in the future would be to collect information. As long as enough information was known, the treasure was almost within reach. But this was vault number 5, one of the 9 small vaults. It was not the target of Andre and his team. Thinking of this, Alka could not help but shift his sights to the blue light spot. Magic treasure, no information connection. Look at the last one. Then what about this one? Fade's 12 treasure houses number 3. Difficulty, Toucher 1 spiral. Popularity, 1.8373 million. Treasure information, Thad lost his fertility due to personal reasons when he was young. Number 3 treasury, one of the 3 major treasuries, which contains various kinds of wealth and several magical items. This treasury is trials, and 2 keys are required to open the trials and the door. The palm disc stored in number 1 treasury, the insect disc stored in number 5 treasury. Alka frowned and stared at the map. The difficulty is the toucher. The toucher is obvious, refers to people with extraordinary powers. The suffix, 1 spiral, refers to the specific strength of the toucher. After touching the treasure, humans open up the magic veins in the body, making the inert magic in the body begin to become active. But this only serves as a trigger. Although the magic in the body is active, it is limited in activity, and the total amount is not enough. At this time, you need to control the magic in your body, and then follow the veins to open up other veins. When you completely open the first meridian, a closed loop will be formed in the body. This is called a spiral. Combined with the information provided below, the trial means there will be a battle. What he is mainly concerned about now is the key to open the trial and the door. Vault 1 has been opened by Andre and his team, and the treasure inside has been obtained. As I said just now, they obtained the key. That should be the palm disc. In other words, they may not know that in order to fully obtain the treasure, they need an insect disc, which means they need to open Vault 5. Thinking of this, Alka narrowed his eyes slightly. To open the great treasure house of number 3, Andre and his team actually only collected half of the conditions. They didn't know that if they provided this information, it would definitely be a major contribution. Correspondingly, they didn't know the existence of number 5. If they provided the complete information of number 5, the sum of the two would be enough to meet their requirements. Obtain a place to touch the treasure and truly enter the extraordinary world. Thinking of this, Alka could not help but feel a little excited. But he could not rush. He had to proceed step by step and throw out his information bit by bit. Otherwise, it would easily arouse suspicion and expose his own specialness. Although Andre was introduced by Park Chi, he did not know enough about him. His abnormality must not be exposed, but he could disguise it as some of his talents. His keenness in treasure hunting and different thinking. After all, he could infer the process through the results. Thinking of this, Alka gradually had a clear thread in his mind. Chapter 34 Observation. Jason and Xiaodai just watched Alka staring at the map and thinking, and occasionally picked up the information to check. Xiaodai put his hands on the table to support his head, and swung it left and right out of boredom. Jason, could he have obtained some information that we don't know? Hearing Xiaodai's words, Jason also supported his head with one hand, and scratched the hair beside his ear with his fingers. It's possible. Although I have been with him for a short time, and I only cooperated with him accidentally last time, but Alka is indeed very sharp. Speaking of this, Jason couldn't help but think that he was easily discovered by him when he was hiding. After getting the map of the manor, He also very keenly discovered the inconsistencies between the blueprint and the real manor. Thus, he found the hidden secret room. Xiao also heard Jason talk about the details of the treasure hunt, and couldn't help but become curious. He couldn't help but wonder about Alka. Could he really find anything? However, at this time, Alka's mind was completely unrelated to what they thought. How can I know the location of the number 3 warehouse reasonably? Alka was now thinking about how to let himself know reasonably, and not abruptly. As he thought and researched, a route gradually emerged in his mind. After thinking, Alka looked up. He found that the two were staring at him intently. But their eyes were dull, and they were obviously in a daze. He reached out, and tapped the table lightly. Xiao smiled when he came back to his senses. His red eyes were full of curiosity. He stared at Alka and asked, "How is it? Do you understand the current situation?" "I understand. But I don't have any clue." Hearing Alka's answer, Xiao nodded and was not disappointed. Because this was normal. "So what should we do now?" Alka asked. Looking at the two of them, he was already a little impatient. He had been on the ship for nearly a week and had rested enough. Hearing this, Jason stood up and stretched weakly. "I still have to sort out this information. And I have to contact the ladies in the city." Sigh. After saying this, he sat down on the stool weakly. Looking at Jason's words, Xiao smiled, stroking his face and said, "My work has been done. So it's okay to rest now." Finally, he turned his head and looked at Alka and explained, "My main job is a cartographer, observing the situation on this island more carefully, and mapping them." Hearing this, Alka couldn't help but look at the map in front of him. "I didn't care before. This map is really very detailed. Even the high and low steep terrain is drawn very vividly." Seeing this, Alka raised his head and looked at the beautiful girl in front of him. His eyes couldn't help but flash. "My dear," he immediately said, "I have some ideas. I wonder if you can take me to see the treasure house we found before." Hearing this, Xiao smiled, walked over directly, picked up the gold-rimmed straw hat hanging on the clothes hanger next to him, and came to the door. He turned around and looked at Alka and said, "What are you waiting for? Let's go." Alka nodded and followed immediately. "Thank you. You are too polite. We are a team now. Helping you is helping me." Hearing what Xiao said, Alka just smiled. The two left the wooden house and walked through the village, and began to walk forward along the path. There were large areas of flat land around, and various crops that Alka was not familiar with were planted on them. After all, there are only wheat ears on Golden Wheat Island, and some simple vegetables for daily consumption. Each island has its own characteristics. The two walked slowly along the country road, facing the sun. A group of children in linen clothes ran over from a distance with laughter. "Don't run around. Be careful not to fall." Looking at Xiao who reminded them, the group of children waved and smiled and said, "Sister Xiao, do you want to play?" Xiao patted the head of the little boy who spoke. "Sister has something else to do. You guys can play by yourselves." At this time, a little girl handed her the wild flowers in her hand. Xiao took it and directly inserted it into his straw hat. Showing a bright smile, crouching down, looking at the little girl in front of him and asked, "How is it? Is it beautiful?" The little girl nodded heavily to express her praise. "Yeah, it's really beautiful. Hee, your flowers are beautiful." Xiao smiled and rubbed her little face. "Okay, you guys go play by yourselves." After saying that, the group of kids happily ran by again. Alka followed behind Xiao. Looking at Xiao's pace, it changed from slow to brisk. While walking, his calves couldn't help but kick high, as if he was jumping. He held the brim of his straw hat with both hands, turning around. Hum, 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 hum. Listening to the subtle humming sound, Alka's mouth corners couldn't help but curl up slightly. After walking for a while, he suddenly asked, "Can you tell me more about the treasure house?" Hearing Alka's voice, Xiao turned around and walked backwards. "No problem." Then he turned around again and answered with a brisk pace, "We actually learned about the treasure house 2 years ago. But we knew too little information at that time, so we didn't search for it deliberately. Later, we came to this island after accidentally obtaining more information. About a year ago, we began to look for the treasure house formally. During this period, we have been searching and looking for some information about that, as well as some of his life experiences. Finally, we successfully found the treasure house half a year ago." The treasures inside are mostly some portraits and ornaments. But even if it was a small treasure house, after we dumped the wealth in it, we obtained nearly 60 golden sails. When talking about the wealth obtained, Xiaodaidi's voice could not help but rise. Even now, she was still a little surprised at the wealth obtained at that time. 60 golden sails? This wealth was beyond Alka's understanding, and he had almost no idea of this wealth. He only knew that the golden sail in his hand was enough for him to live for the rest of his life under good operation. Think about it, how much is Hall's merchant ship worth? It seems to be 8 golden sails. That can be called a small or medium-sized merchant ship. If it is well maintained, it can support 2 generations. If there is no accident, this ship can definitely guarantee a good life for 3 generations. Chapter 35: The Ruins of the Watchtower. While chatting with Xiaodaidi, they had already arrived outside the treasure house that their team had opened before. Looking at the people coming and going around the treasure house pit, most of them were wearing workers' clothes and were working. There were various building materials piled up next to them, as well as machinery and tools needed for construction. Looking at this situation, Alka turned his head and looked at Xiaodaidi. Xiaodaidi could understand Alka's doubts, and replied, "This is the treasure house of Thad, so the government of Mest Island must build a tourist attraction here, which can bring them a lot of tourists." Hearing this, Alka couldn't help but complain. "Could it be that you deliberately revealed this treasure house? You even sold the treasures to the island government at a price higher than the market price." After seeing the current scene, and what Xiaodaidi said, Alka immediately thought of such an operation. After all, the information obtained before said that the treasures in the small treasure house are generally around 50 gold sails. "You are so smart. I didn't expect you to guess it so quickly," Xiaodaidi said with some surprise, and then a bright smile appeared on his face. After all, how to exchange treasure for greater value is also what the treasure hunting team should do, isn't it? He blinked at Alka. Indeed. However, Alka changed the subject and asked, "Is there anything special about this place? It made you lock on this place." This place, in some strange rumors on this island, is called the place of dismemberment. It is said that many years ago, there were often bodies that were directly dismembered here. Then Xiaodaidi came over and whispered in Alka's ear. In fact, it was a son of Saad who had a habit of killing and dismembering people. This is the place where he committed the crime. He raised his chin and pointed to the construction site below. If you are interested in the future, you can go and visit. Among the treasures inside are Saada's original manuscripts and murder weapons. I just don't know why he hid his son's scandal in the treasure house. Very reasonable behavior. Alka, who knew the truth, raised his eyes slightly. At this time, a pair of people in strange clothes suddenly entered the construction site and seemed to be talking to the person in charge of the construction site. Then they walked straight into the treasure house. Alka turned around and saw Xiaodaidi frowning and staring at the team that had just entered the treasure house. "Do you know them?" Xiaodaidi nodded. "They are the shark biters. I don't know where they got the news from. They also came to this island recently to look for the treasure." "Competitors?" "Yes. And they are annoying. They don't have a good reputation. If you meet them alone, you must be careful. It's best to run away." Hearing Xiaodaidi's serious words, Alka nodded. It seems that this treasure hunting group may not be worse than them, and they may hurt or kill people directly. Alka was careful and wrote down the faces of the group just now. "How is it? Did you get anything?" Xiaodaidi suddenly asked. Alka shook his head and said nothing more, but directly spread out the map he had been carrying from his arms. Looking at the map, the location of the treasure house ruins was written. Compare the white dot with the blue dot. The 3 dots were randomly distributed, and there was no order. "I'm not familiar with this island. I need to walk around to know some of the situation. Maybe I can find something wrong," Alka said. Then stared at Xiaodaidi and said, "But your map is really well drawn." "Really? Thank you for the compliment. Anyway, I have nothing to do now. Do you want me to take you around this island? There are not many places where treasures may exist." Hearing this, Alka nodded. "If it's not troublesome. Of course it's no problem." "Then let's go," Xiaodaidi said with a smile, taking Alka to stroll around some marked places on the map. The real blue dots are not in the places they marked, but around these places. They can just pass by. Alka followed them and looked around, as if he was really looking for them. After passing by several places, they marked the places where the treasure house might be. After listening to Xiaodaidi's story, Alka roughly understood. The reason why this place was set as a possible location was because they calculated it based on the treasure house they had found before. To be able to build a treasure house, there are some geographical conditions, and these places are more suitable for building a treasure house. Following the road, Alka finally came to the blue dot, which is where the real treasure house is. Look at where the blue dot is. There is a small hill, with lush trees growing on it. An abandoned tower stands there. Miss Xiaodaidi, what is that abandoned tower? Hearing Alka's words, Xiaodaidi turned her head and looked there. That was a watchtower built a long time ago. But it was abandoned after the island joined the Blood Gold Alliance. There are many such watchtowers around the island. I see. Alka nodded in understanding. Then it was obvious. That tower should be the clue given by Tade. Now Alka only needs to investigate the differences between this tower and the surrounding towers, and then work backwards to find the reason. Get the answer first, then work backwards. It is indeed much easier. After all, Thad intentionally built the treasure house. When spreading the secret of the treasure, it also spread the clues of the location of the treasure house. And it does not necessarily need to be accurate, as long as it can be self-consistent. It can even be explained by possibility and feeling. After all, trial and error must be very common in the process of treasure hunting. Thinking of this, Alka smiled. Alka, who had already achieved his goal, suggested going back after following Xiaodaidi for a walk. As dusk was approaching, the two returned to the previous cabin. You are back. How is it? Did you get any clues? Jason, who was sketching something with a feather pen on the wooden table, looked up at the two people who came in and asked. Alka shook his head. Xiaodaidi said directly, I just took him to familiarize himself with the surrounding islands, and the places where we think the treasure may be hidden. How can we get anything? Really? That's a pity. Listening to the conversation between the two, Alka sat down at the wooden table again. He began to flip through the documents on the wooden table. These were all collected by the treasure hunting team on the island, all the information that might be related to the treasure house, and Tade's life experience and preferences. Maybe he could get some clues. After thinking for a while, he asked directly, Is there any information about those watchtowers? You are still thinking about the one you saw before. Xiaodaidi said. He searched through the documents on the table, and then handed him a few copies. Chapter 36 Shark Biting. Construction site of Treasure House Number 1. Inside the treasure house at this time, a tall, muscular, bald man is standing in front of a golden stone slab. A giant shark with its mouth open is tattooed on his hairless bald head. He stared at the golden stone slab in front of him with his white eyes, unmoving. At this time, the sound of footsteps that are easy to hear came from behind him. An ordinary human male, but wearing an extremely exaggerated and fancy outfit, stepping on the ground in boots that looked like clown shoes. He came behind the sturdy man, stroked the brim of his exaggerated hat with his hand, and gently turned it twice. He showed an extremely weird and exaggerated smile. Hey, Captain, are you standing here to see what you are looking for? The voice was just like his dress, up and down, slightly exaggerated. The sturdy man looked at the stone slab in front of him without turning his head, but asked, Nevik, do you know why the Ford's family declined? Hearing his captain's question, Nevik twisted his waist. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and stretched out his right hand and index finger, with a surprised look as if he had thought of something. Oh, I remember, it is said that a great scandal broke out, and then he was ostracized and liquidated. The sturdy man nodded, and on his expressionless face, an evil smile appeared at some point. Yes, who would have thought that a serious merchant noble family was actually a dagger in the hands of a big shot? When this matter was exposed, they were naturally abandoned and liquidated. Nevik stretched out his index finger and pointed at his head, with a puzzled look on his face. But what does this have to do with us? Of course it does. Do you know what the most important thing is hidden in Thad's 12 treasure houses? Treasure? No. It's the scandal of my enemies. Then he changed the subject and asked, Is Andre's treasure hunting team on the island now? Yes, Captain, all the main members have been spotted on the island. Annoying uninvited guests? Let them leave first. Captain, we are the uninvited guests in theory. Looking at his captain's eyes, Nivek made a zipper gesture on his mouth and shut his mouth obediently. I've learned that the people from Shark Bite have arrived. Their goal is the same as ours, which is the Thad treasure house. Andre said in the house. It is said that the leader of Shark Bite, Welter, has found 2 small treasure houses? Jason asked Andre with a little doubt. Hearing this question, Andre nodded. Yes, It is said that he has been pursuing the Thad treasure house. Then, judging from their behavior, it seems that our future actions will not be so smooth. Xiaodai stroked his face with one hand and said with some annoyance. As for the information exchange between them, Alka didn't know and couldn't interrupt. He just sat quietly beside them and absorbed the information from their words. He learned about the behavior of biting sharks from Xiaodai. No scruples under the rules. Robbery, murder, kidnapping. As long as they are not discovered, there is no scruple without evidence. In some places, it doesn't matter if there is evidence. It's more like a violent gang. However, the sea is not short of such people. The only difference between them and pirates is that they still have some concerns. After everyone chatted for a while, Andre turned his head and looked at Alka. Let me think about how to assign you something to do. The timing of Alka's joining was a bit too unwise. They have been active on the island for quite a long time, and have collected all the intelligence that should be collected. Now all that is left is to sort out the intelligence. After sorting out the intelligence, finding clues, it is time to start the tedious work of searching for the treasure house. These do not have much practical significance for Alka now. Some tasks that require the main members to undertake are obviously not suitable for Alka, who has not yet become a toucher. There are two choices. First, follow Jason to learn how to sort out the information and find the thread. Or you can choose to go to the city first, or the place you are interested in to collect information. Although it may not be useful, it is a rare opportunity. After hearing the choice given by Andre, Alka lowered his head and pondered for a while. I will choose the second option. I want to get familiar with this island first. Andre nodded. No problem. You also looked at the information that has been collected yesterday. Just collect it according to the general direction of this information. Any interesting information is fine. Just record it boldly. Although it is useless now, it may be useful at any time, Xiaodai said, blinking at Alka. Hearing this, Alka smiled slightly, then nodded. After chatting for a while, they went to rest. Except for Jason, who was still looking at the intelligence, sorting out the useful information. Early in the morning, Alka put on neat clothes and stood at the door of the house, looking at Jason lying on the table, sleeping soundly. It seems that treasure hunting is not an easy job. Are you ready to go to the city? Xiaodai's voice came from inside. Alka nodded at the door. That's right, get familiar with the work first. Wait a minute, Hadadi said, returned to his room. When he came out, he held a crystal disc in his hand. Take this thing, so that we can find you in case of an accident. Alka took the crystal disc, which was about the size of a thumb, and nodded. Then he said goodbye to Xiaodai. He walked towards the city through the country road. He went around the back of the city through the small road, and entered the city through the gate at the back. As soon as he entered the city, it was much worse than what Alka had imagined. There were low and somewhat dilapidated houses here, and some of the wooden roofs of these stone houses were broken. Various stalls were scattered on both sides. Most of the residents here were farmers wearing ordinary linen clothes, and they looked very poor and simple. Alka's relatively neat clothes were out of place with the surroundings. As a result, no one dared to look up and look at him carefully, and would subconsciously avoid the surroundings and make way for him. Passing through the chaotic crowd, a low city wall about 4 meters high crossed the way, walking along the avenue into the city. This low city wall was not guarded by many soldiers. Only 2 guards stood at the main gate. They looked Alka up and down with their weapons, and then nodded to signal him to go through. People who are not dressed properly cannot enter. One of the guards raised the long gun in his hand, pointed at a poor man behind Alka and said, So that's it. Passing through the relatively heavy stone door, the scene in front of him suddenly became clear. Alka stood there. Unknown emotion surged in his heart. This city wall, what is blocking it? It's just a wall. Chapter 37 Wanted. The white marble building is located next to a clean and tidy street. The building is also painted with light pink, light blue, and off-white light paint. The neat streets are lined with various exquisite stores, and dense and exotic vegetation is located around. The flowers on both sides are still emitting fragrance around. Alka looked at this scene, adjusted his clothes, and walked slowly on the street. All around are various men in exquisite clothes, accompanying various ladies and girls strolling around. There was no civilian in simple clothes on the street, nor any homeless people. It seemed as if the whole city was so beautiful. Alka walked on the edge of the street, looking at the exquisite stores next to him. Most of the stores sold various clothes and accessories. luxury items for women. The second was a variety of restaurants. Alka only took a quick look at the items in many stores, and knew that they were not something he could enter at will. They were extremely expensive. This city is really beautiful. There are no poor people. No homeless people. I really want to live here, a young woman said as she walked, holding a man's hand. The man reached out and touched the tip of the young woman's nose. Fool, where is there such a beautiful city? TSK. Hearing these conversations, Alka couldn't help blinking his lips. After wandering around the city for a while, he had a general understanding. This is a city that builds beauty on pain. In order to create the beauty of the city to attract tourists, the poor, the homeless, and the lower class people that a city should have, are all driven to a small corner, or go directly out of the city. Then spend a lot of resources in the city to build various exquisite buildings, and all the stores are for the rich and noble. Use high consumption to drive the growth of the city's economy. Inflate your wallet. After a round of shopping, Alka randomly found a store, and enjoyed the food here. Although he would not spend too much money on those expensive luxury goods. But Alka is willing to spend more money on these delicacies. After eating and drinking, it was already afternoon. After getting a general understanding of the city, Alka was ready to go to the outskirts of the city, to see the ruins of the watchtowers. At this time, Alka saw a pair of guards passing by, seemingly on patrol. But they walked in a tight pace, and seemed anxious. These guards wore plate armor, a helmet, and long boots. One hand held a spear, and the other hand held a gun on the arm. This gun was a bit like a musket, and it should be much more powerful than a pistol. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the distance. Quick, catch her, she's a wanted criminal. Two guards were running behind with spears. A masked woman in a white dress was running in front of them, and dodging in the crowd. Because the people around were either rich or noble, the guards didn't dare to raise their stone-shaking guns to shoot. They all picked up their spears, and surrounded them. Ah! Be careful. The woman who was called a wanted criminal seemed to know this, and ran into the crowd. His body was extremely agile, and he dodged left and right in the crowd even faster than the guards running on the avenue behind him. Seeing this, Alka flipped his palm, and a card appeared in his hand. With a swing of his arm, the card flew in an arc, passed through the crowd, and accurately hit the fleeing woman. It seemed that she felt the attack. The woman suddenly jumped up, kicked the card, and then rolled in the air and fell to the ground. She looked back at Alka, revealing her lavender eyes, and then ran away without looking back. Oops. Alka then remembered where she was. This was not a good world where people could stand up for justice. Thinking of this, Alka hurriedly walked out of the city. However, when she was about to go out from the main gate, others saw that there were a lot of guards at the main gate, and roadblocks were set up. Even when facing these rich and powerful people, they were checked one by one before being allowed to enter or leave. Thinking of what I just saw in the city, I didn't expect these guards to be so quick. I walked towards the door. I just saw a few guards holding a stack of papers and pasting them next to the city wall. There were 3 big words "wanted criminal" written on it. Alka looked closely. His eyes widened quickly, and then he immediately adjusted his expression, becoming nonchalant. The portrait on the paper was none other than the Blue Fist treasure hunting group. Andre, Siaditi, Jason, Bobby, and a swordfish man with a long pointed nose, a woman who looked beautiful and had slightly charming lavender eyes. These are all the main members of the Blue Fist. Except for the alien and the woman at the back whom he had never seen before, Arka had seen all of them. No! Arka exclaimed in his heart. Isn't the last woman the one who ran away that he just met? He even used a card to try to stop her. It turned out to be one of his own. Pretending to be nothing, Arka walked back into the city. While the soldiers hadn't noticed him yet, he went back to the city first. God knows if they know of my existence. The soldier was still posting the portrait of the wanted person. I was only away for half a day. What happened? Alka was extremely puzzled. His steps became faster and faster. He looked at the men's clothing store next to him. He walked directly in. When Alka came out again, he was already wearing a black tuxedo and a black top hat. He was holding a civilized cane in his hand, and his white shirt was exposed. Sir, if you have any questions, please come and consult again. The store attendant stood at the door, and said to Alka with a smile. Alka turned around, held his hat, and nodded with a smile. Your service is good. You are worthy of being a resident of this beautiful city. It's just that this thing is so expensive that it makes people feel heartbroken. Thank you. You are really a gentleman. After nodding, Alka said goodbye to the attendant, and then turned to a store at the corner in front. After a while, he came out with a small bag. Then, he followed the crowd of tourists and went into an alley. When he came out again, his appearance was completely different from before. In addition to his more gentlemanly clothes, he had a lens on his right eye socket. In his left chest pocket, there was a neatly folded handkerchief, with a corner slightly exposed. On his originally childish face, some short and thin beards appeared. Coupled with Alka's mature temperament, he looked much older. Alka, who had completely changed his appearance, walked into a hotel. Chapter 38, Getting in Touch. Knock. 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 There was a knock on the door. A young voice followed. Sir, do you need to go downstairs for dinner? I'm a little tired. I'll bring it up and leave it outside the door. Alka's voice sounded. Okay. As the footsteps faded away, Alka turned his head back to the window, looking at the situation outside. So what should I do now? Do they know that there is someone like me in the Blue Fist? Alka couldn't help but struggle in his heart. There was no way. This change came too suddenly. He had no preparation at all, and had never even thought about it. Now there was no way to get in touch with Andre and the others. Thinking of this, although Alka was looking out the window, his attention was completely focused on thinking about what would happen next. Ding ding ding. A slight sound suddenly came from the inner pocket of his clothes. It brought Alka, who was in deep thought, back to reality. He reached into the inner pocket of his clothes, and then took out a thin crystal piece. The crystal piece that Xia Dai gave me? The shaking, and the very slight sound, came from this crystal piece. Looking at the shaking crystal piece. What does it mean? What is the purpose? Alka was completely confused, not knowing what its shaking meant. Knock. Knock. The sudden knock on the door startled Alka, and he immediately put the crystal piece back into his pocket. Sir, your dinner has been served. Well, thank you. Please put it at the door. It is my honor to serve you. Please call us if you need anything. After the words fell, the footsteps were heard going away. At this moment, there was a slight knocking sound behind him. Alka immediately rolled forward, turned around and took out a pistol from his pocket. No one. What's the sound? He immediately stood up and looked towards the place where the sound came from. Something was knocking at the corner of the window. At this time, the crystal piece in his pocket echoed with the knocking sound of the object outside the window, forming the same rhythm. Is it Andre and the others? Alka thought and walked over, and saw outside the window. A spider was knocking at the window with its front legs. However, the spider's appearance was brass-colored, and its head was dotted with 4 rubies that looked like broken diamonds. What kind of high-tech thing? He stretched out his hand and opened the window. The spider used all 8 legs and quickly crawled in. Alka kept aiming the pistol in his hand at the spider. At this time, a slight sound came from the spider's back. Listening to the slight sound coming from above, it seemed to be a human voice. Alka reached out his hand, and the mechanical spider did not respond, and slowly picked it up. It was a bit heavy, but compared to its appearance, it was very light. Slowly approached the ear. Arka? Arka? Can you hear me? A very ethereal voice came from the spider's back. It can be heard that it is a female voice. It should be Xia Dai. I didn't expect this thing to be a phone. He opened his mouth and answered, I can hear it. Huh, I finally found you. How are you now? Very good, I hid. Arka replied. That's good. Don't talk. Listen to me first. The shark biters have colluded with the governor of Meister Island for some reason. They issued a wanted order and expelled us from the island. What a bunch of trash, who only use despicable means. But now we are fine. The scope of the wanted order is limited to Meister. They don't have the power to issue a wanted order for the entire sea area. Where are you now? We'll come to pick you up. Hearing Xia Dai's words, some of Alka's worries finally fell. Then he suddenly thought of something and asked, Am I exposed? Do they know that I exist? Probably not. The people who have seen you are some villagers in the village. The shark bite has no idea that you exist. And they may think that all our people have retreated to the outside of the island. Not exposed? Alka muttered to himself. This is an opportunity. After a little thought, Alka decided, I have found clues to the exact location of the treasure house. It only takes a little time to investigate. Really? A surprised voice came from the other side. But it's too dangerous. You just joined us, and you're not a toucher yet. Hearing this, Alka smiled and said, It's okay. I haven't been exposed yet. Right? The voice on the other end pondered for a while. Okay. We'll cause some commotion on the coast to attract the enemy's attention. And you can look for clues in the city. If you encounter danger, crush the crystal pieces, and we will come to rescue you immediately." Hearing this, Alka immediately said, "No problem. The problem is, if I find a clue, how can I contact you? You take the spider with you. It still has some energy, and you can communicate with us by tapping its 4 eyeballs." "Okay. No problem. Wait for my good news. Be careful. It's not worth dying for this little news. Don't worry. I can still distinguish between wealth and life." After saying this, the spider's 4 eyeballs dimmed, as if it had turned from a red gem into a gray stone. Alka picked up the spider and looked at it over and over again. It's a very precise mechanical structure, really interesting. Looking at the machine, Alka became more and more interested in the extraordinary power. Since it's not exposed now, it's time to plan the next move. Alka sat at the table, looking at the map spread out on it. This map is much rougher than the map he got from Xiaodaidi yesterday, because this was copied by Alka himself last night, so it's not too detailed. But it still has its intended purpose. Just throw out the information tomorrow night, and wait for them to go find the treasure house. Then they will find that a key is missing. At this time, I have found clues to another treasure house in the city. Well, a little rough, I need a more reasonable idea. After sorting out his thoughts, Alka nodded his head, and confirmed the plan. Then he looked at the center of the map. The blue light spot in the city. I can still use this time to find the treasure. The location of the blue light. Alka has been there once during the day, and has a general idea of where the blue light is. Reach out and click on it. Haunted Villa. Difficulty, Daring. Popularity, 631. Treasure information. Is there really a ghost in the haunted villa? This is exactly the magic treasure that I saw yesterday, which has no specific information. Gugu. I'm hungry. Chapter 39 Haunted Villa. Early in the morning, Alka washed up in the hotel room. He ate the breakfast brought by the waiter. There was also a newspaper next to it. There was actually such a thing as a newspaper? But the ship used a wooden sailboat and an oil lamp. It was really a strange world. Alka flipped through it casually. Most of them were about the Blood Gold Alliance. It had almost nothing to do with Alka. He had just come to the outside world, and he didn't even know what most of the information was about. The great pirate, the dead man, is patrolling the sea with his team. A great pirate? He even put it in the newspaper to warn others. How powerful this pirate must be. Alka shook his head, put the newspaper on the table, picked up the hat on the coat rack by the door, and walked out. He came to the street. It was just one night later. Except for the wanted poster posted at the city gate and the roadblock set up. There were no patrols on the road. It returned to normal. It seems that I have not been exposed. Of course, I cannot let my guard down. Thinking of this, Alka could not help but touch the slight stubble on his upper lip. He adjusted his hat and walked towards the place he had seen yesterday. He bypassed several streets. He came to a street with fewer luxury stores and more daily necessities. Most of the people here should be local residents of the city. He went straight to a villa courtyard near the city wall. The pedestrians around here became a little sparse. It seemed that everyone would rather go around and didn't want to pass through here. Alka looked at the villa in front of him. It had 3 floors in total, and was built with off-white stones. The walls and roofs were decorated with small sculptures. Transparent windows, neatly located on the walls, but the curtains had been drawn inside. A small courtyard surrounded the villa. It looked very exquisite. If you didn't tell them, no one would know that this villa had a legend of being haunted. At this time, there was a notice posted next to the outer gate. It said that the villa was for rent at a low price. I had noticed it when I passed by here yesterday. I looked at it and walked towards the address. It was less than 100 meters away. There was also a villa courtyard. Alka went over and pulled the iron door, and shook it gently twice. The door locks knocked against each other, making a crisp sound. After a while, a woman in home clothes came out, looking at Alka next to the iron gate. She walked over with a little doubt. "Sir, what can I do for you?" Alka adjusted his hat and nodded slightly. Then he pointed to the villa not far away. "Excuse me, is that villa yours? I want to rent it for a month." Looking at the villa Alka pointed to, the woman's face became visibly stiff. She opened her mouth and considered her words. "Well, sir, I wonder if you know the situation of that villa." That is. Alka smiled and tapped the floor with the civilized stick in his hand. interrupting the woman's words. Don't worry, ma'am. I've certainly learned about it. I just want to experience it. As he said this, he took out a handkerchief from his left chest pocket, unfolded it, and waved it in front of the young woman. Then he waved it gently, and a rose appeared in his hand. He placed it on the top of the civilized staff, and when he let go of his hand, the flowers seemed to grow on it. Alka extended the civilized staff. The series of simple and quick performances just now made the woman feel slightly hot, and she couldn't help but reach out and touch the rose. Then the roses fell down, turning into petals of obviously redundant flowers, and drifted towards her body with the wind. There was also a faint fragrance. At this time, Alka smiled and said, "As you can see, I am a magician. I want to experience it in that villa. It may bring me different inspiration. You are really a gentleman, but your performance is really good. If you have the opportunity, please invite me. Of course, this is a beautiful city. I am planning to open a magic show here in a while." Alka smiled and talked to the woman for a while. So he rented the haunted villa for a month for 2 silver snakes. Perhaps it was because of Alka's performance and his slightly distinguished manner and clothes. Or maybe it was because the haunted villa was really difficult to rent. The woman waived his deposit without any worries. After simply signing a contract, she handed the key to Alka. She let Alka go alone, except for a little dust inside. Everything else was good and could be used normally. It seems that the villa has indeed left a big shadow on this woman. She didn't even want to go there. Not long after, Alka came to the door of the villa with the key. He unlocked the door outside and walked in. The few passers-by around saw Alka's actions and stared at him as if he had seen a ghost. And they all quickened their pace to flee. They looked at Alka with such pity. The residents not far away also saw that there was a new tenant in this haunted villa. How long can he last? One night. I think at most one night. He doesn't look like a brave man. What about you? How long do you think he can last? After all, he came to you to rent the house. I think this gentleman is amazing. He is also a magician. Maybe he can last normally. The woman who spoke was the one who rented the villa to Alka. Next to her were the neighbors. For someone who dared to enter the haunted villa, they showed the proper gossip. They all placed bets, betting on how long Alka could last inside. At this time, Alka inserted the key into the crack of the door, with a little trepidation in his heart, and then opened the door. Since the curtains in the house were drawn, no one had entered the house for a while. A faint dust floated out. He picked up the lantern hanging on the edge of the door, turned the hinge below, and lit the lantern. He picked up the lantern and walked in. There was still a thin layer of dust on the floor. First, opened all the curtains by the window to let the sunlight in. Soon the whole house became warm. Entering is the living room, and the dining room separated from the living room. The decoration is very simple and warm, except for a light layer of dust on it. It seems to have nothing to do with the haunted house. Alka walked around the villa, opened all the curtains, then pick up the cleaning tools prepared by the woman for her, and start to clean up some dust. By the way, make a more detailed observation of the whole villa. See where the treasure is hidden. It is also a process of obtaining information. Chapter 40. Hello. It didn't take much time. Around noon, Alka simply cleaned the villa. He also roughly understood the composition of the whole villa. It is a very simple 3-story structure. The first floor is the living room, dining room, kitchen and other spaces. The second floor is the master bedroom, the second bedroom, and the guest rest area. The third floor is a warehouse except for the balcony, which is more like a loft, rather than a single floor. The whole villa has no other problems except some dust. To be honest, it doesn't look like a haunted villa at all. Sitting at the table and looking at the blue dot on the map. Brave? That is to say, the haunted situation of this villa is very likely not that there are real ghosts and monsters, but there will be some frightening phenomena. When renting, Alka talked to the woman. Most of the tenants were scared after living for 1 or 2 days, and left the villa directly without death. Injuries are also some bumps caused by being scared. This is why Alka dared to come in. There is danger, but it is not big. If you want to find treasure and gain wealth, there will be danger. As long as the danger is within an acceptable range, it will be fine. He picked up a pen and paper and began to write and draw on the table, according to the structure he had just learned when cleaning the villa. He tried to draw the first layer first. In this way, time came to the afternoon when it was almost dusk. Alka looked at the layout drawing that was almost finished. It was very rough. But it looked quite like it. He blinked. However, there was no change on the drawing. And no blue dots appeared. It seemed that my drawing was still not good enough. My skills were good enough for drawing rough maps of familiar islands. But drawing such detailed architectural drawings was just like a child's graffiti. I threw the drawing on the table casually. Wait and see tomorrow. If there is a chance to get the design drawings. This is the simplest and quickest way. It can save most of the time. I just don't know if the owner of this house is still alive. Thinking of this, Alka looked outside and saw that it was getting dark. He returned to the second floor, slightly closed the curtains of his room, and then took out the hidden mechanical spider from the suitcase he had just bought. Looking at the mechanical spider in his hand, Alka reached out and knocked on the 4 stone-like eyeballs on the spider's head. With a knock, the eyeballs changed from stone to ruby-like crystals. Alka placed it on the small table in the room. The spider began to knock on the table with its copper legs. After a while, a voice came from the spider's back. Hello? Alka? Yes, it's me. I roughly found the location of the treasure house. Alka said directly to the point. When he finished speaking, the voice on the spider's back fell silent. Just found it? Xiaodaidi's voice was slightly unbelievable. Alka just said that there were some clues yesterday, and today there was confirmed information. Is it a bit too fast? Or is it too eager for quick success? Hearing Xiaodaidi's doubts, Alka said directly, that is the most likely place I think at this stage, but you know that due to the current situation, I can't really go to the site for investigation, so I can only tell you, if you take action, maybe you should go and take a look. He deliberately explained that. This is just his guess, and he is not sure. After hearing Alka's explanation, Xiaodaidi's voice came over. Okay, no problem. We will go and confirm it as soon as possible. You should also be careful, hide your identity. Shark Bite and the others are not good people. If they are really caught, there is no problem with surrendering. They will not really be willing to have hatred with us. Shark Bite is not stronger than them, or even slightly weaker. If you intentionally kill the other party's members, it would be equivalent to making an enemy, and no one would be stupid enough to do that. Don't worry. I'm still safe now, and the patrols in the city have been reduced a lot. After a brief chat, Alka cut off the voice after understanding the situation outside at the moment. The sun was getting darker. The dim light sprinkled through the window. Watching the sun sink into the sea bit by bit, Alka simply ate something and went to the second floor. Prepared to turn off the lights early and rest. The room fell into darkness. Alka closed his eyes, touched the holster under his armpit and the gun on his thigh. Maintaining a slight vigilance, began to rest. Gradually relaxed in vigilance. Fell into a deep sleep. Time passed. In the darkness. Slightly cool. A slight cool feeling came from the soles of his feet, and he slightly moved the quilt with his legs. Pressed it. A little warmth was restored. Slightly cool. Gulp. 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 The simple pumping device next to the house seemed to be pumping water from the water tank. Tap. Tap. The sound of walking on the floor in slippers came. With a creak, the quaint bronze faucet was turned on. The sound of dripping water sounded. Drip. 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 The only sound in the darkness was the dripping water. The sound of the wind, the chirping of insects, the moonlight. All went away, as if they had disappeared. Alka opened his eyes and put his hand on the handle that was inserted vertically on his thigh. The other hand stroked under the pillow. He lifted the quilt. He picked up the oil lamp on the bedside table and walked out the door. The sound of water dripping. It was so obvious in the silent darkness. The faint light of the oil lamp illuminated the darkness. It seemed to pierce the silence. He slowly pushed the door open. He picked up the oil lamp and saw the brass faucet on the wash basin dripping water. The water dripped onto the iron basin below. Splashing water. Alka walked over and tightened the switch on it. The moment he turned around with the lamp in his hand, he immediately pulled out the gun on his thigh, but he only pulled it halfway when Alka let out a heavy breath. He looked at the mirror in front of him. He looked at his own appearance in it. Damn, I was actually scared by my own face. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. He was a little nervous in his heart, and the moment he saw the mirror, the appearance in it was not the face that had been with him for decades. In an instant, fear surged up. Fortunately, I reacted in time. I just remembered that I was no longer myself. I leaned my head in front of the mirror. I didn't notice it during the day, but with this clear mirror, Alka carefully checked his appearance. His dark hair, because it was not trimmed too much, had already passed his ears, and became medium-length hair. I was definitely not used to it before. But now, I am already familiar with it. It is not easy to find a suitable barber in this place. It can still be seen from his face that he is a little immature. But his expression was mature and a bit old-fashioned. So he looked a little more mature than his actual age. He looked at his eyes carefully. The emerald green eyes were as black as ink, which was really a bit strange. But this body is really handsome. When this sentence came out, Alka was slightly stunned. He rubbed his hands without leaving any trace, and took off the ring and put it on again. A slight smile appeared on his face. He looked at himself in the mirror. Hello. Chapter 41 Gain. Early morning. Alka slightly opened the curtains, letting the bright sunlight shine on his face. He raised his palm to shield his eyes. After a while, feeling the heat of the sun shining on his face, he had to get up. He stretched hard. He opened the curtains completely. He looked out the window with his hands in a hugging position. He embraced the light projected in. I slept so comfortably last night. I haven't slept so comfortably for a long time. But he felt something was wrong for a moment. Thinking of this, Alka frowned. He stretched out his hands and rubbed his temples. He really didn't feel anything. Dream? Alka, who couldn't remember, came to the bathroom not far from the door. As soon as he came in, he saw the mirror next to him. Was there a mirror here yesterday? After a moment of hesitation, he leaned over and touched his face with his hand. You know what? You are quite handsome. But you are still a little bit behind me. After a few casual words, Alka started to wash up. He returned to the room and put on his clothes. When he was putting on his vest, he suddenly heard a knock on the door downstairs. He put on his clothes and walked down the stairs slowly. He opened the door. The lady who rented the house to Alka was outside the door. Mrs. Anda, good morning. You seem to be more beautiful in the morning than yesterday? Is your time going backwards? Hearing Alka's words, Mrs. Anda was stunned for a moment, and then she reacted and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh secretly. Ah, it turns out to be this pair of beautiful earrings, adding to your brilliance. Hearing Alka's words, Mrs. Anda's face showed a slightly surprised expression, and she reached out to touch her earrings. Alka observed that the earrings were obviously not worn yesterday, and they looked very new. Mr. Houdini is really good at talking. Are all magicians such gentlemen? The so-called Houdini is a pseudonym Alka gave himself temporarily. Hearing this, Alka just smiled. Maybe. Who knows? At this time, Mrs. Anda carefully looked up and down at Alka. How did Mr. Houdini rest last night? Very good. It couldn't be better. I have to say that the villa of yours is very well matched in terms of both construction and interior decoration. After confirming that he didn't have any major problems, and that he rested well, Mrs. Anda nodded unconsciously. At this time, Alka took the opportunity to say, last night's rest made me very satisfied with this villa. And I couldn't help but wonder if I should build a villa like this in the future. Really? As long as you like it. Then can I make a request? A small favor. Perhaps Alka's previous compliments made Anda happy, and she nodded very easily. Of course. If I can do it, Alka said quickly. I like the villa very much during the night rest. I wonder if Madame still has the drawings of building the villa. I want to learn from them. Then he said self-deprecatingly, although the income from being a magician is not enough for me to build such a good villa, it may be good to have a goal to work hard for. Although Mrs. Anda was a little surprised about Alka's request, she didn't care and nodded happily. Alka was not frightened, which made her feel that the haunting of the villa might have passed. Of course, it's no problem. I'm happy to help you with such a small problem. You are a good gentleman. After chatting for a few words, Alka followed Mrs. Anda to the villa where she lived not far away. Many women who were chatting on the roadside, and the residents around turned their heads from time to time. They looked at Alka casually. Seeing Alka's energetic appearance, they were slightly surprised. Wait here for a moment. I'll go inside to get it for you. Mrs. Anda did not invite Alka in. Alka also waited outside the door happily. If possible, he really didn't want to have too much interaction with the residents here. After all, he can now be regarded as a hidden wanted criminal. Who knows if it will affect others in the future? After a while, Mrs. Anda came out, holding a file made of craft paper in her hand, and took out a design drawing from it. Alka took it and looked at it. It was also a drawing that divided the terrain and courtyard of each floor. Looking at the mark next to the paper, and the seal in the corner, it should be the record of the house purchase. He blinked his eyes slightly. The light spot appeared. The location of the light spot was on the second floor. In the master bedroom on the second floor. It was actually where I slept yesterday. After seeing the location of the light spot clearly, Alka handed the drawing over again. Thank you very much. Ma'am. No. It's just a small matter. After a few pleasantries, Alka said goodbye and left. But he did not return to the villa immediately. Instead, he wandered around the city. At some point, a city travel guide appeared in his hand. He bought it in a bookstore he just passed by. The price was much cheaper than its production. He picked up the guide and flipped through it briefly. After having a good meal at a restaurant that looked good, Alka returned to the villa. After opening the door, he went directly to the master bedroom on the second floor. Standing at the door, looking at the layout of the master bedroom. The light spot is on the left side of the room, near the inner corner. Thinking of where the light spot was, Alka looked there. A row of neatly stacked solid wood wardrobes were placed there. Walked over. Looked at the row of wardrobes in front of him. Only the three at the back might be more in line with the location of the light spot. Opened the wardrobe door. A dull, slightly corrupt smell came out. Waved his hand, dispelling the smell. Alka poked his head inside and looked. It was empty. And there were some things that might have been left behind by the original residents. There was no outline of light in his eyes. He opened the second room. But still nothing. His sight was on the third room. He opened the wardrobe. This wardrobe might be placed in the corner. And there was a slight obstruction from the bedside table. So there was a little thick dust inside. It was empty. There was still no outline. Alka couldn't help but reach out and start groping and knocking inside. Want to see if there is any hidden compartment. Thinking of something, he slightly raised his head and looked upward. A palm-sized mirror reflected Alka's appearance. There was a light outline on the mirror. So it was here. A smile appeared on Alka's face, and he took the mirror down. The mirror outline did not disappear. He frowned and looked at it carefully. The light outline seemed to be the lens inside, not the brass and silver wire shell wrapped outside. Chapter 42 Soul Trapping Magic Mirror. Alka took the mirror in his hand. Came to the table facing the window. Randomly found an iron tool, carefully removed the outer shell. The thin lens completely revealed the appearance. As Alka's hand touched, the light outline on the lens completely disappeared. Harvest. At this time, Alka began to carefully examine the lens in his hand. A very normal and ordinary mirror can clearly reflect his appearance and the surrounding environment. It is no different from an ordinary mirror. The back is very smooth and feels like metal. I looked at it carefully in the sunlight. It seems to have some kind of pattern, but it is not very clear. However, no matter how I look at it, it seems to be just an ordinary rectangular lens. It is only the size of my palm. I picked up the map. I looked at the two white dots and one blue dot on the map that were still flashing. I clicked on the blue dot that had dimmed. Haunted Villa. Harvest, difficulty, daring. Popularity, 631. Treasure information. Is there really a ghost in the haunted villa? Or is it just an illusion in the dream? The so-called fear and haunting, it seems that they are not real, but some kind of power is missing, which affects the dream. Treasure harvest. Soul trapping magic mirror. The treasure information has increased, but I don't seem to have any more information. Dream. That is to say, I may have had a dream last night, and in the dream, I realized the fear that others had realized before. This is the information I already know. It's just that the vague information in the dream is easy to forget when I wake up. Because I was not awakened by the fear in the dream? Why? Alka didn't think he was really brave. In this world where there is indeed magical power, he is still a little afraid of ghosts. But it can be known that this is exactly affected by the energy emitted by the mirror. The magic mirror that traps the soul. I know the name of this mirror from the harvest. The magic mirror that imprisons the soul? This name doesn't sound like a serious thing at all. Looking at this mirror, Alka couldn't help but worry. Will it have a negative impact on me? After all, the power it emits has affected my dreams, and from the name of this villa, we can know that the power will spread fear in dreams. It doesn't seem to be a positive thing. Dreams are produced at night. I wonder if this thing will change at night. Thinking of this, Alka picked up the lens and thought for a while, and then opened the wardrobe again and threw the lens in. It is better not to carry it with you, in case of an accident. After finding the blue magic treasure relatively easily, Alka suddenly felt a little relaxed. Somewhat idle. Looking at the travel guide that he had brought back from the table. Flipping through it. It introduced in detail some places worth visiting, places worth seeing. Beautiful streets, specially built gardens, statues, beautiful fountains, etc. Of course, the bustling commercial streets in the city center are indispensable. All luxury items. Turn the page. Various art exhibitions, auctions, and museums. War Memorial Museum, Island History Museum, Construction and Development Memorial Hall, Rare Animal Museum, Insect Museum, and so on. Wait a minute. Insect Museum? Alka seemed to have seen something incredible, and turned the page forward. Insect Museum? There are some rare insects on the island, and outside the island, and some insect specimens and history. Seeing this, Alka couldn't help but think of Treasure House number 5. Treasure House with insects as the theme. The key to unlock it is an insect that symbolizes courage and fearlessness. It must be unique to the island. I just don't know if the key is a real insect or something symbolic. Thinking of this, it seems that I have to go to this memorial. I opened the curtains and looked at the sunlight outside the window. It was just noon. I put on my coat, picked up the civilized stick, and walked out of the villa. It wasn't long before we arrived at the location. Looking at the destination in front of us, it was a very small area, compared to a museum. It was called a museum, but it was probably more like a store or something. But the sign above did say so. There were almost no people interested in it, and it was deserted inside. Alka pushed the door open and walked in. As he pushed the door open, there was a crisp bell ringing. An old man at the innermost part of the museum, wearing a pair of glasses, raised his eyes slightly and looked over. After seeing Alka, he walked out with some surprise. At this time, Alka pretended to be a person who was really interested in insects. He looked around, looking at the densely packed insect specimens on both sides, and the exquisite hand-painted patterns. There were the most beautiful butterflies, and some worms that looked a little creepy and disgusting. You could even see some insects moving in some glass bottles and jars. The cabinet used as support below is a display cabinet with wooden edges and glass, and it seems to be simulating the living environment of some insects. You can see some living insects inside. Sir, you seem to be very interested in these insects. Do you need me to explain them to you? The old man seemed a little excited. Alka turned his head and looked at him, smiled, and then nodded. Of course, if it's convenient for you. That's great, the old man said, and began to introduce Alka, pointing to a huge insect specimen the size of a head on the wall on his left hand. The round body and fine tentacles, and the shell covering it. This is a sea worm that lives on the seabed. Although it is so big, it is actually a parasite that lives on some large fish. It is so big, and it is still a parasite. Alka's expression showed obvious interest and surprise. This gave the old man a very good feedback. He began to introduce them one by one. He introduced them all the way to the innermost part, where a very delicate glass box was stored. The insect inside is a specimen. It has long horns like horns, and a hard shell on its back. The 3 pairs of legs that stick out are also unusually thick. The overall color is a matte black, but there is a faint golden color on the top of the 2 pairs of horns like horns. It looks unusually majestic. This is a unique insect on Meister Island, called the golden horn hammer, a very handsome and brave insect. It symbolizes bravery and fearlessness, just like a warrior. Finally, Alka's goal was introduced. Chapter 43, Entering a Dream. But it's a pity, this beautiful and majestic insect has become extinct on the island. The old man's words suddenly sounded a little lonely. Hearing this, Alka hurriedly asked, Extinct? Why? Hearing Alka's question, the old man was a little indignant. But his voice was a little helpless as he said, When you entered the city, did you see the avenue full of flowers? Many of those flowers were transplanted from other islands, among which there are several very beautiful flowers, but their pollen is fatal to the golden horn hammer. This has caused an imbalance in the ecological environment on the island, but those masters don't care about this. Alas. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. Alka could only nod in understanding. But he asked, when did this insect become extinct? Probably, more than 20 years ago. Hearing this, Alka had a bad feeling in his heart. According to the treasure information, the number 5 treasure house is unlocked, and this golden horn hammer may be needed. Now I don't know whether it is symbolic, or whether a living golden horn hammer is really needed, or whether the specimen is still feasible. But in this case, Alka has to make preparations in many aspects. He frowned and thought for a while before asking. So besides this island, are there other islands with golden horn hammers? Seeing that Alka seemed to be really interested in insects, the old man's eyes lit up. He grabbed Alka's wrist and walked to the counter inside. Come on, I have collected a picture book before, and it said that there is an island with this kind of insect. He then pulled Alka inside. After arriving at the counter, he searched around below, put on gloves and took out a well-preserved insect picture book from a wooden box. He flipped through the pages carefully. Alka saw that the insect illustrations on each page were lifelike, just like photos. This shows how precious it is. After turning to the middle, the old man turned the book over, pointed to one of them and said, "This is it." Looking at the pictures and text introductions on it. Alka wanted to touch it, but he pulled his hand back halfway. Seeing this action, the old man nodded with more satisfaction. He looked at Alka with more favor. Then he began to explain. The golden horn hammer is an insect that, due to its beautiful appearance, is often collected by insect lovers. However, most lovers are willing to protect them. It is recorded that this insect exists on the holy armor island of Anfers, which is also a holy place for various insect lovers. If only I were younger. Now the journey on the sea is not suitable for an old guy like me. Hearing the information he wanted, Alka quickly memorized it in his mind. After chatting with the old man for a while again, then said goodbye and left. Seeing that it was not yet dusk outside, he continued to stroll around like a tourist. While strolling around, he saw a group of people who seemed to be watching something, and curious Alka also looked over. He saw a man dressed like a clown, who was slightly exaggerated, performing acrobatics and magic for everyone. Magic. Seeing this, Alka could not help but walk over to watch. After watching a show, the clown bowed. Everyone took out some coins, and threw them into the box in front of the clown. Looking at the coins piled up in the box, Alka's eyes lit up slightly. Some people even threw silver snakes in. And from his point of view, this clown's magic was just SOSO, he could see through all the magic tricks. Looking at the money, he couldn't help but think. Due to an accident, he didn't have much money with him. If he didn't have money, it would be very disadvantageous for his disguise. Maybe he could perform like this. Since I learned magic, I have never performed a formal show for outsiders. Watching the clown leave and prepare to perform in another place, Alka also went to a different restaurant for dinner. After dinner, taking advantage of the afterglow of sunset, he walked towards the villa on the neat and beautiful stone road. He just saw Mrs. Enda chatting with a group of women and greeted her. After returning to the villa, he simply cleaned up for a while and came to his room. He took out the magic mirror from the closet again and placed it next to the bedside table. He lit the oil lamp while there was still some residual light outside. At this time, Alka felt the pocket watch he had stuffed into his arms, which was vibrating slightly. He opened it and saw that it was the blue crystal sheet he had embedded in the watch cover that was vibrating. He immediately squatted down, groped up from under the bed, and took out the robot spider. Alka. I'm here. We are ready. We plan to go to the place you mentioned at 3 a.m. tomorrow night. Do you want to come with us? Alka pushed the watch open and looked at it. After calculating tomorrow's schedule, he replied, "No problem. I will meet you tomorrow night." "Okay. That's it. Remember to be safe." "Yes." Then, he stuffed the spider back under the bed. He sat next to the bedside table, looking at the magic mirror on the cabinet, waiting for the night to come. While waiting, Alka's hands flew up and down to practice magic, and also practiced the flexibility of his hands. The bright full moon was completely hanging in the sky. At this time, the surroundings were already silent. Alka looked at the magic mirror through the drawn curtains, and saw that there was no movement at all. He frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, he put it back in the closet. Then he turned off the oil lamp and went to bed. After a while, Alka's even breathing sounded. Alka in the dark, hearing the hazy sound from afar. As subtle as a thread, the extremely vague sound was like a thread, surrounding Alka's ears. "Help! Help me! Help!" Alka in the dark heard this subtle cry for help, and wanted to open his eyes, wanted to move his hands, and wanted to twist his body. However, there is no doubt that he can't do it. The body in the dark. It seems that it is no longer controlled by his brain. His consciousness and sense of touch can still feel his body, but he seems to have lost control. He can only listen to the cry for help but can't make any response, as if he is still in a deep sleep. Helplessly, after roughly understanding the cry for help, Alka had to keep echoing in his mind. "Who are you? Are you trapped in the magic mirror? How can I save you?" The three questions kept repeating in his mind. It seemed that he really received the information in Alka's mind. The hazy cry for help began to change. Magic. Touch. Touch. Help. Various words repeated in combination surrounded his ears. AKA was able to understand a little bit of what he wanted to express. It seemed that in order to free it from the magic mirror, he needed to have magic power and become a toucher. This should be what it meant. No problem, if it is possible, I will save you, but can you let me out first? I want to have a good sleep. This time he accepted the information that Alka wanted to express, and it became easier. Okay. Promise. Okay, I promise you that if possible, after I become the toucher, I will find a way to release you from the magic mirror. Alka said sincerely. Finally. He seemed to have regained control of his body, and was no longer buried in the darkness. He immediately opened his eyes. He looked at the room where he was resting in the moonlight. He immediately got up and lit the oil lamp at the head of the bed. He opened the cabinet. He looked at the magic mirror placed on it. At this time, the pattern on the back of the magic mirror was emitting a faint light, same as the moonlight outside. Chapter 44 Prayer Valley. Early morning. The morning sun had already shone through the window to the bedside. Alka had to pull out his pillow and cover his face to block the light. As for getting up, it was impossible to get up. He just wanted to die in bed now, and stick to the bed. Last night, because of the magic mirror, I had a simple conversation with the soul inside. But I don't know if it's because I'm an ordinary person. The brief dream made his sleep quality decline. Even after falling asleep peacefully, I still felt a little tired when I woke up in the morning. I always felt that I didn't rest well, and my waist and back ached. We promised to save you. Wait. I will sell you out. Alka, who woke up but didn't want to get up, thought indignantly. How could Alka think of saving such a thing with unknown origin hiding in the mirror? Whether it is good or bad, it's better to stay in it honestly. I'm going to find a time to sell it. Feeling the light getting warmer and warmer, Alka, who couldn't sleep, had to wake up. After a simple cleanup, he stuffed the map on the table into his arms. He walked out of the villa. He nodded to some familiar neighbors around him. These neighbors were a little surprised that Alka had lived in the haunted villa for a few days without any obvious problems. They couldn't help but act more kindly. This meant that the villa they often worried about might no longer be haunted. Finally, I could feel a little relieved at night. I found a nice-looking restaurant, and after breakfast, Alka came to the gate like a tourist again. On the way, I saw the clown performing on the roadside again, or various jugglers. I thought about my wallet again. Should I also perform on the street? I couldn't help thinking while walking. I came to the city gate. At this time, the city gate was no longer as guarded as before, although there was still a wanted poster next to it. But the guards at the door just casually glanced at the people passing by from time to time. They were even too lazy to stop some people, check them carefully and ask them. Seeing this, Alka couldn't help but feel relieved. He straightened his collar and walked slowly with his civilized stick. When Alka came to the door, he casually glanced at the portrait next to him, just like the curious expressions of the people passing by. In addition to the portraits that Alka already knew, there were also several minor members that he had never seen, who were also wanted. But it was okay. Alka didn't see him on the road, so he ran out of the guard's sight with ease. Finally out of the city, Alka felt a little relieved. With brisk steps, he walked to the place marked on the map. He bypassed the garden avenue next to him, and walked into the countryside. I don't know if it's because of Alka's current outfit, most of the villagers passing by would deliberately take a detour. Even if they had to miss each other, they had to keep their heads down. Seeing this, Alka had to speed up his pace. After a long walk, he finally arrived at the destination. This is a small valley on an island. There are small peaks on both sides that are not very high. In the middle of the gap, there is a forest that looks like a paradise. Looking at the muddy road under his feet, and some unknown wooden stakes erected not far away, he can know that people still come here from time to time. And the number 5 treasure house with white light spots is here. Alka couldn't help but walk in. As soon as he entered the woods, he heard various subtle insect sounds. He carefully observed the surrounding trees and bushes. He could clearly see that there were many more insects around him than outside. Occasionally, some of them flew past him quickly. Fortunately, Alka was not too afraid of these insects. Otherwise, this place might be hell for him. He lowered his head slightly, and walked around a spider silk that passed through the middle. He continued to walk inside along the winding path. As he walked further inside, there were more and more obviously man-made wooden stakes around. Alka also saw a few villagers next to the wooden stakes, seeming to be praying for something. These villagers felt a little strange when they saw Alka. But they all quickened their pace and left. There were also some small clay sculptures on these wooden stakes. And some were stone sculptures. But most of them were insects. There were also some words and patterns carved on some wooden stakes. Alka took a quick look. Most of them were praying for blessings. Through some understanding at the Insect Museum yesterday, these blessing words correspond to some clay sculptures or sculptures placed above. For example, if you pray for the health of your children, the corresponding ones are placed above, and have the same meaning of insects. If you pray for yourself to make further progress, most of the ones placed above are carved silkworm pupae or butterfly cocoons. It has the meaning of breaking out of the shell and rejuvenating. Many of them still look new. It seems that many people will put their good wishes here, which should be the tradition of the residents around here. At this time, Alka looked at a figure squatting on the ground next to a branch in the distance. He walked over to take a closer look. The back looked familiar. He looked carefully. It turned out to be the old man from the Insect Museum yesterday. He was squatting under a tree stump, seemingly waiting or observing something. He didn't even notice that Alka had come behind him. Alka looked forward slightly. Ants? This old man was like a child, actually looking at ants. An ant with a silver line on its black back, a little bigger than an ordinary ant. These ants lined up, like a moving silver thread. What were they carrying? Ah! The old man suddenly tilted his head to the side, and was startled when he saw his toes exposed on his lower left side. He fell to the side. Alka was quick-witted and quickly supported him. The startled old man looked up and found that it was Alka. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. It turned out to be you. Why are you standing behind others secretly without saying anything? I was scared to death. After listening to the old man's words, Alka could only smile awkwardly, and then gently helped him stand up. Where is this place? I can feel that there are many insects here, and some are very rare. Alka asked. Hearing this question, the old man looked at him strangely. You don't even know where this place is, and you ran in? I saw those wooden stakes outside, and I was a little curious. The old man nodded, turned around, and walked along the path. Alka followed him, and heard the old man say, This is the praying insect valley on the island, and there are some legends here. Are you interested? Alka was of course interested, and nodded quickly. Legend has it that insects are messengers of God. They are all over the world, representing God, observing the good and evil deeds of the world. And this is naturally the gathering place of God's messengers. People set up tree stumps here to carve their prayers, and place corresponding insects on them, hoping that these insects can bring their prayers to the ears of God. This is a very simple, but very interesting legend, which gradually became a tradition for some people on the island. After listening, Alka nodded. It is indeed very romantic. Such traditional beliefs are not a bad thing. The old man also nodded. Then he stopped. Chapter 45 Perfect Treasure Information. Just in front of us, there is a round stone pillar about 4 or 5 meters high. On the top of the stone pillar stands a stone statue. Alka recognized it at a glance. It was the statue of the Golden Horn Hammer. The placement of this statue is very sophisticated. I don't know if it is because of the valley or the forest, the beam of sunlight is projected down. It just shines on the 2 horns of the statue. It shines on the tips of the 2 horns, just like the original image of the Golden Horn Hammer. Looking at this image, Alka was quick to sense something, and immediately took out his pocket watch from his arms and looked at it. It was exactly 12 o'clock at noon. The old man walked over and touched the stone pillar. His expression was full of emotion. Then his hands, like horns, were placed on his temples. He made a posture like a golden horn hammer, which seemed to be a posture for praying. Alka just stared at the rotating hands on the watch, until the time came to 12:15. The old man finally relaxed and opened his eyes. He said, You saw it just now, right? At noon, the horns of this sculpture will be stained with sunlight. Who built this sculpture? The old man shook his head. I don't remember. It was a long time ago, dating back to when Meister Island just joined the Alliance. When I was a child decades ago, I remember my parents would come here to worship at noon on sunny days. At that time, many people would come together. There would be people every sunny day. At this point, the old man couldn't help but smile. At that time, if a golden horn hammer happened to fly over during the worship, it would hit the stone pillar with its horn. The insects in the forest would all emit insect sounds, and there would be rumbling sounds of boulders moving, and the prayers on that day would always be very effective. The expression could not help but be yearning. What a pity, I never encountered it once until it became extinct. After saying that, He took his hand away from the stone pillar, put it behind his back, and shook his head helplessly. In the future, there will be no chance. He walked slowly along the path. Alka stood there and looked at the statue on the stone base. The golden afterglow on the horns had long gone. When he first joined the alliance, the golden horn hammer, which symbolized bravery and fearlessness. At 12 o'clock in the sunny noon, the knocking of the horns, and most importantly, the knocking sound, the chirping of insects and the loud noise. The conditions were met. He immediately took out the map from his arms. After spreading it out, he clicked on the white light spot. 12 treasure houses of fad number 5. Difficulty, insect lover. Popularity, 1.8373 million. Treasure information, that due to personal reasons when he was young. Number 5 house. One of the 9 small houses, it contains various precious specimens and various valuable statues, with a total value of 50 gold sales. The way to open it is at 12 noon on a sunny day. Go to the praying insect valley on the island, take the living golden horn hammer, let it hit the stone pillar with its horn. Insects chirping loud noise. Considered successful. At the corresponding midnight, bring the golden horn hammer again, and let it hit the stone pillar at this time. The treasure house will appear. Perfect. Are there any other requirements? Alka couldn't help thinking when looking at the information about the treasure. It is also necessary to bring the golden horn hammer and hit it again at the corresponding midnight for the treasure house to appear. Is it no wonder that outsiders have not discovered the location of the treasure house? Double decryption insurance. Since then, all the secrets of this white light treasure house have been almost completely solved by Alka. And there is an additional suffix after the treasure information. Perfect. It means that this information is completely known to me. Thinking of this, Alka frowned again. The golden horn hammer on the island has been extinct. And it has been extinct for many years. It has not appeared in so many years, so there is no possibility of survival by chance. It seems that this treasure is not easy to get. But fortunately, I am not the only one who has to worry about it. Since the secret of the treasure has been completely sorted out, I just need to restore it as it is, and then tell Andre and the others. The goal of this trip was accomplished. Alka turned around and left without hesitation. When he returned to the city, it was only afternoon. Looking at the streets that were still crowded with people. After thinking for a while, he suddenly chose a good corner position. He performed magic on the street. After a while, through simple performances, many tourists stopped. Would this gentleman and this beautiful lady be willing to cooperate with me? Suddenly stopped by Alka, the man turned his head to look at the lady, ready to ask for her opinion. Seeing the woman nod, the man smiled happily. No problem. How do you want me to cooperate with you? You just need to do this and then. It's time to test your relationship. Only people who really love each other can do it. Hearing Alka's words, the two of them couldn't help but feel a little excited. More tourists gathered around. But the result is predictable. The first time failed. But this is exactly Alka's purpose. True love needs to be tempered. Do you want to try again? The couple nodded, of course. This time the performance was a perfect success. The two couples did what they could not do before. They lifted each other up in a strange way. Alka was slightly happy, and said with a hint of excitement, "Oh, let's cheer for a pair of sincere feelings." The tourists around him clapped their hands in cooperation. Amid the applause, Alka took off his hat and bowed deeply. In front of everyone, he grabbed a handful of red roses from the empty politeness and handed them to the man. Then he winked exaggeratedly. The man immediately passed the rose to the lady next to him, and then knelt on one knee. "Will you marry me?" He took out a ring box from his pocket. The sudden operation surprised the lady, and then she burst into tears. "I do." The applause around him broke out again. This performance officially ended. The first person to throw money was the gentleman in front of him, who had just successfully proposed, and was very excited. He put his hand directly into his pocket, took out 2 gold leaves, and handed them to Alka. He also held his hand, and waved it up and down. "Thank you. Thank you very much. You are really a magical man." Alka just smiled back and blessed them. The spectators around threw coins one after another, due to Alka's wonderful performance, coupled with the money given by these people who were either rich or noble. Alka couldn't help but feel a little excited. The knowledge Jack gave was really useful, including how to give a wonderful performance. This kind of knowledge was the first time that Alka had really put it into practice. He had a deeper understanding of the knowledge given in the ring. It would not take long for this knowledge to become his own, instead of having to wear the ring to obtain it. At this time, The clown in the crowd came up with a gloomy face. Hi. Your magic seems to be very good. But it looks a little worse. Looking at this clown, who was obviously looking for trouble, Alka couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. As expected. Our colleagues' enemies? Chapter 46. The Clown with Ill Intentions. The tourists who were about to leave stopped again, and the emotions in their eyes were even more intense than those in Alka's performance before. The sudden fight. They all couldn't help but stop and stay, causing more tourists to gather around, blocking the corner. Some smart tourists were already thinking whether this was a plot deliberately arranged by these two people. Looking at the clown in front of them. He is really petty, and he seems to be very jealous of the bounty he just received. But Alka had seen the clown's performance yesterday, and had a certain understanding of it. To be honest, those performances could be called tricks in his eyes. Especially the magic performances, which could only be described as crude. Magic performances are not just about the magical skills that one displays, but also about leading the audience to be immersed in the scene. Otherwise, how could they be willing to pay? Not to mention that the magic he just performed was just a trick, and his peers could easily see it. This clown obviously wanted to belittle himself and make a fool of himself, to avoid competing with him in the future? TSK. What a despicable trick. Mr. Clown, is there anything you want to teach me? The clown showed a triumphant smile on his face. That's not the case. I just watched your performance and I am a little itchy. How about I perform for you, and you cooperate with me? Alka smiled. Of course, no problem. Hearing this, a deck of playing cards appeared in the clown's hand, and he shuffled the cards in the air. By the way, he also showed it to the tourists around. After shuffling, he couldn't help but give it to Alka. Check it out. Alka took the cards with a smile on his face, and shuffled them quickly. The action of shuffling the cards was just like an ordinary card player, without any fancy. Draw one. The clown covered his eyes slightly exaggeratedly. Don't let me see it. Alka drew a card, the Ace of Hearts. Then he showed it to the tourists around. Inserted it into the middle of the deck. Handed it to the Joker. Only then did he open his eyes. Have you put it away? Then I'll find it for you. Let me see where you hid it. He began to shuffle the cards. Finally he pulled out a card and showed it to everyone. He shook his head. It doesn't look like this one. He pulled out another card and showed it, and shook his head again. Oh! It doesn't look like this one either. Haha, then it must be this one. After saying that, he suddenly pulled out a card from the middle. He showed it to everyone. He even turned around and faced Alka. What he showed was the Ace of Clubs. Looking at the expressions of the people, the clown suddenly felt something was wrong on his face. At this time, Alka, who was facing away, made a shushing gesture to the people around him. When the clown turned around and stared at Alka, the tourists around him finally understood why Alka asked them to shush. A bright red Ace of Hearts was stuck on the back of the clown. The tourists around him couldn't help but smile. At this time, the clown asked, "Isn't it this one?" Alka shrugged helplessly, spreading his hands and said, "Of course it's not this one, I guess I hit it too well." The clown turned around and looked at the tourists. The tourists all smiled and shook their heads in amusement. Several ladies even covered their mouths and laughed out loud. This made the clown's face blush. Instead, Alka took off his hat and made the gesture of ending the performance again. "Thank you for your appreciation." The tourists all smiled and threw their coins again. Generous and not stingy. A very perfect performance. Well done. Will you continue the performance tomorrow? Alka smiled and responded one by one. After the tourists dispersed, Alka smiled and grabbed half of the coins he got this time, and handed it to the clown in front of him. "Here you go, you performed very well." The clown looked gloomy and slapped Alka's hand away. He turned and walked away, looking at the clown's back, and the Ace of Hearts still stuck on his back. Alka finally laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha. You still want to fight me, Sir Nivik?" A gangster in a suit and a flat hat shouted at Nivik, who had washed off the clown paint on his face. Nivik turned around impatiently, staring at him with his scarlet eyes. "What's the matter?" Seeing that he seemed to be in a bad mood, the gangster immediately shrank his neck and said with some fear in his heart, "Sir, you're back." Hearing this, Nivik frowned. He reached behind his back and grabbed a card. Then he pulled it off and looked at it. It was the Ace of Hearts. Looking at this playing card, he thought about the smiles of the tourists just now. He thought about Alka's actions just now. The anger spread across Nivik's face at a speed visible to the naked eye. He threw the card violently. Ah! The gang member, who reminded him, screamed. The card was firmly embedded in his left arm. Damn it! Damn it! A dagger appeared in Nivik's hand, and he stabbed it into the wooden table next to him in anger. The entire blade of the dagger completely entered the wooden table. You? Right now, go find that damn magician for me, right now. The already nervous gang members around nodded immediately. Even the gang member who just screamed could not help but nodded with sweat all over his forehead. Yes. Finally. They all rushed out. A bald figure sat in the darkness of the sofa not far away. Haha, who made you suffer such a big loss? His voice couldn't help but be playful and gloating. Nivik didn't look at him, but his voice had fallen into silence. He will pay the price. Ha ha ha. Laughter came from the shadows. After Alka had a pleasant dinner, he returned to the villa with a hat full of coins. He poured the money in the hat onto the table. He listened to the sound of metal colliding. His expression became more and more joyful. He sat at the table and couldn't help but count carefully. 6 silver snakes. 83 bronze swallows. Woohoo! Alka couldn't help but shout excitedly. And whistled by the way. Plus the 2 gold leaves given by the man who successfully proposed to him. Just a casual performance on the roadside, and he got 16 silver snakes. This is much faster than treasure hunting. Thinking of this, Alka shook his head again. Let alone the 2 gold leaves, it is impossible to get these 6 silver snakes every time. The main reason is that the tourists in this place are either rich or noble. And we have to add the show effect created by the clown who took the initiative to come up. Even if he got more than 80 copper swallows this time, it is unlikely to keep up. It can be an extra income for him from time to time in the future, which is not bad. Thinking of this, Alka smiled. Chapter 47 Fatal Attack. After a while of excitement, taking advantage of the dusk outside, Alka began to pack up the villa and erase the traces of his life. Tonight, he would leave the city at midnight and join Andre and the others. After putting the rare items and coins into the newly bought suitcase, he opened the wardrobe where the mirror was placed. He took out the mirror inside, looked at it, thought about it, and put it on the bedside. Looking at the sun outside that had not completely set. Let's sleep for a while. It's only 6 or 7 now. I can wake up at the expected time. After thinking about tonight's action, Alka decided to take a nap and rest, in order to avoid being too tired when taking action tonight. After all, he has been running around outside all day. Thinking of this, Alka closed the curtains again, lay on the bed, and fell asleep soon. At this time, in the basement of a store, Nivik, who was still dressed as a clown, but without oil paint, leaned on the chair and played with a dagger. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Come in. A gang member walked in nervously. After taking a deep breath, he said, First mate, we have found out where the magician lives. He rented a villa alone. Oh! Hearing this, Nivik raised his eyebrows. Then he took out a bunch of oil paint from somewhere, and started painting on his face with tools. It was still the clown's makeup. It was exactly the same as during the day. The gang member, who was reporting nearby, could only shut his mouth and stand by with a tense mood. Seeing Nivek wearing clown makeup at this time, he became even more panicked. Nivek slowly put on makeup for himself. After a short while of skilled movements, he had completely turned into a clown. He smiled exaggeratedly at himself in the mirror. He kept smiling and turned his head to stare at the gang member next to him. When the gang member suddenly looked up and saw the scene, his heart jumped to his throat. I only heard Nivek say, Take me there. The gang member nodded immediately. The city had already fallen into silence. Only some shops were still open at the gate, and the commercial streets around it. There were many dignitaries who loved to go sightseeing here at night. Alka, who was sleeping, was once again trapped in darkness. Alka felt helpless to feel the touch of the ghost pressing on his bed again. Why did he pull himself in again? The subtle hazy sound once again surrounded his ears. Run, run quickly, danger, danger. Hearing this, Alka, who was a little helpless, suddenly felt a little nervous in his heart, and asked vigilantly, What's going on? Did you notice anything? After all, tonight was the night when he was going to sneak out of the city and meet up with Andre and the others. I couldn't expect any accidents to happen at this time. Danger, run quickly. Then let me out. How can I run if you don't let me out? Alka shouted silently in his mind. Then Alka opened his eyes in bed. He jumped out of bed immediately. He put on his clothes at an incomprehensible speed, and then pulled open the curtains to look out. The view from the second floor of the bedroom was just above the street. At the end of the street, several people in black clothes were walking slowly. The leader was a man dressed as a clown. He walked on the street with some exaggerated steps. It was the clown in the daytime. He was not the one in danger. Was he? Just because of what happened in the daytime, he was going to take his life? Alka was a little confused. But the action was still swift. After quickly decorating the room, he picked up the magic mirror on the bedside table and left. Before leaving, he opened the curtains of the window next to the bed, and the cold night light from the window sprinkled on the quilt. "This is it," a gang member said, pointing to the villa in front of him. Nivik, dressed as a clown, looked up. "You wait outside." As he said that, he took an exaggerated step, and lightly jumped, and directly past the iron gate several meters high. "I don't know who is so unlucky to offend this madman." A gang member looked at Nivik, who was leaving, rubbing his hands. A gang member next to him slapped him. "Shut up. Don't want to die." The member immediately shut his mouth. He was afraid that Nivik would hear what he just said. Nivik walked directly to the door from the yard, looking at the locked door in front of him. He turned the door handle, as if he was entering his own home. The door of the villa was opened, as if it was not closed. He walked in briskly. The footsteps that were originally brought by the exaggerated footsteps suddenly disappeared. He entered the living room, and looked around for a while. Then he went directly to the second floor. He observed for a while. After a pause, he went to the door of the master bedroom. The door was opened. The bright and cold moonlight poured into the room from the window. It illuminated the sleeping person on the bed. At this time, the quilt was arched, and the short black hair was exposed from the pillow. Watching this scene, Nivik embraced himself with both hands, as if he was shaking with excitement. As if he was intoxicated by himself. He opened the door like this. He walked towards the end of the bed step by step. This time, he did not slow down like he just came in, but deliberately made his footsteps louder. Tap! He came to the end of the bed, looking at Alka, who was still sleeping in the moonlight, and did not move. He stretched out his hand, and waved it upwards. A dagger appeared above his palm in the air, floating just opposite the master bedroom. Near the window, there is a balcony. A pair of dark green, almost black eyes just watched this scene. Holding a short-barreled shotgun in his hand, the paddle on the back had already been moved upwards. Just as he looked at the floating dagger in Nivik's hand, he was slightly stunned. He took out the pocket watch from his arms without hesitation. He crushed the blue crystal sheath on it directly. At this time, the dagger floating in Nivik's hand also flew out directly, and pierced straight down through the quilt. At this moment, Nivik felt something was wrong. There was nothing inside. He immediately lifted the quilt. What he saw were the pillows piled inside, and the wig on top. He suddenly turned his head. Bang! His slightly scarlet eyes met the dark green eyes directly. The trigger of the locker had been pulled. A large number of steel marbles gathered together and flew, coming. After firing this shot, Alka fell down from the balcony without hesitation. After rolling in the air, he squatted and landed steadily, like a gymnast. The moment he landed, like a rabbit, he rushed out directly. Chapter 48 Help! Murder! After Nivik found something wrong with Alka's bed, the moment he turned his head, he was greeted by countless steel marbles rushing towards him. He had very limited time to prepare. The enemy's attack was too sudden. There was no time to think too much. Nivik, wearing clown makeup, suddenly twisted to the side and downward. It was a waist-turning action in itself, and the way he twisted his waist towards the ground was obviously beyond the reach of normal people. The sound of bones creaking and colliding, as he exerted force violently, came immediately afterwards. The extremely fast bullet passed over Nivik, and hit the stone wall at the head of the bed behind him. The solid wall was almost penetrated. Nivik twisted his lower body in an exaggerated way, and twisted it back again. The spine that supported him began to snap back to its original position with his movements. He turned his head to look at his left shoulder, which had 2 round bloody holes on it. The attack was too sudden, so he did not completely dodge it. In addition, it was a shotgun, and he was hit by 2 marbles after all. The clown's face became more and more gloomy. He exerted force on his lower limbs, and kicked his thighs like a sharp arrow, and directly broke the window next to him. At this time, Alka knew clearly that there were several people waiting for him outside the gate of the villa. At this moment, when the situation was unclear, he had no idea whether there were any people with extraordinary powers outside the gate. Alka climbed over the wall next to him at a very fast speed and arrived at the yard of the next door. Woof woof woof. The sudden barking of dogs did not affect Alka. He took a big step forward, and used his hands and feet to flip out of the main gate of the neighbor's yard. The set of movements was smooth and flowing. Even the guard dog that was just sleeping just now, just saw a black shadow flying in front of it, and barked twice out of habit. The sound of the broken window, and the barking of dogs alarmed the residents around. It also alarmed the gang members waiting outside the door. What happened? Did he miss? As they talked, several people saw Nivik falling from the broken window. Look there. A gang member has already spotted Alka, who is running away not far away. Several people looked at each other, and one of them first spotted Alka, and the young-looking member immediately ran after him. He took out a pistol from his arms. Who knew that he was stopped by two old members just as he was about to move? Ahem, let's go together, the two old members said, and took the young man to chase Alka. Woof woof woof. Woo woo. The dog barked again, and suddenly there was a whine. A black shadow also flipped out of the yard. But he jumped over the several-meter-high courtyard wall in the form of a hurdle. He landed on the street outside, and his whole body was like a hurdle. His legs were almost stretched into a straight line, close to the ground, and he quickly chased after Alka. The running figure was completely unhuman. Let's follow. Hearing the words of the young man, the more senior member said, Is the person who can make Lord Nivik fail someone we can afford to offend? If you want to die, just speed up and chase him. Looking into the eyes of the senior member, he swallowed his saliva, and then slowed down his pace. The three gang members were hanging far away. And then, they completely lost sight of two of them. At this time, Alka had already seen the clown chasing him like a monster. He held the gun with both hands and fired 2 shots at the back. He put the shotgun, which had no bullets, back into the holster on his thigh with his right hand. He ran away faster while holding the pistol. The enemy was obviously a person with extraordinary power. It was just unknown whether he was using magic props or had become a toucher. But no matter which one it is obviously not something he can afford to offend now. His goal is clear now. It is to quickly reach the city gate. He has lived here for several days, and has a certain understanding of this city. As a tourist city, there is no curfew at all, and the city gates are not closed under normal circumstances. He has crushed the crystal flakes. Andre and his friends, who should be preparing to explore the location, should have received his distress signal. What he needed to do now was to hold on until they arrived. The rifles in the hands of the guards at the city gate should be able to effectively restrain the clown behind him. A pistol bullet and a diffused shotgun shell forced Nivik, who was chasing Alka at high speed, to slow down. The area covered by the bullets was very tricky. Nivik had to stop running and jumped twice to dodge. You hit it very accurately. A gnashing sound came out of his mouth. At this time, his eyes were bloodshot. The blood hole on his left arm had completely healed, leaving only a thorn-like pattern still entangled on it. After landing, he continued to chase with a hurdle-like posture. Help! Someone is killing someone! A sudden shout came from Alka's mouth in front. The voice was loud and sharp, with a hint of fear and misery. The sharp sound instantly pierced the silent night. Add to that the dull gunshots from time to time. Hearing Alka's cry for help, a cruel smile appeared on Nivik's face. Without hesitation, he continued to speed up. He dodged the bullet shot at him. Through the glass mirrors around him, he looked at the clown who was chasing him closely. No way. He had to think of a way. The enemy was too fast. If this continued, it would not take long for him to catch up. He reached out to his waist and 3 metal cards made of steel appeared in his hand. He stopped suddenly. He turned around and threw it behind him. Then he continued to run without hesitation. As for the card skills, Alka thought that his skills were much better than his shooting skills. The 2 cards were like 2 silver lights. In an arc, they flew towards the enemy from left and right. For this strange attack method, although Nivik didn't see what it was, he didn't want to take it head-on, and stopped immediately. Crouched and jumped. The metal card that arrived first passed directly under him, and nailed to the doorpost of the merchant next to him. Another card followed, and Nivik twisted his body in the air in an incomprehensible motion. He watched the silver light pass through his throat. The moonlight reflected on the card shown on his face. This time, Nivik frowned slightly after dodging, and no longer underestimated Alka. As he landed, the moment he landed, a card that came from nowhere was nailed to his calf. The card that he dodged in the air was pulled back in a circular arc. It chopped his butt. 2 cards were embedded in his body. Damn it! compared to the pain. This feeling of being played by the enemy made Nivek almost crazy. Chapter 49: The Cross of Fire. Someone is killing someone. Help! At this moment, Alka was shouting as he ran towards the city gate in the distance. The deliberate and sharp shout had awakened the guards, who were guarding the gate. Seeing Alka running away and shouting, they immediately picked up their weapons and ran towards where Alka was. What's wrong? Sir? Alka was dressed formally at this moment. He raised his hands with a look of fear on his face and pointed behind him with a trembling voice. There's a madman over there. He wants to kill me. Hearing his words, the guards looked behind Alka and saw a figure running quickly in the shadows. And the running movements were extremely exaggerated. This image, which didn't look like a good character at first glance, instantly made the guards alert. Picking up the halberd in his hand, the guards on the distant wall saw the movements of their teammates and raised their rifles. Alka took this opportunity to pass through the gap between them with a terrified look and retreated to the back. He retreated all the way to the city gate, leaning against the city wall and panting. At this time, Nivek had already rushed towards the soldiers. The moonlight shone down, just illuminating his figure from the shadows. Looking at the enemy's exaggerated and wanton running like a clown, the soldiers instantly felt nervous. However, at this time, the character standing on the city wall, who seemed to be a commander or a squad leader, suddenly shouted, "Wait, stop!" He seemed to recognize Nivek. When he heard this voice, Alkitan felt something was wrong. Regardless of whether it was what he thought, he rushed out of the city without hesitation. He only heard Nivek shouting, "The man who ran away is a wanted criminal." Fuck. Hearing this, Alka ran faster. The captain believed it without hesitation and immediately gave orders. Quick! Intercept the wanted criminal. The guards holding halberds were a little confused. And after reacting, they retreated to the side to make way for Nivek. The guards on the city wall raised their rifles, turned around and began to aim at Alka, who was already running outside. Swish! Swish! The bullet passed by Alka. Damn it! Damn it! Alka cursed, and had to adjust his running style, and ran towards the flowers next to him. The lush plants could block the enemy's vision, and the moonlight there was dim. He was sure that the clown didn't know that he was really a wanted criminal, but just said it casually to get the guards to cooperate with him to attack him. Damn it! He was hit by this madman. But it also shows from the side that this clown is not, as Alka thought, a member of the city shady gang. He is obviously of status. Alka suddenly groaned. A bullet penetrated his left arm. The momentary pain disrupted his running rhythm. He had to endure the pain and rushed into the gardens on both sides of the road. The flying bullets began to shoot randomly around. It was almost impossible to hit Alka. Alka could only hold his injured left arm, trying to cover the wound, and ran away. But the injury to one arm obviously affected his speed of escape. Nivek also rushed into the garden. Are you desperate? Are you scared? Cruel and angry shouts came from behind. Isn't it just a magic trick that beats you? You can't afford it. Right? Do you have to fight so hard? What a madman. He cursed in his heart, but his steps didn't slow down at all. The enemy shouts were getting closer and closer. Let's fight. Alka put down his right hand that was holding his left arm, turned it, and a red gradient card appeared in his palm. He held the card and swiped it across his belt without hesitation. The crystal stone embedded in his side belt swiped across the card. The crystal stone instantly released a faint blue light, and the light flowed into the card like a silk thread. The fiery red cross on the card was instantly lit up. The originally cold card felt a little warm. Alka threw the card out without hesitation. The card slid along the ground, cutting off the roots of the flowers one by one and inserting them into the soft mud in front. 2 more metal cards flew backwards. Under the faint moonlight, the clown-like face of the enemy appeared in front of him, facing the 2 silver metal cards shot by Alka. This time, Nivek had experience. He had no intention of staying in place to dodge, and rushed forward fiercely. He rolled on the ground, letting the card pass over his back. And then he pounced on Alka like a hungry tiger. At this time, Alka was half crouching on the spot as if he was exhausted. The crystal stone on his waist was still emitting a faint glow. With the moonlight, Alka saw Nivek, who was only 4 or 5 meters away from him, and was already rushing towards him. The evil and ferocious clown face on his face was so ugly. The smile on his face was almost breaking his ears. Bang! Alka also smiled. A wide column of fire, which was more than half a meter wide, suddenly emerged from the ground. It completely enveloped Nivik, and 2 columns of fire shot out from the left and right. The cross flames were directed at the 4 corners of the card and spewed outward. The column of fire facing the ground, the flames sprayed out and rose to the ground, and the flames spread around. The strong flames illuminated the dark night in an instant. The surrounding flowers dried up and withered quickly in the burning fire, and turned black in the burning. The strong flames brought warmth to Alka. Nivek, who was enveloped by the flames, obviously no longer had a smile. The smile shifted to Alka's face. Alka stood up, covered his left arm, and prepared to leave. A figure burning with flames suddenly flew out from the torch. There were burn marks all over his body. His clothes were stuck to his skin, and the makeup on his face and his skin were fused into one in the flames. Alka looked at the clown rushing out of the flames. His eyes widened. It can still move? Dense red thorns covered all the burning areas. It emitted a faint red light. Now Nivik was like a demon crawling out of the abyss. Die! With a hoarse and cruel cry, he flew towards Alka with several daggers flashing with cold light. The sudden attack in such a close distance made it too late for Alka to dodge to the side. A thin light curtain suddenly emerged from his body. The protective gear given by Andre was activated. The 3 deadly daggers pierced the light curtain, shattering it. But they also lost kinetic energy and fell to the ground. Only Nivik's clawed right hand hit Alka's chest with 5 blood-red lights. It scratched 5 deep bloody marks, and even tore his clothes, and blood spurted out. Nivik landed on his toes, and his left hand, covered with burn marks and entangled with scarlet thorn vines, continued to attack Alka. This time it pointed directly at Alka's head. The blood-red light was close at hand. It was reflected from Alka's pupils. Silver light breaking fist. A figure fell from midair, and the fist flashing with silver light collided with the clawed left hand. Chapter 50 Help. Silver iron fist. Crimson claws. Silver and red collided. The red energy was obviously suppressed. His claws immediately began to retract after a blow. Holding his right hand, Nivik retreated a few steps back. Most of the exposed skin on his body was covered with scarlet thorns. Alka only noticed it at this time. The clown's skin and face that were originally damaged by the flames have recovered a lot, and the eyelids that were originally burned have recovered. The scarlet pupils stared at the uninvited guest, who suddenly attacked in front of him. Get out of here, clown, or do you want to die here? A cold voice sounded. Nivik looked at Ziadite in front of him, and then looked at Alka, who was squatting at her feet. Oh, he is really one of yours. Then he stared at Alka with scarlet eyes. He must die. Alka looked at Nivik, and looked at the clown in front of him, who was burned all over and looked miserable before, and began to recover under the scarlet thorns. He opened his mouth and said, defeated. In an instant, Nivik's eyes widened visibly, and were filled with scarlet breath. Ziadite kicked over without hesitation, and a strong silver light flew out from his leg. Nivik immediately stretched out his hands to protect himself, but he was still kicked back by this kick. Taking this opportunity, Ziadite squatted down, and carried Alka on his back without hesitation. He kicked the ground quickly, and ran away. His figure was like a silver arrow, looking at the 2 people leaving. Nivik's eyes were bloodshot, and angry groans and gnashing of teeth kept coming out of his mouth. He wanted to chase him out, but a hand pressed firmly on his shoulder, holding him in place. The leader of the shark bite, who had arrived at some point, said, "Why are you so reckless? Have you forgotten what I told you?" After a while, the captain of the guards came with a large group of guards. Many flowers and plants around were still burning with flames, indicating that a great battle had just taken place here. Looking at Nivik, whose clothes were torn and whose skin was slightly red, asked, "Did they run away?" Nivik had regained his composure at this time, and the makeup on his face had disappeared in the flames. He turned around, without any intention of answering or paying attention to the captain of the guard, and just brushed past him. Looking at Nivik ignoring him, the captain of the guard turned and stared at the bald man with a shark tattoo. "Take care of your dog, he seems to have lost control. Arka, can you still hold on?" Ziadite's voice was a little anxious, asking Arka on his back. The slight chill on her back let her know that Alka was not in good condition. Alka's face was slightly pale, and his lips were blue. Although exhausted, Alka nodded. "Don't worry. I can still hold on." "Well, hold on for a while. We'll be there soon," Ziadite said, as a faint silver light emerged from behind, stabilizing Alka's figure, and then speeding up again. The bloody hole on his arm, and the 5 deep scratches on his chest. Blood was constantly flowing out. Adding to the long run after being chased before, Alka was already exhausted at this time. He was completely forcing his heavy eyelids not to fall. He diverted his attention and said, "Do you know the clown who was chasing me?" Alka's voice came from behind. Sia Daidi answered while running. "He is one of the members of Shark Bite, a combat member on their ship, a cruel madman." Hearing Sia Daidi's evaluation, Alka nodded in agreement. "This is definitely a psychopath. How did he find you?" Hearing Sia Daidi's question, even Alka, who was extremely tired now, was still speechless. He said in a heavy and tired voice, "I was not exposed, but I provoked him." Then he began to slowly narrate the course of events. Sia Daidi kept walking, listening to Alka's voice. While listening to the information, he also judged Alka's current state through the tone of voice. But after a while, he was shocked by what Alka said. She couldn't help but blurt out, "How can it be like this?" She couldn't understand what happened to Alka. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw a figure in the distance. She shouted loudly, "Dad!" Andre was running from a distance with a beautiful woman. Daidi stopped immediately, then squatted gently, picked Alka up from behind, and slowly put him on the ground. At this time, Andre had also run to their side. Looking at Alka's situation, he quickly turned around and shouted, "Vanessa! I can see it!" The female figure beside him came over, squatted down and looked at Alka. When I saw Alka's face in the moonlight, I was stunned. I raised my hands. The light green light turned into silk thread and began to flow into the wound on Alka's chest. The clothes, rags and mud on the wound were quickly pushed away by the silk thread. The green silk thread passed through the skin and flesh and began to sew quickly. The silk thread disappeared in the place where it was originally sutured, leaving only a faint scar. It only took a few minutes for the wound on Alka's chest to be completely repaired and healed. Only 5 faint scars remained on the skin. The silk thread began to fiddle with a bloody hole in Alka's left hand. The sudden pain made Alka gasp. "Bear with it, little brother. It's bound to be a little painful," Vanessa said, blinking at Alka. Looking at her purple eyes, Alka closed his mouth. It was indeed her. Seeing Alka's action, Vanessa smiled and fiddled with the silk thread to take out the bullet that was deeply embedded in the flesh. Some blood and flesh residues also came out. The silk thread began to mend the wound. Because it was a bloody wound, the wound looked a little ugly and hideous. "Okay, but he has lost too much blood now. He needs to rest well." The pain in his body disappeared. Finally, Alka, who was frowning, breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but start to breathe heavily. At this time, Sia Daidi said, "The one chasing Alka was that madman Nivik." Hearing this, Andre frowned. It seems that our whereabouts on the island may have been known to the enemy. But Welt would not give such an order. Then he lowered his head and looked at Alka lying on the ground and asked, "Today's opportunity is rare. We must immediately check the place you mentioned. Do you want to go together? Or go back to the ship to rest?" Hearing this question, Alka waved his hand weakly. "I will be a hindrance if I go in my current state. So let's go back to the ship." Andre nodded, looking at the blood on Sia Daidi's body and his somewhat embarrassed figure. "Sia Daidi, you take Alka back to the boat. Sankaka will meet you on the shore." "Okay." Sia Daidi nodded, crouched down, and put Alka on his back again. He ran quickly towards the shore. This time, the speed was much slower. Looking at Sia Daidi going away, Andre turned around and walked towards the target. "We have to act quickly, because the enemy may come looking for us at any time." As he said, Andre, Vanessa and Jason, who was on guard in the distance, ran towards the location provided by Alka. Chapter 51 Fishman. Looking at the petite figure carrying him on his back, Alka never thought that Daidi would be a melee fighter. This was totally inconsistent with her exquisite appearance. It was totally unexpected that a beautiful and lovely girl like her would fight with fists. That punch just now was very cool, Alka suddenly said. "Really he?" Hearing Alka's praise, Daidi smiled slightly happily. After a while, Alka felt that he had recovered a lot and seemed to be able to walk on his own. Then he said, "Put me down. I should be able to move on my own." Hearing Alka's words, Sia Daidi stopped, and then slowly squatted down. Seeing Alka's reluctant look, Sia Daidi was about to reach out to help. Alka waved his hand. Although his feet were still a little sore, it did not affect his walking. He recovered after 2 steps. He turned his head to look at the white sailor suit on Sia Daidi's back, which was completely stained by his own blood. "Are you okay?" looking at Xiaodaidi, who was not concerned at all, and asked him with a little concern. Alka nodded. The two slowed down and walked towards the sea. At this time, Alka asked, "What are those red thorns on the clown? Why can they heal his wounds so quickly?" The fierce flames directly covered and burned his whole body, but did not make him lose his ability to move at all. On the contrary, the scars all over were quickly healed by the blood-colored thorns. It was almost repaired at a speed that Alka could see with his naked eyes. However, with his shallow understanding of the extraordinary world, he couldn't tell what that thing was. At this time, Xiaodaidi remembered. Alka seemed to have just come into contact with the extraordinary world. After thinking for a while, he replied, "That is the spell Thorns of Flesh and Blood, mastered by Nivik, which can recover the damage he suffered at a very fast speed, and can strengthen and improve his body. Have you read the 3 books in Dad's room?" Hearing Xiaodaidi's question, Alka nodded. "I have read it. In fact, spells also have adaptability. Most of the common spells that can be accessed now have been improved again and again by our ancestors, and can better adapt to everyone." Speaking of this, Xiaodaidi thought about it. Considering Alka's lack of understanding of the extraordinary world, he continued, "When touching a treasure, when the magic power in the human body is activated, it will be more or less affected by the power of the treasure. For example, if you touch a flame-type treasure, then after touching it, the magic power in the body will involuntarily be more inclined to flame. When learning and using spells related to flames, it is easier than others, and the effect is better. This kind of information is not mentioned too much in the book." Alka listened carefully. In other words, it is better to be selective when touching treasures. Of course, ordinary people obviously don't have this opportunity. It's already a big deal to be qualified to touch it. So why would you be qualified to be picky? But it's not irreversible, Xiaodaidi suddenly said. After all, it's just a touch, and the magic power in the body is only slightly shifted there. If you have the opportunity to meet a favorite treasure and touch it many times in the future, the magic power in the body will also shift towards this new treasure. Humans are creatures that can easily adapt to the surrounding environment, and the magic power in the body is the same. I understand. Which means that the magic power or veins in the human body are more plastic, easily influenced by the outside world. According to each person's experience or individual differences, it is best to choose the spells to learn. A light salty and humid sea breeze blew in the face. It will not be long before we reach the beach. At this time, Xiaodaidi took this opportunity to continue explaining to Alka. For example, Nivik's blood thorn is basically not universal, and I have never heard of this spell. It should be unique to him. It is a spell he comprehended himself. What do you mean? Alka asked curiously beside him. Xiaodaidi answered slowly. You should know from the book that there is a chance to comprehend the spell when touching the treasure. Yes. The comprehended spell is actually only suitable for you. Even if you tell others, it is difficult for others to learn it. Even if they learn it, the effect and power will be greatly reduced. Unless you are willing to improve it specifically, weaken its effect and power to the extent that most people can learn it. Of course, not everyone can improve the spell. I see. Alka nodded in understanding. He had a better understanding of the extraordinary world. If he thought in this way, Jack was actually much more powerful than he thought. Alka could not help but think of Jack's spell analysis book. In it, Jack made his own unique modifications and adjustments to the 3 spells. Not only did he adjust the spells, he also studied the materials used to carry the spells. Thinking of this, Alka could not help but touch the crystal on his belt that had completely dimmed, like an ordinary stone. Since the red card could not be closed after being activated, the energy inside had already been lost. Thinking of the previous cross of fire, the exaggerated power really surprised Alka. He never thought that such a small and thin card could exert such great power. We are almost there, Xiaodaidi said. They have arrived at the coast. But this is not a port. Not to mention that the port is guarded by guards, and it is impossible for them to dock the ship. Duwagadu. At this time, Xiaodaidi covered his mouth with both hands and made a strange sound. This sound is similar to a very subtle sound wave, which can be transmitted far away. After shouting, Xiaodaidi turned his head and looked at Alka's puzzled expression. He smiled and explained, "This is a sound wave that can be heard by Sankaka. He can hear this signal from a very far distance." Alka nodded. Then the question came. Who is Sankaka? I couldn't help but recall it in my mind. According to the wanted order, there is only one main member that I have not seen yet. Then this Sankaka is undoubtedly the only non-human race. Swordfish fisherman. Thinking of this, Alka couldn't help but become curious. This is an alien race, and Alka only learned about it from a book not long ago. At this time, a wave broke through the sea in the distance. It was obviously out of tune with the relatively calm sea surface around. As it approached, a blue fish fin emerged from the sea. A figure jumped high from the sea, showing itself in the moonlight. Looking at the figure jumping into the air, showing itself in the moonlight, Xiao couldn't help but support his head. Alka's smile was also inexplicably stiff. Chapter 52 Return to the ship. A strong human figure leaped from the sea to the air and posed a bodybuilding pose under the moonlight. Woohoo! Here comes Mr. Deep Sea Bodybuilding. Strange words were spoken. The figure fell directly from the sky and stood straight in front of the two people, head slightly raised and both hands raised diagonally upward. A look of a completed performance. By the moonlight, Alka saw the full appearance of this non-human race. This is a figure that is more than 3 meters tall, like a little giant. The skin color is silver blue, and the surface is extremely smooth. It shines in the moonlight, just like the skin of a fish. The body shape is similar to that of a human. The exposed upper body is full of strong and neat muscles. The back, elbows, knees and soles of the feet all have fins, and are covered with dense and fine scales, especially the back. The entire spine is an exaggerated vertical fin. It is an enlarged version of the back of a swordfish. Although the head is human-shaped, it has no hair, and it also has a fin and a sharp and long nose. The tip of his nose was as sharp as a spear. His silver-gray eyes stared at Alka and Xiao in front of him. Xiao, didn't you go to the island to explore the treasure house? He glanced at Alka curiously, and then saw a large bloodstain on the back of Xiao's clothes. Are you injured? Xiao waved his hand quickly. This is not my blood, it's Alka's. He pointed at Alka. The fishman came up and stretched out his palm with mucous membrane. Hello. I'm Sankaka. Sankaka Lanchi. Arka. Arka Lagu. The fishman observed Arka, looked at his tattered clothes, the light scars on his naked body, and his slightly pale face, and understood something. Thank you for your hard work. Come. I'll take you two to the boat, Sankaka said and walked over. The 3-meter-tall figure had a strong sense of oppression. His broad palms held Arka and Xiao. When he arrived at the beach, he threw it into the air and immediately jumped into the water. Alka and Xiao landed steadily on his back. Stand firm. I'm going to set off. As soon as the words fell, Sankaka flew out like a sharp arrow, and the water splashed out from both sides, just passing over their bodies. Xiao squatted slightly, leaned down slightly, stabilized his body, and then turned his head to look at Alka. Not bad. Alka. At this time, Alka looked like he was stabbed on Sankaka's back. Very stable. Haha, then I'll speed up. Sankaka seemed to have sensed Alka's steady movements, and his speed increased instantly as soon as he finished speaking. The water splashed by his dorsal fin jumped high, and directly formed 2 water walls on both sides. In less than a moment, Alka saw a ship parked on the sea in the distance under the moonlight. After approaching the ship, Sankaka jumped up directly, and Alka and Xiao flew into the air. He grabbed them one by one in the air, and they landed steadily on the deck. Just landed on the deck. Before Alka could react, he jumped into the water again. Disappeared without a trace. Looking at Alka's somewhat confused expression, Xiao smiled and said, It's okay, Sankaka is a little impatient, he will be on guard tonight. Okay, go to rest quickly. Well, thank you for saving me today. Hearing Alka's thanks, Xiao said seriously. We are all teammates of the same team, and our interests are almost tied together during the mission, so this is what we should do. No need to thank. You may make everyone unhappy if you say that. Hearing Xiao suggestion, Alka nodded to show that he understood. While chatting, the two came to their respective rooms. Xiao's room was next to Alka's. The first room in the stern corridor. Back in the room, Alka changed his almost completely torn clothes and put on a new set of clothes. He threw himself heavily on the bed. He stared at the ceiling in the dim firelight. Ah! He suddenly shouted in surprise, and then punched his bed hard. It's over. It's a big loss. He had been chased before, and didn't notice it. Now I remembered that I had left the suitcase with all those things in the villa when I escaped. The only thing left among the tattered clothes was the magic mirror that I had put in my pocket when I escaped. The metal pocket watch worth 2 silver snakes was also broken. not to mention the coins in the suitcase. When he went ashore, he took all the silver snakes with him, plus the 2 gold leaves and 6 silver snakes he got during the performance. Looking at the rags that had turned into a more expensive outfit for disguise, this wave of losses made Alka so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. There were still bullets in the suitcase. The more he thought about it, the more heartbroken he felt. In this way, he lost at least 40 silver snakes. Almost 1.5 gold sales. A huge amount of wealth was lost. What was the name of that damn clown? Yes, Nivik. Nivik, I'll remember you. Alka gritted his teeth and firmly imprinted the clown-like face in his heart. He angrily turned off the oil lamp. He closed his eyes. Heartache and physical fatigue intertwined. In the end, physical fatigue overwhelmed the anger. He finally fell into a deep sleep. The magic mirror he placed next to the bedside table flickered twice with the help of the moonlight, and then went out again. Alka finally had a good sleep tonight. Near noon, Alka almost moved his body outside the door. You're awake. It happened that Xia Dai was standing by the boat outside the door, looking at the sea in the distance. When she saw Alka's appearance, she couldn't help asking, "Are you okay? Do you want to rest in the room for a while?" Alka raised her arm tremblingly and shook it. No. It's better to move. The moment she woke up in the morning, she felt sore all over her body, which made Alka feel a little tormented every time she took a step. Let me support you. As she said that, Xia Dai came over and gently supported Alka. Go to the restaurant? Yes. Just like that, Xia Dai helped Alka down the cabin and came to the restaurant. After watching Alka come in, Uncle Matt came over with a plate of food and placed it in front of Alka. Specially made, it will help you recover. Looking at the unknown meat and some strange vegetables on the plate, Alka nodded. He took 2 bites out of curiosity. In addition to the delicious taste, after eating, it seemed as if a warm current flowed into his body. The soreness and fatigue of the muscles were slowly receding with eating and drinking. There was a full sense of happiness. Chapter 53. Another key. Moon white sea fish. Sangkaka caught it for you last night, with Vanessa's herbs. It can repair your body's fatigue very well. Uncle Matt introduced it with a smile, and then returned to his kitchen. After a meal, Alka stretched his body, and his bones crackled like firecrackers. Awesome. The fatigue faded away in an instant, as if the whole body was refreshed. Alka couldn't help shouting. Xia Dai looked at him from the side, and said with a smile, "Let's go to the captain's room." Dad and the others came back early in the morning. Alka nodded. The 2 came to the deck and walked into the captain's room in the stern. At this time, in the captain's room, the large desk was filled with various materials. Andre and Jason frowned, sitting at the 2 ends of the desk, looking through the materials on it. Sangkaka was sitting on a bench in the corner. His tall figure huddled there, looking a little funny. Seeing him motionless, he seemed to have fallen asleep. Looking at Alka and Xia Dai, who pushed the door in, Andre turned to Jason and said, "Go call Bobby and Vanessa. We need to have a small meeting to sort out the current situation." Hearing Andre's words, Jason seemed to be liberated, stood up immediately, and then walked out quickly. After looking at Alka and the others, he waved and smiled very stiffly. Xia Dai took out 2 chairs from the side and handed one to Alka, pushed to the desk and sat down. The desk in the captain's room almost occupied 2/3 of the width of the room, enough to sit all of them. Andre also exhaled, leaning back in the chair, and couldn't help stretching out his hands to rub his temples. "It seems that it's not going well, Dad." Looking at his appearance, Xia Dai covered his mouth and smiled. Listening to his daughter's slightly gloating tone, Andre glanced at her and then said, "It's really not going well. Let's talk about it when everyone comes." Alka also took this opportunity to flip through the densely packed and randomly scattered information on the desk. After a while, Jason came in with Vanessa and old Bobby. Everyone sat up next to the desk. At this time, Sangkaka, who seemed to be dozing off, also woke up. However, because he was too tall and strong, he just sat beside and listened. According to the location provided by Alka, we went to search for it last night and did find the treasure house. Although the disc key opened the door of the treasure house, there is no treasure inside. Hearing this, except Jason and Vanessa, everyone else frowned. Andre took out the disc key and placed it on the table. The disc key is about the size of an open palm. This is a round stone plate wrapped with a circle of metal. In addition to some complicated patterns, there is also a palm pattern on it. In the treasure house, there is a new lock, and a key is needed. Andre stopped talking here. Jason took it, took out a few pieces of information written on yellowed paper, and said, based on our search some time ago and this morning. To open a large treasure house, you need to find 2 corresponding and connected treasure houses. Then he took out a map. It was a rough map of the Blood Gold Alliance. There were 2 circles drawn on it, according to the 2 large treasure houses that were opened in the past. There are 2 corresponding small treasure houses around them, arranged in 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Among them, number 4 and number 10 are large treasure houses, and number 11 has also been opened. Everyone looked at the map. In the 2 circles, the distance between a large treasure house and 2 small treasure houses was very close, and they were almost all adjacent islands or on the same island. That is to say, as long as we find the large treasure house, we can judge that the other 2 small treasure houses are around. Among them, number 11 is isolated overseas. That is to say, there are a total of 4 large treasure houses and 8 small treasure houses, Bobby said. This is the most normal judgment, according to the 2+1 method. However, Alka has learned from the treasure information that there are only 3 large treasure houses, and there are only 6 small treasure houses corresponding to them. The remaining 3 small treasure houses are not related. But it doesn't make sense to tell this information. That's right, and the large treasure house we found now is number 3, and the small treasure house we found before is number 1, so it is very likely that the corresponding treasure house is number 5. It may be on this island, because Meister Island is large enough, and the surrounding islands are all very small islands, or useless deserted islands. After listening to Jason and Andre's story, Siadaiti supported his chin with one hand, and said helplessly, in other words, we have to find another small treasure house? Jason nodded. Then he flipped through the yellowed paper in his hand. The clue corresponding to Vault May 5th B. My favorite. After all, Thad buried the treasure intentionally. So he made clues for each of his vaults, regardless of size. He even gave each vault a number and a corresponding clue, intentionally reducing the difficulty of finding the treasure. That's too many corresponding ones. Old Bobby frowned and said in a buzzing voice. After all, my favorite is a wider range. It could be a favorite person, it could be a favorite object, it could be a favorite place. There are too many. Alas, I have to start all over again, Siadaiti said dejectedly. Even though they had a relatively clear clue, it still took them more than a year to find the number 1 treasure house. It took them more than half a year to find the number 3 large treasure house with the help of Alka. Now there is another number 5 treasure house, and there is no more information. I don't know how much time it will take to find it. Seeing the somewhat dull atmosphere in the captain's room, Andre suddenly turned to Alka and said, Alka, your contribution this time is great. Count it as 1. Hearing Andre's words, Alka raised his head and then nodded with a smile. Okay. Everyone cheer up. Patience is the foundation. Hearing this, Alka turned his head and looked around. Everyone had a slightly bored expression. He picked up a piece of information in front of him and looked at the text records on the information. So Sod has a hobby of loving insects? Everyone looked over at Alka's sudden words. Jason nodded to Alka's question, because he got this information from a certain autobiography of Sod. In Sada's autobiography, A Journey in the Dark Without Lights, he mentioned it many times. Hearing this, Alka nodded. After a little thought, he said, then I may have some information to provide. After the words fell, he was greeted by everyone's slightly surprised eyes. Chapter 54 Information Provision. Andre stared at Alka. He nodded and said, tell me what you think. Alka nodded, thought for a moment and said, I have been in the city of Mest Island for a few days, and I have visited some attractions there. There is an interesting attraction, called the Insect Museum. The museum is very small, but it is quite old. According to the curator, this museum was first proposed to be built by Thad, and it has been preserved to this day, and has been renovated and moved many times. At that time, I was collecting some information about Thad, so I paid attention to it. At this time, Vanessa nodded, and agreed, there is such information, I collected it at that time. At this time, Alka looked at everyone, and asked, do you know that there is a praying insect valley on the island? Jason nodded, yes, it is at the back of the island, I have been there. It seems that the information they collected is much more detailed than he thought. What was missing was a chance to connect these materials together. Or a hint. I went there the next day and met the curator of the museum there. He told me some traditions and stories of the valley. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Jason. Jason spread his hands helplessly and said with a little embarrassment, I went there secretly at that time, just to observe. Alka continued, in the innermost part of the valley stands a statue of a beetle called the Golden Horn Hammer, symbolizing bravery and fearlessness. According to the curator, if it is 12 noon on a sunny day, it is possible to see the Golden Horn Hammer fly to the statue and hit the statue with its horn. At that time, the valley will be filled with insects, and there will be a rumbling sound. It's like the sound of a stone slab moving. Alka stared at everyone and said emphatically. Hearing this, everyone thought of it. This valley is likely to be the location where the number 5 treasure house is hidden, although it is not necessarily guaranteed. If it is as Alka said, it is indeed very likely. At this time, Jason seemed to have thought of something. He searched through the documents on the table, and soon he took out a piece of paper with a painting image and handed it to Alka. Take a look. Is it very similar to the one above? The drawing showed a piece of armor, which was very sophisticated. It was obviously not used for combat, but something like decoration. The armor is like the armor of a beetle, and the helmet has protrusions that look like the horns of a golden horn hammer, and the top of the protrusions is dyed gold. The meaning is very obvious. This armor is called Fearless, and it was a piece of armor that Thad liked very much when he was alive. Jason said, I have seen the specimen, and it does have many similarities with this armor. Alka said, there is no need to say more at this time. Everyone has almost understood it in their hearts. In this prayer valley, it is very likely that treasure house number 5 is hidden. Seeing the slightly excited expressions of the crowd, Alka couldn't help but pour some cold water on them. But the Golden Horn Hammer has become extinct, and it has been extinct for more than 20 years. This sentence made everyone's expression stiffen. But seeing everyone's attention immediately shifted again. I know which island has this kind of insect. Ah! Sia Daidi suddenly stretched out his hand, gently pinched Alka's neck and shook it. Can you finish your words at once? Seeing the unfriendly eyes of the crowd, Alka smiled awkwardly. What's the name of that island? Andre asked calmly. The curator has an atlas, which says that the origin of this insect is in Antforth, the island of Holy Armor. Holy Armor Island? Holy Armor Island. Hearing this, Sia Daidi muttered to himself, and took out a map from somewhere and looked at it. Finally, he pointed to the upper left outside the Blood Gold Alliance. It should be in this area. I remember. Alka tilted his head to look. The place Sia Daidi pointed to was a sea area called Holy Mother Church. Religious power? Or a religious power that occupies such a large territory, they must also believe in the true God. Alka blinked. Holy Mother Church. Number of treasures, white. Small amount, blue. Small amount. Difficulty of the area, safe. Introduction of the area, none. To be honest, I have no interest in going there. However, the difficulty of the area is the easiest that Alka has ever seen. The Blood Gold Alliance can be considered a relatively safe sea area. After all, there are several naval fleets patrolling the sea area. However, the difficulty is lower in the Holy Mother Church. In other words, as long as you follow the rules and regulations, there will be almost no danger. The power has a very high degree of control over the territory. However, such a small amount of treasure is indeed difficult to interest Alka. Sia Daidi pointed out the location on the map and looked up at his father. Andre frowned in thought. Alka turned his head to look at the expressions of the crowd. Is there anything different about this place? At this time, Andre spoke. Bobby, let's go to the prayer valley and see if there is any space below. Bobby nodded, stretched, and stood up. Andre turned his head and looked at Alka and said, if it is confirmed that there is space below, then we will immediately set off to find the Golden Horn Hammer, and you will also get a place. Hearing this, Alka smiled brightly and nodded. Andre then glanced at Jason. You should also be prepared. Then he and Bobby walked out together. As soon as Andre left, Jason rushed over immediately, hugged Alka tightly. He shook him with some resentment. You just arrived and completed it, but it took me more than 2 years, failed. Tell me, what's in your head? Alka rolled his eyes and broke free from his arms. Then he looked at Sia Daidi and asked, is there anything different about this place? Why did you look a little strange just now? Hearing this, Jason looked at him a little strangely. Didn't Andre tell you? Alka shook his head. Daidi said directly, Although we are a private treasure hunting group on the surface, our real identity is actually a treasure hunting team under the Church of the Virgin Mary. It means we also have an official background. Hearing this, Alka felt more at ease. Jason also added, this time, we may take the opportunity to go to the church too. Touch, the two of us. Hearing Jason's words, Alka's heart jumped. So fast. Yes, if Andre and his team are official forces, no wonder Park Chi would recommend himself to them with confidence. It is precisely because they are official forces. So there is a channel? A chill came to my heart. Reminding Alka, I need to calm down. Chapter 55 Leaving the Island. Not long after, Andre and Bobby returned to the ship. I checked, there is indeed a space hidden below. It should be the number 5 treasure house. Old Bobby looked at everyone and said with certainty. Andre looked at Alka. It seems that Park Chi is right. You are indeed very talented. It seems that the trial of you still underestimated you. Then he pointed at Alka and Jason. You two get ready. This voyage we will let you touch first, and then go to the island of Holy Armor. Looking at Alka and Jason, who were obviously a little excited, Andre frowned. This voyage may take more than half a month. During this time, Xia Daidi and Vanessa will help you prepare for the contact. Hearing this, Xia Daidi next to him stared at Alka and smiled slightly. Vanessa also reached out to support her face, with a playful look on her face. Looking at her expression, Alka felt that this did not seem to be a good thing. Okay. Set sail. Set sail. As Andre's words were passed on, the sail that was originally folded automatically slid down, and a creaking sound was heard. The Sea Fist turned its bow and began to sail away. This scene was also discovered by the people on the island, who had been observing their movements. You said Andre and the others left? Asked a man with a shark with a huge open mouth tattooed on his bald head. He was the leader of the Shark Bite treasure hunting team. Welter. In front of him, the ordinary-looking adult man nodded, yes. The members on the shore saw their Sea Fist leave the waters around Meister Island with their own eyes. Did you send a ship to follow them? Yes. They left directly without any intention of turning back or coming back. Hearing this, Welter frowned, and his face full of flesh looked even more ferocious. Andre's departure made him a little confused. Although they had seldom dealt with each other, they were all well-known treasure hunting groups in these seas. They could more or less know each other's ways of doing things from rumors. So he never thought that he could completely repel Andre and his team when he came, but just tried his best to hinder them in order to gain time and opportunity for his own actions. After all, he heard that Andre and his team had been on this island for more than a year, not to mention the preparation time in the early stage. I definitely know much more about the Thad treasure house on the island than they do, and I only know more about the overall Thad treasure house. Well, I understand. You can go down. The adult man nodded and slowly left. After a while, crisp but loud footsteps came over, interrupting Welter's thoughts. He looked up. It was Nivek dressed as a clown. Most of the burn marks on Nivek's body had recovered at this time, and only a corner of his face still had a burn mark. It seemed as if it was left there on purpose. How was it? Nivek? What did the prey that made you miss do on the island? There was a clear hint of ridicule in Welt's words. Nivek's face was a little gloomy, but he still said in a deep voice, he rented a haunted villa and toured the city like a tourist. Haunted villa? I saw that there was nothing strange about it. Of course, it is also possible that the strange places have been erased by him. Besides that, what else did he do? He went to the Praying Insect Valley on the island. What is that place? After all, they had only been on the island for a week at most. I don't know all the places in the morning. Regarding the question of his leader, Nivek replied, the primitive belief on the island conveys one's expectations to God through flying insects, and that damn kid has been there. Alka used a fake identity on the island, and the whereabouts of this fake identity were not deliberately hidden at all. So Alka's actions and places in the city in the past few days have long been known. Welter stretched out his hand and scratched his chin, with a thoughtful look on his face. This unknown treasure hunting team member is most likely a trainee member on Andre's ship. The information Andre and his team have is definitely more comprehensive than himself and others. When he is wanted, he stays alone in the city, or even ventures outside. So there must be something wrong with that location. Let's go and see what secrets this valley hides. Nivek shrugged exaggeratedly, made a very helpless expression, and followed his leader away. Arka was leisurely holding the railing beside the boat, feeling the sea breeze and looking at the endless, unchanging sea. The wide deck was empty. Only a junior member was standing on the top watchtower. Such a huge three-masted sailing ship, carrying only 12 people. The number of people is pitiful. While thinking, he heard footsteps on the deck behind him. He turned his head and saw old Bobby coming up from the cabin with a box of tools. Behind him was a pair of young twins. They were the remaining 2 junior members. They were old Bobby's assistants and apprentices. He looked at Alka not far away and waved. After Alka passed by, he said, "I am going to maintain the spells and some equipment on the ship now. Do you want to come with me? By the way, I will also explain to you some knowledge about spells." The main members on the ship knew that Alka's knowledge of the extraordinary world was very shallow. So he often takes Alka with him during his daily work. And teaches him by the way. Of course, if it doesn't bother you. For such a thing, Alka would certainly not refuse. Bobby nodded, waved to Alka, and took him directly to the huge mast in the center of the ship. He stretched out his right hand and tapped the mast with his index and middle fingers. A faint yellow light, along his fingers, touched the surface of the mast. A long series of dense and strange light blue lines appeared in the air, intertwining and entwining with each other. After touching, each person's magic power has a slightly different color, and all external magic power is normally light blue. You haven't touched it yet, so you may not see the magic power all around you, and some subtle reactions. But you have already touched magic equipment, so the magic power in your body has become a little active, which allows you to see some very obvious magic brilliance. As he spoke, old Bobby began to teach. The 2 twin apprentices behind him also began to help. Chapter 56 Devil Training. Come on, little brother. Lie down on the bed. Vanessa blinked her purple eyes, stared at Alka and said with a smile. Alka, who was standing next to her, sighed helplessly when he heard this name. He turned his head and stared at the doctor on the ship. The first time they met was when she was being chased. At that time, Vanessa was wearing a veil and only showed a pair of eyes. Now observe her carefully. A mature woman, with a pair of lavender eyes on her slightly charming face, a tiny black mole dotted on her fair skin under the corner of her mouth, adding more color to her charming temperament. She has a curvy figure, and now she is wearing a white coat. But even the white coat can't hide the huge rise and fall of her chest. I think you can change your name. How about calling Alka? I can accept little Alka. From the moment they met, Alka felt that this woman was somewhat against him. But when he thought of his previous behavior, he had no choice but to bear it. Who knew she was one of us at that time? Women, alas. Not a little brother? Is he already an adult? Vanessa chuckled charmingly, reached out, and touched Alka's chest. Okay, little brother, take off your clothes and lie on the bed. Alka shrank back helplessly, took off his cotton shorts, revealing his slightly muscular upper body, lying on the wooden bed next to him, feeling Vanessa's wanton, unconcealed gaze. You're a little thin. You need to exercise. Jason looks stronger than you. Hearing this, Jason, who was lying next to him, turned his head and smiled at Alka. TSK, looking at Jason's smile. Alka smacked his lips in disdain. Get ready. It's coming. Vanessa waved her hands, and one after another light green silk threads extended out. The silk threads of one hand extended to Alka's body, and the silk threads of the other hand extended to Jason's body next to her. The tip of the thread suddenly became thinner, and turned into something like an acupuncture needle. One by one, they were inserted directly into the parts of their bodies. Alka twisted his brows, and did not feel any pain, but just a little itchy and uncomfortable. A faint green light began to flow into their bodies along the threads. He could feel something cold entering his body along these threads. Then a layer of light transparent green juice flowed out from the pores, and gradually covered his upper body. These controlled silk threads are actually the highly adaptable spells that Vanessa is good at. The general ability of the silk kneading spell is to knead some things into silk threads for control. These are what she said herself, and Alka doesn't know the details. However, this spell was not comprehended by her, but improved by her predecessors. But it still has a relatively high learning threshold. It seems that Bobby can also do it, but compared to Vanessa, his skills are just like a baby. After a while, the green transparent liquid disappeared from the body. Vanessa waved away the silk thread, clapped her hands and said, "Okay, it's done." Hearing this, the two stood up and put on their clothes again. What they were doing now was what Andre said before, asking Xiaodai and Vanessa to help them prepare before touching. Now it was just the beginning. The two left the medical room and came to the deck. Xiaodai sat on the side of the boat, his legs hanging down on the deck and swaying slightly. She turned around and looked at the two of them, smiling and saying, "Are you ready? Then it's my turn to train now." As she spoke, a silver glow appeared at her feet, and her figure disappeared in an instant. "Are you ready?" Xiaodai's voice, slightly filled with joy, appeared behind the two of them. Wait a minute." Jason suddenly had a bad feeling and shouted. However, just as he finished speaking, Xiaodai's right leg, with a silver glow, directly whipped him in the back with a kick. "Ah!" Jason yelled, and flew off the boat like a cannonball. Seeing this, Alka rolled forward without hesitation, then ran 2 steps and jumped off the boat by himself. Only his voice was heard back. "No need for help. I can do it myself." After that, there was the sound of falling into the water. Seeing Alka's actions, Xiaodai couldn't help but smile, and jumped directly to the side of the boat and looked down. "Your mission is to swim in the sea. Try to keep up with the sailing of the ship, and when you are about to drown, I will come to save you." Hearing this, Alka and Jason, who fell into the water, began to swim helplessly. Fortunately, this is the world of the ocean after all. Everyone can swim, and everyone has good swimming skills. However, no matter how good the swimming skills are, there is a limit to physical strength, even if the ship deliberately slows down. The two of them only lasted for about 10 minutes, and gradually began to derail from the ship. They were gradually left behind by the ship. "Come on! Come on!" At this time, Xiaodai was already standing at the stern, waving his hands and jumping and shouting. But the tone of the cheering betrayed her thoughts. She was watching the show now. "I feel a little hot." Alka swam a little, and shouted to Jason next to him. "Me too." Both of them felt their bodies getting hot, and then it seemed as if their physical strength had recovered. They increased their speed and began to swim forward. Although they did not catch up with the boat, they were at least far behind the boat. Finally, after another half an hour, the fever subsided. Intense fatigue swept over. His hands and feet began to twitch. Not to mention swimming forward, even floating on the water became a luxury. The instinct for survival made the two of them start to struggle frantically on the water. The cold touch kept pouring out of the ring, stimulating Alka's brain, causing him to force himself to calm down at this moment when his life was threatened. He tried desperately to control his limbs, his calm brain, but he couldn't control it at all, and felt the ocean swallowing him up. The waves rolled me. I couldn't breathe. The instinct of survival and the fear of death began to break through my calmness. Panic swept over me again. Jason, who had already lost his composure, had already sunk to the bottom of the sea. Suddenly, Alka, who had sunk to the bottom of the sea with dark eyes, felt that he was lifted up by something. In this way, the two of them jumped out of the water directly. Whoosh! With a shout, it was Sankaka who dragged the two people and directly threw them onto the deck. Cough! Cough! Vomit! Jason knelt on the deck, coughing madly and vomiting the seawater in his mouth. Alka didn't look so embarrassed at this time. He kept his mouth shut at the last moment, not allowing himself to breathe. Take a break, and continue in the afternoon. Xiaodai sat beside him with his legs hugged, watching the miserable appearance of the two, and said with a smile, Chapter 57 Navigation Log. Blood Alliance Calendar Year 456, June 13th. Sailing on the sea is boring after all. I should probably write a log. Start today. Captain, Future, Log Blood Alliance Calendar Year 456, June 16th. Another day of devilish training, feeling the approach of death again. Today I persisted for more than 40 minutes. Blood Alliance Calendar Year 456, June 20th. I think Xiaodai must have been trained like this before, so she was very happy to see how miserable we were during training. The gloating expression could not be hidden at all. Blood Alliance Calendar 456, June 21st. The persistence time exceeded 1 hour, I am happy. Blood Alliance Calendar 456, June 22nd. I can witness my growth every day, I am a little excited. Today is 1 hour and 5 minutes. Blood Alliance Calendar 456, June 25th. Andre said that the training is almost over. With our current physical condition, touch will not cause any additional damage to us. Finally, I don't have to experience this nightmare-like training. But the result is still 1 hour and 42 minutes. Blood Alliance Calendar 456, June 26th. Without the devilish training, I feel a little uncomfortable. I miss it a little. Will something go wrong with me? Blood Alliance Calendar 456, June 27th. Boring sea voyage. Blood Alliance Calendar 456, June 28th. The Endless Sea remains unchanged, boring. Blood Alliance Calendar 456, June 29th. Boring. Bang. 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 A dull sound came from the deck. Alka held his pistol in his right hand, shooting at the target not far away. Besides him, Jason was also beside him. The boring life on the ship always requires people to find something to do. So the two of them planned to practice their shooting skills. After all, there were a lot of ammunition in the lower deck, and it would be a waste if not wasted. There was no shortage of ammunition for the number 3 pistol, and it was a rare opportunity to practice shooting, and Alka would not waste it. No matter how good a gunman is, he still needs a huge amount of ammunition to feed him. Jason was firing 2 revolvers of different styles with both hands. He was also training nearby. Alka emptied the bullets in his pistol, removed the magazine, and loaded the bullets at a very fast speed. He turned the pistol in his hand twice, and then handsomely used the barrel of the gun to push his hat. "How did you do this?" Jason came over shamelessly, and asked with a curious look on his face. He felt that Alka's various cool poses really moved him, especially the acrobatic movements of ejecting the magazine and reloading quickly, which were too smooth and pleasing to the eye. "Want to learn?" "Yes." Jason nodded. "If you want to learn, I'll teach you," Alka said with a smile. But then he picked up the pistol in his hand and looked around. Bobby's craftsmanship is really good. After his modification, I feel that the gun feels better. In addition to the devilish training to improve his physical fitness, Alka spent most of his time following Bobby to learn some manufacturing techniques. By the way, he also asked Bobby to modify the details of the 2 guns according to his own habits and preferences. Hearing this, Jason also looked at the 2 guns in his hand. "It seems that I have to ask Bobby to help me modify them." Jason did it as he thought, and he picked up the 2 guns and went directly to the lower deck. Alka also went downstairs to have dinner. Then he returned to his room. At this time, the sun had almost completely fallen below the sea level, and only the dim afterglow illuminated the world. At the speed of sailing, it should arrive in a few days. Lying on the bed, looking at the magic mirror next to the bedside table, Alka shook his head helplessly. He got up and went to the table, picked up the book on the table, and started to read. As night fell, the oil lamp next to it was lit. The ship gradually fell into silence. The only sound in the room was the rustling of turning pages. Before he knew it, Alka lay on the table and fell asleep. In a trance, he seemed to have come to a dark world again. Alka, who felt that he was here again, did not exclaim at all. He was used to it. Since returning to the ship, the magic mirror would occasionally let Alka in. It was not for anything else. It was just because he wanted to chat with him. "Why is your magic still lifeless?" A hazy voice came in the dark night. Alka reluctantly expressed what he wanted to say. Of course, he did not say it, but let it occupy his brain and only think about what he wanted to say. Let the words you want to express echo wildly in your mind. In this way, the person trapped in the magic mirror can accurately receive what he wants to say. "I'm still on the boat, and I haven't touched it yet. How can it be so fast? Really? It's only been a short while." Alka can understand this. Trapped in the darkness of this magic mirror, it is indeed difficult to judge the passage of time. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but be curious. You have been trapped here for so long, and you don't have time to judge. How do you keep your mind normal? "I just don't want to sleep. Naturally, I can't feel the passage of time when I sleep. And naturally, I won't be affected by the passage of time. And the soul-trapping magic mirror itself is not used to cause harm. Its original function is to place some souls, so that these fragile souls can at least have a place to stay." What? This thing is actually a positive thing. Of course. Don't read my thoughts casually. Ah? Isn't that what you want to say? Alas, I can't help it. This is the characteristic of this place. If a certain thought is too strong, it will be accepted if it fills the brain. But that's just Alka's strong complaints in his mind. It's just that the desire to complain is too strong, just like the thoughts he wants to express. So if you chat, you have to keep filling your mind with what you want to say. If you suddenly want to complain, but don't want to say it sometimes, it will be noticed. This damn place is really troublesome. There is nothing I can do about it. If your magic power becomes active, Then I can communicate with you normally. And I can also take a look at the outside world now. This is not what I want to say. Okay. What era did you live in before you died? Alka couldn't help asking, which was also what he was most curious about. The brilliant year, 14655 in the Moxa calendar. I lived in this era. Did you know? I don't know. I have never heard of it. And the calendar lasted for 14,655 years? This calendar lasted for too long. Legislation is generally based on the power that created the calendar. Under normal circumstances, is there a power that has existed for more than 10,000 years? That would be such an exaggerated behemoth. It feels like even in this fantasy world, there shouldn't be such an exaggerated calendar. The Mox's calendar was not created by a certain power, but by God. This is God's calendar. Arka couldn't help but feel a little pain in his brain when he heard this. You are not energetic enough. Let's talk next time. After the voice fell, Arka withdrew from the dark world. He lay on the table and opened his eyes. Chapter 58 The Church of Our Lady. The ship slowly entered the sea area of the Church of Our Lady. Although the entire sea area is under the control of the Church of Our Lady, this sea area is still much smaller than that of the Blood Gold Alliance. It is only about 1/4 of the size of the Blood Gold Alliance. In all the spheres of influence, the island believes in the Virgin Mary. It is a bit strange. The treasure hunting team is essentially a team under the Church of Our Lady, but no one spreads the faith to them? In theory, the members on board should all be believers of the Virgin Mary. After all, there are many churches of the Virgin Mary in the Blood Gold Alliance. For example, the island of Tehran, where Alka first went, has a Church of the Virgin Mary. The Blood Gold Alliance does not prohibit the belief in the Virgin Mary, which means that it is at least positive. Alka stood by the bed and looked at the small island not far away. There were no large ships sailing around the island. Only a few small fishing boats in the distance. It should not be an important island. Why are we going to this island? Alka asked Jason, who was also leaning on the side of the boat, enjoying the sea breeze. We are a private treasure hunting group. After all, we can't just go to the Cathedral of Our Lady. We have to stop the ship here. Do you understand? Alka nodded. This is easy to understand. Does that mean we have to change to another ship to go to the cathedral? Jason nodded. The ship slowly entered the port and stopped at the berth. Alka looked at the port on the island and could only reluctantly stop the three-masted sailing ship. It seems that it is not an important island, but it is good to be able to dock in the port. Gather on the deck. Andre looked at everyone and said, Are there any of you who want to go with us this time? Everyone showed a lack of interest when he asked this question. Seeing this scene, Andre had no choice but to say, Okay, you wait for us on this island. As he said that, he looked at Alka and shook his head. The team disbanded. The two followed Andre off the ship. Ahead was a very ordinary port town, maybe just a little better than the town on Golden Wheat Island. He led the two of them all the way through, and arrived at the church behind the town. Alka looked up. This was the first time he saw the Church of the Virgin Mary. The stone of the church was built with a gray-white material, and the dark color of the church was a bit like a shadow under the white wall. Even though the sun was shining brightly at this time, the midday sun shone on the church. It did not make it produce a brilliant luster. The church was in the shape of an arched dome, with intricate patterns, and finely carved statues all over it. The walls of the church were all carved with patterns of flowers and plants, as well as large fields of wheat ears. The people walked directly into the church. Under the middle aisle was a dark carpet like mud, with rows of seats on both sides. In front was a statue. The blurred female face was holding a baby, and at her feet was a child, holding a bunch of wheat ears in his hand. This statue. Alka couldn't help but turn his head to look at Andre next to him. Andre crossed his arms and embraced himself, praying devoutly. This is the gesture of prayer. Alka was sure. The so-called Virgin Mary is actually the Stone Mother. It should be a different title for a god. After all, it is normal for a god to have different titles. It can show the wide range of the god's power. At this time, Alka also crossed his arms and embraced himself. Thinking about it this way, isn't the home island blessed by the Stone Mother equivalent to the land of God's grace? No wonder no one preached to him. Because I came from the biggest nest of believers, and was born under the protection of the Stone Mother. It turned out that I had always been a regular employee. Alka prayed with peace of mind. After all, it was a true God, and I was born under its protection. It would always be good to believe in it. Not to mention that this set of beliefs was almost engraved on my body. After the short prayer was completed, An old man dressed as a priest came over. He was wearing a brown cloth robe with a pattern of wheat ears embroidered on it. He came to Andre and crossed his hands. The two nodded and greeted each other. Andre, I have received your message. The ship will arrive in an hour. Go to the harbor to prepare. He turned his head and looked at Alka and Jason beside him. Looking at Jason, he smiled slightly and nodded. Then he looked at Alka and couldn't help but pat his head. Good boy. The look in his eyes was as if he was looking at his own grandson. The intimate gesture of the priest made Alka a little stiff. I could only smile and nod politely. Crossing my hands, may the Stone Mother bless you. The priest's smile became even brighter. Okay. You go first. Andre gave Alka a thumbs up and led the two to the back of the church. Without waiting for Alka to ask, Andre said, The Virgin Mary is the Stone Mother. The title of the Virgin Mary is just more convenient for preaching. And our secret treasure hunting group actually has very little to do. The main thing is to help the church find more church objects related to the Stone Mother and possible treasure. Information. So that's it. Alka nodded in understanding. Pakchi was once my immediate superior. I see. No wonder Pakchi trusted me so much to Andre's treasure hunting team. And Andre and his team also trusted me very much from the beginning. For example, I had just joined them. And they told me all kinds of secret information and their ongoing activities without reservation. It was as if I was born into their family. At that time, Alka felt a little strange, thinking that this was their rule or atmosphere. It turned out to be one of our own. While thinking, the three of them passed through the road behind the church, and passed through a tunnel that was obviously dug through the mountain. They walked into a cave. Looking at the height of the cave, this size can at least accommodate a sailboat of the same size as the Sea Fist. After walking over, as expected, in front of them, they saw a simple port. This is a hidden port hidden in the cliffs around the island. Maybe the church in front was built specifically for this invisible port. The three of them found a stool nearby and sat down to wait. They chatted from time to kill time. Not long after, Alka saw a ship sailing on the sea in the distance. It sailed straight towards the cave where they were now. After a while, the full picture of the ship was revealed. It slowly sailed into the cave. Alka looked up at the ship. The bow looked like a statue of a heavily armored knight holding a long sword. The paint on the exterior of the ship was a mixture of golden and milky white, with obvious sacred meaning. The canvas was even whiter, and the symbol on it was a pair of simple crossed arms, surrounded by a circle formed by 2 ears of wheat. This should be the symbol of the church. Chapter 59 Touch. But at this moment, the sea water at the entrance of the cave suddenly began to roll, just like boiling water. With the sound of bubbling, the sea water suddenly jumped up. A wall of water completely blocked the entrance of the cave, and then some unknown spells evenly distributed on the walls of the cave appeared. Looking at this situation, Andre frowned, but did not put on a vigilant posture. Andre, come up. Hearing the voice from above, Andre picked up Alka with one hand, and Jason with the other hand, and jumped directly on the spot. Jumped onto the deck of the ship. After standing firmly on the deck, Alka looked up. The interior of this ship is not much different from other ships except for the paint. But it should also have an automatic device with a spell, because there is no one else on the deck except 3 religious members wearing plain gray cloth robes. These 3 religious members are also wearing hoods, standing side by side, with their hands crossed. Andre saw them. What's going on? Why do you suddenly want to seal this place? The church member standing in the middle raised his head slightly, and said, Because they will touch on the ship. On the ship? Here? Andre's voice was obviously a little surprised. Then he asked hurriedly, Is it too risky to bring the treasure here? He originally wanted to ask whether it was too much of a fuss. Archbishop Allen has returned to the embrace of the Mother Goddess. There are too many believers gathered in the cathedral to mourn. It is not suitable for you to go there now. Andre nodded as if he understood. But he still didn't understand why he had to bring something like a treasure out. He still felt that it was too much of a fuss. If it was really inconvenient, they didn't recommend waiting for a while. Okay. Time is running out. Let them do the touching ceremony quickly. Hearing this, Andre stopped wasting time. And the 2 church members, who stood on both sides without saying anything, suddenly stretched out their hands slowly. A faint light shone from the slowly stretched out hands. One light was a transparent light like a flash. Very strange. The other light was a milky white light like holy light. Very soft. Appearing in the transparent light on the left was a mask that seemed to be made of a mirror. And the surface clearly reflected the surrounding scene. In the milky white light on the right was a circle of headbands, woven from golden wheat ears, very simple. You too. Choose the treasure you want to touch. Hearing this, both Alka and Jason became nervous. The echo of their frantically beating hearts kept filling their ears. Andre was slightly stunned, then raised his hands and patted the two people to signal them. If you don't know how to choose, just stand in the middle, close your eyes, and walk slowly based on your feeling. Andre's voice sounded. The reason why he didn't say this in advance was because he didn't expect that the two of them would have a choice. Hearing this, the two turned their heads to look at each other, and then closed their eyes at the same time, and walked forward. After closing his eyes, Alka didn't feel that he had lost his direction. Not knowing whether it was because of the ring, he didn't feel any other special feelings. He walked straight ahead. Suddenly he felt someone in front of him, and then opened his eyes. At this time, he was already standing in front of the mirror mask. I was walking in a straight line, but somehow I went to the left, looking at the religious member in front of me, who was wearing a hood and whose face could not be seen clearly, and the mirror mask that he slowly held in his hands and floated in front of me. The surface of the mask was made of a mirror-like material, reflecting my face. He saw his face at this moment, and it seemed as if he saw his face in the depths of his memory. It seemed clear and blurry. Touch. The voice of the religious member sounded next to him. Alka swallowed his saliva. He slowly stretched out his hands. Gently, he touched the mirror of the mask. With a tremor, Alka felt that his body, limbs, heart, brain, any part of his body began to wriggle. It was as if the blood vessels here were alive, moving and twitching on their own. The blood seemed to flow faster. Something appeared in his body. A deep and cold thing rushed straight into Alka's brain, making him feel dizzy even with his eyes closed. Although he was in control of his body, he was already in a trance, and could not understand his surroundings. His body became dull. A rectangular frame appeared in his mind, and there was a thin eye-shaped character in the center of the frame. It emitted a faint, transparent light like a mirror mask. Then it disappeared in his mind. Only then did the trance disappear. Alka regained control of his body. He could already feel something flowing in his body. They seemed to be under his control, just like his own hands and feet. Alka wanted to control them, but they were too unfamiliar and stiff. Controlling their movements was like a baby trying to control itself to stand up and walk steadily. Staggering. In the end, Alka just controlled them not to run around in his body, and stayed where they were produced. After sorting out the situation in his body, Alka opened his eyes. The mirror mask in front of him was no longer there, and the church member holding the mirror mask had also disappeared. Not far away, only Andre was left, and the church member who was speaking in the middle. Looking at the two of them, Jason on the right also had his eyes closed. A faint milky white light appeared on his body. Seeing that Alka had woken up, Andre nodded to him. At this time, the light on Jason's body also shrank and disappeared. As the light disappeared, Jason opened his eyes. Seeing that both of them had woken up, Andre turned his head and nodded to the church member, and walked over after a gesture. Without giving the two a chance to speak, he directly grabbed their collars and jumped off the boat. As soon as they left the boat, the water wall that originally sealed the cave began to collapse and fell into the sea. The runes on the surrounding cave walls disappeared. The golden boat slowly left the cave. After watching the boat leave, Andre turned his head to look at the two. At this time, Alka and Jason looked dazed. They didn't pay attention to the outside world at all, but were still experiencing their new power. They were experiencing the magic power in their bodies that they could control. They were like big boys who had just got a new toy. Chapter 60 Mirror. Let's go back to the ship first, Andre said. He led the two back directly from the way they came in. After passing through the church, Andre raised his hand and rubbed his fingers. Lines appeared one after another, forming patterns that looked like birds, and flew out. When passing through the town, they happened to see Siadaiti and Vanessa, who were also rushing to the ship. The expressions of the two were also a little confused, but they still kept their mouths shut, and went all the way to the port and boarded the ship. As they returned to the ship, all the main members returned to the deck of the ship. What's going on? Why are you back? Bobby asked curiously. It was a rare quiet island. He had just gone down, and had not had time to walk around twice before he received a message from Andre asking them to return. Then he turned around and looked at Alka and Jason. He asked in surprise, "Have you touched it?" Andre said directly, There was a small accident, and the touching ceremony was performed directly on the ship. After hearing Andre's words, everyone nodded. Although they were a little curious, they did not ask too much. Then Andre looked at the two of them. You two just touched, now go back to your room, after all. From the looks of you, it seems that you don't want to be disturbed. Hearing Andre's slightly teasing voice, the two nodded without hesitation, and turned around and returned to the stern, looking hurried. But everyone looked at them with understanding, after all. They had been here before. Alka pushed the door open directly, and then threw himself on the bed. He took a deep breath. He lay on the bed, and looked at his right hand, and squeezed it hard. He could feel it. His strength had indeed been improved, and with the surge of magic power in his body, his strength was still increasing. His perception was still somewhat obvious. But what made him feel strange was not this thing, but the arm of his left hand, the inner side of his forearm. After touching it, with the surge of magic power, a tattoo like a broken chain appeared at that position. There definitely wasn't one before. Why did this thing appear with the emergence of magic power? But I can't figure it out now. I can only wait and ask others later. What he cares more about now is the spell that appeared in his mind when he touched the mask. It is the spell with a long and thin eye shaped in the middle of the rectangle. When this spell appeared in his mind, he also knew the information of this spell. Mirror. The function of this spell is to use magic power to guide and make mirrors one after another. The size, hardness, and direction of movement of the mirror can all be controlled by oneself, and it can be directly drawn remotely. The function is very simple, which is to spend magic power to make a mirror. I don't know if it is because this spell is too simple. Alka hardly needs to be too proficient. It can spend magic power to draw remotely. Generally speaking, spells that can be drawn remotely require long-term practice and good control of the magic power in the body to be able to do it. But even if Alka has just touched it, and the magic power in the body has just become active, he can use this spell to draw remotely to make a mirror. This does not mean that Alka has a good talent, but this spell is simple enough. Thinking of this, Alka turned over and got up, sat on the edge of the bed, and then raised his right hand. He clumsily controlled his magic power and poured it into his right hand. It took nearly 10 seconds to make the magic power flow up. Then a rune appeared in his mind, with an eye-shaped mirror, rune in the center of the rectangular frame. The rune exuded a faint transparent light. A palm-sized round mirror appeared in the palm of his hand, standing upright and floating slowly. The mirror he made could be controlled freely. As soon as this thought came to mind, the mirror began to follow Alka's wishes and began to float around. It became a little stiff when it reached about 6 or 7 meters away, and the feeling of flying became a little unfamiliar. It was no longer that smooth feeling. It seems that more practice is needed. After practice, he should be able to fly farther. This is the feeling he can have. Alka snapped his fingers, and the mirror shattered in the distance. The broken pieces disappeared into the air before they fell. Alka couldn't help but hold his chin at this time. How to describe this spell? He could feel its weakness and uselessness, but it was very suitable for his current system. He even had an idea. After all, what Alka often used in battle was various magic skills. These were Jack's knowledge. The famous treasure hunter known as the magician would inevitably need to fight. Therefore, among Jack's inherited knowledge, there are many ideas and experiences of applying magic to battle. The most typical one is Alka's card flying technique. This technique can be performed perfectly even without the ring. Controlling the flying cards, drawing various arcs, even spinning. No problem. And the power is not bad. Just like a flying knife. And now he has become a toucher, possessing magic power. Many magic in battle can be used better. This mirror that can float, create, and change at will can really help him in battle. If it were someone else, it would obviously only be used as a spell to create a mirror at any time. It can't be said to be powerful, but it can only be said to be suitable for him. At this time, Alka turned his wrist, and a card appeared in his hand. The silver-gray appearance was one of the 3 spell cards left by Jack. Now with magic power, he can feel more when holding this spell card. For example, you can enhance its flight speed and power when inputting magic power, and even slightly control its flight path. And you can control the time when its effect takes effect. For example, for the red card that has been used, the spell Cross of Righteous Fire can take effect at a time that you can control, instead of 3 seconds. Thinking of the materials for making these cards, it seems that it is time to prepare. After sorting out my thoughts, I also adapted to the magic power in my body. Alka stood up and walked outside. At this time, he just felt the vibration of the ship. The voyage began. When he came to the corridor next to the stern, he just saw Jason in the room behind him also coming out. When they met, they couldn't help but smile at each other. Jason hurried over. "What's the name of the treasure you touched?" he asked curiously. "You can know the name of the treasure when you touch it. Mask of Mind. What about you?" "My name is Crown of Harvest." "Which doesn't sound very strong." "Then have you understood the spell?" "Spell? No. Wait. You didn't understand it. Did you?" Alka nodded. Jason's expression froze. And then, he slowly spoke. "You deserve to die." Chapter 61 Magic Training. "You got your own spell?" In the captain's room, the main members of the ship looked at Alka with envy. Of course, except Xiaodai, because she also has her own spell. Looking at the envious eyes of everyone, Alka couldn't help but waved her hand and said, "Don't be so envious of me. When you know what my spell is, you may not be envious anymore." "What kind of spell is it?" Jason couldn't help but ask beside him. Hearing this, Alka raised his palm directly, and a faint magic power flowed out. It only took 5 seconds this time to guide the magic power. Then the rune appeared in his mind, and a palm-sized round mirror floated on his palm. Everyone looked at the two-sided mirror on their palms, and then turned to look at Alka. "Then what?" "Nothing else. Just like that. Make the mirror you want." Everyone smiled awkwardly. Andre thought for a while, and said, "Well, you can comprehend the spell that suits you the first time you touch the treasure, which is very rare." Yes. The spell may seem a little strange to outsiders, but it should be very suitable for you now. Xiaodai was also beside him, clenching his fist and cheering. Hearing the comfort from several people, Alka smiled. "Don't worry, this spell is indeed more suitable for me." On the contrary, Bobby was a little curious. As a researcher, he had his own opinion. He looked carefully at the mirror in Alka's hand. "The spells you comprehend by yourself are generally not too weak, so don't be too frustrated, you just didn't bring out its potential." Hearing this comfort, Alka nodded. He was still quite satisfied with this spell. At this time, Andre knocked on the table in front of him. Then he looked at Alka and Jason and said, "Since you two are almost familiar with each other, it's time to enter further training. Be familiar with your magic. The requirement is to let your magic reach any part of your body within at least 1 second. If you want to learn spells, just pick the one you like and see if there is any suitable one. After all, there are not many choices. If you have special spells, you can also learn them." Then he looked at Bobby and Xiaodai. "You two will be in charge of the 2 projects respectively." After that, Alka and Jason were dragged out by the 2. Xiaodai said in front, "This place is not far from the Holy Armor Island. It will take about 3 or 4 days to get there. In these few days, you must make your magic reach the desired place within 2 seconds." Bobby took out 2 different books directly from the bookcase next to Andre's captain's room. Spell collection 2 volumes. He handed them to the 2 people respectively. "You two pass them around. Learn about the spells, and take a look at what you are interested in." After arranging the study problems of the 2 people, since it was almost noon, they started training on magic control. Xiaodai took a bunch of patch-like things from Bobby, which were numbered. Then the 2 of them were topless, and the patches were stuck everywhere on their bodies. When I say a number, you must conduct magic to the corresponding number on your body. If you are slow, hee. Xiaodai stood in front of the 2 and laughed fiercely. "Close your eyes and get ready." The 2 had just closed their eyes. Xiaodai said, "Number 3. The places where number 3 was pasted on the 2 people's bodies were on the back of their right hands. Alka immediately controlled the magic power in his body and transferred it in that direction. Too slow. As Xiaodai's voice fell, a tingling sensation immediately came from the location of the number 3 patch on the back of his hand. Hiss. Get ready, next one soon. Number 6. Too slow. But this time only Jason was slow. The location of the number 6 patch on Alka's body, as he quickly transferred the magic power over. The number 6 on the patch flashed a faint light, indicating that Alka had transferred the magic power to this place. Ah! Jason felt a stinging sound. Hearing this sound, Alka couldn't help turning his head to look at him, with a gloating smile on his face. Number 7. Xiaodai's voice suddenly sounded. Alka hurriedly poured the magic power over, but it was obviously not fast enough. Too slow. The stinging feeling came again. Although Jason still didn't finish this time, he still turned his head and smiled at Alka. Let you show off. Number 11. Too slow. Ah! It was near dusk, and the sun had completely sunk into the sea. The two of them lay exhausted on the deck. Their bodies were like cooked shrimps, and their reddish skin was emitting a faint steam. There were no scars on the body where the patch was torn off, and the patch only caused a tactile sensation similar to pain. It was not without gain. At least in the final stage, Alka could conduct his magic power to any part of his body within 4 seconds. This kind of pleasure of harvest made Alka indulge in it. After you have a good rest, go downstairs to eat. Uncle Matt will prepare specially customized food for you. Sia Didi squatted beside Alka, looking at the two of them with a smile. The smile on his face was still so moving. During this period of time, Alka knew Uncle Matt's status on the ship. In fact, he was equivalent to a main member. He could handle and make a variety of targeted food. Depending on the ingredients, and with Vanessa's help, they can make delicious food that helps them recuperate and recover. After dinner, they returned to their room. It was dark. With the help of the lantern in the room, Alka sat down beside the bed. His eyes moved to the magic mirror on the bedside table. He couldn't help but reach out and pick it up. Should I rescue him? Alka couldn't help thinking. He definitely didn't want to rescue him before. But being able to survive on the island, it can be said that it was entirely due to the magic mirror's reminder in the dream. If there hadn't been the reminder from the magic mirror in the dream, Alka would have died in the attack of Nivik. Facing the moonlight outside the window, a faint light flickered on the back of the magic mirror. Alka put the magic mirror back on the bedside table and lay down on the bed to rest. Think about it again. Gradually, he closed his eyes as he fell asleep. Suddenly, Alka opened his eyes. He immediately sat up from the bed, feeling the bumps of the ship sailing on the sea. The pale moonlight shone into the room through the window. Alka turned his head stiffly. Looking at the figure sitting on the desk by the window, the figure was flipping through the books on the table, as if reading. Then she turned her head, looking at Alka, who had already woken up. You're awake. Chapter 62. The Girl in the Magic Mirror. A gentle and soft female voice came. A silver gradient card appeared in her hand, and the magic power was ready to be infused into it at any time. By the night light, Alka saw the uninvited guest who suddenly sat in her room. A head of emerald green hair fell all the way to the waist, fair white skin, and a pair of bright emerald green eyes. This is an extremely delicate and beautiful face. Slender pointed ears protruded from the side of the hair, wearing an extremely delicate, luxurious and elegant dress. Pointed ears? When Alka saw this feature, he immediately thought of a race in a fantasy story. Elves. But the problem is that Alka has never heard of such a race in this world. Of course, it is also possible that he is relatively ignorant. Who are you? Looking at the beautiful figure in front of him, Alka still remained vigilant and asked. When the figure heard Alka's words, he tilted his head and blinked in confusion. Ah? Don't you recognize me? What do you mean? Why would I recognize you? As he spoke, the figure reached out and picked up something from the table and shook it in front of Alka in the moonlight. It was the palm-sized magic mirror. When Alka saw it, he understood instantly. The girl in front of him, who might be an elf, was the soul trapped in the magic mirror. When he was inside, he couldn't hear the specific sound, so the image in AKA's mind was a white-bearded old man. It turned out to be a beautiful girl. How did you get out? Weren't you trapped in the magic world? AKA couldn't help asking. He didn't infuse magic power into the magic mirror. Hearing Alka's words, the elf girl in front of him couldn't help but ask in confusion, Didn't you touch me? I came out naturally after you touched me. Ah? Is that so? As long as the magic power in her body becomes active, she will be able to come out naturally, instead of having to inject magic power into it to release it. Then she will definitely be rescued? That is to say, before this, she was trapped in the magic mirror for who knows how many years, and she had never been touched by the toucher. Of course, it is possible that she was lying. Let me meet you. Alka. My name is Lucilia Anna Cansteller. Benaves. And so, this Lucilia introduced a long list of suffixes of her name in front of Alka. Is it too hard to remember? It's not too hard to remember, but I just can't remember it at all. Alka couldn't help complaining in his heart. Really? Then you can just call me Lucilia, my friends all call me that. And so on. You are reading my thoughts again? Ah? Isn't that what you want to say? Of course not. Okay then. You read it again. Alka calmed down and suppressed his thoughts. He frowned and looked around. You can read my thoughts? Which means, this is not reality. No. This is your dream. Hearing this, Alka closed his eyes and fell on the bed. Then he opened his eyes again. I don't know if it's because of the magic power, or for other reasons. He can wake up from the dream freely. This time he woke up in his room again. But the oil lamp beside the bed was not extinguished. The sound of the waves outside the ship was heard. Looking at the magic mirror on the bedside table next to him, Alka picked it up. In the mirror, it was not his own face that was reflected. It was Lucilia's breathtakingly beautiful face, sitting on the bench, smiling and waving at him. Can't you come out? AKA couldn't help asking, as if he was talking to himself. He finished speaking. Lucilia, who was just in the mirror, sat down beside his bed. She answered his question with her actions. Then Lucilia's figure floated away, turned into a cloud of smoke, and flew to the place where she had sat in the dream before. There were books that Alka was flipping through on the stool. After sitting on the stool, she wanted to reach out and flip through the books, but her hand went straight through the books. Lucilia's face showed a clear expression of frustration, looking at this scene. In other words, she is not a physical body now, but a spirit like a soul? Can other people see you? Lucilia heard Alka's question, turned around, and watched her shake her head and nod. Only you can see me at any time. I can choose the others. Who can see me and who can't? That's good. Now that you can come out of the magic mirror, what will you do in the future? Alka couldn't help asking. Hearing this, Lucilia thought about it and shook her head helplessly. I am just a soul. If it weren't for the magic mirror, I would have disappeared long ago. I can only follow the magic mirror. Hearing this answer, Alka looked at the magic mirror in his hand. There was a strange sense of déjà vu. He patted his head to dispel the idea. In other words, you can only follow me in the future? Of course, if you discard the magic mirror, I will return to the magic mirror, just like before. Lucilia said directly. She could understand the current situation, and directly threw the choice question to Alka. Hearing this, Alka couldn't help thinking. The girl beside the bed looked at the moonlight outside the window, and seemed very quiet. Okay. Please take care of me in the future. Lucilia, facing the moonlight, had a moving smile on her face. She turned her head and stretched out her right hand, holding Alka's hand and shaking it. Thank you. The touch from her hand made Alka look up at her. Can I touch you? Of course, but you are the only one who can touch me. As she said this, Lucilia waved her hand around the bed. Her hand went straight through the quilt on the edge of the bed, and only when she touched Alka, it felt like she was touching something real. Then how did you sit on it? Alka couldn't help but think. But in real life, Lucilia obviously couldn't extract Alka's strongest thoughts on the surface like in her dream. The outside world is so good. Looking at the charming girl in front of him, Alka could empathize a little. After all, I have been trapped in the magic mirror for who knows how many years. I can only sleep to keep my mind. If it were me, I would have gone crazy long ago. Alas, I don't know how many years I have been dead. I wonder if my friends are still alive. She supported her chin with both hands and looked at the moonlight outside the window. Hearing this, Alka couldn't help but become more curious. Where is Lucilia from? After all, this delicate face, and these ears that seem like elves. The calendar she used, Alka had never heard of it. Not only the calendar she used, Alka's calendar, and the place she was in now, Lucilia had never heard of it either. Tomorrow I'll take you to look at the map, and see if there are any places you are familiar with on the sea chart. If you don't know the name, then you can only look at these topographic maps, and maybe you can know it. After all, the terrain is not so easy to change. Chapter 63, Learning Spells. Early in the morning, Alka held the magic mirror and looked at the world map on the ship. I haven't seen it before. I haven't seen it before? Lucilia's voice was somewhat unbelievable. If you are not even familiar with the sea chart, then the problem is serious. There are only two situations. The first is that the era in which Lilia lived was too long ago. So long ago that Alka could not even imagine it. After all, even the terrain was completely different, so she could not find the slightest sense of familiarity. It was obviously not modern. It is definitely not something that can be accomplished in a short period of time to change the geology to such an unrecognizable extent. The second possibility is that the place where Lucilia lives is not here at all, but somewhere else. Other unknown areas. After all, this world is not a planet, because it does have boundaries that are difficult for human beings to pass through. But the problem now is The way Lucilia came out made Alka a little confused. At this time, Lucilia hugged Alka's neck with both hands from behind, as if she was hanging on his back. To be honest, if someone could see this suddenly, they would definitely be shocked. This is a scene that only appears in classic horror movies. There is a soul on his back. Although Alka could not feel any weight, he could clearly feel that Lucilia was hanging on his back. Why is it in this position? If Bobby was not beside him, he would have asked a long time ago. Lucilia seemed to know that AKA could not communicate with her now, so she just talked to herself. In addition to Bobby, Jason was also beside him. The two followed Bobby to learn about spells. They took a look at the world map. The three of them came to the library on the lower deck. Lapoka was still at the door, dozing off. Alka had never seen her anywhere other than the library. This was not something that could be explained by staying at home. Learning spells is not difficult. The difficult part is knowing the specific style of the spells and the corresponding materials. As he said this, Bobby took out a few books from the bookshelf and handed them to them. In addition to the more common spells, many powerful spells with unique abilities are kept by various forces. You can collect them if you have the ability in the future. Bobby turned around and looked at the two with a very serious look. But don't be greedy. The quality of the spell is not the number. The more familiar you are with the spell, and the more proficient you are in controlling it, the more obvious its power and effect will be. Too many spells can only help you in life and some small places. Only a few spells that you are very proficient in can protect you and help you fight. At Bobby's words, the two nodded and listened carefully. This is the experience of the elders. This kind of words are only used to warn ordinary people. It is not applicable to people with strong mental ability and learning ability. But it is indeed necessary to master a few suitable spells as the main means. Lucilia hung on Alka's back and stretched her head to his right, said softly. Alka remembered this. Bobby led the two to the lower deck and came to the cabin where the secondary members rested. Walked into one of the rooms. Then he took out a book and opened it and said to the two people, "You should learn this spell Sound Bird. First, all members on the ship must know it. This allows you to communicate with each other within a certain range. The spell is in the form of 3 vertical lines of varying lengths, a bit like a signal grid. The Sound Bird has been improved countless times and is compatible with almost everyone, so it is very easy to learn. There is also a saying that people and spells are compatible. The higher the degree of adaptation, whether it is learning or mastering, the deeper the control, the faster it is than others." After saying that, he waited for the two to remember the style of the spell first. He also took out 2 pieces of paper and pen for them to write on to deepen their memory, until the two of them remembered it completely. Bobby took out 2 light blue feathers and handed them to them. Hold the feathers, there will be special magic fluctuations on them. Let your magic touch and simulate, recall the style of the spell in your mind, and keep stimulating it. It may not be successful the first time, just find the feeling. Alka held the feathers in his hand. Then he closed his eyes. "Ah, so it's this spell, has it been changed to this?" Lucilia's voice was filled with a hint of surprise, as if she had finally found something familiar. "The feather of the Pohu bird. After you hold the feather, don't stimulate it casually, sing it loudly in your mind like singing." The subtle and soft voice reached Alka's ears. After hearing this, Alka tried to act. He recalled the old song in his mind casually and began to sing. Of course, he was just singing in his mind, not really singing with his mouth. When the singing in his mind began, Alka could clearly feel it. The magic power he had probed into began to match the fluctuations of the feathers without knowing when. He was coordinating with the simulated fluctuations of the feathers, and the magic fluctuations of the feathers were also changing accordingly. It seemed to make it easier for him to learn. As the frequency of the magic power gradually matched, it was very easy to connect with Alka's magic power. The spell pattern in his memory began to emerge from his mind, and finally turned into a physical entity. The spell became more and more solid. It was soon completely imprinted in his mind, and then disappeared. At this time, Alka opened his eyes. Jason next to him still had his eyes closed. Bobby looked at Alka, who had opened his eyes. "What's wrong?" "I learned it." Bobby's face was full of doubts, and his eyes stared at Alka with a little confusion. Then he reacted and asked, "Really?" Alka opened his mouth directly, and the magic power was transmitted to his mouth. The spell appeared faintly. The sound was silent, and then the spell disappeared, turning into lines, and becoming a bird-like sketch. It flew to Bobby's ear and disappeared. Although the whole process was bumpy, He could feel the obvious unfamiliarity and stiffness. But he did succeed in using it. Can you hear it? Alka's voice appeared in his ear. Did you really learn it? Bobby's voice was extremely shocked. Although sound bird is very simple and has a low learning difficulty, it is not possible to learn it so quickly. He couldn't help but look at the clock next to him. It was less than an hour. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least half a day, 5 to 6 hours to learn. Bobby looked at Alka and couldn't help but said, "You may be really a genius." At this time, Jason next to him couldn't help but open his eyes. "You deserve to die." His voice was full of envy. "In that case, I'll talk about it later." As he said that, Bobby took out another feather that he had just given them. At this time, Alka saw that the feather in his hand had become dry and dull. If you want to learn spells, you have to find materials that carry such spells in nature and learn with the help of such materials. Of course, some of these materials are not rare, such as this feather, which comes from the pohu bird. This bird exists on most islands. It is just an ordinary bird, but its feathers carry spells. This kind of material is collectively called spell material. In the future, to learn spells, in addition to knowing the style of the spell, you must also know the corresponding materials. However, if there are other people who have learned this spell to help, the materials can be exempted, but it will take longer. After listening to Bobby's story, Alka nodded. Then he left the lower deck. Only Jason was left to study below. Chapter 64 Gap. After arriving on the open deck, Alka quickly returned to his cabin. "Why do you have to hang on me?" As soon as he entered the room and closed the door, Alka asked immediately. Lucilia turned into a light smoke and sat on the bed again. Hearing Alka's question, she pointed to her legs. Alka looked. A pair of thin, white and delicate legs like porcelain extended from under the dress and hung down on the bed. The jade-like toes and the emerald green nail polish on them added a touch of beauty. Very beautiful. No. I mean, what does this have to do with you having to hang on my back? My legs are born with problems. I can't walk, so of course I have to hang on your back. Alka noticed it after hearing this. It seems that Lucilia is always sitting, either sitting on the bed or sitting on the table. I have never seen her stand up. But Alka opened his mouth. But you are only a soul now? Congenital problems are physical problems, right? How can the soul be affected? And it is impossible for you to sit on the bed. You should fall through the bed board normally. Hearing this, Lucilia sighed and stood up from the bed. She immediately fell down. Alka reacted instinctively and rushed forward to hug her, who was about to fall. The soft soul body lay in Alka's arms and could not feel any weight, but could only feel the touch of her body. Then Lucilia flew out of Alka's arms and sat on the air. Congenital physical problems will be reflected in the soul, even if the defects caused by the acquired body will also be reflected in the soul after a long time. The soul and the body are one. Hearing this, Alka nodded. He didn't understand this kind of knowledge, so he could only believe it. Lucilia once again turned into smoke and appeared on Alka's back, holding his neck with both hands. You are the only one I can touch, so hanging on you can save a lot of effort. If I sit and move around in the air, it will be too much effort. After all, I am just a soul. This explanation is very reasonable. Alka had no choice but to nod and be a mobile wheelchair. After all, with such a beautiful woman hanging on his back, it is difficult for Alka to feel that he will suffer a loss. Then can I wear it outside in the future? Sure. Thank you. He took out a necklace from his pocket. The pendant of the necklace had a hollow frame. He took out the magic mirror and embedded it in the hollow, and then hung the necklace around his neck. He turned his head and looked at Lucilia, who was sitting beside the bed. You know the spell, and you know Sound Bird? The style of the spell has changed a lot compared to what I know, and it is more concise. If it weren't for that feather, I wouldn't have remembered that the two were the same spell. Hearing this, Alka thought about it. I know the spells, but they are more complicated. Could it be that Lucilia really came from a very ancient era? After all, the simple spells commonly used in modern times were obtained by our ancient ancestors through generations of exploration and improvement. The situation described by Lucilia fits this condition very well. However, even the terrain has changed beyond recognition. How long ago must it have been? Alka could not find modern data to verify it for the time being, and Lucilia could not find anything familiar to compare it with. I had to give up for now. I sat down at the table and opened the books that Bobby handed me. They were all about the sources and analysis of some spells, and their applications. There were some annotations on these spells, but I didn't know who put them there. The annotation said which spells had easy-to-obtain materials, and which spells had almost extinct materials. After all, the author of this book was a man from hundreds of years ago, and no one updated it. So many of them are no longer up to date. Lucilia was also sitting next to him, looking at the book in Alka's hand. Have so many materials become extinct? There was a hint of sigh in her voice. She could also know from such information gap that her time might be very long ago. But she felt something was wrong. Did you also use this method to learn spells in your time? Hearing Alka's question, she nodded yes. The learning method is not much different from now. The learning method I just taught you is actually a secret of our family. Then you were also a toucher in your life? No. No. Alka was a little surprised. He always thought that Lucilia would also be a toucher in her life. After all, being able to store souls is not something that ordinary people can do. People who are born with physical defects are not physically fit enough to touch those treasures. Hearing this, Alka shut up and turned his attention back to the book. There were many spells. Some had styles and learning materials, and some even had only names. Alka found that the functions of many spells were not very different, but they were two completely different spells. For example, fountain and spring. You can tell from the names that they are very simple spells. This kind of spell is collectively called life spell, which means it can facilitate life, but does not have too many additional effects. Sometimes it even feels a bit of a waste of magic power. One sprays water, and the other sprays water as well. It's just that one sprays a stream of water, and the other just gushes out slowly. There are countless similar spells, and almost all of them are very easy to learn. There is no possibility of failure. And most of the spells in this book are like this. This simple and easy-to-learn spell may actually originate from a very powerful spell. It's just that everyone's improvement direction is different, so this unusually similar situation will appear. Lucilia also knew that Alka had just entered the extraordinary world not long ago, so she explained it attentively. Alka nodded and continued to read. He saw the 3 spells written by Jack on it. All of them are relatively powerful spells. However, when comparing the instructions in the book, there are obvious differences when checking what I know. The 3 spells written by Jack, both in the way they are run and the effects they produce, are obviously stronger than what is said in the book. Moreover, the learning materials used for Cross of the Righteous Fire and Silver Blade have become extinct. There is not even a specific style of the spell on it. The written materials are also completely different from the materials given by Jack. If the materials are extinct, can we not learn them? Hearing Alka's question, Lucilia shook her head. That's not the case. You can ask someone who knows how to do it for you, or you can find other alternative materials. Many spells are connected, but this requires a certain amount of luck. I see. So Jack has mastered the other materials for the 2 spells. Perhaps there are many forces and people in the sea who have mastered this kind of material that only a few people know about. Monopoly is normal. Sharing is unexpected. Chapter 65 Treasures of Youth. After several days of sailing, Sea Fist finally arrived at the destination, the Holy Armor Island, which is located in the sphere of influence of the Church of Our Lady. It slowly stopped at the berth of the port, because it is in the sphere of influence of the Church of Our Lady. Andre directly said to everyone, "We will only stay on the island for half a day. We must return to the ship at 6 p.m. You can use the rest of the time as you like." As he said, he jumped off the ship and walked towards the port town not far away. As a secret subordinate force of the church, Andre only needs to go directly to the church in the town and put forward his request. The local church will naturally prepare for him. After all, they have already had a brief understanding before. Although the golden horn hammer is rare, it is not too rare on the Holy Armor Island. After all, the island will specifically protect the ecology of this kind of insect. Looking at a brand new island that has never been set foot on, Alka couldn't help turning his head to look at Xiaodaidi beside him. "Xiaodaidi, do you have a map of the island? Are you obsessed with it?" Jason nudged Alka with his elbow and smiled teasingly. They have been together for more than a month. They know Alka's love for maps to some extent. Xiaodaidi shook his head. "No, I haven't been to this island either, but it shouldn't be difficult to buy an island map with a tourist feel like this. You should be able to buy it in the town." The island of Holy Armor is famous for its abundant insects and its protection measures for insects. It attracted many insect lovers. Looking at the size of the port and the ships moored around it, you can get a glimpse of it. Then let's go to the island and see if there are any materials, Alka said, and jumped directly from the boat. In the past few days of becoming a toucher, my physical fitness has been getting better and better. Xia Dai, as a cartographer, was also interested in the map and followed. As for Jason, there were only 3 young people among the main members on the ship, so of course they had to act together. Wait for me. The 3 of them came to the town in front of the port. The size of this town is comparable to that of Turan Island. There are indeed many insect elements on the island. The insect statues on the buildings, the insect murals on the walls, and some decorations with insect elements sold in some shops and stalls around. All of them illustrate this point. After walking around for a while, Zadaidi successfully bought the map, and Alka also bought the materials he wanted in other stores. Here, this is the map of the island. Xia Dai bought 2 copies, and handed one to Alka. Alka took the map and spread it out, and then blinked. The map was not very detailed, but it marked each area very carefully. As the detection prompt sounded, a light spot appeared on the map. Only one. A blue light spot. Alka stretched out his hand and brushed it across the map. Burying dreams. Difficulty, adult. Popularity, 0. Treasure information. In his youth, Saad was also a well-known treasure hunter, adventurer. The road to his dream was cut off, and he left the things he had prepared for his dream here forever. That again? How much does this guy love to hide things? However, judging from the information, it should be the things he hid when he was a young man, when he was still in the adventurous stage. And the popularity is 0. This means that no one knows that he once hid things here. And judging from the information prompt, it should not be hidden intentionally, but a kind of separation from the past. The difficulty is only adult. Looking at the place marked on the map. I'm going to go somewhere else. Do you want to come with me? They shook their heads. I'm going back to the ship. I hate insects. After buying the map, Xia Dai did not want to stay on this island full of insects at all. After saying that, he walked directly to the port. Jason shrugged at Alka, then leaned over and whispered, I found a fun place. Do you want to go with me? He shook his head towards the distance. Alka turned his head to look. He turned around and left without hesitation. Go by yourself. I'm not interested. You are still too young. You will know how fun this place is in the future. Jason chuckled twice, and finally walked quickly to the place. He said, This thing, how can it be as exciting as treasure? Thinking in his heart, Alka looked at the map. The point marked on the map is at the edge of the island. It should be on the coast. It is not far from the port. Through the path of the port, we came to the beach on this side of the island. Looking at the surrounding environment, it seems that few people come here. According to the difficulty prompt above, recalling the difficulties encountered when I first searched for Jack's treasure, it can be said that there is almost no difficulty, as long as you find the specific location. What are you doing here? Lucilia asked while hanging on Alka's back. Treasure hunting. Treasure hunting? But didn't you just come to this island? I have already found clues here in Mester, and it is still what Tade hides. Oh, why does this person like to hide things so much? If I die in the future, I will also collect all my things and hide them, and then spread the news. Hearing Alka's words, Lucilia tilted her head, her face full of confusion. Why? Isn't this romantic? Lucilia was confused. How could this be romantic? We came to the location marked by the blue dot. This place is exactly on the edge of the coast. Looking at the black rocky ground under our feet, there are no cliffs around. Alka stamped the ground and said, It should be below here, but where is the passage? The only place where things can be hidden is under our feet, but there are rocks under our feet, so there must be other roads leading to the space under our feet. At this time, Alka suddenly looked at the white arms around his neck. Why are you looking at me? You can pass through these obstacles? Yes. Hearing Lucilia's answer, Alka smiled. Would you like to help me? Lucilia sat in the air, staring at Alka's eyes, and suddenly said with a little surprise, You want me to go down and help you see where there is a road? Right? Yes. How about it? I'll give you a share of the treasure. Uh-huh. No problem. Lucilia smiled, said excitedly, and then sank directly downwards, looking at Lucilia, who sank completely into the ground. Alka couldn't help but say, I really picked up a treasure. It's really useful. Chapter 66 Simple Harvest. After a while, Lucilia's head emerged from the ground, and then slowly rose. She panted a little, and held Alka's shoulders with both hands, looking very tired. Will ghosts get tired too? Looking at Lucilia like this, Alka couldn't help asking. After hearing this, Lucilia couldn't help but look up and stare at him. It's too far away from the magic mirror. The farther away, the more energy is consumed, and the more tired it is. After hearing this explanation, Alka nodded. I see. Lucilia, who had recovered a little, pointed to the sea next to her. There is indeed a space below, but it's too dark to see anything. However, there is an underwater tunnel in this direction, looking at the sea surface. In other words, if you want to reach it, you have to find the underwater tunnel. Judging from the distance, the tunnel should not be long. After all, it is only difficult for adults. If it is really long, you will become a diving expert or a breath-holding expert. Take off your coat directly. Wrap the map and some non-waterproof things in the coat, and throw it directly on the back of the gravel to hide. Although they were all worthless things, losing them would inevitably affect my mood. As for the 2 guns, they were still on my body. This thing was not a musket, but a rock-shaking gun, which was not afraid of water. According to the direction pointed by Lucilia, he jumped directly into the sea. There was a huge rock protruding outwards below the sea. He swam along the edge of the rock, and under it, he saw a cave. Lucilia pointed in the direction of the cave. After finding the direction, Alka floated to the surface again. After taking a deep breath, he sank into the sea again. A crystal appeared in Alka's right hand, emitting a faint white light, illuminating the surrounding area. He swam into the cave. After swimming only 3 or 4 meters, he saw the cave entrance above. He surfaced directly. Huh? He wiped the seawater off his face, and the white light emitted by the crystal in his hand completely illuminated the cave. Alka used the white light to observe the environment in the cave. No one has been here for a long time. It was full of moss-like things, and some unknown insects could be seen shrinking quickly into the darkness under the white light. The only thing in it was a wooden box with iron bars in the distance. It was also covered with various weeds and mosses, and the surface of the wooden board was rotten. It was almost integrated with the environment in the corner. Is this small box the treasure? Lucilia couldn't help asking. Alka nodded. This is too simple. It doesn't feel like a treasure hunt at all. Lucilia looked at the treasure chest and said a little depressed. For her, this treasure hunt was indeed too simple. Alka came to the location directly. Then she sank into the ground to find the space and the way to enter, and found it directly. It's not as interesting as the treasure hunt stories in the books. Hearing this, Alka smiled. After all, it's just a literary work. In real life, if you can find the treasure quickly and safely, why not do it? As he said, he looked around and checked carefully, and indeed found no traces of traps. Then he walked over to check the wooden box, shaking it slightly twice, and then squatting down. There was no lock at all, but the lid of the box was mixed with some iron bars, so it looked very heavy. He opened the box with a little force, looking at it with the help of white light. The things inside were wrapped in waterproof gray cloth, and the gray cloth still exuded a faint magic. This is isolation. This gray cloth is the material with the isolation spell, which directly strengthens the effect of the spell on the material. Alka knew this spell, a common spell. Generally, it is used to protect some fragile things. You can see this thing in many scenes. It is waterproof, fireproof, and even anti-corrosive. Some valuable books, or some paper things, or even food, can be protected by this spell. Alka took the pistol and flicked it. After confirming that there was no mechanism, he picked up the cloth. It was not heavy. Opened the folded cloth, and the things inside were revealed. The outline of the faint light also appeared in his eyes. A notebook, a book, a rolled scroll, and a disc with a faint outline. As he touched it, the disc's faint outline disappeared. Success. Alka wrapped the cloth again, picked up the cloth bag, and jumped into the water. He swam back to the shore. He took the coat and other things on the shore, and walked directly to the port. He boarded the Sea Fist again. The deck was empty, and there was no one. It seemed that the people who stayed on the ship were either in the room or in the cabin. Alka returned to his room directly, and changed his wet clothes. The process of treasure hunting this time can be described as simple. This is mainly because the treasure was hidden by sod. Alka knew a lot about sod, and had a lot of information. So after discovering the location of the treasure, he directly revealed the information. In addition, this thing was hidden by sod in his youth, and he did not deliberately make any preparations to embarrass others. So Alka got it very easily. The treasure shown on the map, in Alka's mind, can be roughly divided into two types. One is things that are casually discarded, buried, hidden. Most of these things are not too difficult, as long as you find the place where they hide them. They are easy to get. Turan's relics, private money, etc. This kind of treasure belongs to the majority. The other is things that are deliberately hidden. These things will be hidden in secret and unexpected places, and there will be some mechanisms or problems. For example, Jack's inheritance, Sada's treasure house. Such treasures belong to a small part. Sitting at the table, placing the map of the Holy Armor Island on the table, blinking. The blue light has dimmed. Burying the dreamland. Harvest, difficulty, adult. Popularity, 0. Treasure information. In his youth, Saad was also a well-known treasure hunter, adventurer. The severance of the Dream Road made him leave the things he prepared for embarking on the Dream Road. Here forever. Treasure harvest, navigation log. Dreamland, map, lot compass. There is no additional information, and the harvest shows the things that he has obtained. Pick up the thing wrapped in gray cloth. Spread it out and look at it. The booklet is the logbook, and this thick and ancient book is the so-called Dreamland. The rolled-up scroll is a map. Then Alka picked up the disc-like thing. Is this a compass? It is the size of a palm, and looks a bit like jade. The back is smooth, and there are some patterns and spells carved on it. Chapter 67 Clues to the Treasure. Pointer. Spell. Lucilia next to him pointed to the spell on the compass and said, the spell of this object was actually engraved on the surface so clearly. Seeing Lucilia recognize the unknown spell again, Alka couldn't help but look at her. You are really knowledgeable. Hearing Alka's praise, Lucilia smiled sweetly. Thank you, my friends call me a scholar. What is the use of this spell? Pointer, generally used to engrave on various objects. It can always point to a place or an object or a person. That's why it's called locked compass. The magic flowed along the arm and into the compass. The material of the compass seemed to be some kind of magic-friendly material, and it was very easy to infuse magic into it. The patterns and spells on the top lit up slightly. A pointer floated up out of thin air, and the tip pointed in a direction. No matter how Alka turned it, it would always point there. It seems that the pointer has been locked, Lucilia said when she saw this. The pointer disappeared as the magic power was cut off. It is not known where this thing is pointing it yet. Put the compass down and look at the book. The heavy book is like a brick. There is no writing on the cover. And it is also engraved with isolation. It seems to be a precious book. Alka opened it. He could not understand the words inside at all. Alka had never seen it before. It was not the Winsa language he was using now. White crocodile script, Lucilia exclaimed. Do you know it? Alka turned around and looked at her. Lucilia nodded, and said with a hint of surprise in her voice, this kind of script was considered ancient even in the era when I lived. The white crocodile script is said to have a hidden power. The information written in this script will be protected. I don't understand. I don't understand at all. Then take a look at what is written on it. Alka couldn't help asking. Lucilia nodded. She was also very interested. Books written in the language of the white crocodile. Must have precious secret knowledge. Dreamland, and signed, dedicated to those who want to go to the legendary land. At the cost of never returning, I went here. Lost Conch seems to like this place very much. Lost Conch is a ghost ship, and also my most important friend. What is a ghost ship? Alka, who was beside him, couldn't help asking curiously. The high-level spell ship that has been used for many years, after being baptized by the sea, may have its own consciousness, and this is the ghost ship. After hearing Lucilia's words, Alka nodded and asked her to continue. As soon as we arrived here, we encountered incredible sea conditions. The sea water was like a tornado, but it also swam between the sea and the sky like a water snake. Countless such sea snakes swam wantonly. Once you are touched by such a thing, you can only leave it to fate if you want to survive. Fortunately, the Mia Luo was able to dive into the water. Otherwise, it would be too sad if it sank after spending so much money to get here. Is this really not a fantasy novel? Alka resisted the urge to speak and continued to listen. How she died. He was not a powerful toucher. It was just a normal voyage. And he declined visibly until he died. This place is full of some strange power. Ordinary life cannot survive without enough power. After reading a few pages, Lucilia closed her mouth. This is a travelogue, looking at a bizarre sea or world from the author's perspective. Alka, who had been listening all the way, nodded. It was indeed a bit bizarre. Let's take a look at other things first. Alka said as he took the logbook. Why is there another text I can't understand? It looks familiar, but I don't recognize it at all. I couldn't help but turn my head to look at Lucilia next to me. Don't worry, I can understand it. This is Ancient Rosa, which is the ancient version of the language you use now. Put the logbook in front of Lucilia, and help her turn the pages as she reads. It was the logbook of Thad's youth. However, this thin booklet recorded the last 2 years of his voyage. After years of study, I finally mastered that kind of text, and was finally able to interpret that ancient book. The world in the book is really fascinating. My adventurous blood is boiling. I also want to go there, to see that strange world. I found a way to get there, ha! You need to master a treasure. Without this thing, you can't get through it all. Finally found a clue. No, my physical disability makes it impossible for me to master the treasure. It will only kill me. Maybe I should go back. Through Lucilia, Alka almost listened to the entire log. Does the world described in that book exist? Do you think it's true or false? Alka couldn't help but look at Lucilia and asked. This is what he cares about most. Lucilia nodded. Her slender eyebrows knitted tightly. And she looked thoughtful. It should exist. There is such a record in my family. The warriors in the family went to a place to explore the true meaning of life and never came back. Every time such a warrior went out, we would hold a grand and sad ceremony and prepare a tombstone for him early. Maybe they went to this place, but the elders would not let me know this information. I don't deserve to know it if I don't have the courage to go there. Hearing this, Alka looked at the book. Really? It really exists? Alka, who was not sure what he was thinking, picked up the scroll. It turned out to be a map after it was spread out. However, through the logbook, he already knew that the map was where the treasure was buried, and the pointer was pointing to this island. He blinked. A total of 5 light spots appeared. 4 blue ones, 1 gold one. All the blue ones showed the magic treasure. When no information was known, he reached out and touched the golden light spot. Hidden treasure. Difficulty, lava tolerant, strong triple helix. Popularity, 56. Treasure information, none. Sure enough, there was no information at all. In the logbook, Saad did not write any information about the treasure. It was all about his feelings and emotions. Who wants to see that? This person is really writing a diary. He sighed. Alka wrapped up the treasure again and put it away carefully. So the golden light spot is equal to treasure. And he has already mastered the specific location of a treasure. As for the difficulty, it's better not to care too much about these. This is not a treasure that he can explore now. Treasure? I don't know how long it will take to have enough strength to get involved. Chapter 68 Return. 6 p.m. Andre returned to the boat on time. Everyone had already boarded the boat one after another. Looking at the cage Andre placed on the table, there was a living golden horn hammer inside. It was exactly the same as the specimen Alka had seen before, and was hitting the wooden cage with its pair of big horns. There was also a rune engraved on the cage, and it was not engraved in an invisible way, but was engraved on it clearly. Alka recognized this rune, and he had seen it not long ago. Calm. Used to calm emotions. Vanessa, I'll give this bug to you first. You must keep it alive. Andre said to Vanessa beside him. Although she didn't like bugs very much. But Vanessa nodded, picked up the handle of the cage, prepared to take it to the infirmary. After all, it would take nearly a month to sail on the sea. Who knew if this bug could last that long? Andre also handed her a booklet in his arms, which contained the Golden Horn Hammer breeding manual. Okay. Set sail. With Andre's order, the sail slid down, and with a creaking sound, the rudder was dragged up and slowly sailed out of the berth. As the sails were adjusted and swollen, the bow broke through the sea and sailed away. At this time, Bobby said, we have to go to the hidden island first, and buy the materials they need for study from there. Hearing Bobby's words, Andre looked at Alka and Jason and nodded. It's a matter of convenience. Sia Dai, you go to the helm. Hearing his father's words, Sia Dai nodded and walked out. Steering the ship means that the island is not on the automatic navigation route, and the spell ship cannot sail there automatically. It must be controlled by yourself. Then Bobby took Alka to the bottom of the cabin, because Alka wanted to learn how to carve spells. Almost all manufacturing professions have to learn this skill. Not to mention that Bobby is the best among them. A carver. And Alka needs to make the corresponding spell cards himself, for use in battle. You don't necessarily need to learn the spells yourself to carve spells. But if you learn it, it will be easier to carve. And the carved spells will be more powerful. You learn spells very quickly. There is nothing much when sailing on the sea. But there is a lot of free time, which is just right for learning the spells you want to carve. It's just that learning does not need to be too proficient. And it doesn't take too much time and energy, Bobby told Alka while walking. It is indeed very fast to learn spells with the resonance method. Unfortunately, there is no shortcut to quickly familiarize yourself with spells and fully master them. Lucilia, who was hanging on Alka's back, also listened to Bobby's words and added beside him. The so-called resonance method is the method Alka used when he learned Sound Bird. Before, I have never seen the spell you comprehended. But the runes you comprehended have good potential. I hope you can develop them in depth. But it depends on your own choice, Bobby said and pushed open the door of his workshop. At this time, Lucilia, who was hanging on Alka's back, said, "You must deeply master the spells you have learned. Every spell learned through treasures is a source, and generally has great potential." Alka nodded after hearing this. He did want to further develop the mirror spell. However, it is obvious that Lucilia's knowledge is much more extensive than Bobby and most people on the ship. Okay, now let's start depicting the spell. Depicting the Sound Bird. You have learned. Sailing on the sea is inevitably boring. No matter how big the ship is, it is too small for the island and the land. The scenery on the sea is always the same, which makes people feel bored. Under such circumstances, Alka on the ship spends almost all his time on training and learning. He urgently needs a lot of knowledge to fill his shallow understanding of the outside world. He is even learning some common languages with Lucilia. What did you do in your life? You are a little too knowledgeable. Alka sat in the corner of the library on the lower deck, listening to Lucilia's explanation. He asked softly, hearing Alka's words of praise. Lucilia smiled. Of course. I am the administrator of the Holy Tree Library. I spend almost half of my time there. Only by absorbing knowledge can I feel alive. Alka probably has a certain understanding of the environment in which Lucilia lived before her death. Her congenital disability makes it almost impossible for her to sail on the sea. Her family is a toucher family, and even has multiple treasures. It is also impossible for her to become a toucher. Fortunately, the family atmosphere was good, and she was arranged to a very safe and good place. Her congenital disability made her spend her time reading. Hearing this, Alka just smiled gently, looked at Lucilia sitting next to him, and said, "Although I couldn't sail in my lifetime, now maybe I can take you to see the world carefully." Lapoka, who was at the door of the library in the distance, couldn't help but look up at Alka's position in the corner, listening to the murmurs coming from there from time to time. Weird man. However, there are not many normal treasure hunters who have been on the sea for a long time. Not long after, Alka finished his study, went to the open deck, and came to the rudder. At this time, Siadaiti was steering the ship, controlling the sailboat, heading to the island not far away. This island is not on the sea map. The touchers in the surrounding waters usually conduct some transactions here, Siadaiti said beside him. Alka nodded. This is the only trading island across these seas for the items needed by the touchers. Although the sea is vast, and there are many islands, the number of people who touch it is limited. Even in such a vast sea, only this one trading point is enough. As the island got closer and closer, Alka also saw several other sailboats around. The common feature of these sailboats is that they are large. Most of them are about the same size as the Sea Fist, or even larger. And the paint and appearance of each one are more exaggerated, and they are very distinctive at first glance. Looking at a huge three-masted sailboat in the distance, at least 40 meters long. The sails are black, and there is a skull pierced by a sword painted on it. Pirate ship? Alka was a little confused, looking at Siadaiti. After all, most big pirates are touchers, and this is also a good place to sell stolen goods, so it's not surprising to meet pirates. They dare not attack others rashly around this island, after all. It's not easy for touchers to have such a safe trading point, and no one wants to break the rules here. Hearing this explanation, Alka nodded. Chapter 69, Learning Spells. The ship did not sail directly into the port of the island, but stopped at the periphery. Through the small boat hanging beside the ship, Andre took Bobby, Alka and Jason to the island. As for the others, they naturally had to stay on the boat. Almost all the ships used this method to go to the island. After all, the port of this island looked so small and shabby, it certainly couldn't hold so many ships. Not to mention, these ships were bigger than each other. After the boat stopped at the port, Andre took out 4 silver snakes and handed them to an old man guarding the boat. Is it equivalent to the ticket fee of 1 silver snake per person? It's so expensive. Alka couldn't help but complain in his heart when watching this scene. Low wooden huts were scattered everywhere in front of the port. These huts were built very casually, as if they could be knocked down with a slight push. As for the path, it was completely a mud road made by people. Once it encountered wet weather, you can imagine how bad the road conditions would be. This place is just like a shabby and dirty slum. But look at the clothes these people are wearing. None of them are in rags. Walking in, the whole town is a market. There are all kinds of stalls and stores on both sides. No one is shouting, they just put the things there and wait quietly. Alka looked at these items. Unknown limbs, leather or hair of various animals, bones, and various objects that are completely unknown. Andre took them directly to a small wooden house not far away. An old man was sitting on a recliner inside. Oh, what a rare guest. Andre, it's rare that you come here. The old man stood up and looked very enthusiastic, wanting to give Andre a hug. Andre stretched out his hand and pushed him away, buying things. The old man who was pushed away was not annoyed, just smiled and rubbed his hands. Bobby walked up to him and negotiated. These materials are not cheap. Hearing this, Andre turned his head and looked at him with narrowed eyes. It's no use looking at me like this. The dead have come nearby. Their arrival has seriously affected the surrounding situation, and naturally the price of these materials has also been affected. How much? Hearing this, the old man smiled, and his mouthful of rotten teeth were also exposed. 6 gold leaves. Andre obviously didn't want to negotiate with him too much, and took out a gold sail and a gold leaf and handed them to him. The old man took it and rubbed it, and walked into the courtyard at the back with a smile. Not long after, he came over with 2 suitcases and a cloth bag. Count them. Andre and Bobby directly picked up the suitcases and cloth bags on the ground, and walked out with the 2 of them. There was no sign of counting at all. It seems that the boss's credibility is quite guaranteed. He sat back in the boat in silence all the way, and rowed to the ship. He sailed again and left here. Andre tried his best to avoid contact with other people along the way. Come to Alka. These are the materials for the spells you want to learn. If you fail to learn or want to learn other spells, you have to collect materials or pay for them yourself. Old Bobby smiled and handed several materials to Alka, as well as Jason's materials. After receiving the materials, Alka returned to his room, looking at the 3 materials placed in front of him. Cross of Fire, Silver Blade, Vortex Water Chain. These correspond to the 3 spells in Jack's manual. The treasure hunting team does not have the styles of the first 2 spells, nor the information on their corresponding materials. But when Alka asked for these 2 materials, they didn't ask too many questions. Just like Jason, he also asked for a material that he didn't know what spell it corresponded to. The first batch of materials was provided for free, and the rest could be purchased or collected by yourself. And many of these materials were not related to learning spells, but were related to the spells Alka wanted to carve, and he had to pay for them himself. You should learn Silver Blade. First, its materials are easier to resonate, Lucilia said beside him. Silver Blade. The corresponding material is a kind of insect shell with a metallic luster. When learning, take out a few silver snakes and put them on your arms, and let your limbs touch them. Alka began to learn according to Lucilia's method. As for the spell of Silver Blade, he had memorized it firmly in his mind a long time ago. With the resonance method, Alka also spent most of the day to learn this spell. After all, Silver Blade is not a simple spell, and the difficulty of learning is much more difficult than Sound Bird. Plus, it matches the Silver Blade quite well. He extended his index finger, and a faint silver light appeared on the surface under the surge of magic power. Then Alka gently scratched the corner of the table. With the help of the silver light, the index finger actually scratched a mark on the corner of the table, just like a sharp blade slashing. This is the effect of the Silver Blade. Its function is to make a part of the limbs as sharp as a blade, and its characteristic is that a layer of faint silver light will appear on the surface of the limbs when it is used. It's better to carve it on the card. It might be more useful. Alka couldn't help but say. Carving it on the card can make the card sharp to an exaggerated degree. If the material used is high grade, it can even be used to cut the steel bars easily. Even if ordinary materials are used, the sharpness is much higher than that of ordinary fine swords. How can this material resonate? Put itself in the water. Or put it in a whirlpool? Alka asked, picking up the corresponding material of spiral water chain. Not really. You just need to listen to the sound of the sea. The more obvious the sound of the sea, the faster you can learn. But it's better not to study today. The study of resonance method is very mentally exhausting. Take a rest for a night, and study again tomorrow. Haste makes waste. After hearing Lucilia's suggestion, Alka nodded. What about this material? Alka pointed to the last material and asked. I suggest you study normalizing cross. Last. This material requires you to put yourself in a relatively high temperature environment to speed up your study. It's difficult to do on the ship, so you can only use the old method to slowly understand it. After hearing this, Alka could only nod helplessly. Wanting to learn every spell using the resonance method, it's really not that easy. But Alka suddenly thought of something and asked, Can I use hot water? Can I soak in hot water? Lucilia was obviously confused when she heard this. Well, it should be possible in theory, but the temperature of the hot water needs to be relatively high. Can you bear it? Magic power can strengthen my physique, maybe it can work, it doesn't hurt to give it a try. Alka said. But this is all for the future, I have to rest now. Chapter 70 Speculation. The boring voyage on the ship forced Alka to devote most of his time and energy to less boring learning. Compared to the endless blue sea around him, perhaps the books filled with various characters are more interesting. Compared to the sound of the waves beating around him, perhaps Lucilia's sweet teaching voice is more pleasant to the ear. No, this word means dream, not dreaming, remember it again. Remember it again. Lucilia sat on the stool next to him, teaching Alka a language he didn't know. Now Alka's daily practice. In addition to the daily magic control and spell practice, there are all kinds of knowledge and strange unknown languages. These are what Alka himself asked for. Let me slow down, let me slow down. Alka rubbed his temples with both hands and said, although there is memory enhancement brought by the ring, and some magic skills have knowledge about how to remember quickly. But learning this knowledge every day is really a bit stressful. Let's go out and get some fresh air, Alka suggested. Lucilia stretched out her white finger and touched her cheek. Thought for a moment, turned into mist, reappeared behind Alka, and hung on his neck. The meaning was self-evident. Alka pushed open the wooden door and walked out, looking at the sea outside. He took a deep breath and stretched his body. He had just been blown by the sea breeze for a while. Andre came up from the cabin and waved when he saw Alka. We are about to reach our destination. Come in for a meeting. He rubbed his fingers, opened his mouth, and said something silently. One after another, blue lines flew out of his hands. Sound bird. The manifestation of the spell. Alka nodded and walked into the captain's room. After a while, the main members of the ship came in. Let's sort out the goal of this time and the process of action. First, we need to go to the valley to open the number 5 treasure house, mainly to search for the disc key inside. After getting the key, we went to the large treasure house number 3 to open it. After saying that, Andre tapped the table lightly. The problem here is that Shark Bite and his team have obtained the support of the governor of Meister Island, and we can hardly move on that island. Do you have anything to add? Andre looked at everyone and asked. Alka thought for a while, and said to everyone, I didn't deliberately hide my whereabouts when I was on the island, since they already know that I am also a member of the Blue Fist. My whereabouts on the island must have been exposed, and the only place I have been out of the city is the Praying Insect Valley. What he meant was that it is very likely that the enemy will set up an ambush or leave people in the valley to search and wait, since Andre and his team were able to find a hidden place under the valley. Then Shark Bite and his team were not stupid enough to be part of the treasure hunting group. It is very likely that they have discovered the space below, but they just don't know how to enter safely. If you think about it this way, Jason thought for a while, Shark Bite's team is likely to work their way back through the Prayer Valley and find the conditions to open the valley. This is not too difficult. Shark Bite, who knows more about the 12 treasure houses of Thad, will definitely know the conditions for opening the big treasure house. They are most likely to wait in the Praying Insect Valley, waiting for Andre and his men to arrive. So, we must fight them? Xiao asked beside him. Andre nodded. This is almost inevitable. Looking at his response, Xiao frowned and could not help but remind him, the guards on the island are likely to become their helpers. They are all members of the official forces. We can't hurt them rashly. This is the most difficult thing. If they really confronted the governor of Mest Island and had a bloody conflict with those soldiers, They would be wanted by the Blood Gold Alliance. Being wanted by such a large force, they would not have a good reputation in other forces, and they would be guarded against by others, and their travels would be restricted. This was a loss. After all, they did not intend to retire after doing this. Everyone could think of this. In the captain's room, they could not help but fall into silence. Only the sound of Andre tapping the table was left. The sound stopped abruptly. It seems that we have to use some less formal means. Andre smiled and said. Then he stood up and said to Sankaka in the corner, Sankaka, you take the helm and we go to Blackwater Bay. After saying that, he signaled to everyone that the meeting was over. After walking out, Alka asked next to Zayadai, what is Blackwater Bay? A gathering place for scumbags, the home of garbage pirates. So that's it. Hearing this, Alka already knew what Andre was going to do. This was too obvious. If he wanted to avoid a head-on fight with the guards on Mest Island, the best way was to lure them away. What would attract them the most? Of course, pirates attacking the city. For such a tourist island, safety is the most important thing. Once pirates are found, they must be eliminated at all costs. Otherwise, it is easy to affect the reputation, and thus affect the development of tourism. At that time, they would at most fight against the shark biters. Even if there were still guards left, there wouldn't be many left. They could be dealt with safely. But is this really okay? While thinking, the ship's navigation had changed significantly, and the speed of navigation had obviously increased. Alka looked down from the side of the ship. The flow of the sea seemed to be intentional, as if it was pushing the ship to sail. Sankaka will have such an effect when he is at the helm. After all, the sea is their home ground, and the sea will help them. Xia Dai explained briefly, thinking of Sankaka's tall fisherman image. Alka nodded. It was indeed reasonable to say so. But you will hardly see him perform on the island, which is both good and bad. No wonder. It is rare to see Sankaka go to the island. He usually guards the ship or conducts ocean reconnaissance. Speaking of which, Alka suddenly remembered that Sankaka's room was not in the stern, but at the bottom of the ship. At the tail of the cabin, there is a specially separated room there, which can even be entered from the bottom of the sea. There is a compartment made of special materials inside, which can be directly connected to the sea water outside. It should be a room specially prepared for Sankaka. It's really interesting. Chapter 71 Preparation. Another huge ship in yellow and black colors passed by not far away. The exaggerated 3-layer gun deck was exposed. The breaking waves were several meters high. Alka, who was resting on the open deck, looked at this scene and could not help but frown. Ask aloud, what's going on? This is the third giant sailing battleship we have seen. Which fleet is this from? This is the third time Alka has seen such a large sailing battleship cruising in the past few days, not to mention that there are several small ships following behind to patrol. This kind of fleet rarely sails in the sea, usually around the sea of the Blood Gold Alliance. In response to Alka's question, Jason took out a newspaper and stuffed it into Alka's hand. Take a look. Hearing this, Akar flipped open the newspaper and took a look. After a glance, he knew what Jason wanted to tell him. The prayer pirates are carrying out a large-scale looting. This time, the possible direction of the looting is the Poke Ocean. Poke Ocean? The Blood Gold Alliance and its surrounding seas are collectively called the Poke Ocean. If you look at it on a map, it is the large area slightly above the lower right corner of the entire map. Is this pirate group very powerful? Alka couldn't understand it. No matter how powerful the pirate group was, it was just a group of pirates. Alka had seen some of the ships of the Blood Gold Alliance fleets. The huge sailing warships were simply war fortresses on the sea. It wasn't that Alka looked down on these pirates. Such ships were not something that a small force could afford. The construction of each ship was a reflection of the strength of the entire force. How much manpower, material resources, and financial resources were needed to build them. A mere pirate is just that. At best, how could the entire Blood Gold Alliance treat him so seriously? Helsif is a great pirate. Maybe he was not to be feared 2 years ago. But since that incident, he has become a headache for many forces. What do you mean? Alka didn't know much about this information. 2 years ago in the kingdom of the Bibits Islands, an entire important port island was bloodbathed by the Death Prayer, and he looted most of the wealth on the island. At this point, Jason frowned and said, according to the survivors of that time, the leader of the Death Prayer pirates, Helsif, has a treasure. Hearing this, Alka immediately understood and nodded. So that's how it is. Maybe this pirate group is not very powerful, but after their captain got hold of a treasure, the whole nature changed. A treasure, in addition to a powerful fighting force, also brings countless soldiers who can use magical powers and have physical fitness far beyond that of ordinary people. As far as Alka knows, even the lowest level treasure in the Holy Grail level can bring at least hundreds of touchers. In this way, their pirate ship must not be an ordinary ship. Sometimes I have to admit that these spell ships with spells on them are much better than ordinary battleships in many aspects. The firepower may not be sufficient, but whether it is the sailing ability or various other abilities, they are too comfortable. This comes from Alka's personal experience. Sailing on an ordinary sailboat is a bit like being in a slum. The food, clothing and daily necessities are unacceptable, especially when Alka is still a modern soul. And the spell ship, such as the sea fist under his feet, gives Alka a very comfortable feeling. At least it's comparable to an ordinary hotel. The most basic thing is, you don't have to worry too much about eating. You have good food storage technology. While chatting, as night approached, the ship accelerated again and sailed towards an uninhabited island. In the dark night, you can see the little sparks on the island. Andre rubbed his fingers at the bow, and the blue bird composed of lines flew towards the island. After a while, an ordinary sailboat came from the dark night and docked next to the sea fist. A tall man jumped over. With the help of the light on the cable, Alka was able to see the man's full appearance. He was nearly 2 meters tall, and was wearing a black leather jacket that was covered with oil and slightly dirty. His long black hair was covered with oil stains and hung down in a mess. He also wore a classic captain's hat on his head, and there was an unknown skull decoration on the hat. He walked over with a limp on his left leg. Only then did Alka see that his left leg was nailed with a wooden stick. The ferocious face covered with scars looked at Andre. "Andre, why do hypocrites like you come to us scumbags?" he asked with a hoarse voice, without being polite. Andre did not pay much attention, but said directly, "I want you to attack Meister Island at the time I set. You don't need to really attack, but you need to attract their personnel." "Ha ha ha, you are indeed a bunch of hypocrites, but you have to know that the patrols at sea are not easy to avoid recently. 15 gold sails." Andre directly offered the price. This price stunned not only the pirate in front of him, but also Alka and Ziadite beside him. "Deal." The pirate, who was originally hesitant and rude, said immediately, and then directly stretched out his dirty hand. Andre shook his hand vigorously without any disgust. "Ha. Although I hate you hypocrites, but you guys are generous in spending money. I really can't help but want to rob you." As he said that, he took out a finger bone from his pocket and threw it over. Andre took it directly. "You know how to use it," the pirate said, looking at Andre with a slight smile. Then turned around and jumped onto his ship without hesitation. The pirate ship sailed into the darkness again. "Dad, is this price too expensive?" Ziadite couldn't help asking beside him. Hearing this, Andre's face also had a little pain, but he still had to sigh and said, "There's no way. I used to give them 10 at most at this time, but now you also know how strict the patrol on the sea is." After saying that, he couldn't help but pound his chest. "No more talking. Let's start the boat. Time is running out. There are things waiting for us to get." After saying that, he went directly to the bow and took the helm himself. He controlled the boat to sail in an unknown direction. Are there any more preparations? Alka couldn't help thinking. After a while, the sea surface not far away began to bubble with the moonlight. A sailboat broke out from the bottom of the sea, and the splashes of water were reflected in the moonlight. Chapter 72. Skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 73. The mechanism is activated. This is a ship that is pitch black even under the moonlight. It seems to exist in darkness and shadow forever. Only the lights on the deck can be seen. When the ship emerged from the water, the sea fist stopped directly on the sea. Andre stood at the bow, and with a strong kick, he jumped over. He fell into the darkness and disappeared. Everyone on the deck watched like this, and did not interfere too much. "That ship is?" Alka couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Ziadite beside him shook her head. She didn't know. After a while, Andre jumped back from the darkness again. He was holding a cloth bag in his hand. The cloth bag was light yellow in color, and it was embroidered with silver edges. It was not an ordinary object at first glance. This thing should be the reason why Andre went to that ship. After a while, the shadow ship in the darkness slowly sank to the bottom of the sea again. Okay. It's time to go to Mest Island, Andre said. The boat began to sail automatically. Because it was night, Alka and the others returned to their rooms to rest. After about 2 days of sailing, Alka and the others approached Mest Island again. It had been nearly 2 months since they left, and it was unknown whether they would get any other gains from biting sharks in such a short time. Fortunately, they had already completed the supply in a long distance. So when they were near Mest Island, they did not stop at any of the surrounding islands, and did not even sail within the visible range of the island. They deliberately avoided meeting any ships along the way, just to keep their voyage secret. The sea fist slowly stopped at the back of a very small reef island. It's not far from Meister. Early in the morning, Andre gathered everyone and began to make final preparations for the battle in the captain's room. After that, Andre looked at Sankaka, who was sitting in the corner. Sankaka, what's the weather like today? Will it be sunny? Sunny. As for whether it will be sunny on the island, I don't know, we are still some distance away. Hearing Sankaka's answer, Andre nodded. They must stay here. If they go further, they will be easily discovered. Who knows if the shark bite will arrange people to be on guard at such a far distance. There was a light knock on the table. Andre looked at everyone and said, Siadaiti, you and I will go to the island, Sankaka. You will take us there, and then meet us around. Siadaiti and Sankaka stood up and nodded. Andre wanted to take Alka with him, but thought that Alka had just become a toucher, and he didn't know what he would encounter when he went to perform the first decryption this time, so he decided not to take Alka with him. After briefly explaining the process, Sankaka directly carried the two of them, and swam quickly towards the direction of Meister Island, and soon disappeared at the end of the sight. It was almost noon. The three of them landed on the cliff on the back of the island. Siadaiti looked at the surrounding environment and said, This is the place near the Praying Insect Valley. It's sunny just right. The scorching sun in the sky had already dispersed the clouds and mist, and shone its light and heat on the sea. I'll meet you here, you guys hurry up, it's too late. Sankaka looked at the sun in the sky and urged. Andre nodded, holding the cage with insects in one hand, and began to climb up the rock wall with the other hand. Siadaiti followed closely behind. It took only a dozen seconds for the two of them to climb over the smooth and steep cliff. When they climbed over the cliff, they saw the opposite peak and the valley below. Andre turned his head and looked at Siadaiti. Siadaiti didn't say much. He squatted down and stretched out his hand, and gently pressed it on the ground. A faint silver light gathered in his palm and spread toward the ground. At the same time, he closed his eyes and began to feel it carefully. No welt was found, but there were 2 magic sources responding, which should be his crew members. And there are 16 guards patrolling in the valley. After listening to Siadaiti's report, Andre nodded. He had been here once before. So he took Siadaiti and bit his waist on the cliff, and quietly moved forward. After a while, they arrived above the innermost statue. He took out his pocket watch and looked at it carefully. Let's go down in the last 5 minutes. After saying that, he gestured to Siadaiti. Siadaiti nodded in understanding. Time began to pass by bit by bit. The midday sun also began to move in the sky. The huge horns of the golden horn hammer on the statue were already stained with golden light, and were about to gather completely at the tip of the horn. Time's up, let's go! The two of them jumped directly from the top of the hillside to the bottom. The silver light gathered on Siadaiti's legs and wrists. The blue light gathered on the same part of Andre. Except for the different colors, the two people's movements were exactly the same. One silver-gray, the other bright silver hair flying in the air. They silently leaped into the woods below. The soldiers below were patrolling in pairs. At the location of the statue, there were always 3 teams patrolling and guarding around. After landing, the two quickly separated and rushed towards the targets that had been assigned. In less than 5 minutes, all 3 pairs of patrolling soldiers were knocked down, unconscious and hiding in the bushes. According to their observation, it would take at least 10 minutes before they could be discovered. At this time, the midday sun had already completely gathered on the toes. Andre quickly came to the bottom of the stone pillar statue and released the beetle from the cage. There was still a flash of light on the back of the newly released beetle. For some reason, perhaps it was attracted, it flew directly towards the column. It stopped below. It began to use its huge horns to gently knock on the stone pillar. As it knocked, the crisp sound began to spread. The insects in the whole valley began to chirp frantically. What's going on? A man with a shark tattoo on his arm heard the chirping and began to ask the middle-aged man next to him. who also had a shark tattoo, frowned. Something happened. Quickly, let's go to the statue. The two began to run wildly, heading into the valley. Andre, who had already heard the chirping, directly stuffed the insects back into the cage. Let's go! He and Xia Daidi quickly rushed up the hillside and left quickly. Chapter 74 at night. To ensure the success of the mechanism. After the two came to the cliff, they did not jump down immediately, but waited and listened carefully. Amid the chirping of insects in the valley, a rumbling sound began to be heard. Success? Andre nodded, grabbed his daughter's hand directly, and jumped down the cliff. There. It's Andre. Chase. The two were finally discovered by the people below. The two members of the shark treasure hunting group, who came over, immediately jumped up the hillside and rushed towards them quickly. The guards following them had already started firing. Bullets cut through the air one after another. Before the two people in midair fell, they were caught by a stream of water. In the water, Sankaka jumped out. His broad hands grabbed the two people and fell to the sea below. He threw the two people on his back. The whole person was like a sharp sword, breaking through the sea and swimming towards the distance. The two people who followed to the cliff could only watch helplessly as Andre had gone far away. Why did they run away after opening the mechanism? I don't know. How would I know this? Forget it, you stay here first. I'll go find the captain and the others. After saying this, the middle-aged man turned around and left. Soon he arrived in the city. He told the shark-biting Captain Welt what he had just seen and heard. Welt stretched out his big hand, rubbed his shiny bald head, and rubbed the hideous shark tattoo on his bald head to make it shiny. You mean they left directly after touching the mechanism? Yes. Interesting, okay. You guys go down, take all the remaining brothers with you. The middle-aged man nodded and left the room. It seems that they did get the golden horn hammer. Did they leave after touching the mechanism? It seems that there are other corresponding mechanisms. Nevik, you patrol the island. I will take some guards to wait in the valley. Hearing the order from his captain, Nevik frowned beside him, and was not satisfied with it. He looked at his captain with a slightly exaggerated expression and said, You know, I haven't taken revenge yet. Welt looked at him and said quietly, Didn't you receive any information about him? He is a member of Home Island. If he doesn't want to fight with you, can you still kill him? Kill him if you want. Hearing this, Welt's voice showed anger. Idiot. We are a treasure hunting group, not vicious pirates. It doesn't make any difference. Hearing this, Welt looked at him deeply, opened the door, and walked out. I only heard his words from afar. This is an order. I don't want to say it a second time. Welt walked towards the valley. And at some point, a slender, mature woman appeared beside him. Captain, the governor is very dissatisfied with the murders that have occurred in the city recently. I know. Nevik is getting more and more out of control. Andre and his friends returned to the ship. The people who had been waiting on the ship for a long time surrounded him. Don't worry. It's successful. We just have to wait until night to open the treasure house. The battle at night is inevitable. Be prepared. When Andre said this, his eyes were on Alka and Jason. The two had just become touchers, and had never really experienced a fight between touchers. Jason put his hand on Alka's shoulder. Lucilia, who was originally hanging on Alka's neck, raised her hand in disdain, and sat on the air next to her. I'm a little nervous. What about you? Alka looked at him, shook his head and said, I'm fine. Not too nervous. Looking at Jason's unbelieving expression, Alka ignored him, and walked towards his room on his own. He had to be ready for a fight. A magician's magic can't be performed at any time. Every performance must be well prepared. Will the battle between the touchers affect your soul? Should I put you on the boat first? Alka asked while preparing the things he needed. Hearing Alka's words, Lucilia hurriedly sat in front of him and shook her head. No. No, I want to be with you. I don't want to stay in the mirror all the time. It's too uncomfortable. Alka looked at Lucilia's expression and nodded. Okay, then you retreat into the mirror when fighting. No one knows whether those attacks will hurt your soul. No problem. Lucilia nodded happily. In the mirror, as long as you follow Alka, you can also feel the surrounding situation. It is much better than leaving Alka and shrinking in the dark world. Alka took off the necklace hanging from his neck, and then carefully took out the mirror inside. Then he took out a new frame from his pocket. It was something like an iron box. After opening the lid, the mirror was embedded in it, and then closed. The box was engraved with mysterious patterns. It was obvious that it was reinforced with spells. The chain connected to the box was firmly closed. Alka put it on his neck again. I asked old Bobby to make it, but it cost me 2 gold leaves. It has a reinforcing spell engraved on it, which can effectively prevent it from being damaged by external forces. In addition, the mirror itself is a magical item, so the safety factor becomes higher. After all, this is Lucilia's shelter. After spending a month with Lucelia, Alka is still very grateful to her. After all, Lucelia can be regarded as his teacher. Seeing Alka's actions, Lucilia smiled sweetly. Thank you. Then she shrank back into the mirror. Time slowly came to night. The white moon hung high in the sky. The ship slowly sailed on the sea, in the shadow, and quickly sailed towards the back of Meister Island. In addition to them, there was another fleet that arrived here early. At noon, the secondary members on the ship had been sent to other islands. They would be picked up again after the battle. At this time, the ship was full of the main members, who had become touchers. Bobby and Sankaka stay on the ship, to pick us up, and the rest of you will go into the treasure house with me. After saying that, Andre looked at the pocket watch in his arms. When the time came to 11:30, he poked his finger, and the birds made of blue silk flew into the night sky one after another. The pirates, who had been waiting in the front harbor of Mest Island, after receiving the notice, began to attack the island in a large scale. All of you scums on the sea, come on, we are going to make a fortune tonight. Ha ha! Chapter 75 Plunder. The dull sound of gunfire activated the entire silent night. The prelude to the battle has begun at the island's harbor. After a while, a messenger quickly arrived in the valley. Emergency, the port has been attacked by pirates, all the guards go to defend as soon as possible. Quick! With the arrival of the messenger, several captains who were patrolling with guards ran to the port with their guards without hesitation. This made the members of the Shark Bite, who were patrolling with them, a little overwhelmed. What should we do now? Of course, we should go to the leader. What else can we do? The sudden accident made the two run into the valley without hesitation. After listening to the reports of the two, Walter frowned and pondered. What a coincidence, it's really too coincidental. He took out his pocket watch to check the current time. It was almost 12 o'clock in the evening. Why is it at this time? Walter narrowed his eyes slightly. He found something interesting. He stretched out his hand and rubbed it on the spot, silently opened his mouth, and the bird composed of lines flew away. At this moment, a blue light fell from the sky. Well, sensing the danger, rolled forward without hesitation. Boom! Andre, who fell from the sky, punched the ground, and gravel and dust flew all over the sky. Seeing this situation, how could Welt not know who deliberately caused the attack on the port? Without saying a word, he drew a sailor's scimitar from his waist. He raised the scimitar and rushed forward directly, and a faint blue light appeared on the scimitar. This is a sign that the magic power has been able to be transmitted to the outside and attached to objects. Just as the other two members were preparing to go up to support, Vanessa and Xiaodidi also fell from the sky. Xiaodidi's attack posture was exactly the same as his father's. He also used his fist to attack. The silver glowing iron fist smashed directly at the enemy. Several silk threads emitting faint light flew over and entangled Xiaodidi's enemy, causing Xiaodidi's attack to hit the enemy's shoulder directly. The enemy was instantly knocked back, and the teammate, who was closer to him, caught him directly behind him. The battle here was fierce. Alka and Jason had come to the stone pillar behind. Alka opened the cage in his hand, and the golden horn hammer inside flew out directly, and began to lightly hit the stone pillar with his tentacles. There was no insect chirping, and no sound. It seemed that the knocking did not work, and the mechanism did not work. Seeing this, Jason looked at Alka and asked, "What's going on? Is it that the mechanism does not work? This is completely different from what Andre described during the day. Maybe this is the noise at night?" At this time, the sound of crackling stone slabs appeared in the distance. Behind the stone pillar statue, the ground shook, and the dust began to rise and fall. The entrance of a tunnel began to emerge with the vibration of the stone slabs. The mud blocks above directly shattered, and collapsed downwards to reveal a large hole. It's done, this should be the entrance to the treasure house. Jason and Alka immediately walked towards the cave entrance. Suddenly felt something. Alka immediately grabbed Jason and pulled him back. A flash of knife light emerged from the shadows and passed in front of Jason. Jason reacted and immediately slipped his hand from his armpit. A pistol appeared in his palm, and he pulled the trigger at the shadow. The moment he aimed, the person hiding in the shadows also jumped out. A female figure wrapped in black clothes appeared in front of them in the moonlight. Jason pushed Alka directly. You take the bag and go down first. Our purpose is not to fight. Looking at Jason's appearance, Alka nodded. A blue card appeared in his hand, and he stuffed it into Jason's arms. She ran directly into the cave from behind him. The woman wanted to rush over to stop him instantly, but 2 bullets hit her feet with a dull sound. Then Jason's left hand passed from his waist, and another pistol appeared in his left hand. Miss, be quiet, now your opponent is me. Hearing this, the woman stood up again, and a bundle of whips appeared in her hands. The tip of the whip was the blade that almost stabbed Jason just now. At this time, Alka had already slid down along the hole. Miss Ghost had gone down to explore the way for Alka, and was telling him the situation below in his ear. After landing, Alka took out the lantern from his waist, and turned the knob below. The lights illuminated the surroundings. This was a very obvious man-made tunnel. Both sides of the tunnel were reinforced with wooden stakes. There was a stone gate directly in front, and there were strange words above the gate. After studying for a while, Alka saw it at a glance. This is a relatively ancient text, and the meaning expressed above is exactly 5. He took out the things Bobby gave him from his pocket and threw them in front of him. The unknown small objects were scattered on the ground, and did not trigger any mechanism. Alka then walked up. After checking that there was no problem with the stone door, he put his hands on the stone door and pushed it hard inside. As he pushed, the stone door slowly opened. When the stone door was completely opened, until it was enough for people to pass through, the surroundings suddenly lit up. The iron oil lamp on the top lit up. The inside of the gate was also illuminated by the light inside. Lucilia appeared again, and stretched her head to look inside. I didn't see anything dangerous. Hearing this, Alka walked in completely. The scene inside appeared in front of him. The space was not large, estimated to be less than 20 square meters. But countless things that were extremely valuable at first glance were piled up casually on both sides. Some jewelry, oil paintings and statues were placed next to them, and some specimens stored in transparent glass plates were also stored here. Alka saw at a glance that there was a round plate placed in a more conspicuous place with an insect pattern on it. However, the surface of these things was covered with thick layers of dust. There were also dense spider webs stacked around them, so it looked more like rags than treasures. Seeing this, Alka immediately took out the cloth bag from his waist. This strange cloth bag was exactly what Andre brought from the ship in the dark night. The yellow cloth bag was opened, and Alka took the treasures around and stuffed them into it. First, he stuffed the disc in. No matter how much Alka stuffed, the cloth bag was not full at all. This was exactly what Andre prepared, to quickly put the treasure in, so as not to be dragged down by the enemy after they reacted. At this time, Alka's hands flew, constantly stuffing the treasures around into it. After all, time is tight now. At this time, Lucilia's voice came to my ear. Be careful, someone is coming in. Chapter 76. The show begins. When Lucilia's words rang in his ears, Alka immediately looked behind him. The flash of a knife flew past him. A dagger was stuck in the wall next to him. Look at the person coming. Dressed in an exaggerated way, with a clown's face, walking towards Alka with exaggerated steps. The crazy smile on his face, and the scarlet eyes. Ha ha ha, I finally caught you again. The dagger that was originally stuck in the wall disappeared, and a new dagger appeared in the clown's hand again. One after another appeared between his fingers. With a flick of his hands, 8 daggers were thrown at Alka. Alka rolled over and dodged. A dagger still cut through his clothes on the back. A card flew along the ground towards the clown, and when it was about to hit the clown, it suddenly flew upwards. However, it was knocked away by the dagger in his hand. However, it also bought time for Alka. It's you, the defeated opponent. Alka stood up again, looking a little embarrassed, his body covered with dust from the ground, and a slit in the clothes on his back. One sentence instantly angered the clown in front of him. He ran towards Alka quickly, while swinging his hands, throwing dagger after dagger at him. At the same time, he shouted madly, I will cut your throat, and then feed you. This clown seemed to be more crazy than the previous one, and he was completely out of control. Alka quickly retreated, and kept his hands from his waist, shooting cards one after another at the enemy. The arc of the card was a little unpredictable, fired from all directions, drawing strange arcs, forcing the enemy to stop. Alka was exhausted from dealing with the daggers one after another. He took out the locker on his thigh, and flicked the paddle at the back and fired directly. The scattered bullets scatter around, like pale white fireballs. All the daggers were shot down. Alka's other free hand had already grasped the pistol, aiming at the enemy and directly emptying the revolver. Faced with such a situation, the clown rolled around directly, no longer paying attention to the flying cards. Even if he was hit by the cards and cut into his flesh, he still didn't care. Then he kicked the ground and turned to run towards Alka. At this time, Alka had his back against the wall, and there was no escape. A card slipped down from his trousers and was stepped on by him. Die! The clown rushed over, waving a dagger with both hands and waving it wildly at Alka. Alka could only hold the locker and the pistol to block, but his close combat skills were obviously inferior to the Joker. Even though he had been training intentionally during this period, he was still far behind. He only blocked twice, and was cut by the dagger on his wrist and shoulder. Bearing the pain, Alka squatted down, and then rolled directly past him. This action made the clown, who was already bloodthirsty, ecstatic, and he held the dagger in his hand without hesitation and stabbed it down. Alka was now full of flaws, as if his life was in his hands. Only then did he realize that he couldn't move his hands. Turning his head, he saw 4 water chains appearing from nowhere, connecting to the ground and tying up his limbs. There was a blue card. Alka rolled up, and without hesitation, he held the locker and turned the paddle at the back to face the clown in front of him. Goodbye, idiot! Aiming at the head, the dense bullets gathered together and sprayed out from the muzzle. On the crowded bullets, the pale white flames burned together, like a fireball. Crack! A sound like glass breaking rang out. The bullet hit a light shield, and then the shield shattered under the attack, but the bullet also consumed all its power. The broken shield chip fell to the ground. Behind the broken shield was a clown with a grimace on his face. This thing, you are not the only one who has it. It was like the past was reappearing. The last time Alka was saved by the shield, this time it was also the shield that saved the enemy. At this time Alka felt the numbness in his left hand. Turning his head, he saw that the wounds on his left wrist and shoulder were slightly numb, and there was a different color on them. You put poison on the knife? The clown's smile became even more ferocious. He struggled to break free from the water chain, and walked over quickly, while Alka could only stagger to his feet and retreat to the back. I told you. I will cut off your throat and tongue bit by bit, and feed it into your stomach. Then cut open my stomach. Take out my throat and sew it up? Alka asked back. Ah? Alka's sudden response made the clown a little confused. Then, the scarlet eyes, which had faded somewhat, reappeared full of blood color, and the anger was almost visible on his clown-like face. He seemed to be insulted. He gritted his teeth and roared, You really deserve to die, you deserve to die. This man's mentality is much more fragile than he thought, and a few words can anger him. Alka couldn't help thinking, and then controlled his breathing and stepped back. The clown, who was already extremely angry, was no longer prepared to give Alka any chance. He rushed over with a dagger in his hand like lightning. Looking at the clown rushing over, his originally embarrassed face suddenly showed a smile. A blue gradient card appeared at the clown's feet without knowing when. After being activated, one water chain after another gushed out and was instantly launched. It directly tied up the clown in the air and forcibly pulled him to the spot. In addition to tying up his limbs, he also tied up his waist and firmly imprisoned him in the spot. This was the first card he got from Jack. Compared to the cards he made, it was much more powerful, and the activation was smoother. After all, the cards he made couldn't even achieve gradient colors. Alka took this opportunity to reload. Dense red, thorn-like lines appeared on the clown's face. With a roar, the chain composed of water flow began to become unstable, and water stains kept splashing out. Looking at the clown, who had already freed his hands, Alka was reloading, and dodged directly to the side. Dagger after dagger flew towards him. They brushed against Alka and hit the surrounding mud and walls. At this time, the clown exerted force again, and was about to break free from the water chain on his legs. And daggers appeared in his hands, and kept throwing at Alka, to prevent him from attacking him. He ran forward and rolled to avoid the dagger attack. The attack suddenly stopped. He turned his head and looked. The clown had broken free from the chain on his legs. Alka raised his hand and shot, and the clown, who was trying to break free from the chain on his waist, had no time to dodge, and immediately raised his hand to protect his head. The bullet hit his wrist directly. The dense ammunition directly caused his wrist and the surrounding area to fester. The scarlet thorns began to shine. Non-fatal injuries were no longer an obstacle for him. And Alka didn't know when a magic hat appeared in his hand and put it on his head. Looking at the clown, who only had the chain around his waist that had not been broken free, said with a smile, "The show has begun." The cards that were originally thrown out by Alka and nailed to various places on the ground began to emit a faint light. This is a transparent colorless light. Chapter 77 Perfect Ending. A faint transparent white light flickered. Each card was shining with transparent light, and mirrors more than 2 meters high emerged from the cards one after another. If Alka used his own magic, it would obviously not be enough to make so many mirrors on the spot. But using the spells that had been engraved on the cards, it would be much easier. These mirrors were quickly combined and connected together. In just a moment, Nevik entered a mirror maze. His image was everywhere. And Alka's image was everywhere. He couldn't tell where Alka was for a moment. These mirrors even moved with Alka's control. The production of each spell card reflects the maker's control and understanding of the spell. For example, the blue spiral water chain card is top-notch production. For example, the back of the card made by Jack is gradient color, which looks very advanced. Alka could only make a pure water blue card back. His skills were not good, and he was not proficient in spells. This caused the same card he used before and after to have completely different effects on the Joker. As for the 3 spells, he had not been a toucher for long enough. He was only familiar with the control of the Vortex water chain, so he could make it into a spell card. Although the other 2 items could be used, they could not be made into cards at all. If they were used out of thin air, the magic power consumed was unacceptable to Alka. Mirror. The spell is different. He had learned it when Alka touched the treasure, and his adaptation to it was perfect. So Alka also devoted a lot of time and effort to it, and this spell lived up to his expectations. It climbed up at a rocket-like speed. When learning 2 spells at the same time. Mirror. The spell was already perfectly engraved on the card by Alka. Even when engraving the card, Alka did not need to spend too much time and energy. This is the great advantage of the spell that one has learned by oneself. At this time, Nivik had already torn off the water chain around his waist and completely regained his freedom. Looking at the mirror maze around him, Alka seemed to be right in front of him. But he also knew a little about magic and knew that this was a trick, so he could only keep turning left and right in this way to be alert to Alka's attack. With your magic attainments, can you really see through it? Alka's voice was processed in some way, as if it came from all directions. The mirrors around him were at clever angles, reflecting countless Alkas, as if staring at Nivik and asking. The clown widened his eyes and said angrily, "You can hide behind this mirror. When I pull you out, I will not let you even have the strength to cry." Alka, who was reflected in the mirror, shook his head helplessly, and suddenly raised his right hand, with a metal card between his fingers. He threw it in front of Nivik. The tightly connected mirrors all reflected the flight trajectory of the card. Nivik swayed frantically, trying to dodge. Swish. He noticed the metal card, and immediately dodged to the side, successfully dodging it. However, Alka seemed to have only thrown 1 card, but in fact there were more than one. Another metal card chopped Nivik's thigh. Damn it! He angrily pulled the card off, and the wound that was originally bleeding began to heal slowly with the help of the scarlet thorns. Then he rushed in the direction in front of him, opened his hands, and waved them wildly. Crack! Crack! The sound of mirrors breaking rang out. Everywhere Nivik was destroying mirrors. He decided to use force to defeat cleverness. As long as he destroyed the mirrors quickly enough, so that Alka would not have time to recover, he would be able to overcome the disadvantage. At this time, another card flew over and chopped Nivik's butt. Ah! The extremely insulting action made Nivik's anger completely break through his mind. He turned around and rushed towards the direction of the attack, but it was still a mirror. So angry, without calm thoughts, no wonder you can only become a clown. At this moment, the broken mirror at the place where he just turned away had been restored again without knowing when. And Nivik had already started to attack randomly. A few more cards flew over and stabbed into his body. At this moment, he was too lazy to even take the cards off. Let the cards hinder the recovery of the wound, letting the blood flow out continuously. It's difficult. Alka looked at Nivik's exaggerated recovery speed and had a headache. Although Nivik was very crazy, his movements were always above his shoulders. This allowed him to protect his head and heart at any time. Although he seemed crazy, his attacks were methodical and purposeful. He knew very well where his advantage was. Alka needed a chance. Alka in the mirror raised his leg lock. When Nivik broke the mirror, Alka suddenly pointed a gun at his head. Nivik was alert instantly, raised his hand to protect his head, and his wrist was broken into pieces. The left hand that protected the head was almost broken off from the wrist, with only a few pieces of skin, flesh and fascia left, barely connected. The bloody thorns on the hand were emitting a crimson light. But the speed of repair was very difficult. Alka, who had just appeared in front of Nivik, quickly ran to the side. And then the dense mirrors appeared again. Nivik lost Alka's position again. Is it almost impossible to repair the broken wound? Looking at the scene at this time, Alka smiled slightly. A card appeared in his hand again. The back of the card was a gradient silver. As Alka's magic power was poured in, the edge of the card condensed silver light. As Alka waved it, it flew out quickly. Seeing this, Nivik retreated frantically. This was a card he had never seen before, and he didn't know what function it had. This is the difference between a clown and a magician. Alka's voice came over, and the silver card directly penetrated one mirror after another, and slashed at Nivik's neck from the back. Everything that stood in the way of the card was penetrated by it, and its flight was silent. Silver light flashed past. Nivik froze in his place. He knelt on the ground with both knees, and his body slowly fell down. The right hand that had been protecting the back of his head was completely broken at the forearm, and it fell to the ground with his body. A round object rolled out, bathed in blood. In addition to anger, there was also a hint of disbelief on his expression. The cut surface was unusually smooth. The silver card drew a straight line and was inserted into the wall of the treasure house. The mirrors that appeared around began to break by themselves, turning into tiny particles of light and disappearing into the air. Alka's figure appeared, holding the locker in his hand, ready to shoot at any time. However, the power of the silver card exceeded his imagination. He originally expected to only cut off Nivik's hands. He inserted the locker into the holster on his thigh. He was behind the corpse, gently holding the brim of his hat and turning it twice. Perfect curtain call. Then he put away the hat, squatted down immediately, and continued to hold the bag to collect the treasures around. After loading, he came over and began to loot Nivik's body. He wanted to see if there was anything valuable on his body. Chapter 78 returned to the ship. Alka? Do you need help? Jason's voice came from above. The one who answered him was Alka's head that had already poked out of the hole. Alka jumped out with a yellow bag in one hand and pulled out the shotgun on his thigh with the other hand, and pulled the trigger directly at the female figure who was fighting with Jason. The dull sound of the gunshot made the woman immediately avoid the fight with Jason. Jason took this opportunity to follow Alka and ran in the direction of Andre and the others. Seeing Alka and the others coming back, Andre and the others did not hesitate to break away from the enemy in front of them. Everyone rushed up the hillside together. Several enemies wanted to chase them, but they were immediately stopped. Okay, let them go. We have already lost, Welt said, standing in place and watching Andre and the others disappear behind the mountain. Are we giving up like this? The female figure standing next to Welt asked. There was reluctance in her voice. Welt reached out and touched his bald head, and turned to look at the three teammates beside him. In a head-on battle, I can't do anything to Andre, and they have the advantage in numbers. If we hadn't cooperated with the governor, we wouldn't have had much chance to snatch the treasure this time. It doesn't matter if we fail. It's just the right time to dispel my obsession. Not to mention that Andre and his men are already invincible now. They hold 2 keys to the Great Treasury. They also know where the Great Treasury is. They know nothing. And this action is the only chance to intervene. Now the opportunity is gone. Andre and his team can just hold the 2 keys and not open the treasure house. Unless they can stay on this island, there is no way to stop Andre from suddenly coming to the island at some point. Pack up and go. We haven't had time to follow the clues to the treasure last time. As he said that, Welter turned around and walked out of the woods. At this time, the middle-aged member turned his head and looked at the cave entrance and said, Nivik may still be in the treasure house. Welter had no intention of stopping at all. That mad dog is already dead. Why bother with him? Just let him rot in there. Hearing this, several members felt relieved, and then left without hesitation like their leader. Only Nivik's body was left, quietly resting in the darkness of the treasure house, silently rushing all the way. Finally, everyone returned safely to the Sea Fist. Bobby was on it, waiting for a long time. At this time, Alka was once again carried back by Xiaodai, and he leaned on her back completely, like a piece of soft meat. Put him in the infirmary, Vanessa said, and walked to the infirmary next to the captain's room. Sister Vanessa, is he really okay? Looking at Alka, who had been put on the bed, who seemed to be paralyzed, Zadidi couldn't help asking beside him. Jason was also beside him, nodding constantly. Alka looked like he was paralyzed. Vanessa waved her hand. Don't worry, didn't I tell you before? He was just anesthetized by the poison, and there's no big problem. She walked over and pulled Alka's face. Alka's eyes could still move, and he couldn't help but roll his eyes at Vanessa. Look, he's rolling his eyes at me. She took out a bunch of incomprehensible herbs and potions from the cabinet next to her, and the magic flowed into the herbs and potions through her palm. These herbs and potions were transformed into silk threads under the gentleness of magic, and then woven into a strand. He pushed Alka's lips apart and reached in. This kind of anesthetic poison is usually used for interrogation or some people's perverted hobbies. If it's not surprising, it should be that lunatic Nivek. Jason said at this time, he should be fighting with Alka in the treasury. But not long after, only Alka came up. Hearing this, several people turned their eyes to Alka on the bed. Seeing Alka rolling his eyes, Vanessa held back the question she wanted to ask. At this time, Vanessa said, Okay, both of you go back. He has to stay like this until tomorrow morning. Hearing this, the two waved to Alka on the bed, and Alka rolled his eyes in response. After the two left, Vanessa continued to treat Alka, repairing all the wounds on his body. After a while, she bent down and pinched Alka's face with a smile. Little brother, you should have a good rest here for one night. See you tomorrow. After saying that, he blinked and closed the door of the infirmary. Only the lantern beside the table was still flickering with a faint light. Lucilia was still sitting on the bed next to her, holding her chin with both hands and staring at Alka on the bed. Can't you speak now? You can't move either, wouldn't it be too pitiful? How about I tell you a story? In response to her, Alka rolled his eyes left and right. Is it okay? Okay, let me think, which story is suitable for now? Legend has it, a long time ago. I don't want to listen. I want to sleep. I am still a human being, not a ghost. Alka rolled his eyes frantically, but Lucilia was already immersed in the story she was telling. She became more and more excited, and didn't notice Alka's reminder at all. Forget it. Alka stopped rolling his eyes. He stared at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. Tired. Hurry up. Destroy. I don't know when, the sound of the story gradually stopped. It turned into a soft and soothing ballad, slowly entering Alka's ears. Alka closed his eyes deeply. He fell into a deep sleep peacefully. Lucilia, who was sitting on the bed next to him, held her chin with both hands and smiled at Alka, who was already asleep. Seeing Alka fall asleep, she reached out and poked his face. Seeing Alka did not respond. Asleep. He stretched out his hand to turn off the oil lamp on the table. But his hand went straight through. Humph. He popped up his face angrily, and rushed into the necklace on Alka's chest again. At night, there was only the sound of the tides outside the window next to him, and the moonlight sprinkled on the ground next to the bed through the window. Creaky. The sound of the door being pushed open was heard. Looking at Alka, who was already asleep on the bed, the figure came over quietly and softly, reached out to turn off the oil lamp on the bedside table. When it was turned off, you could see silver hair. Then he lifted the quilt for Alka again. Walked out of the infirmary. With a creaking sound, the door was closed softly. Chapter 79 Harvest. Early morning. Alka suddenly opened his eyes. He saw Vanessa checking his body. He sat up with a bang. Can he move? Alka raised his arms, turned his head, and confirmed that he could really move. Okay, you are fine now. You can get out of bed and walk around, Vanessa said beside him. Thank you, Alka said and jumped off the bed immediately. His body was a little unstable, but he immediately balanced himself. But his body was a little soft and weak. He walked out of the infirmary with Vanessa. As soon as he came out, he saw the treasures that Alka took out from the treasury last night were placed everywhere on the deck. I don't know when. The ship has stopped next to the island, where the secondary members were previously placed. The secondary members on the ship have also reboarded. Under the command of Siadaiti, these treasures are being cleaned up. Bobby, Jason, and even Andre are also cleaning up next to the treasures. Looking at Alka coming out, Siadaiti turned around, smiled at him, and asked with concern, How is it? Is there any problem? Alka shook his head. Don't worry. It's all right. Then he looked at the situation on the deck and heard Xiaodai explain. These treasures have been in the treasury for too long, and they need to be cleaned up, and some things need to be repackaged and preserved. This way they can be sold at a higher price. As he said this, Xiaodai smiled and winked at Alka. Then can I help? Of course, let me teach you. Xiaodai took out a bunch of tools and handed them to Alka, and began to teach him how to protect the treasures. The people on the ship cleaned up the treasures on the deck, and it took them most of the day. When the work was done, Alka looked at the treasures piled on the deck. His eyes couldn't help but shine, because now it really looked like treasures. The dust of time had faded away. These treasures once again showed their original appearance. This time the harvest is really good. Saad has well protected these things, Xiaodai said happily beside him. Then he couldn't help but complain. It would be great if all the treasures could be preserved like this. Alka, who already had a certain understanding, knew what this meant. Many treasures were not necessarily buried intentionally. Maybe they were just left in some treasure houses because of the death of the original owner or other reasons. As time goes by, many things will be damaged. For example, calligraphy and paintings, as well as some fragile statues and decorations. Even expensive equipment and decorative armor that have not been properly protected. This will cause great losses to their gains. But this is inevitable in the treasure hunting process. When you see a treasure of extremely high value, but because it is not well protected, after the precipitation of time, various damages have occurred, causing the price to plummet. That feeling made people feel so heartbroken that they couldn't breathe. So encountering such a good treasure did make them a little excited. The last time they were so excited was when they found it in another treasure house of Thad. At this time, Andre said, store these treasures first, and I will find a way to sell them to the politicians on Mest Island later. But we are still wanted criminals on Mest Island. Jason couldn't help but remind him. Hearing this, Andre patted Jason on the shoulder. You are still too young. Just because we are wanted criminals now doesn't mean we will be wanted criminals in the future. Nor does it mean that I can't do business with them just because I am a wanted criminal. But Andre narrowed his eyes slightly when he said this. A dangerous light flashed in his eyes. But this governor is a bit annoying. We have to find a way to take revenge on him. Andre has not forgotten the wanted order issued by the governor, which caused some setbacks in their treasure hunting career and wasted a lot of time. The treasure hunting team is not a good group. Not to mention Andre, the leader of the treasure hunting team. But Andre changed the subject and said, we have obtained 2 keys now. It's time to go to the island to explore the last treasure house. What about Shark Bite? Don't worry, they have completely lost now. If they are not stupid, they should be preparing to leave Meister Island now. Just at this moment, a blue bird made of lines fell from the sky, landed beside Andre's ear, and disappeared. After listening to the message delivered by the bird, Andre smiled. It seems that they have admitted their failure. They left Meister Island this morning and became another wanted criminal on the island. Get ready, friends. We will harvest our treasure tomorrow. At this time, Jason and Xiaodai came to Alka. How did you kill the madman Nivik by yourself? Xiaodai asked curiously. Hearing this, Alka reached out and nodded his head. Here. TSK. The two curled their lips in disdain. Seeing this, Alka had no choice but to smile helplessly, shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands and said, Okay. Okay. It depends on the mirror. Spell, I have comprehended. Hearing this, the two showed confusion on their faces. They were not unaware of Alka's abilities in the past few months. Alka often showed them in front of them, and even asked them to cooperate in training the proficiency of the spell. So they were familiar with the mirror spell, but they had no idea how it could help in battle. I can't show you now, because I don't have enough cards. Alka wiped the cards from his waist. Originally, there was a stack of cards, but after last night's battle, only 6 cards were left, and the 3 cards left by Jack were all used up by Alka. After hearing this, Jason remembered and rushed over to pat Alka on the shoulder. The card you gave me yesterday was really useful. Without that card, I would have to suffer serious injuries to hold that woman back. Really? As long as you like it, Alka said, thinking that he would have to explore the last treasure house tomorrow, and there would be trials in the treasure house. He had to prepare. I'll go first. We don't have enough cards. If there's a battle tomorrow, we won't be able to do without cards. Hearing Alka's words, Xiaodai nodded. Jason said beside him, The guards on the island, I don't think they can put too much pressure on us. Who knows? It's better to be careful. You can be calm in the battle only if you are well prepared. Alka said, waving his hand, walking towards his room. Xia Daidi also walked down the cabin. Okay, then I have to try hard. Jason reluctantly returned to his room and began to train his abilities. Chapter 80 Treasure House Number 3 Thad's 12 Treasure Houses Number 5. Harvest, difficulty, insect lovers. Popularity, 1.8373 million. Treasure information, Thad due to. Perfect, treasure harvest. Valuables XN, insect disc. The white dot on the map has disappeared. Looking at the blue dot, today is the time to harvest it. Alka rolled up the map intact, put it in the backpack, put the backpack on his back and pushed open the wooden door of the room and walked onto the deck. At this time, the ship had secretly approached Meister Island last night. It hid in a sunken reef on the island. Okay, let's go to the island. Be careful to hide and don't be too conspicuous, Andre said, and took the lead in jumping from the deck to the distant reef. After a few jumps, he came to the bottom of the cliff through the reef and climbed up. Xia Daidi and Vanessa followed closely behind. At this time, old Bobby grabbed Jason's wrist. Old people hate this kind of intense exercise the most. If you don't mind, carry me on your back. Hearing old Bobby's words and his slightly smiling expression, Jason rolled his eyes helplessly and squatted down. Okay. The old man knows how to command people. He carried old Bobby on his back and followed. Alka also nodded to Sankaka and left the ship. As for Sankaka, he would naturally guard the ship, unless the ship stopped in some extremely hidden place, or stayed in an extremely safe port. There would always be a main member guarding it. They climbed over the mountain through the sea and entered the island. Along the way, everyone moved quickly and silently, taking advantage of the gray fog in the early morning to cover up. Due to the fast running, everyone soon arrived at the entrance of the treasure house. Alka took a look. It was indeed the hill where the abandoned watchtower was located. It's inside. Old Bobby, Andre said, turning his eyes to old Bobby next to him. Old Bobby nodded, and then came to the edge of the abandoned watchtower. With both hands, he took out thumb-sized bullets one by one from the small bag on his waist and placed them on the edge of the watchtower. Then he took out a palm-sized wooden stick from the backpack and stuck it in the corner of the door. Then he turned around and nodded. This was a kind of alert arrangement, which could quickly inform old Bobby that someone was approaching. It could even let him clearly sense how many people there were, and whether there were any touchers. Let's go in. As he said that, Andre led everyone into the crumbling sentry tower. The entire sentry tower had long been abandoned, and was full of weeds and various plants. The stone stairs leading to the upper floor had long collapsed, and the stairs along the edge were no longer usable. Andre came to the center, stretched out his hand, and waved at the ground. Blue water lines appeared. The plants and a light layer of soil on the ground were pushed away and piled up around. When Andre came before, they made a disguise? Alka thought. As the plants and soil spread out, the stone floor under his feet was exposed, and a circular crack could be clearly seen at the edge. Andre punched the ground under his feet. Several pieces of gravel were knocked out, and there was also some mud. A circular hole appeared in the middle of the stone floor, just the right size to fit the disc key. He picked up the palm disc in his backpack and put it steadily into the hole. As the palm disc fits in firmly, a slight vibration sound came from under their feet. Mud and lime were raised. A huge circular stone slab, with a radius of 2 or 3 meters slowly sank down. It only took more than 10 seconds, and the entire stone slab sank about 6 to 7 meters deep. Everyone had taken out their lanterns. In front of them was a round metal door. There were various patterns carved on the door, and a round depression in the center of the door. Andre took out the insect disc he had obtained, and put it into the depression. Boom! As the sound rang out, the iron door showed a clear magical glow. The disc was split into two, and completely melted into the iron door, following the iron door opening to both sides. One after another, magical flames ignited inside. The light of the orchid illuminated the inside. A huge venue was coming in front of them. The venue was extremely spacious, and the ground was paved with unusually flat stone slabs. 3 statues of knights wearing metal armor and holding swords, guarding the center of the venue. Seeing these 3 statues, Alka was alert. This statue is likely to be the so-called trial. Can it be moved? With such a scene, it is no wonder that Alka thought in this direction. Wait a minute. Old Bobby suddenly spoke to remind everyone. Then he took out a small monocular telescope from his pocket, put it to his eye and looked inside. Wow, a very old model, I didn't expect to see it here. The workmanship is quite good, well maintained, and it has hardly been used, which is a pity, it only has collection value now. Old Bobby was watching, mumbling something that no one could understand. Then he put away the telescope and explained to everyone. Those 3 are spell guards, products produced by the Soon Empire Forge, with a strength of about 1 spiral, strong defense, and nothing special about the others. You mean when we go in, this thing will attack us? Andre asked beside him. Bobby nodded. Xiao couldn't help asking, is this thing valuable? Of course it is valuable, and it's not just ordinary. A statue like this is worth at least 12 gold sales, and now there are fewer of them, and many rich people are willing to collect them. If there are channels, it may be sold for 15 or even 18 gold sales. Hearing what old Bobby said, everyone couldn't help but flash a golden light in their eyes. At this time, old Bobby poured a basin of cold water on everyone. There is a reason why it is so expensive. These 3 should have been used, then we can only smash it and defeat it. It is almost impossible to preserve it intact. Otherwise, why do you think it is so expensive now? What a pity! Xiao looked at the 3 statues and couldn't help saying. It was equivalent to destroying something worth more than 30 gold sales, which was seriously inconsistent with the profession of treasure hunters. Okay. Get ready for battle. Hearing Andre's words, everyone nodded, restored their serious expressions and took a fighting posture, and slowly walked into the venue. As everyone stepped in, the 3 statues seemed to be alive. A blue light flashed in the helmet, and the giant sword standing in front of him was taken in his hand. With the sound of metal collision, the 3 knights rushed towards the crowd from 3 different directions. Chapter 81 Dazzling Golden Light. Andre, Zidide and Vanessa went straight to meet them. One of them fought with a knight statue. Facing the huge metal sword flying from the statue, Andre dodged very easily, and then dodged directly, and the blue iron fist hit the waist of the statue heavily. However, the material on the knight's armor seemed to be a special metal. This punch did not cause much damage. Seeing this scene, old Bobby, who was observing the statue around, immediately said, the armor should be mixed with magic materials when forging, and it has good resistance to magic. You hold them first, I'll see what their weaknesses are. I haven't seen this kind of spell guard in detail. Alka assisted Zidide, holding the knight in front of him firmly, and Jason assisted Vanessa on the side. The strength has only reached 1 spiral. These knights can hardly cause any trouble to them. Andre's strength has exceeded 1 spiral, and it is said that he will soon reach the 2nd spiral. As for Xiao and Vanessa, they have both reached 1 spiral. After a few rounds of fighting, Alka can see it. This kind of knight guard has extremely strong defense, and wielding the great sword in his hand, the attack power should be good. But the movement is not fast. If you just dodge and hold it, it is not difficult. You don't need to reach the level of 1 spiral to dodge easily. But if you want to knock this knight down, it won't be easy. Andre had already beaten the knight in front of him until he creaked. But the knight's armor only had some dents. His movements were a little deformed. After so many attacks from Andre, he was still able to attack smoothly. A few minutes passed. The knight in front of Andre had difficulty walking, and his body was covered with dents. A corner of the helmet had been broken, revealing the strange structure inside. Old Bobby, how long will it take? Jason couldn't help asking beside him. I saw it. Hit the lower right corner of his chest and abdomen, which should be the energy transmission core. Hearing this, a blue card appeared in Alka's hand. He threw it at the knight in front of him without hesitation. The blue card exploded in front of him, and 4 chains bound his limbs, locking him in place. Xiao also rushed over without hesitation. A strong silver light gathered in her right hand. Bang! With a loud bang, a punch hit the weak point. The entire armored knight flew backwards immediately, falling on the ground and dragging several meters away. After twitching a few times on the ground, it was completely motionless. Don't always think of using brute force, use skills, use magic to penetrate. Seeing Xiao actions, Andre next to him took the time to teach him. Then he faced his enemy. Watch carefully. After saying that, the blue light gathered on his right hand. The light was not scattered, but wrapped around the fist like a thin film. Swoosh! A strong sound of breaking through the air was heard. Alka didn't even see clearly. Andre's punch had already hit the weak point. The knight didn't fly backwards, but he immediately extinguished and fell to the ground. A big hole appeared where the weak point was. It doesn't matter whether there is a weak point or not. Right? A random punch to any place can directly destroy him. Looking at this scene, Alka couldn't help but complain. Just now Andre and the knight were fighting each other, and now it seems like he is just stretching his muscles. Did you see it clearly? Andre turned around and asked Jason, who had already dealt with their opponent. And Alka looked at each other. It was completely unclear. Xiao nodded, but said a little discouraged, "It's not that easy, Dad. Seeing it clearly and learning it are two different things. You have been slacking off in training. I will start training you again after I go back this time," Andre said after a moment of silence. Hearing this, Xiao became visibly discouraged. As the three knights fell, the flat stone slabs under the open field began to vibrate slowly. The ground cracked. The stone slabs underfoot began to slide to both sides, revealing the space below. The people standing on the stone slabs immediately jumped to the side. As the stone slabs slowly opened, the items in the space below also began to be fully displayed to everyone. The first thing that came out was the dazzling golden light. However, this dazzling golden light did not make everyone close their eyes honestly. Instead, they opened their eyes wider. The dazzling golden light represents a huge amount of wealth. As the stone slab was completely opened, a square space with a side length of 4 meters was revealed. Inside, a huge amount of wealth was neatly stacked. It was no longer like the number 5 treasure house, with various oil paintings and statues. It was the most intuitive variety of gold, diamonds, and jewelry, as well as very expensive armor and weapons. In the center of the venue, there was a treasure chest. Old Bobby quickly grabbed a handful of powder from the pocket next to him and sprinkled it under the treasure house. The dust slowly floated down without any reaction. No problem. After hearing this, Andre jumped down. After carefully observing for a while, he nodded. He took out the cloth bag that Alka had used before. He opened the bag completely, picked up the treasures around, and stuffed them into the bag. After a while, the golden light dimmed. The various treasures inside had been completely stuffed into the pocket that seemed to never be full. The only thing left was the treasure chest in the middle. Andre threw the bag in his hand directly up there. Xiao took it. Andre jumped up holding the treasure chest. Old Bobby immediately went up and checked the treasure chest. No problem, there is no deliberate mechanism. It can be opened easily. Then let's go back to the ship first. After saying that, Andre was ready to walk out with the treasure chest. Wait. Take the remains of the rune guard with you, although it has been scrapped, but the materials on it are very valuable. Hearing this, Xiao ran over with the bag, dragged the 3 remains of the rune guard into the bag together. It's all right now. Come on. Let's get on the boat. I can't wait any longer. Bobby rubbed his hands. Everyone left excitedly. As the disc key of the iron door had been completely integrated, they could only close it gently. Everyone returned to the round stone slab, and old Bobby took out the disc key. The stone slab slowly rose up. Then, they covered the surrounding vegetation and soil again, making a simple camouflage. Vanessa waved her hand. Light green light spots fell, and on the thin soil, the plants seemed to be revitalized. The camouflage was perfect. Chapter 82 Pocket Ring. At this time, they have returned to the ship. Ordinary treasures are still in the endless pockets, but the box in Andre's arms was placed in the middle of the crowd. Among all the treasures that can be put into the box then, without a doubt, it must be the most precious batch. Looking at the eyes of the crowd, Andre slowly opened the box. The first thing that appeared was the protective spell engraved on the inside of the box. These spells have always been used to preserve those magical items, to prevent them from being washed away by the outside world as time passes. This would lead to the loss of magic power, or even the complete loss of magic. Alka didn't understand it before, but after learning with Bobby and Lucilia, Alka has enough understanding of the extraordinary world. For example, the treasure of Jack that he first obtained was like this. The flowing metal used to wrap the inheritance is a higher level of protection. It is still in his cabin. As the box was opened, the objects inside were revealed to everyone. There were only 4 magic items in total. There was also a booklet. In Alka's eyes, only one of the magic items had an outline. This meant that this magic item was the most important, or the most precious, in the treasure. Andre first skipped the magic items and reached out to take out the booklet. After flipping through it twice, he confirmed the contents of the booklet. It records several interesting spells. I will add them to the library. If any of you are interested, You can check it out, Andre said, and handed the booklet to old Bobby. The remaining 4 magic items will be selected by 4 people in turn according to their contributions. As he said, he looked up and stared at Alka. This time, your contribution is undoubtedly the greatest. You choose first. Alka nodded. He reached out without hesitation and took out the magic item with a faint outline. It was a hollow ring, intersecting like a spiral, with great artistic beauty. It was still a little cool in the hand. After taking a look, Alka handed it to Bobby next to him, mainly to ask him to help identify it. Pocket ring? This is a pocket ring? I don't know the specific size. You have to check it yourself later, Bobby said after identifying it. After listening to the identification, Alka nodded, and put the ring directly on the little finger of his right hand. At this time, he had a ring on each of his little fingers. Next are me, Jason, Bobby. Hearing Andre's ranking, Bobby waved his hand. Forget it, I should mention it to Xia Dai. Hearing Bobby's words, Andre nodded, and did not care too much. Old Bobby was an engraver after all, and magic equipment was not something too rare for him. It should be that old Bobby saw that there was nothing in the items that interested him. Andre stretched out his hand and took a look, and took out the bracelet. Jason came forward and took a pocket watch from it, and his expression looked extremely excited. Xia Dai, of course, chose the last item left, a short rapier about the length of an arm. After choosing everything, Andre continued, I will distribute the remaining treasures after selling them all. Those who took the magic items will be given a share of the treasure. No one had any objection to Andre's distribution, and nodded in agreement. But at this time, Andre took out a stone tablet from the pocket containing the treasure. Seeing the stone tablet, everyone gathered around curiously. The text used on it was not the common text used in the Blood Gold Alliance and its surrounding areas. It was an older text. Fortunately, everyone was a member of the treasure hunting team and knew each other. Alka had studied with Lucilia before. What was written on the stone tablet was about the fatal scandal of the Ekbit family. Looking at the information on it, Andre smiled. At this time, Jason also thought of something and said, Wait, I remember that the governor of Meister Island is from the Ekbit family. Right? Andre turned his head and nodded with a smile. Strange. Why does every treasure house have scandals about different people? Even his own son. Jason frowned and said with some doubt. At this time, Alka also spoke. That's why Bite Shark can cooperate with the governor. Didn't the leader of Bite Shark open 2 treasure houses before? He may know that there is a scandal in the treasure house. And he cooperated with us on this condition and wanted us. What you said does make sense. And it may be true. Everyone said one by one, and soon restored the general possibility. At this time, the smile on Andre's face also became a little bad. Looking at the slate in his hand. It seems that we have to stay in this sea area for a while. I don't have the habit of letting my enemies live well. Hearing this, everyone's faces also showed a gloating smile. It seems that this governor is going to be in big trouble. Of course, they have a gloating smile about this. The trouble this governor has caused them during this period is not small. Okay, everyone. This time we have another new victory. Go back and rest. Let's celebrate again tomorrow. After chatting for a while, everyone returned to their cabins. As soon as Alka returned to his cabin, Lucilia came out. Ah! Treasure hunting is really fun. She sat on the bed, waving her hands, and said excitedly. Although he couldn't participate in person, he was watching Alka the whole time. This used to happen only in story picture books. But after experiencing it in person, it was much more interesting than reading the story. Alka smiled, walked to the table, and took out the map in his arms. Looking at the dim dots above. That's 12 treasure houses number 3. Harvest, difficulty, Toucher, 1 spiral. Popularity, 1.8373 million. Treasure information. Thad lost his fertility due to personal reasons when he was young. Number 3 house. One of the 3 major houses, it contains various. Treasure harvest, treasure XN, pocket ring. The harvest shown in the treasure information should only show the one you have obtained. Looking at the information above, Alka couldn't help but turn the ring on his right hand. The pocket ring is the storage ring that you have seen in various works. But it is a bit troublesome to use. You need to wear it for a while. Use your own magic to infect it to connect. And then you can open the space freely for use. So Alka can only wear it on his hand first. And use his own magic to connect it frequently. Even if he is excited now, he can only wait. Chapter 83 Retirement. There is a flaw, Xiao shouted, and her fist hit Alka with a slow attack. Alka flew backwards under this punch. He hit the cushion next to him. Alka did not get up after hitting the cushion, and just lay on the ground, looking at Alka's appearance. Xiao walked over with a smile. She stretched out her hand and pulled Alka up from the ground. Don't be discouraged. You have learned very quickly. Hearing this, Alka could only shrug helplessly. Recently, Andre was controlling something on Meister Island, so they rested and trained on a nearby island. At this time, Alka was training with Xiao in close combat. In terms of close combat, Alka's skills were comparable to those of a baby to Xiao. Even though Xiao had slowed down each of his attacks to the point where Alka could see them clearly, it was still a massacre. However, compared to the initial blow, Alka was much better now, and at least he could fight Xiao for more than a dozen moves. Lucilia, who was only visible to Alka, was also watching with a smile. We've been training all morning. Let's take a break, Xiao said, and touched her silver hair accessories. Under the sunlight, drops of sweat dripped down her hair. The cool cotton vest, which was wet and fit her back, outlined her perfect figure. Alka stretched out her empty hand and spread it casually. 2 clean towels appeared in her hand. Thank you. Xiao smiled and took the towel. Pocket rings are so convenient. I will also customize one after I get the money this time. When Xiao said this, she was still staring at the ring on Alka's right little finger. Hearing her words, Alka smiled. During this period of time, he had already used his magic to connect the pocket ring on his little finger. There is a 1x1x2 space inside the ring. You only need to input a little magic stimulation to take out the items inside, or put the items outside in. Alka stuffed all the card pistols he was using into the ring, and the more valuable money he had on him. The last time he lost his money was still fresh in his mind. Now that he had this ring, that kind of thing would basically never happen again. How much is this kind of ring generally worth? Alka couldn't help asking. Xiao thought for a moment and said, I heard from old Bobby that it depends on the size of the ring space. The larger the space, the higher the price. Pocket rings are so convenient. They need to be made by masters. A space as large as yours would cost more than 80 gold sales. Hearing this, Alka couldn't help but touch the ring on his hand. 80 gold sales, so expensive? I'm carrying 1.5 number 5 treasure houses around. Xiao looked at Alka's expression and smiled. Got it, you must never tell others the specific space of your ring in the future. He turned and walked towards the island. The boat stayed at the seaside, after all. This is just a deserted island. They just came over. They saw Andre on the boat. It seems that he has returned. At this time, Andre seemed to be waiting for the 2 people. When he saw the 2 people coming, he immediately waved to them. After the 2 jumped on the boat, they followed Andre directly into the captain's room. The others were already in the captain's room. At this time, a pile of golden things were neatly stacked on the wide table in the middle of the captain's room. They were golden sails one after another. Each golden sail was as big as the palm of your hand. When they were stacked like this, people couldn't help but shine. The governor of Mest Island has been replaced. It won't be long before their family may no longer exist. Hearing this, everyone smiled. Then Andre walked over and knocked on the golden sail on the table. There are 625 golden sails here, which are obtained by selling the specific locations of the 2 treasure houses and the treasures inside. 625. Several people were shocked by this number. They thought that the harvest this time would be huge. After all, they spent nearly 2 years to harvest. But they didn't expect it to be so big. Seeing everyone shock, even Andre couldn't help but show a bright smile on his face. That scandal is worth a lot of money. Ha ha ha. Okay, let's start distributing it now. 25 will be added to the team's treasury and used for daily activities. This includes various ammunition and food, and the repair and maintenance of ships. For the remaining 600, Alka will directly receive 100. Is that okay? Everyone shook their heads at Andre's distribution. After all, Alka's contribution is visible to the naked eye. Even if he has obtained a magic equipment first, he still needs to be allocated extra funds. Since we have already obtained magic equipment, the rest will be divided equally. The extra contributions of the team members have been offset by the magic equipment. Alka held the bag of gold coins in his hand. The weight of 100 gold sails is several dozen kilograms. This heavy weight is all gold. Such a huge amount of wealth makes Alka feel unreal. If he retires now, he can live a lifetime as a rich man. Even for several lifetimes. And everyone present can be described as smiling. Not only for Alka, it is an extremely huge fortune for them. Are any of you ready to retire? Andre turned his head and looked at everyone and asked. Hearing this, Alka looked up suddenly. What does it mean? At this time, old Bobby raised his hand slightly. My old bones are no longer working. It's time to get off the ship and rest. Andre looked at him and nodded, as if he had expected it long ago, without the slightest surprise. Then let's all rest now. Get ready to set sail. The destination is the cathedral. Hearing Andre's words, everyone left the captain's room. As soon as he came out, Jason came over and put his hand on old Bobby's shoulder. Old Bobby, we are leaving. Well, this is a good opportunity, isn't it? That's right. Have you decided where to settle down? I'm a believer of the Virgin Mary. Now that I have money, of course, I have to settle down near the cathedral. Siadaiti stood next to Alka and said, Old Bobby is 60 years old. The wealth he has gained this time is enough for him to live a perfect life. It's really time to get off the ship. Hearing this, Alka nodded with some understanding. That's right. Aren't those who come to treasure hunting groups all for treasure and wealth? Now that they have achieved their desired goals, plus physical factors, retirement is inevitable. You can't drift on the sea until you die. 60 is indeed the age for retirement, not to mention marine activities. Chapter 84 Shadow Ship. In the night, the Sea Fist sailed on the ocean. Not far away was a small island. Taking advantage of the night, the Sea Fist slowly sailed into the port on the small island. The islanders who were on guard at the port became alert instantly after seeing the ship, and then took advantage of the moonlight to see which ship it was, and then they calmed down again. This island was the island where Alka had come to perform the touching ceremony. At this time, a farewell ceremony was being held on the ship. Bobby, I can only send you here, and we will visit you later. Bobby smiled and nodded. Then he looked at the rest of the people, and hugged them one by one. Then I'll go first, may the Virgin Mary bless you. Then, Bobby and his two apprentices got off the boat. The boat, which was already sparsely populated, immediately became even more deserted and empty after the three people left. Everyone watched Bobby leave, and the boat slowly withdrew from the berth and sailed away from the island. Okay, it's already late. Get yourself together and have a rest. Parting is always normal in life. Andre looked at the young people and said with a smile. When the ship sailed into the darkness, the sea in the distance suddenly boiled like boiling water. The blue bird stood beside Andre's ear. Stop! Following Andre's order, the ship slowly slowed down and stopped. The shadow ship that had been seen before appeared again in the darkness. Andre took out the pocket that he had used to quickly put treasures in. Then he turned around and looked at everyone. Does anyone want to save money? Hearing this, Alka didn't understand it for a moment. But everyone present, except Alka and Ziadaiti, took out a large part of the gold coins they had obtained before, put them into the gold coin bag, and handed them to Andre. This time, the shadow ship did not stay in the distance, but slowly sailed over and docked beside the Sea Fist. Seeing this scene, Andre could not help but pat his forehead helplessly. Ha ha ha. Andre, aren't you doing something big next door these days? A tall black-haired man wearing light chain mail came over. Without further ado, he hugged Andre tightly. Uncle William. Ah, it's Siadaiti, you're getting more and more beautiful. Uncle, thank you for the compliment. After a simple greeting, the sturdy man named William looked at the magic bag in Andre's hand, and the bags of gold coins in front of him. It seems that you have made a great harvest. Hearing this, Andre waved his hand helplessly. You must have something to do when you came to my ship. Don't drag it here, speak quickly. Hearing this, William's face was not embarrassed, but said seriously, We found the clue of the holy vessel of the Virgin Mary. Hearing this, Andre also became serious. William took out a thick file wrapped in parchment, and stuffed it into Andre's arms. Then he took the bag that Andre had borrowed from him before, and the bags of gold coins under his feet. Okay, give me back the bag, and I will keep your gold coins for you. Goodbye, the sturdy man named William said, and returned to his shadow ship without hesitation. Even though the ship was docked next to the Sea Fist, it seemed to stay in the shadow, and could not be seen clearly. As the shadow ship disappeared, Andre returned to his captain's room alone. At this time, Alka looked at Siadaiti next to him. Facing Alka's puzzled eyes, Siadaiti just smiled and explained. It is not a wise decision to put so much money on the ship. So I asked him to help store it in the cathedral, where it is absolutely safe. Don't worry that they will be greedy. They are the shadow trip, the sharp blade in the hands of the Virgin. Hearing this, Alka couldn't help but think of the previous loss. Dozens of golden sails really need to be stored in a safe place. It would be uneasy to leave them on the boat. But Alka didn't care. After all, he put the gold coins into his pocket ring. Even if there are hundreds of golden sails, they are not light. But they only take up a small area. It will not affect Alka's use at all. Why don't you save them? Didn't I tell you last time that I also want to buy a pocket ring? And these are all the funds to be used. Alka nodded his head. The situation just now was a mission? Xiao nodded, yes. This situation will happen. There is a mission. After all, we are members of the church. I have never done a mission before. Will it be difficult? Jason next to him couldn't help asking. After all, he has only joined the treasure hunting team for 2 years. And he was a trainee crew member for the first 2 years. Unexpectedly, Xiao also shook his head. In fact, I have joined the treasure hunting team for less than 3 years. Just more than half a year earlier than Jason. Before that, I had been training in the cathedral. In other words, you became a toucher first, and then joined the treasure hunting team? Alka asked. Xiao nodded. At this time, Vanessa came over and looked at the young people and said, "Do you want me to tell you?" Hearing this, Xiao smiled and walked up to Vanessa and put his arm around her. He got close to her and asked intimately, "Sister Vanessa, please tell us." Vanessa smiled and said, "The church rarely gives us tasks in person. It's always just us finding some information or reporting something wrong. That is to say, although we are members of the church, we are relatively free after all." Alka couldn't help but think, although it's rare, it's not absent. There was one about 4 years ago. It took us a whole year, and even one of the regular members was seriously injured and had to withdraw from the treasure hunt. Hearing this, Alka and the others couldn't help but become serious. That is to say, the church either doesn't issue tasks, or if it issues tasks, it's not easy to complete, and there are considerable risks. So, you have to be prepared, especially the two of you. Vanessa said seriously, and also looked at Alka and Jason. After all, they had only been touchers for a short time. Whether it was the training of the magic circuit or the proficiency of the spell, they were one level behind others. The two nodded seriously. After chatting for a while, everyone returned to the cabin. Alka also lay on the bed. He closed his eyes, controlled the magic circuit in his body, and began to meditate. Chapter 85 Church Mission. Early in the morning, everyone gathered in the captain's room. Looking at the information on the table, Alka didn't know what it was about, but he roughly guessed it. It should be the mission assigned by the church last night. Sure enough, Andre said. The church assigned a mission yesterday, you all saw it. Our mission this time is to retrieve the holy artifact. Holy artifact? Except Alka and Jason, everyone else couldn't help but exclaimed. Even Senkaka stood up suddenly, and his head hit the ceiling of the room. Seeing the intense reaction of the crowd, Alka and Jason stood apart. Andre did not pay much attention to the amazement of the crowd, but explained to the two people who were a little confused. The so-called holy weapon. You could understand it as a special treasure. Treasure? At this moment, Alka understood why everyone was so surprised. The status of treasures in this world can be said to be the cornerstone of a power. The essence of power. And its source. Do they have the strength to obtain this thing? At this time, Xiao added, it is just a special treasure. Not a real treasure. The holy artifact is an item left by the gods in the world. Unless the gods inspire it, its effectiveness will only be one level lower. What do you mean? Both of them were a little confused. Xiao reorganized his words and eased his somewhat excited mood. That is to say, if someone else uses a holy artifact, it will be a lower level. For example, for others, it is just a relatively powerful magic item. But if it is an item left behind by the Virgin Mary and is recovered, it can be promoted to a holy grail level treasure through a ceremony. By analogy, for others, it is a holy grail, and it can be promoted to a scepter through a ceremony. After this explanation, the two of them understood it instantly. In other words, no matter what level of holy artifact, as long as it is left behind by the Virgin Mary, it is equivalent to having one more treasure after it is recovered. After Xiao finished explaining, Andre said. Don't worry. It's not as exaggerated as you think. The target this time is just a powerful magic item. After hearing this, the expressions of several people relaxed a little. And it is not in the hands of someone or a force, but hidden. We just found some clues. So that's the case. No wonder this mission fell into our hands. Vanessa couldn't help but say, this is a professional match. Okay, after all. It's a mission, now fill in your needs. Andre took out a few papers and handed them to everyone. Alka, Jason, Siadaiti, all were a little confused. They picked up the papers and checked them. On the other hand, Vanessa and Sankaka wrote quickly. Material application. Looking at the name of the paper, Alka couldn't help but look up at Andre, but all he saw was Andre's smile. So it was an application for resources, or public resources. Alka seemed to understand a little. He couldn't help but say, the maximum number of applications for each person. Hearing this, Andre's smile became even wider, and he couldn't help but nodded. This is the material list, you can apply for anything on it, and you can even request more for consumables. As he said that, he pointed to another yellowed paper in front of him. Alka stretched his head to look. There were all kinds of enchanted ammunition, consumable spells, and medicines, as well as various materials for carving spells or learning spells. With these as references, Alka started writing directly on his application form. No matter if it is useful or not. He applied first. At this time, Andre took Vanessa and Sankaka's application form and looked at it, then nodded with satisfaction. The densely packed application form almost completely filled up. At this time, Alka and the others also finished writing and handed it over. Andre first looked at Alka's application form. He nodded, but still said, there can be more. He blinked and handed the form over again. Then he looked at Siadaiti and the other two, and couldn't help but scolded, what are you two applying for? Do you look down on the church? Rewrite it. After saying that, he threw the paper over, and the two looked confused. At this time, Andre leaned his head over and whispered a few words in their ears. The two looked shocked, as if to say, can it be like this? Then he couldn't help but look up, and looked at the resource application on Alka's application form, and what was written on Vanessa's application form. So cruel. Jason couldn't help but say. But as if he had opened the door to a new world. He also began to write furiously. Andre looked at the three people's spirituality. He couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. After a while, after taking the three people's rewritten application forms, he stood up with a smile on his face and stacked their application forms together. We will stay on a deserted island not far away for a while, and wait for the church's supplies to arrive before we go to our destination. During this time, you can learn about the specific situation of our mission this time. The information is on the table. You can read it yourself. I have something else to do. With that, Andre took everyone's application forms and walked out. Sankaka followed him out. The remaining few people sat directly on the table and began to look through the files on it. Why are you so knowledgeable about this kind of thing? Jason couldn't help asking beside him. Just now, he and Siadaiti didn't understand. As a result, Alka figured it out on his own. Hearing Jason's question, Alka glanced at him and didn't answer. He couldn't say that it was his understanding in his previous life. There should be other key members on board. You should be prepared. At this time, Vanessa, who was sitting next to them, reminded them, what's going on? Shouldn't my father decide on the personnel configuration on the ship? In response to Siadaiti's words, Vanessa said, according to Andre's personality, he will definitely apply. If it was before, he would have to slowly look for the members he likes. But now there is a mission, so he can only make do with it. After all, one more person means more combat power. Hearing this, several people nodded involuntarily. After all, the tasks given by the church are not easy. It would be easier if there were more people at this time. I just don't know what kind of person this new main member will be, and whether he will be easy to get along with. Don't worry. The person who comes on board should be someone's acquaintance, so that we can quickly get familiar with him. Otherwise, the church will not be confident in handing the task to us. Vanessa said. Chapter 86 The Dark Realm. The next day, their ship stopped at a small island that needed to be handed over. A merchant ship with the flag of the order came from a distance. Here it comes. Andre, who had been standing on the bow, saw the ship and reminded it. As the ship arrived, the workers on the ship began to move the goods inside into the cabin of the Sea Fist. Hama was giving orders below. compared to these supplies. Alka and the others were obviously more curious about the person who was about to take Bobby's place on board. Let's bet on his gender, Jason suddenly suggested. Alka and Ziadite looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Male. X2, then I choose female, Jason said. The bet was a silver coin. At this time, Andre, who had just gone to the church merchant ship, came back. There was no one following him. It was a mechanical device? The whole thing was brass-colored, a bit like an insect, but it had 4 slender pointed legs, and the upper body was in the shape of a capsule. The transmission between them is not a rotation or gear, but a clear spell drive. The spells between the joints are unusually obvious. The hole is fully sealed, and it looks unusually agile and fragile. What is that? Jason frowned and asked. Alka also shook his head. This thing looks strange. It is somewhat inconsistent with the current style of painting. Gammy? That is Gammy. Ziadite obviously recognized what the device was, and there was a hint of surprise in his voice. Seeing the two people turning their eyes curiously, she explained, it's not a thing. It's a person inside, but it won't grow up. Hearing this, Alka turned his head and looked carefully. The fully sealed capsule icon on top looked like it could hold a 5 or 6-year-old child. It won't grow up. Dwarfism? This was the first thing he thought of. Before they finished talking, Andre had already walked up with the machine. Vanessa and Senkaka also came to the deck. Seeing that everyone was present, Andre pointed to the mechanical device next to him. Let me introduce you. This is the new member who will join our treasure hunting team, the forger of the church. After that, the capsule-like part on the top of the mechanical device opened. As Alka expected, there was a little boy who looked about 5 or 6 years old sitting inside. He smiled and stretched out his hand to wave to everyone. Hello. My name is Gammy. Gammy Guard. Although everyone was a little curious, they all nodded politely and introduced each other. Andre looked at his daughter and said, Ziadite, you are familiar with him. You come and introduce the sea fist to him. Ziadite nodded and walked over directly. Jamie, who was sitting in the mechanical device, saw Ziadite coming over. His eyes widened for a moment, and then he obviously shrank back. He showed some fear. This made Ziadite feel a little embarrassed. But he still smiled and said, Jamie, long time no see, come on, I'll take you to visit the sea fist. Haha, it's Ziadite, it's okay, I can take a look around by myself. I said, I'll take you to visit the sea fist. Ziadite's tone couldn't help but become heavier. Yes. Yes. Jamie replied in a panic. This scene made Alka feel like Ziadite was bullying a child. Jason couldn't help but lean over to Alka's ear and whispered, why does this guy seem to be afraid of Ziadite? No need to feel. Just very afraid. It was too obvious for everyone to see. Jamie then quickly retracted into the machine and closed the device again. He watched the machine control the 4-pointed legs and began to follow Ziadite on the boat. Ziadite was not like this when she was a child. She was like a wild child at that time. Fortunately, her mother corrected her, looking at Ziadite's back. Andre said with some emotion. Hearing this, Alka and Jason, who also experienced childhood, roughly restored the man named Jamie in their minds, and why he was a little afraid of Ziadite. This may come from the shadow of childhood. The wild child and Ziadite obviously fought with fists. This shows that Ziadite in his childhood may be a child king, who would have no rivals in a fight. How could a boy let a girl be the child king? The consequences can be imagined. Okay, everyone is here. Let's get to know each other during this time, and we will move towards our goal. After saying that, Andre waved his hand, and the sail automatically slid down. With the sound of twisting, the ship slowly sailed away. Alka did not return to his room, but came to the captain's room. In addition to him, Jason, who was in charge of intelligence collection and analysis, was also at the table. Jason nodded when he saw Alka come in. During this period of time, he also knew that Alka also attached great importance to and desired intelligence. He always felt that Alka's desire for intelligence and information was even more exaggerated than his own. However, Alka obviously only liked to obtain it, and did not like to analyze the numerous intelligence. Alka also sat directly beside Jason, looked at the information spread on the long table, and began to read it. This time, we can roughly determine that the location is in Palder, the dark area. He pointed to the area on the map. This area is exactly what Alka had asked about before. And there are a lot of blue treasures. and even a small amount of gold treasures. Polder dark area. Treasures, white. Huge amount. Blue. Large amount. Gold. Small amount. Difficulty, dangerous. Information, the place where the Waston Empire was destroyed. When the country was destroyed, a special ritual was used to fully release the power of the scepter. Level treasure dark shadow. And it vibrated indiscriminately around. Destroy the enemy miniature alliance along with itself. The entire sea area has been in darkness for years due to the spread of power. Since Alka had seen the intelligence of the target location yesterday, the information has been almost completely displayed. The area occupied by the entire dark area is almost as large as the area occupied by 3 blood gold alliances. It can be seen how powerful the 2 alliances in it were at that time. The one-time destruction buried countless wealth and treasures of the 2 countries in the ruins. It attracted countless latecomers to explore. However, after all, this area was destroyed by a scepter. Level treasure. And the power of the treasure completely covered the entire sea area. So it is also extremely dangerous. Chapter 87 Encountering Pirates Again. The ship headed towards the Dark Realm. Alka went down the cabin and came to the place where old Bobby worked before. As soon as he walked in, he saw Jamie, who had just joined. Forging inside? What is the difference between a forger and an engraver? Alka looked at Jamie's methods and asked curiously. I saw several pieces of metal melted directly into liquid in his hands, and the machine he sat on ejected a mechanical tentacle. The tentacle shone with a faint light, and were also engraved with strange runes. Then, in his hands, the liquid metal was shaped. After a while, the original metal ingot turned into a cylindrical metal handle. Was the one on the ship before a carver? Alka nodded. Bobby was a carver by profession, and had some skills as a forger. After all, his age was there. Carvers are better at carving and arranging spells, while forgers are more inclined to the overall transformation and production of items. Then Jamie turned his head and looked at Alka and asked, Are you interested in these things too? Looking at Alka, he nodded. The two began to communicate with each other. It was mainly Alka who was learning. As time passed, the two gradually became familiar with each other. Alka also learned that, although Gammy looked like a child, he was actually 20 years old. The congenital defect of not being able to grow up, in exchange for his strong magic control, and the degree of fit for the profession of forger. The church sent him to Andre's ship with the intention of training him. That means Gammy should also be on the ship, and he won't stay for long. Maybe 1 year, maybe 2 years, or maybe even longer. No one can tell. At this time, the ship suddenly stopped. Feeling this, Alka and Gammy hurried to the deck. When they came to the deck, everyone on the ship had already come up. Pirates! Alka looked at the pirate ships with black sails in the distance, heading towards them, and couldn't help being a little confused. The pirate group came to rob the treasure hunting group's ship, which was somewhat ignorant. Jason looked at Alka's somewhat confused expression, and smiled with some gloating. It's normal. Not every area is as safe and peaceful as the Blood Gold Alliance and the Church Waters. We have left the Church Waters, and there is basically not much security in this large area behind. And encountering pirates is simply a sparse and common thing. Hearing this, it is true. The Blood Gold Alliance has several naval fleets that constantly patrol the sea area to ensure the safety of the area of influence. Even so, pirates can still be seen from time to time. A few pirate ships that appear are easily discovered and basically destroyed after a few operations. The Church Waters are even safer. Not to mention the pirates on the sea. Sometimes it is difficult to see violent conflicts even on the island. Once you leave the area of such a large force, various problems will emerge. This is a world of the sea after all. Plunder and blood are the mainstream. At this time, Andre suddenly turned his head and looked at Jamie and asked, Have you taken over some of the control rights on the ship? Jamie nodded. Okay, then you come and destroy them. Hearing this, Jamie did not delay and walked to the side of the ship. At this time, the ship had stopped on the sea, facing the side of the pirate ship that was heading towards them. The pirate ships on the opposite side were not stupid either. 2 of them had already started to sail to the left and right sides to form a situation of encirclement. At this time, Jamie raised his right hand, and his palm was shining with a faint light. The gun muzzles on the side of the ship opened one by one, and the rock-shaking cannon inside automatically extended their muzzles. Jamie's eyes flashed with a faint light, and then he swung his right hand downward. Bang! A dull sound. This sound was much louder than the sound of the rock-shaking cannon that Alka had heard before. This was the first time he saw the rock-shaking cannon on the Sea Fist ship firing. Several shells flew past with a whistle. The enemy's pirate ship was accurately hit. The huge power of the number 3 rock-shaking cannon directly pierced the enemy's ship. One of the shells even directly hit the enemy's main mast. This foreshadowed the destruction of this pirate ship. Another pirate ship began to catch fire inexplicably. It seemed that the shell hit some strange position and ignited the things inside. With just one wave of shooting, the 2 pirate ships on the opposite side were directly paralyzed. Seeing this situation, the pirate ship that was encircling them had no intention of encircling them at all. He went straight to both sides, without any intention of looking back. It was so relaxing, under the attack of 4 pirate ships, he didn't even see the enemy. Looking at the other pirate ship that was sinking, and another pirate ship that was on fire, the Sea Fist just sailed forward again. "Are you going to harvest the spoils?" Alka asked in surprise. "This is too extravagant." Jason shook his head. "This pirate group is not famous, I haven't heard of it, and you see, although they have 4 ships, these 4 ships are broken and old. They couldn't even withstand a round of bombardment. One ship was already on fire, and the other was about to sink. Even if there was cargo, it was not worth much. It was meaningless and wasted time and energy. And we don't have to waste so much time here now." After listening to Jason's explanation, Alka nodded. To put it bluntly, they didn't value this little bit of loot, and they were too lazy to go. After all, they were a treasure-hunting group under the church, and all of them were touchers. It was hard to get interested in those items that were not worth even a gold sale. Not to mention that they just had a huge harvest. Now is the time to be heroic. After all, even if there are goods that are still intact, they still have to move the goods into the cabin. They also have to find a place to sell them, and if they sell them at a low price, they are not worth much. Not to mention that on a pirate ship, it is difficult to find valuable things. Pirates are people who live from day to day, and live every day as if it is the last day. So fighting pirates has never been very rewarding, and it is easy to cause casualties, which is why they are hated. After roughly understanding the problem, Alka nodded. He no longer paid attention to this sudden episode. After thinking for a while, he said goodbye to everyone and returned to his cabin. Lying on the bed, he began to control his magic circuit and began to grow. "Why do I feel that your meditation speed is so slow?" Lucilia, who was sitting beside the bed, said. "Slow? Why do you say that?" Alka also asked others. And his meditation speed should be considered upper middle level. Chapter 88. Guarding the Island of the Dark Realm. "How do you usually meditate?" Lucilia couldn't help asking. She had been with Alka for a while. Since Alka became a toucher, she had hardly felt the growth of the magical essence in Alka. Although it was growing, it was too slow, almost negligible. This was completely different from what she knew and saw before she died. There was a huge difference, which made her feel a little strange. Although I was not a toucher when I was alive, I was a toucher family after all, so I saw a lot of examples. Generally speaking, after becoming a toucher, it will take 25 months to raise your magic power to the first spiral. About 1 year after the first spiral, it will be able to reach the second spiral, and it will depend on your talent. So fast? Alka couldn't help but ask in surprise. This speed is too fast. A little beyond his current cognition. For example, Xia Deity. She has been a toucher for 4 years, and she became a toucher before she reached adulthood. But she only reached the first spiral a year ago, which means it took her 3 years to reach the first spiral. I heard that Andre is about to reach the second spiral, but Andre has been a toucher for more than 10 years. But according to Lucilia, he can reach the second spiral within 2 years. How could this not surprise Alka? "So tell me how you meditate." Hearing this question, Alka said directly, "Control the magic power in your body and slowly move along the magic circuit in your body. During the movement, it will bring a trace of magic power from the outside into the body, until it gradually strengthens itself." "Well, then? Alka was a little confused. "Then there is nothing else. Just like that?" Lucilia's expression was a little unbelievable. No wonder your meditation efficiency is so slow." Lucilia finally found the reason, turned around, said happily, "Come on, go to sleep, I will teach you in my dream," she said, and went directly into the mirror of Alka's necklace. Hearing this, Alka was slightly expectant, because Lucilia was from an ancient family after all. Maybe she could know something he didn't know. He immediately fell on the bed, forcing himself to sleep. Not long after, there was a slight breathing sound. At this time, Alka opened his eyes and saw his room again. It was just that it was pitch black outside the room. Lucilia sat on the bed. Alka, lend me a little magic power. Alka nodded and reached out his hand. In fact, it was a little magic power that entered the mirror against his chest from the outside world. Lucilia raised her hands with magic power, and a little light appeared in the dream. And then a thin book appeared in her hands. He handed the booklet to Alka. In the dream, I can spend a little magic power and copy some of the things I have seen and know from my memory. Alka picked it up and took a look. The text on it is the language of white crocodiles, which is a kind of text language with its own secrets. Fortunately, I have been asking you to learn this language before, otherwise I can't understand it now. Alka replied with a smile, and then focused his attention completely on the information recorded in the booklet. The booklet is very thin, and the information recorded is not much, which indirectly shows that meditation is not something too complicated. After reading it, Alka had a general understanding. The first is the so-called meditation, which is still closely related to the spell. The rapid improvement comes from the special spell meditation. This is a spell similar to the letter Y. After memorizing and learning it, the magic power in the body will circulate, and it will start to condense and stimulate its effect from the body. The circulation of magic power in the body needs to be stable. Once it is fast, it will cause the magic power to be unstable and hurt itself, or even damage the magic power circuit, causing permanent loss to its own strength. Therefore, for the sake of one's own safety and future, the circulation of magic power will be kept at a relatively stable speed. This kind of spell plays a stabilizing role, allowing people to quickly circulate the magic power in their bodies, so as to quickly improve their strength. That's it. Simple but very practical. This is a spell that can be learned without materials, and there are no materials to be found. Following the instructions in the booklet, Alka closed his eyes and began to learn the spell. Without the materials, there was no way to accelerate the learning of the spell. It took nearly half a day for Alka to successfully learn the spell. He had already woken up from his dream. It was almost dawn outside, and the faint light was about to illuminate the darkness. How is it? Did you learn it? Sensing Alka's awakening, Lucilia came out of the magic mirror. Alka nodded. Not only did he learn it, he also used the spell to meditate. With the stability of the spell, the speed of strength improvement has become extremely fast. He can freely increase the speed of the cycle within the threshold of the spell's stability without worrying about it hurting himself. But with this meditation method, the meditation time in a day may not be too long. Right? This kind of meditation is too mentally exhausting, and it will make the body enter a relatively fast fatigue period. Of course, it is best to meditate only for 1 hour a day. After all, there is no such thing as the best of both worlds. Lucilia heard Alka's words, and couldn't help rolling her eyes and said, "Sailing at sea leaves you with nowhere to vent your energy. You spend most of your time doing nothing. This meditation method can help you eliminate your energy." Alka nodded in agreement. If you think about it this way, it is true. Just take an hour to meditate before going to bed, and you can use up your mental and physical energy and have a good sleep. Before the sun rose, Alka took a nap to recover his energy. When Alka woke up again, there was a knock on the door. Knock. 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 Alka, are you awake? We are almost at our destination. Don't miss it. Hurry. 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 Okay, I'll be there right away. Hearing Jason's voice coming from outside, Alka got up, washed and dressed, and walked out. When he came to the deck, Jason and Xiaodaidi were already waiting for him. Alka looked into the distance. There was a large island there. There were large and small ships on the surrounding sea. The exterior paint and various signs of these ships indicated that they were not normal merchant ships. Why are there so many ships? Alka asked curiously. Hearing this question, Jason turned around and answered, "This is the last stop on the way to the Dark Realm. All those who want to go to the Dark Realm to find wealth basically gather here. So naturally there are countless merchants coming here to sell goods. A lot of supplies are needed for sailing on the sea." At this time, Xiaodaidi pointed to the distance and said, "Alka, look there." The two looked carefully and saw that at the end of the field of vision, the sky there seemed to be covered by heavy dark clouds, and it was pitch black. The whole area at the end of the entire field of vision is like this. That should be the edge of the dark area, It's a bit creepy to look at it from such a distance. Jason couldn't help but say beside him. After all, it's so far away, looking at it. It feels like a dark cloud is covering it. While several people were talking, Andre and the others had already come to the deck. At this time, the port of the island could be completely seen. The port was completely built into a city, and all kinds of buildings were scattered all over the front. The huge port, with countless berths, ships of all sizes coming and going. The flags of these ships are different, but from the appearance alone, it can be seen that these sailboats are specially made. Through magic vision, Alka even saw that many sailboats were shining with magic, indicating that these were spell ships. They docked the ship outside, and waited for a long time before they found a vacant berth and drove the ship in. I won't go up. I don't like running around, Jamie said beside him, and then drove his mechanical vehicle back into the cabin. For this kind of thing, Andre did not force it. After all, if he wanted to get on the boat, he certainly could not let Jamie ride on something so eye-catching. He had to borrow the body of a child to walk around, which might not be very convenient for him. Alka had just jumped off the boat when he saw several non-human races not far away. They should also be fishmen, but judging from their appearance, Alka could not tell what kind of fishmen they were for the time being. Speaking of which, this was the first time Alka had seen other alien races besides Sankaka. The Blood Gold Alliance and the Holy Mother Church are both very pure human forces, and it is also a very stable and safe area. No alien race would go to such a place for no reason, Sia Daidi said, following Alka's line of sight. She knew that Alka knew little about the outside world, so she would always give him some answers. Alka nodded. He had seen a place called Fishman Bay on the map before. That should be the gathering place of these fishmen. This island is called Guard Island, but people here may prefer to call this place the southeast corner. Why do you say that? Alka turned around and asked curiously. Because the two important supply islands before entering the Dark Realm are located in the southeast and northwest corners of the sea. It made sense. At this time, several people had arrived at the port area. Countless dock workers were moving all kinds of goods, which seemed very lively. To be honest, this place was more like a huge commercial trade area. So many people want to go to the Dark Realm to look for treasures? There were many more people coming and going on this island than Alka had thought. It could be said to be the most lively place on the island he had ever experienced. These people came here, either to do business, or to enter the Dark Realm. Obviously, most of them were going in to seek treasure and wealth. I didn't expect that there would be so many people, Sia Daidi said in surprise. At this time, Andre, who was walking in front, heard the conversation of the crowd and said, the once destroyed Miniature Alliance can be said to be one of the richest countries at that time. They made a lot of money by discovering new routes, and finally formed this huge alliance headed by merchants. The wealth left by such a huge power is, of course, attractive enough. It's a pity these people who are passionate and blinded by wealth can't live long in the Dark Realm. After saying that, Andre led everyone to the city. There were vendors and shops everywhere. There were several weapon shops and blacksmith shops within the sight of the naked eye. All kinds of medicines, food, various ship equipment, life-saving supplies. All of them are related to the various supplies for seeking treasures. For a moment, several people who had never been to this place were a little excited. Chapter 89 Entering. What are we doing on this island? Alka asked in a somewhat curious tone. After all, the supplies on their ship and the various things prepared for the Dark Realm had long been delivered by the merchant ship before the church. It can be said that they are very complete, and they don't have to worry too much. Even some recent events in the Dark Realm have been sent with special intelligence. There are things to do. Do you have anything to buy? You can go shopping now and gather on the ship around this afternoon, Andre said, looking at his watch, then turned and walked towards another road. The others looked at each other and left to their own places of interest. Jason and Alka walked towards the weapons store together. Aw, I'm sorry, sir. It's okay, be careful. Because the child bumped into Alka, Alka leaned over to help him up. Then he watched him walk away from him quickly, and couldn't help but smile. Seeing this, Jason couldn't help but frown. He might be a thief, shouldn't we chase him? Hearing this, Alka smiled and waved his hand at Jason. Have you forgotten this? Where can I get my wallet now? Looking at the ring on Alka's hand, Jason's eyes flashed with envy, and he stretched out his hand and clenched his fist. Wait, I have to work hard too. After the episode, the two came to the nearest weapons store. There were all kinds of swords and rock-shaking guns everywhere. Ammunition of various models was directly stacked in boxes next to it, for anyone to choose. There were quite a lot of customers buying various weapons inside. The two of them walked out after strolling around for a while. No. The weapons here are much worse than what we have. Jason couldn't help but curl his lips, and said after walking out. Hearing this, Alka couldn't help but complain. What we have in our hands is a masterpiece, and it has been adjusted and modified by Bobby. How can you buy a better weapon than this at will? Jason couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. I'm just complaining, ha ha ha. Okay, I'm going to buy some materials for making it. Let's go. I don't have anything to do anyway, I'll go with you. Alka was going to buy more fire-related materials for making red cards. Cross of Fire. It is the most powerful card among the 3 cards. But until now, Alka has not been able to make a perfect one. All he has made are defective or semi-finished products. Although it can be used, how can I describe the power of the explosion? It is a bit horrible. So Alka plans to buy some relatively cheap fire materials to practice quickly first. The fire materials on the ship were all applied for by him from the church. They are all top quality materials. Used for practice, some of them are too painful. As for the blue and silver cards, Alka was able to make them very well. After all, the spells corresponding to these 2 cards were obviously lower than the cross of the true fire. The materials were purchased. After the 2 of them strolled around with the materials for a while, there was really nothing to see. So they returned to the ship. Others also returned to the ship one after another, until Andre returned. Is everyone back? Alka shook his head. Xiaodidi hasn't come back yet. Andre looked at his pocket watch, then wait for her for a while. Not long after, Xiaodidi was seen running hurriedly from a distance. With one jump, she jumped directly onto the deck. Such an exaggerated behavior did not surprise the surrounding dock workers too much. It seemed that they had long been accustomed to it. Looking at Xiaodidi who jumped up, Alka only then saw that she was wearing a ring on her hand. Thinking of what Xiaodidi said before, plus the backpack she carried when she got off the ship, she couldn't help but ask curiously, "Pocket ring?" Xiaodidi nodded with a smile on her face. After watching everyone return, Andre waved his hand, and the sail automatically fell. The ship slowly sailed out of the berth. This time, they headed straight into the darkness in the distance. This time we are going to the Dark Realm. Many of you have never been there. I will explain to you the precautions you need to know there. Andre returned to his captain's room, and was communicating with everyone. There were Alka, Xiaodidi, Jason, and the newly joined Gammy on the ship. A total of 4 people. And most of the main members had never been here. Several people also sat nearby and listened carefully. First of all, the lighting stone, you must always carry it with you. You cannot see the sun inside, and are always in darkness. If you hear strange whispers while driving, you must tell us. It is very important. You must tell us. It means that your spirit has been corroded by darkness. Quick treatment can ensure that there will be no problems, but the longer it takes, the bigger the problem will be, until it cannot be treated at all. So dangerous? Alka couldn't help but be a little surprised. Would it even affect the spirit? The second is sea monsters. There are countless sea monsters in the Dark Realm. Based on our goal this time, we will definitely encounter them, so be prepared. Also, you cannot go to the island alone, and you cannot leave the range of any ship alone. After briefly explaining some precautions, Andre pulled out a map from below. Everyone looked at it. This map obviously looks quite old, and the techniques and methods of drawing the map have obvious ancient meanings. In addition, there are some mottled marks on it, which have been washed away by time. This indicates that this is a very old map. This is the Dark Realm that has not been destroyed. Although the Dark Realm is now completely shrouded in darkness, the location of these small islands has not changed. As for the current map of the Dark Realm, since basically no one has drawn it here, and most they will only draw some island maps. Hearing what Andre said, Alka could not help but frown. Would this kind of map be useful? Can it show the location of the treasure? However, since the terrain has not changed, it is just covered with a layer of dark shell, there should be no problem. Thinking of this, Alka blinked. Then, various light spots appeared densely on the map. Seeing this, Alka nodded with relief. However, the light spots on the sea map cannot be clicked, and can only simply display the location and the color it represents. Alka roughly divides the map into World Map, Sea Map, and Island Map. The World Map does not necessarily have to cover the entire world, but it must be a large map with several areas spliced together. This kind of map will show the amount of treasure contained in a certain area, just like Alka viewed the world map, such as large or small amounts. The sea map below is what he is seeing now, which is a map of a certain area. This kind of map will mark various light spots according to the details of the map you are viewing. These light spots can only see the specific location, and you cannot click to view the specific information represented by these light spots. If you want to know the specific information, you must have a detailed map that includes the light spots and an island map, or a sea map similar to an island map. That is to say, it must be detailed enough. This kind of map can mark the location of the treasure very accurately, and even click on the light of the treasure to know the situation of these treasures. Then I saw Andre stretched out his hand and pointed at a location. This is where the power of destruction begins, so this is now the core area of the Dark Realm. That place is not in the center of the map, but a little bit to the upper right corner. Then Andre drew a circle near the center, and a little bit to the lower left corner. This is our destination this time. We need to find a place where the holy artifact may be hidden on the island surrounded by this area. Alka looked carefully. The circle drawn by Andre directly included 3 islands. He couldn't help but ask, is there a map of these islands? Only this island is one. Andre pointed to one of the islands, and took out a small map from the bottom. The painting technique of this map can be seen to be made in modern times. Alka looked at the island. There were 6 spots of light on it. 4 white, 2 blue. He took the map and looked at it, and passed it over. Since the holy weapon would only be blue, Alka simply touched the blue spots twice without leaving any trace. There were many opportunities behind the white spots, so there was no need to rush now. However, all that was displayed were magic treasures. This meant that these 2 spots were not what they were looking for. Alka already had a certain understanding of their target, and it was impossible that even the name could not be displayed. If it is really confirmed to be in this area, then it may only be on the other 2 islands, or it may have sunk to the bottom of the sea. After all, looking at the sea map, there are still several light spots that are not on the islands, but in the ocean. Andre looked at Xiao and said, when we reach the destination, your task is to draw the map of the other 2 islands first. In this way, even if we don't gain much this time, at least we will make a contribution, so that the archbishops won't be chattering all day. What a veteran. Are you already thinking about retreat? Hearing this, Xiao nodded directly. This was her job after all. Alka was relatively relieved. As long as Xiao drew a map, he would be able to find the treasure with a greater degree of confidence. The premise was that their target was really here. At this time, Andre felt something and looked outside. Then he said, we are about to enter the Dark Realm. Hearing this, several people who had never seen it ran to the deck immediately. They couldn't help but be curious about the true appearance of the Dark Realm. When they pushed open the wooden door and walked onto the plywood, they looked at the situation outside and couldn't help but be stunned. Chapter 90 Sea Monster. The Sea Fist was sailing on the sea. Ahead of them was a dark world. The sky was covered by thick and dark clouds. Not a single ray of sunlight could penetrate through it. Behind them was a bright world. The sun hung high in the sky, casting bright light. The curved dividing line in the middle made the whole world equal in day and night. Such a shocking scene. The few people who came to the deck could not help but stand still, as if they had come to the angle between the sun and the moon. This miraculous scene shocked their hearts. It's shocking, isn't it? When they heard what Andre said, they all nodded. As the ship crossed the dividing line, they arrived completely in the dark area. The light behind them was slowly moving away from them. But at least, it was not completely dark here, after all. The light could still shine in. But after entering, Arca clearly felt that the speed of the ship was slowing down. Is the sailing speed slowing down? Hearing Alka's words, Andre nodded. The sea breeze here is not strong, and the dark power is still precipitated in the sea water below. Although these powers are dispersed, they will drag the ship and slow down the speed of the ship. Hearing this, Alka couldn't help but look at the sea surface. At this time, even if there was light from outside, the sea surface was still as dark as a huge mouth swallowing the abyss, and it was extremely creepy. As the ship completely entered the darkness, the surroundings began to become pitch black, and only a long bright line could be seen in the distance behind. The lanterns that had been hung on the side of the ship and on the mast had lit up white light. The light inside came from the lighting stones that had been installed inside. In Andre's words, it was a little difficult for the weak flame to illuminate the darkness here, so some expensive lighting stones were used as consumables. This kind of stone can be said to be the main expense of exploring the Dark Realm. A small palm-sized stone radiated light, which was enough to dispel the surrounding darkness. Alka could even see the sails, and the spells carved on the sides, and decks flickering slightly. The ship must be exerting some unknown effect. It's so scary here. Lucilia, who had been hiding in Alka's mirror necklace, suddenly came out and said while hanging on his back. The air here is full of strange power, which seems to be infectious to souls like ours. Lucilia said while feeling the darkness around her, and then went back into Alka's necklace. But her voice still came out from the necklace. I won't come out until you leave the dark realm. The darkness here seems to corrode the soul and pull it towards the evil spirit. Alka just nodded after hearing this. It was not convenient for him to talk to himself in the current place. At this time, Jamie drove his machine and came to Alka's side. He was using several tentacles to detect various runes on the ship. What are these runes used for? Alka asked curiously. Hearing this, Jamie did not raise his head and continued his work, but replied, this rune is the protective rune of the Church of the Virgin Mary, which represents the meaning of guarding, protecting and blessing. It is usually used in the baby room to protect the healthy growth of the baby. It can protect this place and prevent the darkness from affecting the members on the ship. Hearing this, Alka nodded. This should be why Andre said not to leave the ship at will. It was rare to see the tall Sankaka at this time. He came directly over and sat on the deck, supporting the side of the boat with both hands. Because he was too tall, he had to bend down completely to let his hands touch the edge of the boat. Sitting on the edge of the boat was like standing. To be honest, I kind of hate coming to this place. He complained to a few people. Why do you say that? Jason asked curiously. Hearing this question, Alka slapped him. Stupid. There is a dark power in the seawater. Oh! Jason suddenly realized, I just remembered this. For a fishman like Sankaka who likes swimming, it is indeed a very uncomfortable thing for him not to be able to swim for a long time. Alas, I'm going back to rest. After saying that, Sankaka walked down the hold with a somewhat dejected look. He was now going to enter his room from the proper entrance. In the past, he would jump directly off the ship to enter his room. Watching him walk down the cabin, Alka suddenly thought of something. Wait, isn't his room connected to the seawater below? Won't there be any problems? Jamie, who was maintaining the spell on the ship, replied, don't worry. The first thing I did when I came up was to make him a filter device, which can eliminate the power of darkness and allow normal seawater to flow into his room. Hearing this, Alka nodded with relief. The vast sea area, the slow sailing speed, plus the pitch-black road. There are fewer things to do. You can imagine how boring the next voyage will be. It's only the second day. The few people in the captain's room who are checking the information can't stand it anymore. Especially Xia Dai, who was originally more active, has already fallen on the table weakly. He made a strange sound with his mouth. If you are okay, go out and wipe the deck. Don't make strange noises here. Andre also looked at his daughter and said, no, this is not an ordinary ship, and it's even more boring outside. The deck was pitch black, and it must be even more boring if there was no one around. Speaking of boring, the people who were checking and recording data at the table, although they looked like they were working, but their robot-like movements and their lifeless eyes betrayed them. After thinking for a while, a deck of cards appeared in Alka's hand. Although there are playing cards in this world, the way to play is generally various comparisons of size, and the way to play is strongly related to gambling. It's not very interesting. Let me teach you a new way to play poker. Okay. Hadati, who had nothing to do and was so bored that she was spitting bubbles, immediately sat up straight and said with a happy face. As for whether it was fun or not, she didn't care at all. She just wanted to kill some time. Afterwards, Alka explained the rules of the game to Zayadati and Jason, and the three of them played around, and then demonstrated it to everyone. In less than an hour or two, everyone had become completely proficient. Haha, royal bomb. No more. Right? Ah, no more. Right? It's my turn. Straight, no more, I'm done. Jason laughed, blowing the paper strips on his face to the wind. Finally won, feeling proud. Everyone had 1 or 2 paper strips on their faces, but they were far less than Jason's. He tore off a piece of paper, and stuck it hard on Andre's forehead, and pressed another one on Vanessa's forehead. I wish I could embed the notes into their heads. Jason finally won. It wasn't easy. Siadaiti joked beside him. Only Alka relied on himself to be much more skilled than everyone else, and only had 2 notes stuck on his face after winning many times, looking at everyone with a smile. He taught everyone the way to play landlord in his previous life, and the boredom plus novelty, and the more interesting way to play, made everyone quickly fall in love with this kind of entertainment. Finally, they were able to kill their boring time on the ship. After doing it for a few hours in the room, Alka felt a little numb. I'll go out for some fresh air. He stood up, opened the wooden door, and came to the deck, looking at the completely dark world outside. Only the sound of waves could be heard, without the moonlight to illuminate the darkness outside. It was like ink, splashing all over the world. If this wasn't a spell ship, it could automatically avoid some reefs on the sea. Sailing in such a place, the danger can be imagined. For ordinary people who want to make a fortune here, dangers are lurking everywhere. For those who are prepared, the dangers are greatly reduced. Alka came to the edge of the boat, feeling the sea breeze blowing through the darkness. He stretched his body vigorously. After a while, Alka suddenly frowned. He smelled a faint fishy smell in the air. Danger? At this time, Lucilia's voice suddenly came from Alka's necklace. Hearing this, Alka rolled backwards without hesitation. After rolling a few times, he saw a thin tentacle swung out from the darkness. However, it did not hit the deck directly, but hit a thin layer of white light shield. With this hit, Alka saw the suction cups all over the tentacle, which looked like the tentacle of an octopus or squid. This attack alarmed everyone on the ship. Andre and Jason quickly ran out of the captain's room. The notes on their faces were still waving in the wind, which looked a little funny with their serious faces. It's a sea monster. Jamie! Hearing Andre's words, Jamie waved his hand without hesitation. He controlled the 2 rock-shaking cannons on the lower fire deck to fire. However, it was too dark around, and the shells of the rock-shaking cannons obviously did not hit the enemy. And this sea monster was also very smart, and had no intention of approaching at all, but only used its tentacles to attack from time to time. The shield's energy was obviously getting weaker and weaker, and there was a dim feeling. I can't see. It's too dark. Hearing this, Andre took a monocular telescope and threw it to Jamie. Jamie took it and put it on his eye socket. Finally, he could see the scene in the darkness clearly through this monocular telescope.